Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
I think that, unless I'm mistaken, we heard Chuck Swirsky coming in. Didn't the Swirsk call this one?
Put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Didn't he speak it into existence? He is slap happy.
Big time onions.
We heard from a lot of people that kind of did that. Let's listen to Chuck last night on the broadcast.
What did Bryson Graham talk about in his first press conference? Slap, right? Size, length, athleticism, physicality. This kid at Texas fits all check boxes, and I want him in Chicago.
Yes!
Got it.
My
Chuck
night
is on
is
fire.
made.
Dalen
Thank you,
Swain
God.
On fire.
from
What
the
a-
University of Texas.
Oh, my God.
Because he's every slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one.
Unbelievable. Dalen Swain from the University of Texas.
I love it. I flat out love it. Bryson Graham for mayor.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score.
He like, slap. I'm like, what the hell is that? He like, sound like a plan.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Yeah, slap. I think we finally got all that chaos we were expecting in the NBA draft. It was called round 2.
Morning, Mully. Happy Thursday. Yeah, round 2 was a little more activity than the first round.
Did anyone have their pick? I mean, it was just
People-
every time you turned around.
Drafting and trading, a lot of movement around. The Bulls end up with no rookies, and they end up with a second-year player from the Pacers. They draft for the Pacers, Braden Smith. They trade him. He stays home, and the Bulls get somebody else to introduce to the rotation, perhaps. Somebody maybe fits their profile, Cam Jones, who was the Pacers' second-round pick.
Same spot.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
So he's somebody only played 37 games as a rookie, kind of a two-way player. We'll see. The second round, you don't know what you have necessarily. Somebody's going to jump into the rotation for somebody out there. But last night was, not as much drama as the night before, but there was a lot of activity.
We'll get a chance to talk to Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter today here in studio. We can get their philosophy, Bryson's philosophy on second round picks, and how about the Bulls? They love that guy. What's his name? Cash considerations. Cash, one hell of a player, apparently. Pretty wild that both their second round picks were traded just because. Don't they have a collection of them? Didn't they get like a whole room full of them before or at the trade deadline a year ago?
They did some maneuvering with the Lakers. I have to go back and check the NBA reference of what they did. Yeah, those guys, very seldom do they amount to much, but yeah, last night they did. They get rid of their second round pick, and I'm curious to see Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter together here.
Yes,
at 8:25. That's gonna be a good session here. Them explain themselves and kind of. There's a lot of excitement surrounding the first round picks and the national consensus growing that the Bulls won the first night of the draft.
Yep.
It's been a while since you've had that kind of response to the Bulls' offseason moves.
No question about it. I don't know which direction to turn in terms of the Cubs in New York. Great to see the run-splosion. Great that the Mets are there to cure all ills and to kick the ball around in that second game in particular. But goodness gracious, yet another injury to the starting rotation is just difficult news to digest.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's tough. Ben Brown goes on the IL with a neck injury that could be serious, and you worry about that based on his history. And that was the news during the day. And then the Cubs go out and they try to distract you because they were playing the Mets, and there's opportunity there. 20 runs in a doubleheader sweep is huge. Dansby Swanson with a historic day in New York. And that kind of it makes you feel better about the way things are going because this season it's feast or famine. And right now the Cubs are back to hitting the ball all over the place.
Couple homers. Was it 11 RBI, 7 and 4? I believe that will make your that will make the back of your baseball card stand out when you have a day like that.
Oh my gosh. Dansby Swanson, no other Cub has ever had a better day in a doubleheader. 11 runs batted in. He's got 15 RBI in the series, 3 homers, 7 for 12. And just a week ago,
I don't want to blaspheme, but you know what he said? Let's play 2.
well, he was hitting the ball like another Cubs shortstop back in the day. Dansby Swanson came into this series with 8 runs batted in his previous 27 games, and he had 11 yesterday. And a week ago, we were talking about the debate all around town, not just on this show, but throughout the city. He needed to be benched. He needed to be fixed. He needed to be batting 10th, I think I said. And here he is now, resurgent and broken out of the slump, so it seems. This is crazy. This Cub season full of streaks. They're great. They're terrible. They're great again. Now they're terrible. Then they're great again. Same with Dansby Swanson. It's just really back and forth. Inconsistent, but interesting.
Very interesting. What a day for him. Congratulations to him, and I'm sure he's feeling significantly better than he was going into those 2.
And to your point, then they address the pitching situation as best they can while people slept. The Cubs make a move. David Peterson is a left-handed starter for the Mets. He is probably up still celebrating his trade to the Cubs.
Wow.
They commit 6 errors last night.
I know.
Wouldn't you want to be moved?
On the best defense in Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
That's quite a difference, isn't it? Going to a team that will make you better as a pitcher because they will defend behind you.
David Peterson's a Major League pitcher. He's a guy who a year ago at this time was an all-star. So he has had some good moments. He has not had a great start to the season, but he has been playing on one of the worst defenses in baseball on a team that's really disappointing. So Jed Hoyer had to do something, and this is a quick response to the Ben Brown news, and it also makes you worry that the Ben Brown news might not be great.
No, it's not. And Ben Brown, I believe it was 2 years ago, he had the same issue where the left side of his neck is this issue. So we'll find out more about that. But I guess, after pitching, he couldn't do a bullpen. He just couldn't throw. It was really bothering him. So, okay, that's where that is at. But, he managed to get through his last start. He's been excellent. He's been their best pitcher. So you once again lose your best pitcher. He
has been their best pitcher. He's been a revelation.
Yes, he has.
Came into the season thinking he might be a big bullpen asset, and then he was thrust into the rotation because of injuries, and he becomes the 6th starting pitcher.
Ridiculous.
To be lost on the injured list.
Although I believe someone's back tonight, right? Didn't we hear
Matthew Boyd? Yeah.
Matthew Boyd will return and pitch tonight.
I am looking forward to that, but I am looking forward to that with just a touch of anxiety because you just don't know how far and deep he can go into games. And the big question will be, how does he feel tomorrow?
They're losing a starter a day. Cabrera went down. He's on IL. He's got the horrible strain to the hammy, and then that was really bad news. And then you find out that Ben Brown has gone down. So that I believe they've achieved the limit. I don't think they're allowed any more pitchers getting hurt.
I don't think there is a limit.
No, there's a limit.
It's unlimited injuries.
Now. It has to end.
Yeah, it's just been such a season of extremes for the Cubs because you came into it feeling very good about their offseason, feeling good about the way they aggressively spent on Bregman, traded for Cabrera, and he felt like everything was falling into place. Then the Horton injury, and that really opened the floodgates, it seemed.
Right.
Because then everyone else on the starting rotation followed. Now getting the news the other day, Jed Hoyer, very matter-of-factly, not counting on Justin Steele.
Yeah, that was tough.
And then the Ben Brown news follows.
Feels like you better score 10 runs a game. given the state.
It feels
of
like
this.
Dansby Swanson better continue to hit.
We're going to need 11 RBI a day.
Well, listen, they've
Dansby.
scored 6 runs in 6 consecutive games.
Yeah.
You keep doing that,
Well, they scored
you got a shot.
10 in both games yesterday. That's crazy how to you expect the unexpected this season with the Cubs, and just when I guess it teaches us to be careful to get too down on hitters in slumps.
Tied for second place all of a sudden. How about that?
All of a sudden.
They picked up 3 games like overnight against St. Louis.
They've won 8 out of 11.
Yep.
And that's a hot team right now. And if they can get the sweep tonight with Matthew Boyd on the mound, they go into Milwaukee with the little momentum that they will need, because things don't go well there lately for the Cubs. I'm dreading that series, actually.
Who's pitching?
The Miz.
Yeah.
I think
No,
Miz.
I meant the Cubs.
Oh, does it matter?
Someone's got to show up. You got to haul someone out there.
The Brewers pitchers are having
A very good year.
a moment. They
Yes.
are really hot.
Yes.
They're talented. It's a deeper rotation when they're healthy than people maybe anticipated. And then when you have one of the just real star pitchers,
Oh, crazy. What he's doing this year is insane.
freakishly good.
Yeah, and it's. I wonder if it's a good thing to do. Frankly, I don't know how you keep holding up the way he's holding up.
I don't either.
It's pretty
But
extraordinary.
I also don't know the answer. I don't know the counter to that. Like,
Yeah,
how do you prevent it from happening?
I hear
how
ya.
do you make it more in moderation? Oh, can you just throw 99?
Yeah, can you slow it down just ever so slightly?
I don't know how to do that.
I know. It's. What about today? I believe Cubs are going to see an old friend.
Yeah, Freddie Peralta.
Why not leave New York with him?
Well, I think
Why
that
not trade for him too?
maybe he's coming eventually.
Do they need another first baseman?
Then you might have to leave Matt Shaw behind.
Freddie Peralta for Matt Shaw.
And that's probably where the conversation starts, right?
Yeah, I think it might take more than that.
Well, I said start.
Yeah.
And how would you answer that question? Would you shut the door and say, "I'm not talking"?
I'd probably
about that conversation?
make him wait. I want to start the conversation. I'm willing to take the call. I'd like to hear, to Mully's point, I do think it takes more than Shaw, but that's going to be the starting point. I wouldn't trade Matt Shaw today or tomorrow for Peralta.
Not even with Dansby Swanson doing his best Robin Yount imitation?
No. I think I was a guy who said leave him in the lineup because his defense is so good.
Oh, you did not.
I absolutely did.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, I absolutely did.
That's pretty.
Every once in a while.
That's pretty perceptive of you. That's excellent. I think I was the one who said bench him because he should bat 10th. Got to wear that. Yeah, I got to wear that.
Why would you have to wear it? It wasn't wrong.
You were not wrong.
At the time you said that, it was absolutely accurate and important to be able to understand that. And I think we weren't saying bench him for the year, but you were saying let the man take a moment and try to regather himself.
Deep breath,
That's all you said.
reset.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, he's the swing. He just looks. It's amazing how confidence can make somebody look like a different player, and just the way that he is approaching the bats. And yesterday they couldn't get him out. It was something else. And hearing the excitement, those guys were having fun in the booth yesterday. Pat and Coombe. I'm sorry, Zach and Coombe, and all the Norwegians.
Oh boy, I'll tell you what. This is again to my problem with whatever nonsense was pulled to keep the World Cup out of Chicago. Wouldn't you love to see a bunch of Vikings? They got on the subway and they took it to the game and they sat down on the floor and they did the Viking ship thing where they did that in the game and these guys loved it.
They did love it.
Did not anticipate the arrival of every Norway soccer fan in the United States being in center field. You can hear them in the background.
So I wonder if they have like a guy that coordinates the cheers. You know what I mean? Like, is there a guy that sometimes they row. Then they did this clapping thing, and
So you think the Norway soccer fans have like a head cheerleader, if you will?
I just don't know. I would think somebody's got to call out what they're doing. Or one guy starts and then they all just jump in like immediately. I'm not quite sure. I know one thing, though. We wouldn't mind having them guys at Wrigley Field in the bleachers. I think they'd have fun there. Just call me crazy. I don't know.
They wouldn't be the only ones having fun if they're there.
I would say there's under 10,000 people in the stands here. And the Norway folks are enjoying it.
Yes. And now they're rowing in a sideways motion, those Norway fans in center field. I don't understand what they're doing, but it's entertaining.
I'm guessing by this point in the game they don't exactly know what they're doing, but that's all right. Whatever they're doing it well. That's okay.
This has been going on at different places with different fan groups.
It's fun.
The fine Scottish fans, the Tartan Army, as they're called, they did that in Boston. I believe they did it in Florida.
They went
as
to the
well.
Marlins game
they did
as well.
Indeed.
The Marlins.
And they went en masse.
Soccer fans are invading baseball stadiums everywhere.
And they're having a blast.
Yeah, they're having a blast.
Did you see that Bob Kraft has turned to the NFL and says that the Patriots want to play a game in Scotland after the experience of having the Scottish fans in Boston?
That's hilarious.
Now, Mully, you can answer this question better than David and I for sure. Can the Scots still get to the knockout stage?
No,
they're done. They've been eliminated. Let
me rephrase that. They did win a game, so I guess they could conceivably
be one of those third
place team depending on results.
Okay, so they're not completely dead yet. I was kind of hoping they might push with Brazil yesterday.
They got stuffed by Brazil yesterday.
3-0.
Yeah, and the worst part of it was about a minute into the game, they made, and by a minute I mean very early in the game, say the 10th minute, they made a defensive error and gave them a goal. And you cannot do that against a superior opponent. And then before half, they gave them a second one the same way. Mercifully, it was called back because of a foul, so it didn't count. It was really rough for Scotland against Brazil. Brazil so much better.
Why is the game so late tonight?
It's a good question.
California,
out in L.A. That's the
that's still way from
too
a
late.
TV audience. You're really missing out.
Right.
That you've waited so long for this, and then you have to wait till 9 o'clock. Right.
I'm
9 o'clock start.
I'm going to be very tired tomorrow.
What's really curious is that the next game. So the next game, it's all about the next game, not tonight. It's July 1st.
Yes.
It's in San Francisco. And
it could be Bosnia-Herzegovina. That's who it looks like it's going to be.
But to David's point, they've got to start that game no later than 7:30 Central, I think, to get as many people.
Oh, yeah. I think
you can't start that at 9
will.
o'clock on the 1st of July. That's a Wednesday night? Come on.
We are in the third game phase of the World Cup, so there are 6 games a day right now. There were 6 yesterday, and there are 6 today, so that's kind of why you got to spread them out more. But I think they're aware of that. Bosnia-Herzegovina, by the way, they made the World Cup over Italy. Italy finished second in their group, and they had to go through a playoff to get to the World Cup, and they lost in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And that's why there's no Italy in this World Cup. So that's Italy, one of the great soccer nations, and that's why that could be a scary game for the U.S., even though they're not a great team. And they have to play them in America, so that matters.
And you can watch the game tonight with Gabe Ramirez.
Yeah.
And the Score Team USA Watch Party, 9 p.m. at Parlay in Lincoln Park. Enjoy drink specials from Truly. Tonight with Gabe, Chicago Gabe, at Parlay in Lincoln Park. All brought to you by Truly, the official hard seltzer of U.S. soccer.
Is he officially a Chicago Gabe?
Yes, he's officially Chicago Gabe.
That.
Yeah, he is.
Good for him.
He is Chicago Gabe. He does it all. Yeah. Man of many talents. Did you watch the Sox?
Oh, my God, I didn't miss it. Are you kidding? I watched it even though Brazil was on, and I was sitting there, and I knew the game was over, and they couldn't possibly, and then they tied the game. It was unbelievable.
It was back-to-back homers.
My house was bedlam.
And Braden Montgomery.
Back-to-back. 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth, back-to-back homers.
And Randall Grichuk has now in 52 games 9 homers, I believe. He's really he comes through whenever they ask, and I think they brought it to the extra innings. They couldn't quite have enough, but just the way they came back made you feel like this is a team, baby, full of resilience, and you never can count them out. You never that was a loss. The other day, they won the game, and Ozzie felt like it was a loss.
Yes.
Last night, they lost the game, and it kind of felt like a win.
It did for a while. It was that the bottom of the ninth was unbelievable that they could do that again. Incredible.
And they have
back-to-back homers with 2 outs in the ninth.
Day
Incredible.
off today, and then back home for a weekend series with the Royals, I believe.
Got to beat those guys.
And they're honoring the 83 team on Saturday.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
That'll be a fun one.
That'll be fun.
That'll be a lot of fun. I know some people who worked for the Sox in '83. They're planning on going. Good friend of mine.
Memorable season.
Good stuff.
No doubt about it.
No doubt. That was the winning ugly year. Yeah.
Winning ugly. And that was a lot of Jerry Dibzinski, right? He was a shortstop on that team, the Dibber.
Oh, man.
Greg Lazinski. I think he might be
Greg
around.
Lazinski.
Carlton Fisk. Those were the days.
Those were the days. I believe Ron Kittle was a rookie that year, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, he's still.
Didn't he have 50 home runs as a rookie?
He was
omnipresent. Not 50.
It wasn't 50?
35 probably felt like 50.
It was a lot.
Close.
His first half, wasn't he rookie of the
In
year?
his stories, he hit 50.
Amazing. Yeah.
Maybe that's why I hit 50.
He could tell a good story. There's no doubt about it.
Kittle, didn't he catch Horace Grant's first pitch?
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yesterday, right?
Horace put the goggles on, too.
Oh, that's hysterical.
1983, Ron Kittle had 35 home runs, drove in 100 runs, and he was the AL Rookie of the Year.
Yes.
And Lamar Hoyt, right? He was the big pitcher.
Lamar
Do you know
Hoyt.
they traded Lamar Hoyt for?
Yes.
Do you, Dustin?
I'm trying to remember. I know it was a trade with the Padres. Was that right?
That's right.
Oswaldo Guillen.
Ozzie. And I remember thinking, like, why would you ever trade Lamar? Lamar Hoyt was this
larger than life.
Oh my God,
he was a dominant pitcher.
He would come out and pitch, 7 to 12 innings. He was unbelievable.
Why in the world would you get rid of that guy for this minor league light hitting shortstop?
It's hilarious.
Who is this guy?
No, I'm just saying. At the time, you're like, who?
Yeah, exactly.
Because he was a who. But Lamar Hoyt. Didn't it turn out that he was had some pain pill issue or something?
Lamar Hoyt, he was troubled.
Yeah,
he had some issues.
Yeah, I didn't know any of that as a fan in those days.
Not in those days. No, but the Sox going to have a big weekend, and they, if they continue to do what they're doing, it's going to be a fun summer. It already has been a great start to the season.
Did you see what they did for the fans yesterday? Did you catch that note from
Scott
Merkin?
That was
very cool.
There is someone there that knows a little something about public relations. Somebody knows how to take care of people. There was a 2-hour and 40-minute delay in the game. So for people that ran their they had their names because they bought the tickets and they ran the tickets to go into the game, they sent them a thing for another game.
Yeah, future voucher.
Voucher.
They emailed all guests who scanned into the ballpark a ticket offer to redeem complimentary tickets to a future game this season.
Good for them.
Good for them.
That's how you keep the crowd happy.
Well done, Brooks Boyer.
Yeah.
I think that's how you keep a fan base engaged in a season.
Exactly right.
That they have been. They're fun to watch.
In a season where the team is good enough that you want to go.
You want to go back.
So
yeah, you're disappointed when you have to sit 2.5 hours through a rain delay.
Yeah, take a bow. That's excellent stuff. All right, we've got so much we must get to. We've got the Pick Six next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Bulls fans, coming up this morning at 8:25, meet the two men leading the Bulls organization as Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations Bryson Graham and new head coach Tiago Splitter join Mully and Haugh for an exclusive in-studio visit to talk about the Bulls' new draft picks and future of the franchise. That's Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter with Mully and Haugh live and in studio coming up this morning starting at 8:25 a.m. only on the official radio home of the Bulls, 104.3 The Score, and watch live on YouTube and Twitch.
If your garage floor is cracked and stained,
absolutely nothing, because Jerry Rice and them kicked our behinds. I want revenge. I didn't want Ben Johnson to be the head coach because I didn't like the stumble bump, and I wanted revenge on that. So with this being said, I want all the smoke. If you ask me if I want the Packers, damn right I do. I want the Packers, and you should want them too, because you want to rub it in their fan base for the next 30 years, or at least the next 10, for everything we've went through. You should not want to run away from this at this time. This is our moment to finally get a little bit of revenge. Just a little bit. And we should cherish it, and we should want it, and we should embrace it, and we shouldn't run from it. And anything that has to do with the Packers, we should want it. We should want it.
I love the confidence.
Off.
Aaron, I love the confidence, man. I love that you're hanging on to that grudge, and I hope you do get to drive through Green Bay and honk that horn and yell "bear down" at all the drunk Packers fans out there. That's what I'm hoping for. I wish I had that streak in me, Ruthie. Like I wish I had more Aaron, and I wish I had more of that in my mentality. But like I said, and like you said, this is trauma talking right now. This is a lot of trauma. Yeah, absolutely.
well, we're excited for you because that's got to be a thrill knowing that your jersey is going to be you're up in the rafters and that everyone's going to be able to look up and see your name on the back of it. What does it mean to you to get your jersey retired?
It's surreal. Still learning. It's surreal, but at the same time, knowing that I put in the work and listen to the OGs, all the teammates, my old coaches, everybody that gave me knowledge, I made a way to implement that into my game, and I took advantage of it. So thank you. It's for all of us.
So you found out a year ago, and we remember the surprise at the time, and you were moved emotionally. So you've had about a year to process all of those emotions and, frankly, to put your own career in perspective. We have seen you grow up in Chicago, and everyone has appreciated the journey. But as you put that into perspective, how would you articulate what you have accomplished and what this represents?
I think whenever I look at all the players that did retire or got their jerseys in the Raptors or even won championships, they feel like they gave their all, and people respected that. And I feel like it's very similar to this, where we didn't win a championship, but, man, I have no regrets. I feel like I give my all. I feel like I squeezed or maxed out on my body when I was on the court, and I did all I could do.
I'm just curious, Derek. In retrospect now, as you look back on your career, famously, there was all these guys gathering together. We know what happened in Miami. And people were like, Derek needs to recruit someone to come to Chicago. We need another star. And it was almost like you were blamed for not recruiting. Did you consider that part of your job, or did you laugh at that idea?
I kind of laughed at it, but in a way, maybe it was towards the end of my career with the Bulls, but I feel like I adapted, or I made an attempt. I forgot what the attempt was, but I did recruit in that way, not like how everybody else was at the time, but I felt like I was cool with my guys and showing loyalty to my teammates. If they would have heard me each year say that we needed somebody different, who was going to mess with me on the team? Or it was a fake relationship, and that's something I never wanted with my teammates, and that's why we're like family to this day outside of basketball.
Youngest MVP ever. We saw what you accomplished on the court and with those Bulls teams you're referencing, and then you came back and your second act was impressive because you had the longevity, and I think a lot of people might have been surprised, Derek. Now that you have got your jersey retired and you just look ahead, is the Basketball Hall of Fame a goal of yours? Can you look at it that way, and do you think that your career was Hall of Fame worthy?
I think it was, but once again, it's not up to me to decide that. It's up to the committee, and it's up to them to decide. But I would love to be in the Hall of Fame. Who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? And like I said, I'm not doing it for me, or I didn't play this way solely for me. It's the Chicago way of playing. Like, that's the way that I played. That's the way that every time I step on the floor, I always try to show a Chicago toughness or a Chicago aggressiveness in some fashion. And for that not to be in a Hall of Fame, it will hurt in a way. But at the same time, this moment right here is kind of like my Hall of Fame if I don't get in.
Not to be mean, but I hate that shirt. Yeah, something like that. Not to be mean, but your nose is too big. Something like that.
I don't think I've ever gone that.
Okay.
Not to be mean.
Mully. But whenever you say that, I'm always expecting, like, here comes the hammer.
Here comes but that guy doesn't belong in the major leagues.
Yeah, right.
That's the kind of thing.
An Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio. It's brought to you by AlmostFreeTaste.com because confidence, it should never cost a fortune. 11 RBI last night and yesterday for Dansby Swanson as the Cubs sweep the Mets out in New York in the doubleheader. Game 1 was 10-3. Game 2 was 10-5. The Mets kicked the ball around in game number 2. 6 errors in total. So with those 2 wins, the Cubs pull into a tie with the Cardinals for second in the division. However, both teams are 7 games back of the Brewers. Tonight, Game 4 of the series right here on 104.3 The Score, 5:35 pregame. Matthew Boyd's going to take the ball. Freddie Peralta for the Mets. Yesterday, the Cubs added another starter to the IL. Ben Brown hitting the IL with a neck issue. And then later, the Cubs and Mets made a trade. Starter David Peterson going to the Cubs from the Mets in exchange for prospect Cole Mathis. White Sox hit a pair of home runs with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, pushed the game to 10, but unfortunately come short 4-3 to the Guardians, so the Guardians avoid being swept on the south side. The tie is now atop the AL Central. White Sox and Guardians. Today, an off day for your Sox. The Royals in town for the weekend. You heard the guys talking about the winning ugly 83 White Sox being honored on Saturday. Round 2 of the NBA draft is now in the books. Bulls traded the 56th pick for cash considerations, then drafted with the 38th pick, Braden Smith out of Purdue, sent him to the Pacers for Cam Jones, future pick swaps, and more cash. The Bulls Brain Trust in studio, Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitzer with Mully and Haugh beginning at 8:25 this morning. Tonight, 9 o'clock. Game 3 of group play for Team USA against Turkey. We do know that the Team USA has moved on to the knockout round of 32. They'll play July 1st at Levi's Stadium out in Santa Clara, California. Their opponent is TBD. This hour brought to you by Goldilocks. Protect your home, your business with Goldilocks. Doors, locks, and security. GoldilocksInc.com.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Were you gutted by the failed comeback last night for the White Sox? They lost 4-3 and 10 despite loading the bases in the bottom of the inning with an out. Can you believe they hit back-to-back homers with 2 out in the 9th? Braden Montgomery and Randall Grichuk did that for the Sox. What does that say about this team?
Yeah, I mean, I think their never say die attitude is alive and well. It's kind of fun to see the way that they make every at-bat count. What a pity they didn't finish that off, though, because they had the sweep right there, and they got the bases loaded, and you're so right, David. in saying that they had stolen a couple of games and then they managed to be that close to a clean getaway and gave it back. It was just a little bit of a pity that they couldn't close it out, because that is an important team to be able to beat and to sweep, and they were 2-11 against them a year ago. So it would have been nice to open your account 3-0 with more on the way, but hell of a performance, really a try-hard team, and it was amazing that they got those 2 home runs. Again, they were so close. They were one hit away a bunch of different times. They had a man in scoring position. Even after the 2 home runs, they managed to get first and second, and then ran out of outs. And then you look at what happened. It was only 1 out, and the bases loaded, and they couldn't get a run in. That's just a pity.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was gutted, but it was darn fun to watch it. I mean, 2 outs, best closer in baseball. You get those home runs.
Twice they got him.
You're right.
They got him on Monday.
The night before.
Yes.
Good point. Yeah. And then they did have an active bottom of the 10th. It wasn't like they just went down without a fight there. So we heard Haugh, as I spoke over him, my bad. Don't stop now, boys. And that's what this team is really amazing, is that Will Venable has been able to push the right buttons and keep this team active all the time. Still think they're a little aggressive on the base pass. There were a couple of moments yesterday, like, wow, geez, slow down. And then didn't Mydroff get thrown out at second that kind of killed potential momentum? But that's what this team does. So, I mean, you can't say they shouldn't do it. This is probably a good day for a day off. Like, get today off. Get yourself settled back in. You're tied atop the division. The Royals are coming in. And again, it's an important game within your division. So take care of business over on the south side this weekend.
They won the series. They chased the closer twice, the best closer in the division, maybe one of the best closers in baseball. So Cade Smith, he didn't have it against the Sox, and that's confidence building, because you now have his number if this is indeed the team that you're going to be competing with for a division title down the stretch. There are going to be some key games in September, and there's always going to be that frame of reference. Okay, in the dugout, if you're tied or there's a 1-run lead and they're trying to protect it, you have that frame of reference now. This series can be huge, even though you didn't win yesterday. That left a mark, because when you go back-to-back, it's one thing. When you go back-to-back against that quality of a closer, it's another. And you remember those moments for Braden Montgomery and for Randall Grichuk, who is representative of the kinds of moves that Chris Getz has made to put that bench in a position where every guy seems to have a different role, and they're really playing well right now in terms of coming off the bench and contributing. Obviously, you would have liked to have won, but it didn't feel like they lost, and it didn't feel that gutting. They're going to enjoy their day off. It didn't ruin this, and they need this kind of respite before the Royals come to town, because they need to take 2 out of 3 again. Keep winning series and avoiding long losing streaks, and that is the way you tread water until you get your full reinforcements back. When you get Murakami back, when you get Teal, who's getting into stride, when you get everybody healthy again, then you're going to be a team that's going to look at the second half of the season, post All-Star break. You're in contention, and you're going to make a run.
Is it wrong that I wanted them to rain the game out, to just bang the game, because I thought play him when Mooney's back?
It's a good thought.
There's not really a good way to answer that question, to be honest.
That was the voice of Dansby Swanson. And how do you explain Dansby Swanson? Drove in 11 runs in the Cubs doubleheader sweep, the most ever by a Cub in a doubleheader in the modern era. How is this the same guy who all of Chicago wanted benched or replaced only a week or so ago?
It's remarkable. It's what a difference a week makes. He had 8 runs batted in the previous 27 games and 11 in 2 yesterday, 15 in this series. I'm not sure that he's ever had a better moment in the majors in terms of a series against any one team. Certainly not a better day, because that was the best day in a doubleheader any Cub has ever had including the guy who wanted to play 2 every day, Ernie Banks. So good for Dansby Swanson, who has been steady throughout, whether it's in a pregame interview he had a few days ago with Zach Zabin, our guy, or the postgame scrums at his locker. Dansby Swanson is a consummate pro, and he has persevered through this and gotten back to respectability as a hitter. And good for him. And great for the Cubs. 10 runs in both games of that doubleheader. Needed it because of the news pregame about Ben Brown going on the IL. Joins his starting rotation on the injured list. The news about Edward Cabrera, not great. Matthew Boyd back on the mound tonight for the sweep. That would be big if they could get that, because you want to take advantage of a bad team. The Mets stink. 6 errors. When you score more errors, when you commit more errors than you score runs, you're going to struggle. So they are in unload mode. David Peterson, welcome to town. The Cubs will put you in the rotation immediately, and hopefully he can regain his 2025 All-Star form. And hey, Freddie Peralta, after pitching tonight, you want to get a good look at your team? You're welcome back in July, whenever you want.
The Mets fans were chanting for Pete Alonso last night, and he was not known for his defense. That's how bad the defense is for the Mets. Or maybe that was Cub fans chanting, because there weren't a lot of Mets fans sticking around. But specifically, the good thing here is that I never doubted that Dansby Swanson was putting in a lot of work. And we did hear that from various Cubs throughout his struggles about how hard he was working behind the scenes, and that hard work ended off paying off. And if the manager and the president of baseball operations are both going to talk about how this team is built on defense and defense is their backbone, which upset at least this Cubs fan, then you got to leave a guy like Dansby Swanson in and let him bat ninth, because he's so good. He's so good at defense. His defense is still spectacular. I mean, it's 1 out of about every 90 tries that he might have a blunder, and that's a big if. And those are on plays that most people, would miss all the time. So good for Dansby Swanson. Also, the Cub that he eclipsed, whose record he broke, Ron Santo, July 6, 1970, against the Expos, had 10 in a doubleheader. So that's whose record Dansby broke.
Didn't he also homer in the first game of the series? I believe he did 4
Dansby?
RBI. Dansby has had 15 RBI over the course of this series. That's how you get to the back of your baseball card. You have a day like that, which is, relatively unprecedented. One of the most amazing days you're ever going to see, with 11 in one day, a doubleheader. Then you throw in the 4. He's got 15. Apparently, no player has had 15 RBI in a series in quite some time. I think it goes back to it's a couple of players have done it, but it hasn't been done in a very long time. So yeah, the Ron Santo thing was 1970, as you mentioned, David. It's just a hell of an afternoon, and really they need this run explosion. You keep hearing about these pitching injuries, and the only thing that kind of keeps you from really worrying about it is the fact that they're scoring all these runs, and that Dansby Swanson is kind of at a historic pace all of a sudden. So he's got a chance to add to that total. Go right ahead, son. Don't slow down now. Don't stop now, Dansby. That's a new version of that.
I understand the question.
The sigh from Craig. What can you say about the Cubs' rash of pitching injuries? The latest, Ben Brown returning to Chicago to get his neck checked. With Brown joining his fellow starters on the IL, how much can newly acquired lefty starter David Peterson help the Cubs from falling out of a playoff contention?
Yeah, you have no choice. And I thought Craig did a really good job of, we're going to have to patch it together. That's all you can do. You've got to roll people out. Great, they got somebody. It was interesting too, because I saw I guess a lot of the people commenting on the story were Mets fans, and they were like, hey, the Cubs' 15th prospect, that sounds great. Like that's where the Mets are at.
Yeah.
They really are about as low as you can go with the season they've had. So it was interesting that they managed to pull off a trade. I mean, we know that at some point you need people to kind of, with all due respect to the player and what he did a year ago, and he should be better with defense behind him. But you need bodies to put it that way. You just need people that have and can continue to start MLB games and try to just eat some innings until you get more players back.
This is no doubt worth a shot. Couple things. He's a lefty. We'll start there. Second of all, has a 51.1% ground ball rate.
That's huge.
That's huge. Going from the Mets defense that kicked it around last night.
Boy, they were awful.
And some other stats I picked up on. Peterson has allowed 33 base hits on grounders. That's not going to happen behind that defense with the Cubs. It might be 5, but it's not going to be 33. That's for sure. He's also a former All-Star. He does have an over 6 ERA during his time with the Mets, but it's worth a try. Obviously, Jordan Wicks can't get the job done because you're basically calling everybody and anybody that can throw a ball. There could be a sign over at Murphy's Bleachers. If you can throw 75 miles an hour, head over to Murphy's and we'll scout you and put you in front of Tommy Hotovy and Craig Counsell and Jed after that.
He made 30 starts last year. He was an all-star. And I think it's a good, responsive move by the Cubs, who had to do something because they had no faith in the minor leagues. And that was obvious both on their answers to our questions and to their actions. So in both ways, they spoke loudly about what they don't have at Iowa and what they needed to look for around the majors. And they give up the 13th ranked prospect. I have to be honest. Last night, when I saw this news, or early this morning, whenever it was, I wasn't sure if Cole Mathis was a Cubs prospect or a country music singer. I wasn't quite sure. Then they give up him for a guy who's going to help because of his ground ball rate, because of his experience, and he'll be rejuvenated. So when we had Jed Hoyer on the other day, we asked him, which is the bigger concern, the bullpen or the starting rotation? This is his answer. The starting rotation. With Ben Brown going down indefinitely, you have a lot of other pitchers out indefinitely. This is something. It's a start.
And Peterson's 30. It's not like he's, 38.
Former first-round pick.
Yeah.
He's now always with the Mets. He's developed, and now he's a veteran joining the Cubs. He's on the final year of his deal. It's an expiring contract, and the Cubs are picking up, $4.5 million left. So good for everybody.
That's a great question.
That is the voice of the Bulls executive vice president, who will be in studio with Mully and Haugh coming up later this morning at 8:25. How do you explain the Bulls drafting Braden Smith just to trade him to the Pacers for Cam Jones? And why sell the second-round pick to the Lakers for cash? What did you think of the second-round decisions?
Well, I think the first decision to trade Braden Smith to the Pacers, as we talked about yesterday, aggressively were looking for a move to get into the second round. They targeted Braden Smith. Now, he's going to be somebody that gives them shooting and spacing and all the things. They know him as well as any player in the draft because of the personal relationships they have with his family. We talked about that going in. He's an Indiana boy. So from Westfield to Indianapolis, that's a short drive. You grew up a Pacer fan. He went to Purdue. He was a star. It's interesting, though, Westfield, he and Dylan Thieneman were honored in April in Westfield, Indiana, as being the hometown heroes. Both guys now going off to professional sports careers. And this was a move the Bulls made because the Pacers were willing to give up Cam Jones, Marquette product, fits the profile of the Bryson Graham player more than Braden Smith does.
Right.
He's got a lot of slap in him.
I was going to say he's more slappy.
He's more slappy,
Yeah.
and he's going to be a guy that can hopefully improve his three-point shooting to where he was as a junior in college and give them some athleticism. You know, the other second-round pick, we'll have Bryson Graham explain it. I knew when I saw it's going to trigger everybody. Ever since Jordan Bell back in 2017 was the guy that they sold for cash considerations or whatever. Jordan Bell had 17 starts in 5 NBA seasons. I don't think that in today's NBA I'm going to get too worked up about passing up on that opportunity. More focused on who they got in the first round and how nationally the Bulls are viewed as being one of the big winners with those 2 picks on the first round night.
To your point, David, when's the last time in a positive way the Bulls were spoken about on a national level?
It's been a while.
It's been a long time.
It's been a while.
Too long. I am
The
more
Last
than
Dance, maybe?
willing. I am more than willing to listen to you guys ask Bryson Graham that question between 8:25 and 8:55 this morning right here on 104.3 The Score, the radio home of Bulls basketball. Let him explain it. He's after what he did on Tuesday night, free pass for what happened last night. I'm all for it. But I will say, when they made the pick, I'm actively following it, and I'm like, wait a minute. That guy does not have a lot of slap. I appreciate his game, but that guy took every ounce, and I really like this guy from Purdue. He was one of my favorite players the last couple of years in the Big Ten. But, that guy doesn't scream NBA. And he definitely doesn't scream NBA for a team trying to rebuild. He's barely 5'10".
He's 5'10 and a half, apparently.
If I put the right gym
He's
shoes
got
on,
a
so am
half
I.
inch. Yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy. Now, he's had unbelievable 9 assist a game stuff. He's extraordinary. But it was, you kind of already have that player in that little Japanese kid.
He's a system guy,
Yeah, I know. I just thought, I would have been upset about it, and I was upset when I found out they had traded the second pick to the Lakers for cash considerations. I was just like, what are you doing? And you gotta remind yourself, even though the league has changed a ton, that the Bulls have all these second-round picks. You're in a rebuild. It's considered a really deep draft. There were 3 guys that were in the green room that had to come back the next day. So it was just the first round wasn't necessarily over. Now you start getting 38. I get it. I kind of was thinking they should take Baba Miller, and he went a pick before them. And I wonder if that influenced them in any way, if they had this arrangement already kind of made. But then everybody traded their second-round pick. I think Toronto is the only team that actually took a player. They did so at 50, and then everybody else moved their guys. It's kind of amazing. And you hear that agents are more and more like they're telling their players, you're better off signing a 2-way deal and going to a team than being drafted by a team.
The agents are controlling the second round.
Yes. So I know that, on the year that Jalen Brunson is the MVP of the NBA Finals, it's weird that nobody really had second-round picks, drafted second-round picks. The greatest second-round pick ever, who knows? Joker, probably. You would, Nikolai Jokic, probably the best second-round pick ever. I think Manu Ginobili is the second-round pick. There are plenty of examples of guys that have done okay in the NBA coming in the second round, but you're right. The agents have changed it. We'll talk to these guys about it, and we'll get all the information. But this wasn't a team bowing out of signing players. They did pick up a player, and they did get a couple more guys on 2-way deals. So we'll be able to go over that with you a little bit later on. We will be right back. We're in the midst of this wonderful Pick 6, Mully and Haugh on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, tomorrow, Spiegel and Holmes will be broadcasting live from the Brat Stop in Kenosha from 2 to 6 p.m. before the Cubs take on Milwaukee.
Come by and say hello if you're in the area or on your way to Milwaukee that night. We'll be previewing a big series for the Cubs in one of our absolute favorite venues.
You'll be able to get a free brat or hot dog, compliments of Circus Sports, when you present a bet slip from American Place Casino or show a wager placed in Illinois on the Circus Sports Illinois app. Circus Sports, sports betting the way it should be, with no bet fees.
That's tomorrow with Spiegel and Holmes at the Brat Stop, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment brought to you by Packy Web Ford.
Who does belong is Mark Grote. Grote time! Can't believe it!
I love Zuzu's pedals. Big fan of Zuzu's pedals. Always have loved them.
What's up?
That's a recording of me imitating Baby T. And Baby T playing it. No, Fryer played it.
Morning, Mark.
And,
Morning, Morning, Moon. Morning, Sunshine. Morning, Prudential Building. Morning, Car.
Layla Rahimi in the building. In
Morning,
the
Hulu.
house, in the studio.
Wait,
It's a holiday.
should I do the imitation of you imitating me?
do that,
Whatever,
do
the Bears suck.
Whatever.
Nobody
when I
has
heard,
conquered the Layla impersonation yet.
No,
we just
you got
do.
it.
No.
We just do a higher pitch.
when I heard that you were working on one, I
Yeah.
was like, I bet it's going to sound a little like Mickey or Minnie Mouse, and then it did.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want that. So
Technically
that's why
both. No, why not?
I mean, it's just an okay impersonation. So that's I stand
Man,
by it,
if
but
you
it's
don't,
just okay.
if you don't get a Grote
Yeah.
impersonation, like,
Yeah.
are you even here?
No.
And I do that too, by the way. I did the not to be a jerk thing yesterday when I was looking up baseball savant stats, but I was kind of a jerk about it. But like, if pointing out unfortunate information is a jerk, then guess what? We're all jerks.
It's the same thing as when people say it goes without saying that.
Yes.
Well, if it goes without saying,
why must you say?
Don't
Zip
say
it.
it.
Zip
Yes.
it.
Zip it.
Yeah.
I think there are times where people
Zip
say
it.
things to soften, and
Yes.
in journalism, we are taught to not do that because those are words that we need for other
Brevity.
other
Layla.
space.
Brevity.
Yeah,
It's totally underrated.
Dave Feldman.
I don't have it.
Dave
I'm
Feldman
sorry.
was the great horse racing writer at the Sun Times.
I love when you talk about
And
Dave
whenever,
Feldman.
and whenever two or more ex-Sun Times guys get together, they talk about Dave Feldman because the stories were unbelievable.
I know.
But his line was always, he would say, "Don't get me wrong, I like the guy," and then whoom,
Boom.
here it comes,
And boom.
I mean, wham! I love that.
Oh my God, you are wearing a Detroit Lions T-shirt
Yes,
today.
thank
Get
you.
out of here!
Thank
Are
you.
people moronic?
Thank you.
I thought it was a
anyone-
Chicago Lions
I
shirt.
love-
Has anyone been to Chicago?
Mully's civic pride and Chicago card was compromised for a moment. And Mully's like, "No, it's the Art Institute, you fool!"
I take pride in my lion.
I know you should.
That's a lion joke.
Also, like, does
White Lion
Detroit
Pride.
does
Yes.
Detroit get all the
That's a
lions?
band, by the way.
Pride of Lions.
Do you remember
Did
the
they?
band?
I don't know.
They don't get all the
sorry.
lions.
Not to be rude, but you're crazy.
No offense. No offense is another one. No offense.
No
but I
offense.
hate your family.
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No,
That's
I
what
call
you-
myself
I
that.
see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara
She
Walters'
took-
reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
You're what?
I'm his silly little rabbit. You're what?
You're what?
What did you just say?
Right hand
I'm
arm
Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm
man.
man.
How is that not an obvious shirt?
on Donald Sterling's right hand arm, and then like a bunch of space, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to
I'm
go
Mr. Sterling's
ellipses.
right hand arm man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right hand arm man.
One of the reasons we were inspired to request to have you on and wanted to make it happen was because one of your biggest fans in Chicago is in our studio, our producer, Robbie Triano. So I cede the floor now to Robbie to ask you a question.
Josh, what's up, King? Welcome to the show. So not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I don't think there's anyone here in the city of Chicago that kind of praises you more than me, damn near glazes. So here's the question. As a long hair hooper like you, how the hell do you keep your hair like that during a game? Because you're playing a lot of minutes, and like I understand you probably use some product. How much are you using, and what does your hair budget look like? Because it seems immense.
I don't know what the budget is because my sister actually buys the product for me, but I do. Yeah, every time I get out of the shower, I dry my hair, put product in it. So during a game, when I start to sweat as the game gets further and further into it, my hair gets, obviously more and more wet, and it's hard to keep out of my eyes. But that's kind of when I know I need to cut it, when it starts bothering me to that point. But, I put product in it. But yeah, no, when I start sweating, it does get in my eyes. So I'm actually getting a haircut tonight, funnily enough, you asked that.
Well, you're getting a haircut? Whoa, breaking news here on the score.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's a trim. You won't be able to tell, but yeah, it'll keep it out of my eyes.
What do you think of Robbie's question? Scale of 1 to 10. He just asked you 2 really good questions. What do you think?
10. Both great.
Yeah! Robbie, well done. You were the inspiration for us to even be bold enough to request the interview.
He's getting a haircut. Like, that's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. Like, the fact that he plays a game and the hair's never in his eyes, it's insane. Like, how does that happen?
You were made to do a Josh Giddey interview post.
Confidence. It should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
Well, you have to ask yourself this question.
Bruce will be answering questions about the Cubs and White Sox at 7:25. With the U.S. national team having assured itself first place in Group D of the World Cup following a 2-0 victory over Australia. That's all the way back on Friday afternoon. How do you expect them to handle themselves tonight versus Turkey? Should they rest some players? Will they sit out the 4 guys with yellow cards? Will Christian Pulisic, their best player, who missed the Australia game, play tonight? Do you believe they can win the World Cup?
Yeah, it should be interesting tonight just to see what they decide to do. There is no way they should play any of the 4 players on yellow cards. The way the yellow cards work is that if you get 2 of them in the first round, then you have to sit out a game, right? So you don't want any of those 4 players. They're too influential. They're too good, especially you can't go into the knockout stage without Flo Balogun. He is your goal scorer. So you might have to rest those 4 guys just because they can't pick up another card, and then you'd actually be without someone. So you want to make sure that doesn't happen. The cards all reset when you get to the knockout stage. So that's something to keep in mind. As far as Pulisic is concerned, he only played 30 minutes of the first game. I would, based on what your information you're getting, I would play him at least a half. If it's just too long a period of time to sit out until July 1 if he is only played in 30 minutes of this World Cup. So I would have no problem if he's clear playing him. I would try to get everybody some playing time. Turkey is a very interesting country. They've got an excellent they've got a domestic league that is really world class. They've been eliminated already, and it's not really playing well in Turkey. The people of the country are very upset, and the coach is going to be in trouble and all that stuff. But I think they're a proud group, and they should have been the best, most talented team in this group, and it's just not worked out. So I think they'll try to play for pride, but they've got nothing they can gain, and you just got to. It's kind of it's a dirty, thankless game all the way around. But I think they should try to use some substitutes, bring in players. You need as much depth as humanly possible, and I wouldn't worry about resting people on cards.
So when did they officially become Turkey? I mean, it is Turkey.
2022
right?
is when
Turkey.
Erdogan
Thank
went
God.
to the. He wanted. Believe it
Did you
or
say
not,
thank God?
Thank
he
God we
did.
got that cleared up. Because
But-
I know people were confused about
But
what I was
just so
talking
you know,
about.
Turkey.
we call it turkey, and they feel that they're getting confused with either the bird or the negative kind of you turkey.
Well, that's
you
the
jive
connotation.
turkey.
It is the trying to avoid the negative connotation.
They call it turkey.
Let's hope they don't play like turkeys tonight. My
See?
fear is
You just
yes,
did
I just
it.
did it on purpose.
You did it.
I did. Thank you for listening. I hope it's not. I hope they're not dirty. I would not play any of the guys. In my opinion, I am not. I am not David Haugh, and I am not. I don't know, Mully football.
Now you're mocking my name.
But no. Your TV partner started that. I'm just following up. Anyway, I wouldn't play the guys with the yellow cards. But that's too dangerous.
Yes,
it's just
too dangerous.
It's too risky.
Too risky.
I wouldn't. What's the point of playing Pulisic? Is he going to forget how to play soccer?
No, just for training.
He's been running around. Put him on a treadmill. Okay, let him run up and down the sidelines. Who I feel bad for are the fans. Mully, you have talked about, and you are 100% right about how expensive these tickets have become.
Outrageous.
Right, outrageous is a definite word for it. So if you had saved up and then picked this particular game to go to based on it's the third game and imagine what will be on the line tonight. Well, nothing's on the line tonight except for the health of your players. I would play all these guys that we've seen run out on the field in those pennies, the things you used to wear in gym when you couldn't go shirts and skins, so the other team had to wear the extra shirt. I'd have all those guys playing tonight. I would have our guest from the other day, local guy, made good, grew up in Naperville. I would have him in goal tonight. I would let those guys have this experience of playing in the World Cup, have their names in the record book.
It's not Little League. This isn't like participation trophy. This is the World Cup.
You want to be at your best in the elimination game.
And that's why I don't want no.
That's why you can't.
For
lose.
sure, you don't play the yellow card guys.
Yes,
that I think I know for sure.
You getting out the commemorative bubble wrap?
Absolutely, David.
For the two. I mean,
I know it's not. You haven't. How many minutes have you watched?
Why you ask? That's not it. Is that one of the questions
Because
here?
you're pushing
hold
back.
on, let me see.
You're pushing back on
How about you worry about pronouncing Turkey?
Turkey to us normal
Okay.
people. Turkey. That's what. When I grew up in school, there was a country called Turkey. It's still
when
Turkey
I
to me.
grew up in school.
I hope they
Great
play
line.
Pulisic intelligently, and I think that probably means 30 to 35 minutes to get him not only in shape for condition, but just the pace and the magnitude of these games is hard to simulate. And I think no matter how many times you have, how much experience you might have, there's nothing quite like it. So you got to strike a balance between caution and also execution. You want him to stay sharp. He's also got a very big deal going on away from the World Cup this week. There's all kinds of things. The New York City FC is approaching him to get out of his contract because they want to make him the centerpiece of their team.
You should stay in Italy.
I think he's probably going to because it's more lucrative there and also the competition level, and he's still a very young man. So I think, but that is with the backdrop of everything around Christian Pulisic, who is a star, and I think you'll see that tonight if people who stay up, and it's worth staying up for. That they'll gradually get him in there. Can the U.S. Win the World Cup? I think that's still a little bit far-fetched. Yeah, I was a lot of people who are casually watching this, paying attention, thought that the U.S. could be on a collision course with England on July 4th. Wouldn't that be great drama and great poetic? But that's not likely to happen. It can't happen. The soonest they could play England would be July 10th in L.A., I believe. And that would be something that would be worth it if they are still alive at that point. As for tonight, the yellow card decisions, that's very good logic in that. I think they'd be very careful. But I hope that Pulisic does play 25 to 30 minutes against Turkey.
These are concerns and questions that people are asking.
Kyle Davidson explained trading the 4th and 45th picks along with Luis Crevier to the Sabres for Bowen Byram.
Well, I think when you're talking about a draft pick, the likelihood of that player playing in that year coming up, the year or right after that draft is fairly unlikely. And so in all likelihood, there was not going to be an opportunity for that player to come and impact the 26-27 roster. But I don't necessarily think that comes into play. This was just a value that we put on a really, really good young player in Bo that we felt it was advantageous to move on and acquire for our group. He fits the style of play that we want to play. He fits the age range that we want to put our players into and have our players grow together within.
Do you accept that logic, understand it better, and could this work?
Well, I have to concede that there's another side of this trade that in my reaction to it maybe didn't fully consider. And listening to Kyle Davidson yesterday, the thing I took away the most actually was that when we talk about players who we would like to see them either target or acquire, we don't know about the availability. And there may be forwards out there that I believed could have been targeted, and veterans that the fourth pick could have been used to obtain or acquire. They might not be on the market, and it might not be feasible. This was a player in Bowen Byram that the Blackhawks targeted, and they believe can help them. He's an offensive-minded defenseman. He will quarterback the power play, all those things that we heard, and they are committed to signing him long-term. So get used to that name and get used to his past and all of those things. So I accept his explanation. I don't like the trade, but I do understand it better. Frank Saravelli did a terrific job explaining it yesterday on our program. I interviewed Pat Boyle, the Chicago lead, last night. He did a good job of understanding this trade. So I'm coming around to it, even though I think it was a high price. It's more about the price than it is the player. The player can still be dynamic. And oh, by the way, did you know his father, Sean, played one game for the Blackhawks? November 3rd, 1991. We have to talk to Chelly about it tomorrow because he was in that game, and Sean Byram was a Blackhawk in the past.
I did not know that, but yes, and yes to answer the question. It makes sense. It made sense to me yesterday. You don't want to waste any more of Connor Bedard's time. And this is a guy that's going to play this year and be a big part. And David, you were 100% right. Our guest yesterday, Frank Saravelli, was excellent talking you off the ledge about this move.
Yeah, I mean, he was excellent, and it did help to get his take on it. But if you listened closely to what Kyle Davidson was saying, there was a ticking clock going on behind him because, you made a bold move, you did something, you took a chance. Guess what? It better work. It's as simple as that. This better work. And I think that if it does, then he deserved the contract extension. If it does not, then maybe you pull that altogether, frankly. I mean, this is how people get fired when they make moves like this. Now, it's also how they cement their legacy and create their team and all the rest of it, and it is time for them to move beyond just the player procurement, the draft pick procurement phase of this rebuild. But they need to keep going, and they need to do something that makes you a more competitive, better team moving forward, or nobody is going to want to hear it. And, there are some of us that are a little miffed that we're going to have to sit out the NHL draft. I was looking forward to it. So, all right. We'll be right back with the extra point. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is sponsored by Joe Lasco.
Get everything from 19-ounce fresh Jewel Italian sausage.
Game show. You were. So how did you feel about everything? Did you get everything
You guys
on?
nailed it. I had goosebumps. I said the word glaze. I don't know if I should have said that, but I did.
He knew what you were saying. But are you relieved to know, Robbie Triano, that the haircut is only a trim and not like a full-on new look?
Right, but I could see why he was taken aback a little bit by
Right.
that. Yeah.
Do you think he'd ever go with a headband? If we ever get headband giddy, like the league may be on notice.
He's never done that?
I think he's done headband
gonna
giddy.
say, I feel like
I'm pretty sure in
might have-
Oklahoma City he did a headband
We
thing.
might have had that.
It would be. Would he do like the thin headband? These are the questions on the tops of everybody's
See,
minds.
like I said, like I'm a
Literally.
long-haired hooper. Like people call me the giddy on a pickup court. Like when I play, like I have to have the hairband, or else like it's just in my eyes and I can't see.
Let's flash back to the fateful day where Robbie got to interview Josh Giddey. And Robbie said, "What's up, King?" And then he proceeded to ask him about being a long-haired hooper and how Giddey keeps his hair out of his face while he's able to ball. And apparently Giddey said that this is a common topic that comes up, but his sister is the one who helps him out with the hair product. Well, the Bulls heard your question, Robbie.
Heard.
And they have something for you. This is
What?
courtey of Josh Giddey, his sister, and the Bulls.
What is this?
Whoa.
What do we have here?
What do
Oh
ye
my
have?
god!
What do ye have for us today?
No way! I got the hair product. Let's go! I'm running out too, so hell yeah!
Is there a note? Is there a
There's
note?
a
Read the note
here.
and hold it up for the camera.
There's
right
a
here,
note.
Robbie.
There's a note.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god! Here's a note. No way!
Oh boy.
Robbie, for keeping the flow fresh this season, Josh Giddey and the Bulls. Hell yeah!
Whoa.
Oh,
Josh
they
Giddey,
gave
that's
you a
why you're
card?
absolutely
Hold
the
on a second.
best.
I'm going to go down there and see Robbie right now. He might be overwhelmed. I'll be right back.
You're going to
gonna
go
faint.
check on him? Throw that headset, Hawk. Go get out
Wow.
there.
Josh Giddey, this is why you're the best, and because of this hair, that's why he's averaging a triple-double and will be averaging, and that's why he will be an all-NBA player by the end of the year and an all-star.
Robbie, how you doing okay?
What is the
Thank you very much.
product?
Am I
Can you
Todd
tell us
Frazier?
what the product is?
Yeah, what's the product called?
Oh,
This is called
he's gotten a hug from Mark
Muck.
Grote.
MUK, Raw Muck Styling Mud. I got to take a whiff of this. Hold on real quick.
Is it Australian?
It's got to be.
What? Spell it again, Robbie.
MUK. you say
MUK,
it.
Raw Muck.
That doesn't sound like a hair product.
They
but
won't
I
let me
believe
open
him.
it. Oh, God, this is expensive if they won't let me open it.
I love it.
Robbie is opening the hair product that
Oh
Josh
my
Giddey and the
God.
Bulls gave
Take a
him.
whiff of that.
Does
What
it
does it
smell
smell like?
Smells Australian is what it smells.
Smells like a triple-double.
Like a kangaroo.
Yeah, this is fancy smelling right here.
Well, I guess I have to put it in my hair
Does
then.
it smell like something else? Is it eucalyptus scented? If we're speaking of Australia, like what is it?
I can't put my finger on it. We're gonna pass it around, and everyone can describe it for themselves.
Take a little dab. Put a little
Yeah.
bit in your beard. Let's see how it looks, Ray. Yeah,
We're all
put a
going to
little bit
get
in
a
there.
whiff of the Josh Giddey hair product. So yeah, how kind of the Bulls and Josh Giddey to
Thanks,
give you this
Bulls.
hair product that Josh Giddey uses. That was not the goal of the interview. Robbie was not trying to get this hair
Well.
product. He's applying the product now through his hair with his fingers.
It looks like a.
How does it feel?
A thing of ranch dressing.
Now, this thing is thick, and I understand now why his
That's
hair is
what-
so firm, because, oh my God, this stuff
it's
is
like
really
a
thick.
citrusy smell.
It smells unbelievable.
I'm going to pass this to Marshall to see.
Thank
what
you
he
to the
thinks.
Chicago Bulls. Thank you, Josh Giddey. You gained a fan for life.
20 years ago, I
Yesterday.
was there.
20 years ago, yesterday.
20 years
that's
ago,
how this surfaced.
back in Tucson, Tucson, as Uncle Terry would say.
Good old Pima County.
And remember that what happened is Frank got hurt during the championship run. He was an important part of that run, and he helps them win a World Series ring. He was hurt during the playoffs. He threw out the first pitch. And so it was like you have this like culminating moment, and then there was a contract dispute because there was a diminishing
For the extra point with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
How do you explain the national consensus that the Bulls won the first round or at least fared very well as reflected in these comments by Bill Simmons?
Winner quickly, Chicago. They get Wilson at number 4 with a chip on his shoulder. I love Wilson. I just think I'm completely 100% in. I'm all in. And he's the first legit Bulls star since Derrick Rose. This kid has it. They'll probably build the team around him. They'll be playing up and down, and everybody's going to love him. And then they get Swain at 15. So with Swain, isn't it, if this guy can just figure out how to shoot, this kid's going to be awesome.
Wow. How do you explain that? What's your reaction to what you just heard there from Bill Simmons?
I think the draft brings out a lot of extremes and exaggeration. And I think that this is great. It's better than the alternative because it's about time that people outside Chicago looked at the Bulls in this way. and maybe even inside the city, because the Bulls are starting over. They're going to need a lot of that goodwill as they continue to rebuild. It's going to take a while. I don't know that I fully agree with that assessment. I respect Bill Simmons and all of the national pundits who are looking at the Bulls and predicting greatness for Caleb Wilson. I think Caleb Wilson is going to be a great player. I think he could be an all-star. He could be a guy that you build around. Certainly that's realistic, and I think that's rational. To say that he will be the biggest star since Derrick Rose, he could also be that. I believe those are things that are maybe said intended to shock and to, oh my gosh. DeMar DeRozan played here for 3 years. He was pretty good. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Zach LaVine, as much as people wanted to push back, he was a pretty good player. He was a pretty good player. And if you can get if Caleb Wilson has as many consecutive seasons averaging over 25 points a game as Zach LaVine did, then I think that you would take that. And I think you would want that. And he is going to be a centerpiece of this rebuild. All you can do with all this praise is enjoy it, because it's now starting to balance out a little bit some of the criticisms that we have heard over the years.
I feel like I'll fail the audience if I don't do this. Max Levine equals empty calories. So you don't want 25 points and a bunch of L's and back in the lottery. That's what you don't want. Build the team around this guy. I think we've been seeing this for years. What happens in the NCAA tournament really affects the NBA draft. And had he not had a hand injury, and had he been able to lead, let's say, North Carolina, a couple weeks into this thing, he might have been the second pick. He could have easily been the third pick. So this hand injury could have been a blessing in disguise. But speaking of Derrick Rose, I saw this. I didn't hear the audio, but I saw a picture. He had a certain pin on his lapel with the suit that he wore on draft night, and it was something with like a rose. And he said it was like in honor of Derrick, and he was hoping that it was going to be good luck that he would land here. I thought that was a pretty cool story that I read about.
Yeah, I really respect Bill Simmons. I think he does a great job, and he has done a great job for a long time. I don't know if you've ever read the book of basketball, which is like his reference book about the NBA. It's worth reading for the footnotes, for God's sake. I've never seen anything like that in a book. It's just loaded with footnotes, and it's pretty wild. I enjoy his work. I think that I think he's right. I think this is the best Bulls player in a long time, and I'm not dissing anyone who's been here. I just think that you're going to build this team around this guy, and I think Dustin's onto something. I think if he had been healthy and had the kind of run he was capable of in the tournament, he might not have been there for you. I think that everybody that was evaluating the draft is giving the Bulls an A because they took the gimme. They took the guy that fell to them, and everybody feels that he's going to be a pretty good pro player. And I've felt that way since first I saw the guy. I'm excited about this. I think what's really kind of fun, and we'll have Tiago Splitter in here with Bryson Graham. I'm very curious about their style of play, because if they play the way the Bulls played a year ago, the way that Billy had them running the floor, isn't this like a perfect team to do that? I'm talking both number one picks are guys that can go to the basket. You got Josh Giddey dealing the ball to them, a lot of dunks from this group.
They don't have anybody who can shoot, though.
They don't. I know what they lack.
Yeah.
And I know, and we'll talk to those guys about how you teach shooting and how you learn that. But they are going to be a fun, kind of open team. I worry about the shooting. There's no doubt about it. And I really kind of expected them to get some shooting out of the draft. But I mean in the second round. But they didn't go that route. All right, we've got a lot to get to. We're going to open up the phone lines, take your calls. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh 104.3 The Score.
Hey Chicago, it's Pete Crow Armstrong.
Swinging a line drive, base hit, right center field. He has done it. Pete Crow Armstrong has hit for the cycle.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score.
Coming up this weekend on the Chicago Sports Network, the White Sox host Bobby Witt Jr. and the Royals. Catch another edition of this AL Central rivalry on the CHSN app by getting started at subscribe.chsn.com. Chicago Sports Network, full stream ahead.
So, you're ready to propose, huh? Clause put into Frank's contract, and Frank didn't like that, and he felt disrespected. He ends up going to the Oakland A's, and he talked about how well he was treated at the A's and how poorly he had been treated by the White Sox. And as you can imagine, this caught the ear and eye of one Kenny Williams. And then Kenny said this.
Believe me, it's not easy to deal with an idiot. And this man, over the course of the years, has tried my patience and tried it. And we don't miss him, by the way. And if you go out there and you ask any one of my players out there, any one of my staff members, we don't miss him. We don't miss the attitude. We don't miss the bitching and the whining. We don't miss it. Good riddance. See you later. He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business. Matter of fact, I don't need to be talking to you guys. I'll say what I have to say to him directly.
Have you talked to Jerry? I know it's still early in the morning. Have you talked to Jerry about this story?
No, I haven't talked to him. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of guys around here that have been with the White Sox organization for, I'm one of them, damn near all my coaches, for 20-some odd years. And Jerry's he is like a second father to a lot of us. For these backhanded comments, actually, I guess they're not even backhanded anymore. They're full frontal smashes right in our face. For these to keep coming, and again, for him to turn his back on all the things that Jerry has done, and this guy, of all people.
So, okay, here's the thing, and I love it because inside the Twitch, the experience that we had with young Sean and young Alex happened. People are like, wait, what? This was said about Frank Thomas?
Even Connor in the Twitch chat, like, it's the first time I've heard the full clip of it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who are now getting the context. Now look, Kenny no longer works for the organization.
He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business.
I am getting to that. Kenny is probably really enjoying not having to deal with the day-to-day operations of running the White Sox anymore. But imagine you're Frank, okay? And I get it. It's hard to imagine that you're one of the best baseball players that ever lived. But imagine you're Frank. And
6'5", you're handsome.
Yeah. She'll like it too. Now look, you remember this. You remember that one of the last things of you being around the White Sox was your friend and your former boss just going off, calling you stupid, saying no one's going to miss you, saying all of this stuff. The White Sox had just won the World Series
5 months prior.
Things were supposed to be bubbly.
And so
at this point.
They get Jim Thome in and they have Paul Konerko. So there's really no place for Frank to go. By the way, that may have been the best White Sox team assembled in the last 40, 50 years. That next team, not the team that won. That team won 90 games and finished third in the American League Central because that's how loaded the division was. But imagine that you're Frank and you know that this has been something that has been in the minds of people that work for the White Sox for a long time. Fast forward 20 years later and it's Black History Month. And all of a sudden, there's Frank Thomas erasure from Black History Month.
Frank Thomas erasure.
Of the White Sox. Can you imagine? Like, I would be furious, just like Frank was. Do you understand the tornado of crazy I was in when covering this team? You heard Kenny You heard him.
You better stay out of our business. You better stay out of White Sox business.
You got Frank.
That was the least objectionable part of that entire thing, and that's what gets played over and over again.
Yes. You've got Ozzy. You got Ozzy feuding with Jay Mariotti.
Jay Mariotti.
And now you're like, wait, Google machine. Who is Jay Mariotti? Right? Like, there's a lot.
The answer on Google will be the only person young Anthony Herron ever wrote an angry email to. The only Chicago columnist. Yeah, I would sit there. We get the Sun-Times. We get the Tribune at the house. I'd run into the driveway, pick it up. Pops would read it for a little bit. Then I'd grab the sports section, read that afterwards. All these columnists calling all these different Chicago athletes and coaches dummies and all this other stuff. The only one a young Anthony Herron ever wrote an angry letter to, hand wrote a letter to Jay Mariotti.
Live from the Hyundai Studios, presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio. It's brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. Bulls Brain Trust in studio starting at 8:25. Bryson Graham, Thiago Splitter with Mully and Haugh. Round 2 of the NBA draft in the books. Bulls made a pair of trades Wednesday on the second night of the NBA draft, moving off both of their picks. Before the draft began, the Bulls traded the 56th pick to the Lakers for cash considerations. Then at 38, they looked like they had drafted Purdue guard Braden Smith at 38, but then they later traded him to the Pacers in exchange for guard Cam Jones, future pick swaps, and more cash. Speaking of cash, Dansby Swanson, he was cash money for the Cubs last night and yesterday. 11 RBIs in total in a pair of games, including a grand slam in game number 1, which the Cubs won 10-3. He hit the go-ahead triple and had 4 RBIs in the nightcap, and the Cubs won that game 10-5. The Cubs have scored 6+ runs in 6 consecutive games for the first time since 2000. They'll look to do the same tonight. 5:35 pregame right here on 104.3 The Score. Matthew Boyd throws. It's Freddie Peralta for the Mets, who look to avoid being swept in 4 games. Cubs looking up at the Brewers along with the Cardinals, both teams 7 games back and in second place. The Cubs had to put Ben Brown on the IL with a neck. They made a trade with the Mets for starter David Peterson. He's a lefty. He will now slide into the 5th spot. The White Sox were not able to mount a complete comeback. They got the game to 10, but fall short to the Guardians 4-3. So with that loss, the White Sox and Guardians are tied atop the AL Central. Day off today for the White Sox. They've got a series with the Royals over at the rate starting on Friday. And tonight, game number 3 of pool play, Team USA taking on Turkey, and that one's at 9 o'clock tonight. They will play in the round of 32 on July the 1st out at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. The Hour, it's brought to you by Goldilocks. Protect your home or your business with Goldilocks. Doors, locks, security, GoldilocksInc.com.
Here it comes. Dansby hits a high fly ball deep left center field. Ranging back is Melendez. He leaps. It's gone! 3-run home run, Dansby Swanson. And the Cubs are on top. 6-3 over the Mets. Here in the 6th inning, Dansby delivers again. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. The 1-1. Swanson swings, drills one deep in the air to left. This is going to go! Grand slam, Dansby Swanson, his 2nd home run of the ball game, and the Cubs have blown it open. 10-3 now the lead over the Mets here in the 8th. The pitch. Swanson line drive, base hit in the left center field. Kelly scores around third, racing home Ramirez. 2-run single for red-hot Dansby Swanson, and the Cubs now up 10-5 over the Mets here in the 9th. Swanson with 4 RBIs in the nightcap.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Pretty good day all the way around for Dansby Swanson.
You think?
Have to say
Wow.
The Cubs shortstop had himself a moment.
Yes, he did.
Best day of the season by a mile, probably.
Best day of the season for him.
Yep.
The Cubs scored 20 runs in a sweep.
Pretty good.
At one point, that was a week's worth of offensive production. And there are only 2 players in Major League Baseball history, according to Sarah Langs, who have had more runs batted in a doubleheader than Dansby Swanson did on Wednesday against the Mets. Mark Whitten in 1993 and Nate Colbert in 1972 both had 13. Other than that, it's Mr. Dansby Swanson with 11 runs batted in yesterday. Mully, he increased since this series began.
Yes.
His runs batted in total has increased from 31 to 46.
Yeah.
And right now,
15 in this series thus far.
What is he going to do tonight against Freddie Peralta?
Yeah.
Right now, he's at 46 runs batted in. We've been talking pretty much all year long about his lack of production offensively. Anything that happens after tonight is the second half of the season. Tonight is halfway through 2026. If Dansby Swanson doubles these numbers, he's looking at potentially 92 to 95 runs batted in a down offensive year. That would be something. If he were able to have that kind of production for a guy that a week ago we all wanted replaced, we all wanted benched, we all wanted him to reset. Something happened. Somehow he did reset, and the Cubs can take this version of Dansby Swanson.
Oh, well, I mean, listen, he needed this.
He did.
He needed to get his numbers. You know, if his numbers, if it's all going to even out, and your numbers at the end of the year are going to look like they have most years, then guess what? You need days like that.
Yes.
You have to have that to happen.
That's the good news, comma.
Okay, what's the bad news?
Bad news is that Ben Brown is on the injured list.
The bad news is
the rotation is in shambles.
But that's really the continuation of the bad news. I know the Ben Brown thing is really bad.
Well, the Ben Brown's new.
Because he was the best pitcher.
That was a shock.
But it was a shock. But wasn't it a shock to see Cabrera go down the day before? I mean, I'm just saying, it's no longer it's taken a leap from patently absurd to almost comical. It's almost like a joke.
From a fan perspective,
that they have so many people.
They've
down
normalized trauma. It's like, oh, another one. Oh, again. How much more can you take?
It's unbelievable.
Well, they responded to it overnight for people that might just be getting up, maybe on the way to work, and didn't hear. The Cubs made a trade for a pitcher to supplement their starting rotation. David Peterson from the Mets. After his party ends, he'll join the Cubs. He's got to be celebrating this. He leaves a team that made 6 errors last night, one of the worst defensive teams in baseball. He's a ground ball pitcher. He joins the Cubs, and when he will start, not sure, but he has been in the rotation, not had a great year so far.
We know the Mets have had a terrible year.
Yes.
But not until you actually see them do you realize how awful it is. Because think about it. You know, you saw their best player go down. You saw him wincing as he was swinging in Juan Soto the other day. And, you know, they get a guy back that is, you know, a really good player, but he's not ready to come back.
Lindor?
Frankie Lindor was not Frankie
He's not
Lindor.
ready. No, and it's going to take a while before he gets into shape. And Soto being injured, they've had a miserable start to the season.
They've been awful.
And it's
he
going
and Soto have played 8 games
fast.
together. Is that it? Something like that?
Well, to the point where when you see Freddie Peralta tonight, all that you're thinking as a Cub fan is not how will he shut down your team. It'll be how can he help this team if they trade for him closer to the August 3rd deadline.
If Dustin were correct and all you had to do was leave Matt Shaw in New York, wouldn't you do that?
That's a broader conversation, but I wouldn't be against it. No, but back to Peterson. Mully, he's 3-6 with a 6.09 ERA.
Yes.
Not a real good, strong numbers or start to this season. The first half has been rather forgettable. But just a year ago, he was on his way to an all-star game. And so he does bring experience. He does bring a level of stability. And with this infield, with defensive run saves being the priority, this could be a good match.
And for a guy that is a ground ball pitcher, as we talked about, you know, this is a very obvious case that one man's trash can be another man's treasure. I mean, if he can do that and rely upon the guys who are behind him, and they do what they do, this is like a match made in heaven.
Yeah, because you get a guy who gives you certainty of taking the ball every fifth day. Now, if there's something going around the Cub clubhouse, he walks in and suddenly starts to feel a pain or a tinge in his shoulder or his neck, then we know this is a season that is cursed. But they have had too many injuries, and the experience he offers is more reliable and predictable than anybody they have at AAA, which might be an indictment of the Cubs system at this time, but it is what it is. And right now, David Peterson gives you the best chance. So they give up a prospect, the 13th ranked prospect, Cole Mathis is his name. I loved his last album. And I think now they can move on and see what David Peterson has to offer moving forward.
Chances are that chances are pretty good. I think that I think what's interesting about this is that the Cubs, they're just in a position where you've been waiting for what has happened since they got to New York, which is these run-splosion games. And as Dustin pointed out, 6-run minimum in 6 straight games. They've had that capability all year, but there's been way too many of these real down games where they just haven't been able to hit with runners in scoring position and punch through this thing.
It really has been a good week, and I think it has coincided with Pete Crow Armstrong getting as hot as he has gotten.
Mm-hmm.
And he has been leading off, and he has been setting the tone. And hitting is infectious. And I think when he started getting hot again is when you started to see things gradually start to turn. What a month he has had. And he continues to be exciting and a guy that is as productive as they come. And yes, Dansby Swanson, it was his day, but this has been Pete Crow Armstrong's month.
But what's interesting is that they talk about the on-base streaks, right? And I believe Michael Busch has a longer on-base streak than PCA.
27 games, I believe. Yeah.
And you know, I don't know that it's been as obvious as with Crow Armstrong, but that's pretty good.
Well, the slug has been there for PCA.
Yes.
Michael Busch has been finding ways to get on base, and he's been very resourceful, and he's getting and grinding out good at bats. And so it is all coming together. And PCA, the pop at the top, if you will, that has changed everything.
And Dansby Swanson yesterday talked about the guys kind of on the bottom of the order went 10 for 20. And there was a lot of run creation helped by having those guys getting on base. So I think that it's good collectively to see a team scoring runs, especially when you've got the kind of concerns they have. It's almost as if they've watched the pitching be impacted, and they've decided, okay, well, now we got to get going here.
As they lose pitching, they have really honed in and made more focused as hitters. You're right. It does seem to coincide with the pitching injuries and the offensive production or surge. And as a result, Dansby Swanson, 15 runs batted in the series is the most in Major League Baseball by any player since 2016. This is like historic stuff that he is in the midst of, and tonight is the 4th game of that series, but he has impressed Craig Counsell to the point where yesterday after the game, Counsell talked about Dansby Swanson and just how impressed he has been.
Dansby had an incredible day of baseball, offensively for sure. It's fun to see, but the bottom of the lineup did a heck of a job. Pedro, Carson, Nico, really scored all 10 runs, so obviously they were doing a lot of work, and it was fun to see. It was a good day of baseball for the Cubs, and like we talked about, a lot of people contributed. The last 3 days, I'm not sure that I have the driving and the runs. I'm not sure I have actually.
Well, actually, Craig Counsell was on the other end of a Dansby Swanson explosion back in 2021. When he had a 7-run batted-in game against the Brewers, when Counsell was the manager of the Brewers, and Swanson kidded him about that a little bit. So he's hot. Cubs are playing well, and they can make Freddie Peralta want to join that team tonight after knocking him out, 4 2/3 innings? Get to Peralta, chase him before 5?
That sounds like a plan.
Yeah,
it
it'd be a
sounds
good plan.
really like a good plan, especially if the Mets are going to be kicking the ball around. Take advantage of that.
It's comical.
It was ridiculous.
It
They have
was-
6 errors in the second game yesterday?
It was 6. They scored 5 runs and they
crazy.
committed 6 errors. And actually, it was so sloppy. It was pass balls, booted ground balls, a variety of ways.
3-2 to Suzuki, and the sweeper hit on the ground is short. Runner has to hold. It's bobbled by Lindor, and Lindor commits an error on the first play. Hits sharply. Semien to his left, knocks it down, still has time, and the throw is offline. And he flies this one to shallow right. Angling in Beatty, going out is Semien, and Semien can't make the catch. He recovers, now drops it again, and runners are safe at first and second. 1-2 coming. Grounded to third. Backing off is Bichette, and he has trouble getting it out of his glove, and Ramirez is safe. Hits sharply, and a nice diving stop by Vientos. The overhand flip goes by the pitcher, and that'll bring in a run as Ramirez comes in to score. And he hits it sharply at Vientos, and he boots it for yet another error. Unbelievable.
Vientos might be the
That's
worst first baseman I've ever
That's
seen.
their TV broadcast. That's awesome.
Vientos, what in the world is he doing at first base? How can he make? He had 2 errors, and then he had a couple other missed plays that you're like, what are you doing? And Lindor, you could understand. He's usually
He's pretty solid.
solid. It's his first game back. He made an error.
How about Marcus Semien in the
2
outfield?
2 errors for Semien. Crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
And then they're just kicking the ball around. Bichette as well. He's getting booed by the fans who
Couldn't
stuck
get the
around.
ball out of his glove.
Yeah, it's just a miserable season for the
would
Mets.
Norwegians boo him?
The only reason the Norwegians were booing is because they started serving alcohol after the 7th inning.
Since 2019, swings and misses 1-0 and 2. The Norwegians in center field they make up an enormous percentage of the crowd today because this is a makeup day game in the middle of the week. So there isn't a lot of fandom here other than our Norwegian friends.
And they were loud, and you could hear them, and how embarrassing it would be for the Mets. They stink so bad that you got a bunch of soccer fans that are dominating your stadium. They don't know what they're watching.
Well, I mean,
baseball in Norway is not a thing.
I prefer to think of that as sort of a Viking type deal.
Do you think so?
It was just an invasion. It used to happen all the time.
Long may it last.
Thank you.
Long may it last, and let them go back to the ballpark tonight and watch the Cubs complete the sweep against Freddie Peralta. Big night for Matthew Boyd. Big night for Matthew Boyd. I think he gets a chance to come back and steady things for that rotation that needs steadying. And I don't think our expectations are very high for him. Frankly.
That you said big night for Matthew Boyd, and I kind of cringed because I have no idea where I would set my expectation level for him.
Mine are low.
Just him being, a living, breathing human on the mound, he's kind of met my expectations for him. I don't know. How many innings do you want?
This is what I want.
How many strikeouts?
All right, I'll tell you what I want.
How many walks?
I want 4 innings, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 run, 3 hits. I'll take that. That would be a good feeling. Probably 70 pitches.
That seems like you're being incredibly optimistic.
Okay. I told you that's what I want.
I think,
What are we going to see?
I'd love to sit shotgun with you on that. I mean, I really would. That would be a lot. That would be a lot of pitches.
70?
70. For a guy that hasn't.
You got at some point.
I don't disagree with you, but I would be. Let's hope your lips to God's ears.
David. What are your numbers, Dustino?
I mean, they're very similar to David. I just think I would take maybe a half an inning less and 10 less pitches. 55.
By the way. Are we just going to ignore the fact that Shota gave up 3 home runs?
Yes. I hope not.
In 5 1/3.
If Ben Brown's neck hurts, what do you think Shota's neck is like? Why does he make that face? Like, I can't believe it. What do you mean that went out of the park?
Did you like the man bun? Was that a new look for
No,
him?
he's been using that.
He got a
I
haircut.
thought
Now
he
he's
looked
put it
pretty
up.
good.
He didn't get it all
Did you
cut.
think he looked pretty good? Did you think he looked pretty good giving up 3 homers? Say it ain't Shota.
I got to
Say
see
it ain't Shota's right.
let me tell you something, buddy. You better get on board for the big win because you don't have very many people. Shota's your guy, and embrace him.
But only Shota could be a guy on the mound when a team boots the ball 6 times that keeps the other team still in the game.
He had 69 pitches. 3 of them went out of the ballpark.
Too many. I can handle one. I can handle a solo home run.
And then he gave way to the bullpen. Hollowell, Milner, Thornton, and Webb.
How about Thornton? That guy has like the look of a closer and the mentality of a. You see how fired up he got?
He gets fired up.
He gave up that double, and then the Mets batter ended up snapping his bat over it.
That was funny. The
best
bullpen
contact he made all game.
Bullpen actually had a pretty good day, but they had a nice cushion too.
Oh, that's the key to a very good day for a bullpen.
It is.
Get that run support, guys. All right, we've got Bruce Levine. Bruce is going to join us next, and we'll talk about both sides of town. It is Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Bulls fans, coming up this morning at 8:25, meet the 2 men leading the Bulls organization as Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations Bryson Graham and new head coach Tiago Splitter join Mully and Haugh for an exclusive in-studio visit to talk about the Bulls' new draft picks and future of the franchise. That's Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter with Mully and Haugh live and in studio coming up this morning starting at 8:25 a.m. only on the official radio home of the Bulls, 104.3 The Score, and watch live on YouTube and Twitch.
Had to give him a piece of my mind.
I like it. That started your take career
There
back
we go.
in the day.
That's what it was.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, hey. The Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Okay. Man, so the Bears were one of those teams that had a better grade on Colston Loveland than Tyler Warren. The Bears get the tight end out of Michigan, 6'6", 248, a 3-year starter at Michigan. Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. Dave, what do you think?
Well, I love the guy. I mean, he's he's a first-round pick. I think a little bit of unfairness that this year he was banged up a little bit. And Michigan, doing Big Ten football, I watched every one of their games, and it was a Rolodex at quarterback. You know, they benched the Warren kid. I mean, they put some guys on the bench. They started a freshman kid. It didn't work out. They took him in. So he didn't have a fair opportunity from the standpoint of a great quarterback or great non-existent passing game. But I'll tell you what, don't lose sight. Jim Harbaugh recruited this guy, and that Michigan offense, when they won the national championship, they were a physical team. So I think that what they're looking at, the Bears said, okay, we know we got a tight end that we can flex out and get him in a nice matchup, just like Sam Laporta against a linebacker. We like that. Okay, well, what are we going to do with him when he's in line at the line of scrimmage? This guy was an in-line blocking tight end for Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, and they ran the football. So you're getting a tough guy. You're getting a tough guy, and you're also getting a tight end that you can move around and do different things with. So it's, I think it's a good pick. I like it.
How about Muhammad?
I think Muhammad's interesting because this is a guy that I think the Bears got a steal on. I think he was drafted a little lower than you would have expected.
Right.
You look, he played started 30 games at Texas against top-level competition. All of his testing profiles, 4.42. He can play zone, his own admission. He can play man. He says he can play inside. He can do anything you need. He's a guy that, like Ben Johnson says, if you take football away from him, you don't know what he's going to do. That's him. That's that guy. And I'm not going to mention his comments he said, but he had probably one of the funniest quotes at the post-draft talking about why he plays so well in big games. I really like this kid. I think it's going to be a real competition with him, Tyreek, Terrell Smith to see who wins that starting job. I don't think he starts off there, but I think at some point he'll start a game.
Keyshawn Elliott?
Keyshawn Elliott, As a third linebacker, I think it's a good possibility. I spent some time watching a solid 25 minutes of tape on Keyshawn Elliott. I was more impressed than I thought he was. I wanted to see how he got all these sacks. The guy had 7 sacks last year, and it wasn't the way you would think. There was some quarterback scrambling. There was some late triggers, but he can blitz. He's a delayed blitzer, but he was faster than I thought. All those scouting reports talk about doesn't have great play speed. He ran a 4.58, so I'm like, let's get to the bottom of this. I think this guy's fast. He's physical. He's a green dot guy, team captain. He won their weight room award for the guy that spends the most time in the weight room taking care of his body. He's exactly the type of linebacker you want.
But they got a lot of linebackers, right?
TJ and Devin Bush. So it'll be a battle between.
Well, and they brought back the kid from
Sanborn. So yeah, he'll be battling with Sanborn.
No, I was going to say
DeMarco Jackson.
DeMarco.
There's a weight room award?
The weight room award at Arizona State. He won that award for the guy that puts the most time, that cares the most. That's like the strongest, and that's him. He's a captain, a green dot guy. He's calling the defense. But I think his main contribution will be on special teams, David. I had David Weight Room Award. David never spent time in the weight room in college. But, yeah, there's an award.
Then the favorite, maybe my favorite prospect that the Bears have, the 6th-round defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, Jordan Vandenberg.
I mean, it's funny. Bears Twitter absolutely loves this guy. And it's hard not to. When you look at his profile, David, and I looked at I was telling you this last night about the relative athletic score. You know what that is, Mully? They put together relative athletic score. His was a perfect 10.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The second guy ever in the relative athletic score, a defensive tackle, to have a perfect 10 relative athletic score.
Who was the other one?
I didn't even know who the other guy was. But this is like, you look at his numbers. This guy weighed 310. He jumped 36 inches, had a 10.5 broad jump, 4.9 40. Like, I looked at this at 35 reps.
Can he beat a double team?
I don't care. I don't care.
He's a rugby player.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
South African, but he's physical. When I watch the tape, he's raw. Sometimes he's out there brawling, wrestling, just trying to beat the man in front of him. When he learns like the full grasp of this football thing, how to beat blocks, how to get in his gap, how to, when it's a pass rush, to go from your run fit to get into a pass rush, to transition to that. I think the Bears have a find here. And I think it's also interesting how you're starting to hear that this was a coaching staff pick. Mm-hmm. The coaching staff really loved this guy, and they were really pounding the table. Hey, why don't we have a grade on this guy? Why don't we have a grade on this guy? So I think that's something really interesting. The coaching staff really likes him, saw something in him. And I think with his athletic profile, his physicality, he's not scared to hit. He's going to work. I think it might be a little bit of a project, but I think this guy could play, not starting next year.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you've got the story as always.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You got Joe Madden booked later today?
No, Joe is not coming on.
Why?
He wants to replace the manager.
You got to because you got to get with Joe, because they're going to need the petting zoo, and then they're going to need
Bruce Levine.
It's great to talk some baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a news breaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
On Inside the Clubhouse, Saturday mornings, 9 to 11. Award-winning show. Not yet, but, close.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our guy, Bruce Levine. And he joins us on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency. Call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Shout out to everyone watching on the Chicago Sports Network. We appreciate your viewership. Bruce, good morning. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing pretty good. It was a good day for the Cubs, for sure. With Southside, little drama at the end, didn't quite work out, but all in all, a good series there. Where do you want to begin today?
Let's talk about Dansby Swanson, just because that was an extraordinary outing for him on the in both games. The guy ends the day with 11 RBI. He's got 15 since they've turned up in New York. Obviously, the Mets have fixed him. What did they do?
He is the greatest shortstop that the Cubs have right now, without question. It's great to see him turn it around. It was hard to watch him for most of the year, hit in the 170s and really, be a failure offensively all season long. It was hard to watch, but I think he's made some mechanical moves. If you have the ability to go back and look at some of the swings over the last 4 or 5 games, you see his head is down. He's watching the ball all the way through. He's not jerking his head to the left side, not trying to pull every single thing, even though the pull side is certainly there for him. So, what Craig Counsell said all along, and that is, he's going to hit. He's not going to hit 300, but he's a 240, 250 hitter. He's going to hit 20 to 25 home runs and play as good a shortstop as anybody in the game, and that's what they're paying their money for. Right now, that's what they're getting.
And he is the perfect symbol for what this season has been for the Chicago Cubs. It's a tale of extremes. When you look at Dansby Swanson up until I think it was June 17th, statistically, he was the worst hitter in baseball, measuring OPS and other metrics. And since June 17th, factoring in yesterday, I think he's been the best hitter in baseball, given all of the power, Bruce. And I just wonder, this is just, how do you ever normalize this kind of extremism? It's just crazy to get used to, but I guess this is what the Cubs season will become, and hopefully it stabilizes at some point, although with the pitching up and down and injuries, I don't know how that happens.
Well, the one real silver lining out of yesterday that no one's going to talk about except us here on Mully and Haugh is that the bullpen gave up 1 run in almost 8 innings in a doubleheader. I mean, that was the key. Some guys that really aren't known very well in that bullpen stood up and did a great job after Assad pitched, after Imanaga pitched. Only 5 innings from Imanaga, 5 1/3 from Assad. The rest was all bullpen, and they held the Mets down. You want to talk about Mets? I think they've won the new award for me by being the worst team in baseball. That was not a professional performance by them in that second game. That was just unbelievable to watch, all the errors they made. But that aside, the Cubs took advantage of all that, and they're back to playing good baseball again. They played clean baseball, good bullpen work. Imanaga, did what he said he'd always wanted to do from spring training on. He's going to give up homers, but they're the solo variety, and he was able to make through 5 1/3 or 5 innings and win that ball game.
It was good, I suppose, to see them bring in David Peterson just because they're running out of live bodies to pitch, for God's sake. What are you anticipating tonight from Matthew Boyd?
Well, he threw 60 pitches for South Bend against Fort Wayne on Saturday. So I don't expect more than 70, 75 pitches tops. Hopefully he makes it through 5 innings. That would be ideal. That means they're in good shape, and he's getting most of the guys out. Again, will they be extra careful with Boyd and the rest of their pitchers because of what they've lost? In other words, will there be a different way they approach it? I think the one thing we've always heard since Counsell's been here is that every pitcher says that they care about us as pitchers more than they do care about us as athletes. They're always careful. They don't overthrow us. They never ask us to do things that we can't do. So I don't think you're going to do that with Boyd. But again, the injuries have been so profound and significant. You think as an organization, you're going to be a little paranoid, right? You're probably going to be looking on the careful side. But again, you're running out of pitchers. You're trading for Peterson, who will probably start or come in after an opener on Friday or Saturday against Milwaukee. And you talk about getting him. I mean, he's the guy that has a track record. He hasn't been great this year. been used both out of the bullpen and as a starter, but through 160 innings last year, you got to have somebody to give you some length, and hopefully Peterson will be that. And I give Hoyer and Hawkins a lot of credit for going out right away after getting these 2 injuries and trading a top prospect number 13 in their system for a pitcher that they needed. It won't be the last time they make a trade for a pitcher. I mean, they're going to have to continue to look at their farm system, trade some people they don't want to trade, but try to sustain this year in a year where they're supposed to win their division or certainly go deep into the playoffs. So give them credit for striking right away when they see this problem.
Right. So you have right now Boyd goes tonight, and then maybe Peterson is the guy you go to next. You mentioned opener as a possibility, but the rest of your rotation is Colin Ray, Javier Assad, and Shota. So you have 5 starters that are major league starters, but you don't have the guys that you were counting on. And I wonder how soon and who will Freddie Peralta replace when he is traded for?
Yeah, he hasn't been too good. Yeah, I think if you look at the sheet going into his game tonight against the Cubs, he gave up 9 or 10 runs in his last start. He hasn't been the Freddie Peralta that scared Cub fans and that they tried to scream his name and boo him out of the ballpark in the playoffs, last October. But are you trading for an old baseball card, or are you going to trade for a pitcher that can help you win? That's the key. So I don't know if it's going to be Peralta or not.
Bruce, the White Sox really did an unbelievable job of getting a couple solo homers to tie that game. Obviously ended up losing it. But we were talking to Ozzie the day before, and if just breaking down the numbers and looking at it, they have not been scoring runs in the same fashion that they were earlier in the year. Even some of the runs they got in New York wasn't, they scored 5 runs and a couple of losses. Obviously, they had the Benny Grand Slam and got 5 runs in that game. But they've been, kind of below 6. They couldn't score a lot in Detroit. And I just wonder, as you look at that series against Cleveland, great that they won the series. Again, very, very dramatic the way they came back. But it feels like they're pining for Mooney to get back. Any idea? Ozzie seems to believe it's going to be quicker than people expect. Any idea how much he's amping it up, and how much do you miss that guy now as you're inching closer to getting him to return?
So I'm glad you asked me that. I talked to Kenzo, who's his translator, about this the other day. And he had an oblique problem a couple of years ago in Japan, and he forced himself to come back quickly, and he re-injured it. Okay. So historically, he knows not to force himself back too quickly. That means within a month. We heard the 4 weeks to 6 weeks.
Right.
So he, not only the White Sox, but he is going to be cautious because of his prior experience with an injury and coming back too quickly. So at age 26, he's a more seasoned veteran as far as his ability, but more so after an injury coming back, making sure he's there for the White Sox the rest of the year, not get back there because they need him to produce the offense. Again, I expect Teal to start hitting here. He's been certainly rusty after a couple of months of not playing Major League Baseball. I think the hitting's going to be there. They are sometimes a home run or nothing team. When you talk to Ozzie about anything, he's always talking about manufacturing runs because that was his bread and butter. That's what he did with the White Sox. That's what they did when they won around the home run hitters. They manufactured runs. White Sox are not able to do that right now very well. But, I think offensively they're going to be a really good team in the second half. When you get Teal going, when you have Murakami coming back. But I don't think you force the issue with Murakami.
They went to the opener again yesterday with Murphy in front of Fetty. Is that something that you can see being sustainable. I would like to look at the numbers, and I should do this before Saturday's show, Bruce, because the Sox seem to use openers much more than other teams around the league. I think they like it. Maybe it's defensible. It also might be an indication that they're not very happy with the starting rotation because of the way how often they use it.
Yeah, I don't think it's either, David. Honestly, I think that when they can throw mostly a lefty, or earlier in the year it was a power arm and Taylor opening the game, that they can get through the top of those lineups, which are your best hitters, in a way where you bring in your starter in the third inning, second, third, fourth inning, and you get those middle innings. He's more like a middle reliever than he is a starter. That's what Fetty was yesterday, throwing his 4 innings. He did rather well, but I mean, it's to avoid the best hitters by matching up against them and then all of a sudden turning them around to a right-handed pitcher, the lineup. So I think the White Sox have had more success than most teams with it. I talked to Venable about this 2 days ago, asking him if that is sustainable, just like you asked, David, because of the fact that you need some of these bullpen guys at the end of the game rather than at the beginning. He said, we're going to continue to match up. When we think we can shut down another team's offense the first couple innings, give our guys a chance to put some points on the board. It's worked out rather well for the White Sox. Like you said, I don't know exactly how the numbers support it, but I think that they've been very good for the White Sox. The question, and it's a really good one you asked, David, is it sustainable with the attrition to bullpens over a whole season, and you see the appearances and innings starting to mount up for the bullpen guys? I don't know that answer, unless you're going to go out and obtain other pitchers. If your minor league system has enough guys to bring up in the second half, these are things that most teams are starting to worry about because of the fact that injuries have been so prevalent all over Major League Baseball when it comes to pitching staffs and bullpens.
What's going on with potential starting help? How close is Noah Schultz? Any idea how far away everyone else in the minor leagues are? I saw Mason Adams had a start. Not that he's on his way or anything, but I'm curious about McDougal, obviously.
Yeah.
Hagan. Have you heard anything on anybody?
Well, they're hoping that some of these guys are ready, but again, the player development is number one with them. Guys that have been injured, like Smith and like McDougal, they're not going to rush them back. So these are things you're going to have to watch develop. They're not one-year players. They're not, we need this guy now to win this division and continue what we're going to do. Hopefully they are there to help you, but it's more about the player development with these players and making sure they are healthy when you get them up to the big leagues. So no word exactly on any of those right now helping at this moment.
It's just, without being rude about it, it feels like Eric Fetty isn't long for the starting rotation. The only thing holding him back is no one else is there to take over.
Well, I mean, if you look at him yesterday, he wasn't a starter, right? I mean, he had the opener, right? He didn't come into the second inning after an out. So with that in mind, he's more of a middle reliever with the White Sox, but the middle reliever happens to come in the second inning or the third inning. And for what he's asked to do, he's been pretty good. He's not a great pitcher, not a shutdown guy like some of their other guys, but he is willing and able to go out there and throw for you and hopefully stay healthy. So, getting those innings in by him, they're still important, even though it's not a sexy name and you're looking by him. I think he's still an important guy.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate it.
Guys, have a great day.
You too.
That's our guy, Bruce Levine. Good stuff from him. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Right now, you're listening to Mully and Haugh on your way to work.
I really don't like going on about ourselves, but can I say it? Greatest sports radio show in the morning.
That's a Mully bomb. And once you're at the office, tune in to Mully and Haugh on your smart speaker or the Odyssey app. Or watch the show on YouTube or Twitch. Then keep listening to Chicago's #1 sports station.
Wow.
9 in a row, it couldn't hurt, Brad. You know that. You're asking about the Cubs just to further inflict any kind of pain or distress on people who are hoping that they win, and it's not appreciated.
Well, the pitching was built on guys with pretty significant injury histories, and now they got every time Tyon and Shota pitches, it's baseball giveaway day in the bleachers. So it's because they're actually healthy. But, you guys better get Dustin on the horn with Madden because they got some serious problems there at the Federal Landmark.
Yes, they do. Thank you for acknowledging.
Well, just wondering if there's any chance of the Bears kind of being able to just keep bringing in star after star like the Chicago White Sox seem to be doing, buddy.
Yeah, how about that last night?
That was great.
I mean, the brutal execution of these bunts.
Oh.
And Venable's got to answer for the strategy there. But however you feel about the calls, the execution was worse. Oh, Montgomery saved his ass last night.
But I know you love the broadcast, Brad, right? You loved Costas and Stoney in the booth.
That was top notch. That was top notch. And Dave, I'm looking forward to you, kind of ramping up the platform of Steve Stone to win a Fort Frick Award because he's the best out there. He's the standard bearer. And Costas was great. Maybe they could go to that for a full season, Costas and Stoney.
I'll get right on that.
It was phenomenal. It was great stuff. Brad, did Cairo Santos tell you if he's going back to Brazil? He's probably one of the few humans that could afford World Cup tickets and follow Brazil if he wanted to.
Oh, is that started?
It started yesterday night. Brazil hasn't.
I know you were busy
yet.
watching the Cubs.
Yeah.
Hey, Council, he solved the riddle. If he goes out there and complains, it was awesome. It was like the umpires wanted him to really have to beg to get ejected, right? So it just kept going on and on. And the base umpire is headed back to first, and he's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just really beg the home plate umpire to run me here. So he gets run, and they win the ball game.
See, there you go.
That's all it takes.
Have you checked out, Dave, you get your baseball show tomorrow?
Yeah, 9 to 11.
Take a look at that Iowa pitching staff's ERA.
Okay.
It's at about 6.5. It's the worst in the International League. And there's like 2 teams that are worse in the Pacific Coast League where they're playing at like a mile up. They're like Albuquerque. Like nobody, you could send Cy Young and Walter Johnson there, and they'd both have an ERA over 4.5 because the ballpark's a joke. That's how wretched the Cubs pitching is. It's not just the big league, brother.
I'll get on that. That'll be the 9:45 segment.
It's not just the big league. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Brad.
Appreciate it.
All the advice.
Have a great weekend, guys.
All right, brother.
Felt like Germany was getting slighted here. They're going to what? They're going to the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico and London and Seoul, South Korea. We didn't say Germany. We didn't see Germany on the list, Flula. Does this upset you?
I'm deeply upset. I know we may only have perhaps one baseball player from Germany, Max Kepler, from the Minnesota Zwillinge, which is German for twins. How fun would it be for you guys to hear the Minnesota Zwillinge up to bat? It sounds exciting.
And as always, rolls off the tongue, that beautiful language of yours.
Oh, you know it. And all of your Chicago Cubbies, imagine hearing Nico Hörner, Kühle Hendricks, Michael Tauchmann. That's so fun.
Yeah, that's the thing. The teams in town this year are not very good, but we have some fun names, and that's almost as good as a good baseball team.
Well, yes, and I tell you, many missed opportunities. I don't know if you know this, but a German man did write that song about Cracker Jackies that you guys sing. There is an original German version. I can sing it for you if you like.
Oh yes,
my
God,
we
please.
We would love this, yeah.
Here we go. Bring mich raus zum Ballspiel, bring mich raus zu die Masse. Kauf mir Erdnüsse und Cracker Jacks. Ich weiß nicht, wann ich jemals zurückkomme. Also unterstützt die Heimmannschaft. Wenn sie nicht gewinnt, ist es Kacke. Denn es ist 1, 2, 3 Schläge und du bist raus aus dem alten Ballspiel.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, I think it's going to replace Take Me Out to the Ball Game, frankly.
Yes. See you later, Justin Timberlake, Tina Turner, and other divas.
Yes.
I have no idea whether that legitimately translated or was absolute gibberish.
I think it did.
You think it did?
Einsvine Drive, right?
But that part sounded, yeah.
I know that from Cool Runnings.
That's right. Have at it, Reddit. Prove me wrong.
To let people know when I read that book.
That's my bit, okay?
Many years ago. And I'm not trying to steal
Don't
anybody's...
steal my
no,
bit.
No.
If this isn't Steve Allen, he's stealing my bit. How's the Krusty sound in that?
It's really good. It really is.
That's my best. I'm most confident with that.
I have not heard somebody, honestly, in my life do it better.
Chopper to first. It is Manzardo. Race to the bag. He dives head first, and he gets there to make the play. The Sox comeback falls short, and they will lose to the Guardians 4-3 here in the 10th.
Yeah, do you believe in magic? It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score.
They tried to get some yesterday. Back-to-back home runs in the ninth inning.
Just that close.
Yeah, Braden Montgomery and Randall Grichuk, those were dramatic home runs.
Incredible.
I'd really like to see Braden Montgomery going deep in that situation.
Yes.
Against one of the best closers in baseball. Smith, at the time, was, and this is the second time in that series that they chased him. And you really like to see that. And if you're the Sox, you came close and you don't feel like it was one of those things that, you feel terrible about.
Did you see?
Despite the loss.
Braden Montgomery hits the home run. He goes back in the dugout, and Grichuk comes up. He hits the home run. Montgomery hadn't even gotten his helmet off.
Right.
And here's the second home run.
It was first pitch. Boom.
Oh, it was just unbelievable.
Kate Smith was rattled, and he had to be replaced. Want to follow up on that opener idea, because I don't know if it is something that is Will Venable's preference or necessity. You wonder if you have 5 starters you trust, if that's something you want to do, because it does disturb the rhythm and the preparation of an established starting pitcher. The White Sox have used 7 different relievers.
Yes.
In 17 different starts, which would be considered openers.
Yes.
Newcomb, Taylor, Iser, Leisure, Murphy, Gilbert, and Hudson. And Brian Hudson leads among that group with 5. Iser and Taylor have had 4 starts apiece. They're all considered relief pitchers who are opening for strategic reasons we understand. But do you agree or disagree that if they had a more stable, dependable rotation, starting 5, you wouldn't be going to the opener route, would you?
No, I think that if you had a more dependable rotation, you wouldn't. But I think that this was one of the ideas they've been toying with, because they, as we know, they did not kind of load up with any veteran pitchers, because they viewed the year as one where there would be a flow of guys coming up and developing as starters.
That's a good answer. But I don't want to make too much of it, but I do think it's revealing, because it does show you a team that might be better than they expected.
Oh, they're definitely better than they expected.
And it does. This
shadow
confirms that, because it's like you don't do this with 5 guys you expect to give you 5 every time out.
And I think what's great about it is they're better than expected, because they may have been expected to be better in a different way. They may have expected the graduation of their starting rotation to be what made them better.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's not what's happened. It is the position players that have really kind of graduated to the major leagues and made them better, and maybe unexpectedly made them better. And I'm talking not just the rookies, but Mooney was probably a hell of a lot better than anybody realized he was going to be. And that's all of baseball. That's not just the White Sox. They were lucky to get him. They wanted him, but they didn't pay him huge money. Tristan Peters is a guy that has been a lot better than expected. Technically also a rookie, but he's been around a while. He's not a young guy.
And that graduation, you expected Schultz, Hagen Smith, and maybe Tanner McDougal to be guys at this time of the year.
None of whom are available right now.
And they're not really available or ready in terms of McDougal and Hagen Smith. Both have had injuries, and Noah Schultz on his way back to recovery as well. So that's why you have 17 starts by 7 different relief pitchers midway through the season.
Oh, I thought Brandon had something he wanted. You looked like you were bursting. I do wonder, though, if that eventually will happen. I do wonder if Hagen Smith will get with, he's got an, impingement, as does Connor McDougal. We know that Noah Schultz is on the way.
Yes.
And has already started his rehab work. So he should be the first one back yet again. But they do need these guys. And I don't know what's going on with Sandlin down in the minor leagues.
He'll
what
be
he's
back
done
at some point.
I'm just wondering how he's pitched. And like I said, Mason Adams is a guy you've been waiting on for a long time. And he finally had his first start, I believe, yesterday. So it's good to just see some movement in their rotation.
It'll be an exciting second half of the season. And we got a fun 8 o'clock hour coming up, Mully. Besides Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter coming in, keep listening to the show in the 8 o'clock hour for your chance to win 2 general admission tickets to Mo and Humphreys McGee at Hunter Pavilion August 15th, provided by Ravinia. For tickets and more information, visit ravinia.org.
All right, we will be right back. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Top Bulls draft pick Caleb Wilson was live with Spiegel and Holmes for his first interview on The Score.
There's a theory going around, and I kind of believe it, that if you had not been hurt, you would have had a run in the NCAA tournament and you would have gone higher than 4. If you had a chance to show everybody what you could do in the tournament, you think you would have gone even higher?
I definitely do think so, and I think that's why God put me in this position that I'm in now. He had to sit me down so I could be what I needed to be a Chicago Bull.
You heard Caleb Wilson first, right here with Spiegel and Holmes on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score.
This segment of the program brought to you by
Krusty. So yeah, that's pretty good.
I thought the Generals were due.
Why don't you run past Grote your latest creation?
So Grote, I've been working on it, and I was like, we are going to change the mix of players, just change it up, and the second round picks now they are currency. We have to admit that I don't want to be in the middle. I don't want to be in the middle. So I'm working on it.
Arturas Kardashevis.
Thank you very much.
You didn't even have to tell me who it was, so that's good.
That's a good
sign.
sign.
So you've hit the impersonation baseline. I knew what you were trying to do.
Okay, you can be honest with me, though. Tell me.
And it
needs
bad.
Not bad, right?
I don't know. I think that the more you do it, it'll get even better. It's not even something you have to sit and work at.
Well, here's the real question. As long as we're talking, it's just us talking, right?
Yeah.
When I do these impressions, I leak confidence almost immediately. Okay? And it starts to get worse.
It's true.
And when I look over and I see Chris Tannehill laughing, it gets even worse. So Lawrence gave me the fine partner advice yesterday to just do it and not look for the approval.
We're about volume here. We need the attempts. We got if we can't get him doing the impersonations, then we're not going to be able to run play action. So it doesn't matter if he's only getting a yard. It's the attempts that count.
You're right. The linebackers come up.
That's right. At some point, we're going to take a shot down the field, and it'll be because we have allowed this to continue and grow.
But so, Grote, any advice on how to not leak confidence? It would be most welcome.
Well, maybe it's on your... Maybe it's on your partners at this point to give a little bit of more encouragement to maybe just a fake laugh, maybe.
We have been very encouraging.
You have been? Okay.
Tanny tried to keep a stone face yesterday a couple of times. He's like, I know he's looking at me. I'm gonna keep it level. I'm just gonna keep it nice and level.
I think you got to mix in a little staccato with the legato there.
Oh. You got it, Arturas?
Yeah.
You want to throw it out, Layla?
No.
Oh,
But
It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous enough I impersonate John Fox.
You do it ludicrous? Is that what you just said?
That I impersonate John Fox.
That's about time you did.
If I move, you move.
Just like that.
What's your John Fox?
It's all a problem.
It's really good.
That's the point. Like
That's
if
really good.
we're gonna just throw this stuff out there willy nilly.
Yeah. You do willy nilly as well? That guy? I love that guy.
I thought they lip synced.
Blame it on the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
His now opportunity to compete for a starting job in Dallas, they let Eric Kendricks go, and now there's an opening, so he will either kind of play a similar role he did here. And good for Jack Sanborn. He's an easy guy to like. He was an easy bear to root for. I'm a little surprised they didn't want to keep him in that defensive meeting room just for the special teams value and the inherent value of having try-hard guys in your locker room.
Yeah.
Holdovers,
Hey,
if
they
you
brought
will.
back Josh Blackwell, so.
But he might have reminded too many people of Matt Eberflus, a young Matt Eberflus who made every tackle at Toledo. He was a tackle machine, just like the Sandman was for the Bears when he started.
You know what this is, right?
Yes, I do know what this
Metallica,
is. Okay,
Sandman.
I do know. I'm not entirely in the dark about these things, Mark
I
Grote.
just thought you would acknowledge it.
Do you think I'm
Pryor's
that
over
uncool?
there.
Am I that uncool?
No, you're not.
That you think I don't know what this is?
I just wanted to make sure it was acknowledged. I
We're off
wasn't
to Never
sure.
Neverland.
Yeah.
Next question.
Do you have a baseball question?
Off to Never Neverland. Yeah.
That's coming back.
Say your prayers.
Till the Sandman has come.
Till the Sandman has come.
How would you describe Colson Montgomery's reaction to being sent to AAA camp?
Once I woke up this morning, I was just like, all right, gotta go to work, gotta do the same thing, and just be a pro.
Be a pro. What's the earliest now you can envision Montgomery wearing the White Sox uniform here in Chicago?
Is this show back on the rails now?
Sleep with one eye open.
Gripping your pillow tight.
Enter light.
I wanted you to get that out of your system because I sensed that you wanted to get that out of your system.
You ain't my bitch.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I didn't say it.
My algorithm has started to catch on to what I like to see, which is cat videos. Because, yeah, we love, I like sending them to Grote.
I love when you send them.
They're just a baby. And then I came across this from KARK in Arkansas.
New at 10, Nationwide's Wackiest Pet Name Awards are officially in the books. And this year, one of the quirkiest winners comes from right here in Arkansas. Pet owners across the country submit their most creative names with more than 200,000 votes helping decide that coveted top spot.
We have a knack for winning these things.
We really do.
We really show up. Well, tonight we've got a local celebrity making headlines for a name that you have to hear to believe. Caden Michaels met the famous feline today. And Caden, what's the name that took first place?
Well, Bob and Laura, I don't think you guys could ever guess this name. Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Yes, that is the cat's name, and there is a story behind it.
The sound of Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Wait, not that one. This one. The 8-year-old award-winning cat from Benton, Arkansas. But who would name their cat after a cheeseburger? Surely there's a good story behind that name.
He's always just been like a little bit of a larger kitten. And just as he started like developing into more of an adult cat, I couldn't quite pick him up anymore. With like just one hand, it became two, so it was like holding a burger. So Cheddar Cheeseburger fit.
But what about Big Booty?
He started to develop just this little habit of like, I love having my butt scratched. So he would like present his butt, and then it got to a point where like you would do like bongo drums with it.
And now all put together, the name winning a national award for wackiest cat name.
Getting that email today was a shock. It was pretty wild. I was internally screaming all day.
Because confidence should never cost a fortune. 11 RBI for Dansby Swanson in 2 games yesterday, and the Cubs were able to win both. Game number 1, Swanson hits a 3-run home run and a grand slam. Cubs beat the Mets 10-3 in the nightcap. Swanson hits the go-ahead RBI triple, 4 RBI night. Cubs win
10-5, despite Shota Imanaga surrendering 3 home runs in that one. Tonight, Game 4 of the series, 5:35 pregame. Matthew Boyd taking on Freddie Peralta. Cubs 7 back of the Brewers, but they have pulled into a second-place tie with the Cardinals. Also yesterday, the Cubs and Mets made a trade. Starter David Peterson coming over to the Cubs in exchange for first base prospect Cole Mathis. White Sox were looking to sweep the Guardians over at the rate. Mother Nature delayed this one 2 hours and 40 minutes. The Guardians got out to a lead. The White Sox rallied in the bottom of the ninth, but fall short in 10, 4-3. Day off today before a home series at the rate against the Royals. They're going to honor the 1983 winning ugly team on Saturday. Round 2 of last night's NBA draft is now in the books. Bulls made a pair of trades Wednesday on the second night of the NBA draft to move off of both of their picks. And the Bulls Brain Trust in studio with Mully and Haugh, Bryson Graham, Tiago Splitter right here on 104.3 The Score. Tonight, out west, Team USA takes on Turkey in game number 3 of group play. We do know Team USA has advanced to the round of 32. They'll play at 1 on July the 1st over at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California. The hour is brought to you by Packy Webb Ford.
Led the team to a championship, most importantly, and then also, because, win the championship is my main goal in my NBA career. And also, Kawhi is just a two-way player, and he's elite on both sides of the ball. And he's really efficient, which is what I want to be, so I can be able to have the energy to play both ends.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We're going to be bringing in Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter in our next segment, but there you heard from Caleb Wilson. He was on with the afternoon show yesterday, and they talked to him about who he wanted to base his game upon. And of course, we know that a lot of people have made the comparison with Kevin Garnett, dating back to his Farragut days when he came in as a senior in high school. We talked to our guy Wes Durham, who told us that first time he saw him play, he was told, hey, he's like Kevin Garnett in high school. And he's asked by the boys yesterday, Matt Spiegel, I think, asked the question. He and Lawrence Holmes did a great job with the kid. And he was asked about who he compared himself to. And he mentioned Kawhi because he won a championship, because he obviously was a two-way player. And that's kind of the way he's looking at the way he wants to play getting into the NBA, the championship being the most important thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing. That's a good guy to model. It doesn't matter if he's a power forward or not. I think he's talking about the approach, the efficiency, the proficiency at both ends of the court. And certainly Kawhi Leonard is known as a clutch player and has the championship pedigree. So all of those things are positives, and you got to hear a little bit of Caleb Wilson's personality. He certainly has charisma and confidence, and he believes in himself and his ability to be the leader and to be the guy who wants to be part of this rebuild. In that way, we talk about, it's fun to, hey, another Caleb in town, hey, another CW in town. His similarity with Caleb Williams of the Bears is not just the first name, it's with the comfortability with being at the center of everything and embracing the idea and the responsibility that comes with that. He doesn't seem to be a young man that is going to shy away from a challenge. And this is certainly a big challenge to come in to this organization.
Hey, I think that this may be a two Caleb town.
And be the guy that people will point to for answers and direction. And so he seems like he's ready for that.
How do you put this? And we'll talk to the Bulls people about this, but you would have to say that after watching the draft, after looking at what they've achieved thus far, knowing the players that are returning, that floor spacing remains probably atop your list of concerns. And by that I mean specifically the shooting that this team will have, the three-point shooting. How will they space the floor if indeed they don't have guys that can space the floor for you?
Understandable question. I think it's just incomplete right now.
Okay.
We just don't know who is going to be asked to do that. You have a roster that is in a state of flux. You have 3 guys that have been added to it in the last couple days, Nick Claxton at center, and then the 2 rookies in the first round, Dalen Swain and Caleb Wilson. Free agency begins next week, I believe. This team will be, a different look. A lot of guys who we think might be coming, might be going. A lot of guys that are here might stay. You just don't know what this looks like. Right now, you've got a situation where you do lack shooting, you do lack spacing, and we do understand that they recognize that as well, because we heard Bryson Graham allude to that in terms of what this team still needs.
I'm just curious from your perspective, how difficult is it to get that?
Well, I think it's really hard.
I mean, I think that's one of the hardest things to get.
It's going to be hard. They've got $30 million in cap space. When you look at the free agent class, I'm not sure there are any obvious answers in that group where you say, well, they've got to get this guy, and if they do, they can win 35 to 40 games. I don't know that there's anybody out there like that. It's going to be a gradual process, and I'm not sure, because they're in the situation where they're going to be giving a lot of people different opportunities to take advantage and seize those chances. They added 2 guys, the two-way players that they signed after the second round was over, according to reports. Toby Awaka from Arizona, a 6'8" interior player that was mocked 50th by ESPN.com, did not get drafted. And then Jalen Sellers from Providence, a 6'5" shooter, who is somebody that fits the profile you described. Maybe given a chance to prove himself with that kind of ability. If you can shoot on this team, you might be able to find out that you can play and carve out some minutes for yourself and possibly a role in the rotation.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying they could use it. That's all. And I also wonder, and we'll find out the answer to all these questions. How easy is it to improve someone's shooting? What's the guy's name? He's in New York.
Peter Patton.
The shot doctor. The shot doctor.
Or the shot coach.
Here.
Every team is going to have one of those guys, and I think different examples. I look at it this way, though, Mully. It's possible, and you're going to have examples, but isn't it similar? That question,
yes,
when you apply it to in the NFL, can you improve your accuracy as a quarterback in the NFL? I don't know. Yes, the answer is yes, because it comes with repetition and hours of practice and commitment and all those things. But there's also a natural. There's just a natural ability.
The answer is also no. You can't do that with passers.
The answer is that it's very difficult. It's more the exception than the rule.
Right.
The rule is either you've got it or you don't.
That's kind of it. Yeah.
The natural shooters, the kind of guys that make impact, are the ones that you know when you see. And so the Bulls need one of those guys, or several of them.
Yeah.
Maybe they are in free agency. Maybe there's a trade in the offing. You just don't know what is next. But they've been very transparent. They've been very open, and they are just getting started.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Listen, I don't want to appear as if I'm down on anything they're doing, because I think we all understand that they're at a starting point. And again, that everybody evaluating this draft, doesn't matter who it is, very much impressed with the first 2 picks of this era for the Chicago Bulls.
That's been very obvious and evident. From Bill Simmons to all of the national pundits, it seems like the first round was impressive, universally accepted as a step in the right direction.
Absolutely.
And that's encouraging, because you like to see that kind of confidence, that kind of, I think, endorsement of what's going on here.
And they picked up a player yesterday who was the 38th pick of the year before. They made a deal, as did the entire league, by God. There was one team, I believe it was Toronto, that did not that kept the player they drafted in the second round. That's how wild and kind of Wild West that second round of the draft.
Cam Jones is coming to the Bulls. Cam Jones from the Pacers. He was a second-round pick a year earlier, product of Marquette. He had a very strong junior season, I believe. He was a 4-year player at Marquette, and he
6'4".
He fits the criteria.
Yeah,
he's a slapper. He's very slappy. He's a guy that is going to come there and athletically fit the profile. And in exchange for that, the Bulls drafted Braden Smith out of Purdue, 38th overall, traded him to the Pacers.
Yes. He's an Indiana boy.
Yes, he is, from Westfield, Indiana. Also the hometown and the high school from Dylan Thieneman, the Bears' new safety, first-round draft pick. So they had...
Can Thieneman shoot?
I don't know. He probably can. He's a pretty good all-around athlete. I wouldn't be surprised.
We know he can run the floor.
That's something, though. So he gets traded to the Pacers, and they are, they're going to probably find a role for him there because he is somebody who, all-time leader in assists in NCAA history. It's pretty good. It's pretty good pedigree.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the guy, having watched him at Purdue over the last several years, he's a real floor general of a little fella. He's 5'10 and a half. He's not really a slap player, but he can distribute the ball, and he's a guy that when you think about him, he had a really good game in the tournament a couple years ago against Houston, and we know how tough Houston is defensively.
He had several. Yeah, he was a very good March player.
Yeah,
he just had a terrific college career, and he's one of those guys that how does he fit? He has to fit in the right NBA team and system.
Right.
He wasn't a guy that's going to be an obvious choice for every team, and it wouldn't fit in every roster. But he does seem to fit with Indiana's, largely because of his style of play, but also Pacers GM Chad Buchanan, friend of the family. They've known each other for a long time, and that had to factor in at some point in time. This is a popular choice in Indy, and the Bulls drafted basically a player for the Pacers, and they pulled off that deal.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll see how all of these pieces fit together moving forward because you mentioned the two guys on two-way contracts, Awaka and Sellers. You mentioned Cam Jones. They obviously they drafted Caleb Wilson, who is the centerpiece of this thing. Darren Swain, and they got Nick Collison. So that is a good addition over the course of a couple of days to get 6 new players in here, a few days, and that's to go with the guys left over.
Dalen Swain is very interesting because of what we talked about in terms of shooting. He has been somebody that stands out for the way he can create his own shot and not need a lot of help. He's a great cutter, as they say, but he also can get to the basket and go downhill. He plays a lot of different roles. His versatility was appealing. And at 15, it seemed like he was a guy that a lot of people are perceiving to be a steal there because of his all-around ability to score, defend, and just do whatever's necessary.
He was a guy who was gaining momentum as the draft came about, right? And when you see a guy kind of raising himself up right around draft time, that's usually a good indication of a player that is better than people may have anticipated before they got into their kind of breakdowns of individuals.
Yeah, and we're getting a couple of the texts about Cam Jones, who people remember him from Marquette. He was dynamic there. So he's somebody that is intriguing in the right system. You wonder if he can flourish.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out, and we'll get a good feel for exactly what these guys want to do, what the goals are now, what is missing, what they want to add, if anything, and we'll tear it all apart next with Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Baseball season for White Sox fans where you're good enough to contend. You're in the second wild card spot in the American League
You're
right
a game
now.
out of first place.
You're a game out of first place.
With the first place team coming into town.
Welcome to a real and legit big league season. It's a gift to have this. Even if it doesn't feel like it right now, you are a good team with concern.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the program sponsored by PackyWeb Ford.
Trying to figure out, like, oh my gosh, what do I do? And No, I'm really proud of him because he definitely lives up to his name.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger is a long name to pronounce, so he does have shortened nicknames at home.
Pretty much I'll go like, Cheddar or Big Booty, something like that.
Cheddar.
Bravo.
Big Booty Cheeseburger. Shout out.
And
Big
he's an orange
booty.
cat.
Orange
He's
cat.
very fluffy.
Aw.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Aw.
The other winners, dog name Internet Browser.
Internet browser.
I don't know why that says.
Come here, browser.
Internet Browser. And then for exotic pet name, there appears to be an iguana or a Gila monster, and his name is Space Cowboy.
Space Cowboy.
The Arkansas news reporter. But he goes,
Bob.
What about Big Booty?
What about Big Booty?
Thanks, Bob.
It's the question of our times, really.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Yeah, man. I thought they were going to say
You also
ate
heard
cheeseburgers,
some.
too.
You heard some Forced news anchor laughing there too.
Big
Gotta have that.
booty.
Gotta have that fake laughter. I live in a high rise, and I'm sitting in my place. There's at least one other cat on the floor, and I was hearing meowing.
What? Showdown.
I know. They haven't met yet. No play dates, nothing like that. But I'm hearing meowing, and I'm like, oh boy, poor kitty. Like their parents probably aren't home, and then it's getting louder and louder in the hallway. And then I was like, oh crap, that's Dave. I left Dave in the hallway. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like laying down, kind of calling it a night. I had put Dave out in the hallway, and I forgot he was out there. And usually I'd lodge the door open so he can get in and out. I had locked him out. And so he's out there meowing. I'm like, boy, that poor cat out there. He's just a baby. Yeah, bad owners out there they're not home for their cat. And I'm like, oh man, that's my cat.
Oh my God.
And he looked at me like, bro, you just left me. His tail was all puffy. He was so upset with me for about 5 minutes.
Oh my God, his tail was puffy?
All puffed because he was freaked out. Because usually he can come in and, like, if there's a sign, a hint of somebody coming up on the elevator or a door open, that cat dashes back in. But I left him out. He is a scaredy cat.
So did you keep the door open, then you forgot?
I forgot, and I shut the door right in his. I slammed it in his face, laid down on my couch, heard cat sounds that I thought I was blaming other bad cat owners. I'm like, oh, that's mine.
Walking around the apartment. Dave, can you believe these cats just out here?
Kinda. I was
Wait a second.
in my own mind, I was judging other cat owners while I was the bad cat owner.
Dave, aren't you glad I'm not one of them owners?
Yeah. You and I got a thing, bro.
I don't think Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger would approve of this.
I don't think he moves, though. I don't think Cheddar Cheeseburger cat would want to go in my hallway. He'd want to sit on the couch.
Cheddar Big Booty ain't going out that door.
No, he's not.
Big Booty?
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger did move around, but he was like a very large, fluffy cat.
Living his best life. And why not? Like, that's always a question. Do I keep my cat healthy or let him live a shorter life but be happier? This is what cat owners go through.
Yeah, I mean, all of us as well. Like,
right. Humans too.
The concept of I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Right.
I will seek out more Matt Patricia content.
Okay.
And that is my confession.
All right.
He had thoracic outlet
10
syndrome.
our fathers, by the way, for that.
Oh, for the
You're
shoulder.
good. You're
How many
clear.
bears?
Oh, that's a great question.
How many? Because that's the absolution I'm looking for. How many bears?
Well, no. The absolution is that you must say bears, bears, bears 1,000 consecutive times at some point in time. Whether it's on your walk home, whether I don't know if you're driving back to Hyde Park tonight.
I might want to walk home considering what's going on Lakeshore Drive.
Oh my God! Yes,
Southbound Lakeshore Drive no longer exists.
I think you should say
because of the race.
Bears on the air for a segment. You know?
Yeah.
20 minutes of bears.
It would probably rate very highly.
I actually think that's a great idea.
Probably would.
And the best
We're
part
talking
would be,
bears on the score.
And the best part would be like we'd ask the listeners what we were talking about, and they'd be like, "They kept talking about the White Sox."
Lawrence, you remember that's the old Zach Zaidman adage. All you have to do is give out the phone number and say bears, and you'll have full calls.
I'm picturing the person listening to Lawrence do bears, and the guy in the car going, "Yep,
Exactly.
yep."
You bet. He's right.
The guy in the car being
yeah.
like, "Oh, I'm so glad someone finally said it. Someone finally said bears."
You gotta turn on a score right now. They're doing the Bears thing.
I'll tell you what nobody's talking about. Lions.
Lions,
and
lions,
tigers.
lions.
Oh my!
This sounds like an improv exercise.
Isn't the whole day?
I was gonna
improv
say this is
exercise?
what
Well,
radio
yes,
is.
yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yes.
I also,
Someone texted
laughed.
in and said, "Let's do bears instead of categories."
Bears.
Lawrence Holmes, if you don't stop naming every bear.
That was a segment
tell
my
you
old
about the
radio
Bears.
station did in Dallas. The Ticket, they just did a segment called "Name the Baseball Players." So it was obviously a bit. Some people would call it and just name baseball players. Some
I'm in.
people hated it, but it was pretty funny.
Categories coming up at 325.
Tanny, what was the fantasy football?
Sit 'em or bench 'em.
Sit 'em or bench 'em that you guys used to do on Boards and
That was
Bernstein.
awesome. That was awesome.
Such a great segment.
Yes.
Should I sit 'em or bench 'em?
Because
Sit 'em.
they didn't like fantasy football. They
Right.
didn't care about fantasy football.
And-
So they did sit 'em or bench 'em.
And to speak to your point, Grote,
Yeah.
a highly rated segment.
I believe it.
People would just listen to them go, you know what, bench them. Sit them.
I called the radio today. They told them to bench them.
I resent Wani saying, "Where's Lawrence?" That's my catchphrase. You know what I mean?
Is it your catchphrase if you're not actually saying it, though? It's just about you?
That's a good point. And is it my catchphrase when it's just a dude asking a question? Just a guy wondering where
Once
somebody
there's
is?
T-shirts made, though, I feel like you're at a certain level with it. Once people are asking on the street.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it beats the other catchphrase I was using, which is, "Did I do that?"
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga. Dynamite.
Yes, sir.
What's up, man? This is Bryson. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm great. Thank you guys for selecting me. I really appreciate it.
No, it's a blessing, man. We're so happy to have you and embark upon this journey with you, man. We got the whole crew here. You're on speakerphone. I got Coach Tiago here with me too, man. He wants to say what's up.
Caleb. All right, cool. That sounds good. What's up, Coach? How you feeling?
Congrats, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Ready to work?
I'm ready to work. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there, man. Don't worry about it. I'm ready to work.
Enjoy the night. It's your night. Great job. Now get ready for work, okay?
Yes, sir. I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. You know those voices already. You heard Bryson Graham, the Vice President of Basketball Operations. You heard the head coach, Tiago Splitter. And you heard Caleb Wilson, the newest Caleb in town. Everybody shot out of a cannon about that. Gentlemen, welcome to our humble studio. Great to see you. And we really appreciate it. You must be feeling like the toast of the town because everyone's kind of fired up.
No, we appreciate you for having us. It's a pleasure, and it's a pleasure to meet y'all and spend some time. Yeah.
How are you, Justin, Tiago?
Great. I mean, I just got here 2 weeks ago. We've been working a lot. I mean, me and Bryson, with the draft, with free agency coming, so putting the staff together. So a lot of work so far.
So I think like a lot of people following the Bulls, following the rebuild, everything else, I was watching the draft, the start of the draft, and I felt like I was, boiling water, tearing up sheets. I was going to deliver this thing no matter what happened. And I was nervous every single pick that was made because I really thought Caleb Wilson was the guy. He expressed the desire to come here. You guys expressed an interest in him, the SLAP acronym, all of that stuff. Were you nervous waiting for it to happen? You were shooting buckets at the Advocate Center. You didn't seem like you were too nervous. But how close did that get? How did your heart respond? How big a moment was it?
It was a big moment for us in the organization. I don't want to say nervous, but we were hopeful. We kind of had some insight that it was probably going to be between both one of Cam and Caleb, and we were just fortunate enough that it landed on the guy that we wanted. I mean, you're in no control during that during that process, whatever. But yeah, definitely exciting. Little nerves, but glad it turned out.
Throughout the process, it seemed like Caleb Wilson, in retrospect now, he said he thought this was going to be his destination all along. Mm-hmm. And now he's even suggesting that he wanted it to happen. Mm-hmm. Were you aware of that? And how, or is that just something that once guys are drafted, they kind of conveniently say, I wanted to be there all along? Yeah. It seemed like he's sincere, and it does seem like he was, he wants to be part of this, and he almost welcomes and embraces the challenge.
Yeah, look, Caleb is a competitor first and foremost, and I mean, you could put that dude in Tijuana. It doesn't matter for him. Seriously, I mean, he would have went to 1, 2, 3, and he would have been the same exact guy. His approach, his competitiveness would still be the same. Yes, we did, have, a conversation, with him during the draft and during the interview process. And he said, man, I would love to be here in Chicago. Like, I would love to, but he knows that he's not in control of that,
right?
And we're not either, to a large degree. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it worked out for him. It worked out for us, but the kid is he's just phenomenal, man. We can't wait to get to work with him.
What stands out to you, Tiago, about Caleb Wilson?
Well, we ran to have a dinner one of these days, and just how smart he is. He's hungry for work. He's hungry to get better. He's very articulated for his age, very mature. So that gives you a sign as well, how he approached every day, how he approached practice, his games, his attention for details, and that's something that coaches love. A guy that is interested in getting better, in knowing the details of the plays, the details of our offense or defense, whatever we are doing. So it's intriguing, man. I mean, I'm excited about this, and of course there's a lot of talent there, but just his personality.
It's fascinating. Both you guys have really fascinating backstories, and Bryce and I love the idea that you literally started out, carrying boxes into the building or fetching coffee or whatever it was, and then ended up running the show. Yeah. And you've talked about this being the first job that you've interviewed for in the capacity you're in, and you get hired. Like it just happens. It just you're doing something right when that happens. And Tiago, for you, you became a head coach in the NBA almost by default, and then this is the first real NBA head coaching job and you get hired. How in the heck do you guys do that, and what's the secret to your success?
Oh, man, I guess I'll go first. And, Tiago probably would say some of the same things, right? I've worked in the NBA now, this going 16 seasons, I think it is. I'm getting old, Mully. I'm getting old, Mully. I'm getting old, my guy.
You are so young. The two of you. We were saying, you're both younger than Ronaldo when he scored 2 goals the other day.
Oh man, no, I'm getting. But you know what? Like, those 16 years, like you're gaining experience. You know what I mean? Like, you're checking every box. So, it started with carrying boxes and doing coffee runs and running free agents. But it was necessary, for me to get to this position, because I've worked in almost every capacity outside of like equipment, and I've never done it. Look, I folded towels some, but I never worked full time back there, and I don't tape ankles. You know what I mean? So like I've worked in, so I know I've never sat in the seat, but I've been a part of, a lot of parts of the organization, and then obviously I'm sure Tiago will speak to it. It's like former player, like you're working, you're grinding. He goes to Brooklyn, goes to Houston. I mean, so I don't want to speak for him, but it makes you feel like you are ready. And when you sit down in front of ownership and you're able to really, really go into detail about how did you get here and what did you do to get here, it makes more sense.
Yeah, I got a couple of things. One is, whenever the situation arrives, you got to be ready, right? You got to be prepared. You never know when it's going to come. And that's basically what happened to me. But I got another thing, like, as a former player, I've been around the game for a long time. I started playing basketball, whatever, 7, 8 years old. And I've been all over the world playing basketball, first moved to Spain, then came to the NBA, etc., blah, blah, blah. But there is this preconceived idea that former players, they're kind of like lazy. They just go by, well, they play basketball, so they think they don't have to work, and they already have everything set for them to be successful. And I kind of heard that when I just retired, and I wanted to make sure I could do everything possible to break that narrative with me. And not just to break it, but really, really like get knowledge. Because one thing is also know basketball, and a different thing is to teach basketball.
Right.
It's two different things. And I'm still learning. I'm young. I'm not perfect. I'm not saying that. But I love to learn. I love to get better. I love to have great people around me who can teach me, who knows different things that I do. And, it just got to the opportunity of being in front of Bryce and Michael and convince them that I
Both of you have a fandom for the Bulls in your past. It was always seen the pictures of you guys growing up, which you have that in common. And I think everybody in any profession, that you want to love where you work. You want to have a passion for the job, but certainly it helps if you are happy in your workplace. What role or what did that fandom have in terms of how it informs the way you do your job now, or wanting these roles that you have? And you earned it, but now that you're here, how much is that fandom kind of who you're representing, the Bulls organization and its tradition and its history?
Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot of pressure, but that's a necessary pressure for a job like this. It's a large market, and fans, the community, they love sports and they love the Bulls. And I'm not from here. Tiago obviously is not from here, but we feel that. I tell people in the office, I've just got here, so every day is exciting for me. Like, it's hard for me not to get fired up and juiced up to come in, because from my office, if I just look outside, you just see the court and you see the Bulls logo, and I just remember growing up and just watching this team play, man. And I truly believe, I was like, I don't even know if I would love basketball the same if the Bulls weren't the Bulls, because I was just always aspiring to be this and play on a team as good as this and be as good as, as MJ, knowing that, probably, like I said, not going to get there, but you're like, you see this shiny object, this North Star, and you're constantly trying to get to it, And so I was like, man, if it was, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I would continue to pursue the game in the which way I did. Like, MJ and the Bulls did a lot for my my career, and just for so much. So every day is amazing.
Yeah, for me, very similar. I mean, just growing up, what Bryson just said, and we kind of like the same age. So, my love for the game started there, and watching those late games. What I say in the press conference, I'm not lying. That's a true story. That I would stay late, even fake that I was sleeping, and get back to the living room and watch Bulls games. But in Brazil we have a say that that big teams jersey they are heavier, right? Like Brazil national team jersey is heavier, like the soccer team. The Flamengo's team in Brazil. So we like to say that jersey is heavier. It comes with pros and cons, right? Like the expectations are enormous, and we know that, and I actually love that. This is what I thrive on when there is expectations, and so, man, we love to be here to work for the Bulls and represent these colors.
You guys are very laid back, given the heaviness of the jersey, given what's in front of you. I mean, it's been great to see sort of the rebuild as it's ongoing, but obviously, the great fun is going to turn into really hard work and then a really difficult way of competing and getting through it, and it's not going to be an overnight success. However, I wonder, do you have like an idea of your style of play? Tiago, do you know yet what you're going to do with this team? You know the players you want to put together, but how will you deal with things like floor spacing and can you run with this group and how do these guys work together? Is this all somewhat exploratory, or do you have an idea and you're going to bring them into your style of play?
As we put the roster together, we're gonna have a better idea, right? But we have young guys that we gotta develop, and they have certain characteristics that we're gonna explore. I don't think there is one way to play. There's many ways to play, and we're probably gonna trick down throughout the season and make changes the way we play. But yeah, we like to fast pace. I like extra possessions. I like rebounds, defensive and offense. But when the roster is kind of complete and we can talk about more details about our offense and defense, going to be easier to give you a better answer.
Yeah, I was piggybacking, and that's what makes Thiago's. I believe, a really good coach because he's open-minded. Some coaches, and it's no knock, but it's just we're going to play this particular style, and Thiago's been very open about even during the process of look, let's see how this roster shapes up. Let's see about Caleb. Let's get to know more about Caleb and more about Modest and some of these younger guys, and then we can adjust how we're going to, pursue, And so it's I think it's the right way to go about it.
So we know how you feel about the first round. You had a really good draft, and it's been universally praised as being a really solid first round for the Bulls. Last night, second round, the trade with the Pacers, Cam Jones, you draft Braden Smith for the Pacers.
Yeah.
What are you getting in Cam Jones? And then the second round pick, a lot of Bulls fans wonder, if you are somebody who has an eye for talent, why not take a project? Why not draft a player? Why is selling that pick a better option than getting somebody into the building that you might develop?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Look, you have your board, and you have your targets. And one of the things I had mentioned were obviously Caleb and Dalen. Were targets for us.
Yeah.
And look, as we're going down it, and it's nothing against the players that were remaining. They just weren't particularly, targets of ours. And so we were looking, it's like, okay, how can we, maybe, get some future assets and push this pick forward. And that was kind of the thinking, behind it. I know it's like, take this guy or take a project, but look, we're also, not at a roster crunch, but we still have $33 million in room right now and $9 million in a room mid level. So there's still a ton of flexibility left, and we want to just continue to stay flexible because you just never know. Teams may call and be looking to dump players. We can dump players and then take back in assets. And so why put ourselves in a situation where you're committing to a player that maybe you may like, but it may take you out of the game of some other things. So that was our reason, and Thiago was obviously on board with that as well, and ownership. And so we just that was our philosophical approach.
All right, that is Bryson Graham. He's staying with us. Thiago Splitter is here. We will come back and continue the conversation next. It's Mully and Haugh. 104.3 The Score.
Top Bulls draft pick Caleb Wilson was live with Spiegel and Holmes for his first interview on The Score.
There's a theory going around, and I kind of believe it, that if you had not been hurt, you would have had a run in the NCAA tournament and you would have gone higher than 4. If you had a chance to show everybody what you could do in the tournament, you think you would have gone even higher?
I definitely do think so, and I think that's why God put me in this position that I'm in now. He had to sit me down so I could be what I needed to be a Chicago Bull.
You heard Caleb Wilson first, right here with Spiegel and Holmes on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score.
This segment of the program brought to you by...
Don't have a cow, man.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Tell you, hearkening back to the day. What about just Yo Joe?
Got options.
Yeah, there's a lot of options out here.
Lawrence is on vacation. He's in San Diego. I believe he's going to see the White Sox in San Diego.
He's in a better place.
He's literally in a better place.
He has gone to a better place. This is true. So it's Spiegel and Company for a couple of weeks. Skibbity boppity. And
Skibbity boppity.
Skibbity boppity.
Such a good reference.
Been a while since I heard that.
Yeah. And,
Spiegel and Company.
Skibbity boppity. That guy, man, that guy's been going hard. Who's that? Skillman and Company? Skibbity boppity. Skibbity boppity. That guy's been going hard on the Rossini and Vrabel story because he's like unaffiliated now and he knows stuff. So he does like 3 emergency podcasts a week on the Rossini and Vrabel stuff.
What is his name, though?
Skillman and Company. Skibbity Company. And we heard it the first time. We're like, did he say skippity boppity? Is that what he said? And it might have been what he said.
We listened back to it last week.
Skibbity boppity.
And I could not stop laughing.
Oh, it's amazing.
And Grote was listening to it, and he's like, wait, why am I in this segment?
Grote is everywhere. We know that.
Skibbity Company.
There it is.
Oh, wow.
Skibbity Company.
Sounds like skippity boppity to me.
Skippity boppity, 100%. But Gabe is here. What's up, Gabe?
Chilling. You know, I feel like I only hear that drop when I'm here. So I feel like I hear it all the time, the Where's Lawrence drop. So to me, it's
everywhere.
It's what I hear when I come here.
Okay.
Because I'm filling in for Lawrence typically. So,
There you go.
Yeah.
Gabe came in a good mood. Gabe's always in a good mood. It helps, man. You need people like that.
Vibes.
I think you have to start yourself in that whole you control your attitude thing. This man, his attitude, positive vibes.
Right?
Yeah, I try to siphon him off sometimes, but he only let me have a little bit.
Marshall is as negative as they come, so I gotta
super negative
I'm always
over here.
bringing Marshall up
Negative
to where
Nelly.
I gotta say, come on, smile, bro. Relax.
Negatron.
I love that when you got to Washington, you looked up the program receiving yards records so that you knew what you had to do in order to break them. Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Ooh. Brandon Marshall?
It's a good guess. It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long way.
Johnny Morris.
How many does he got?
He's got 5,059 yards.
That's it.
In the career?
In the career, man. He played in the 50s and 60s.
Welcome
Rome.
to our world, Rome. Welcome.
Hey, man. Well, I hope I'll go break that record and hopefully add a few thousand to that. So we'll go get after it. But I think we got some offensive power to do some big things over here. So 5,000 is the goal. Then let's get after it.
There we go. It might not happen right away. DJ Moore, pretty good. Keenan Allen, pretty good. So we'll see how many balls there are and how many targets for all you guys. What can you learn from DJ Moore, you think, as a wide receiver? Because we loved watching him last year.
I think I can learn a lot from him. I can't even put a category or a box on all the things that I can learn from him because I think it's kind of limitless. How much I can sponge, take up. But I know he's a very explosive receiver. I love the way that he.
Hello, Dalen. What's up? Hey, what's up, man? This is Bryson.
Man, nice to meet you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no, we appreciate you, man. This is such a blessing to be able to embark on this journey with us and your new Bulls family. Look, I went to Texas A&M. It was hard drafting you.
Oh man, why you tell me that?
Look, the whole crew is here. We're all around the table, and they can hear you. And we got Coach Thiago here. He's going to say a few words.
Dalen, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Excited about you, man. Can't wait.
Man, I'm excited to be there.
Yeah, first, congrats. Enjoy the night. It's a special night for you guys, and I can't wait to get to work with you guys. Okay, and you're a special kid and a lot of talent, and a great future in front of you.
Yes, sir. I can't wait to get to work.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. That, of course, the second of the 2 first-round picks. That is Dalen Swain, and the Bulls in good shape with their 2 picks. I don't know if you two, we're blessed to have Bryson Graham and Thiago Splitter here in studio with us. I don't know if you guys follow what the reaction to your draft is, or whether you get a good grade or whatever. It's
Or if you
all-
care.
I'm sure you don't care too much.
Yeah.
But there's been this kind of universal praise for the Bulls for this draft, coming out with those two players, everybody on board, and you've got some of the few A's that are thrown around, at
great.
least smiley faces on your paper in the early days.
It's great. It's great. It's a good thing. I mean, obviously, look, we were fortunate that we got both of those guys. They aligned with a lot of the things that we want in our building, and so yeah, I don't really pay attention too much to the to the grades and stuff like that, because one day it's an A and the next day it's an F. So.
That's right.
How careful are you, though, with level setting and expectations? Because you come in and certainly there's we've talked about the proud tradition, and Bulls fans are ready to get back into the playoffs, not just the play-in, the playoffs, and to contend for the Eastern Conference Championship. And yet you've been very transparent about how hard this rebuild will be and how long it could take. How do you balance all of that? Because there is that excitement. There is like, okay, you got some really fun, good players here. You got all that money in free agency, but you have to be patient as well.
Yeah. No, you have to continue to preach patience, and not just for the fans and all the support that this organization has, but also internally too. And know that this is going to take time. Caleb is 19 years old. Dalen is 20 years old. Modest is 21 years old. Josh is still really young. We have a lot of really young players, a lot of talent, a lot of upside there. But it's going. It's a process. It's funny. It's like, and I'm not saying it's going to take this long or whatever, right? But I know how people grow impatient. But if I told you that we would go 6 years without making the playoffs, but on the 7th year we'd be playing in the finals, would you take it?
You would take it.
Would you take it?
I think you might take it.
I'm too old.
And I just say that because that's what the Spurs just happened to them.
Right.
They went 6 years without touching the playoffs, and then they're in the finals
with a similarly proud history of championship.
Right.
Absolutely. So there's
success.
like this. There's this. I don't know. It's just hard. Team building is so hard, man. It is hard because growth is just not linear. Right. So you just have to stay committed to just your principles, your process, and keep making little strides, and then organically, it just comes together in a nice, beautiful way that I think everybody appreciates and loves.
I'm curious, when you think about the Bulls, and it's great that you both have a background and understanding of the Jordan Bulls and how great that was. But they haven't been that great in a while. And unfortunately, there were a couple of versions of the Bulls that were very competitive, but you always got this sense, and you always were told by people that for whatever reason, agents weren't selling Chicago. And it was hard to get free agents to come to Chicago, that the franchise was looked at as a more difficult place to be than it should have been. I'm just wondering what your perception of the franchise was when you were outside of it, and do you believe you're going to be able to bring in free agents and they'll want to play for you?
Yeah, I mean, look, the perception for me is like this is the Chicago Bulls. It's a very large market, unbelievable community and fan base. I mean, there hasn't been necessarily a ton of success as of late, but the fans still continue to show up. And that says something. The free agent game, in all transparency, is hard. It's hard now because the extensions are really kind of taking over. Guys aren't testing the market like that, and the rules play a big part of that with the new collective bargaining agreement. So we want to recruit free agents here. We want to try to keep flexibility and align ourselves, but it's no guarantee. We just have to continue to do a good job of talent evaluation, drafting the right guys, developing those guys, and then if we can land a big free agent here, here or there, I think it's a win for us.
And can always count on the blockbuster trades in the NBA.
Yeah.
With Giannis going to Miami this morning, LaMelo Ball is going to the Timberwolves.
Mm-hmm.
How would you characterize, and you made a good trade the other day, getting Nick Claxton. That was a creative one before the draft. How would you characterize the interest in your players since you've taken over in talking trade? Do people call trying to either explore how aggressive you want to be? You're a new guy. They might be testing to see how far you'll go in terms of those conversations.
Yes, and Tiago's been in those rooms. Like some of the offers, I'm like, okay, they think I'm the new guy. I'm like, man, it's just like, you got to be kidding me. You're gonna, but there's interest for some, players on our team currently, and that's to be expected because there's some young talented guys, but we're not, we're obviously. We gotta definitely listen. We need have to continue to listen. So yeah.
Tiago, David mentions Claxton. You were a development guy when he was drafted. Do you have a better sense of him as a result of that role?
Yeah, I worked with him in Brooklyn for a couple of years there. I'm not sure I can talk much about that, but I think. A player that can help us.
How do you get the best out of a player as a coach? What worked for you? The communication, you've talked about that.
Yeah, I think it for me, it's the foundation. Anything you do in life, when you have a relationship with someone is better. There's different ways I can talk to them. There's some guys that you got to be a little bit more demanding. Mm-hmm. There's other guys that they might need a hug, and you gotta have that feel for the moment, for the situation, for what is needed, and I think I've been doing that the last years. Of course, I'm still learning and learning people because you are a head coach. You need to know about X's and O's, but you also need to be sometimes a psychologist. Sometimes you need to be a father. Sometimes you need to be a brother. That's part of the job.
Before we let you go, obviously you both just got here. You're adjusting to your new jobs, and I appreciated last week what you had to say about you don't really know who's going to be on the roster yet. You don't really know what style of player you're going to be, but you can't expect certain things from the Bulls every single night. Yeah. What is that standard going to be like moving forward?
So we know how this process is going to be, right? Like we got to develop players, and we're going to give them roles, and sometimes you guys might not know in the media, but they're going to have certain roles. They gotta work. They're going to be in their boxes and doing what they got to do, and then grow those boxes out. But with all of that, the most important thing is compete. You got to compete every night. Like everything you do got to be with extreme sense of urgency, and those are the non-negotiable things that we start, right? Like there's the foundation, there's the competition part of it, the toughness, and we got to win every, we have this little charts that we do and like hustle plays, and we gotta win all of those. That's how I think a young team gets better and develop.
Great stuff. Really appreciate you guys coming in, and very excited for the start of the season.
Thanks so much for being here.
Start of this era.
Thank you.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Layla Rahimi here, and on Friday, July 3rd, I'll be leading Budweiser's Celebration Roadshow, hitting 5 great Chicago locations in one night to commemorate America's pastime and 250th birthday, with a chance for you to win free Cubs tickets at every stop, starting at 5 p.m. at the Billy Goat Tavern at Navy Pier.
Crossroads Bar and Grill on West Madison at 5:40.
The Rabbit Hole on North Wells starting at 6:20.
At the Reveler on North Damon at 7.
And finally, at Gaslight on North Clark starting at approximately 7:40. Come on out, get some fresh Budweiser, and register for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the July 4th Cubs and Cards game. Details at thescorechicago.com.
Presented by Budweiser, official beer of the Chicago Cubs.
Hey, it's Mully.
He, attacks the ball and is very aggressive in his yak mindset. So definitely going to be looking to him for some of those things. But he's an overall great receiver, so learning whatever I can.
Hey, am I in the mayor's time slot? Was he in on this time slot yesterday?
Yes, you are.
I promise you I will not say anything as intergalactically stupid as he did when he said that he left Bears-Packers early. And he just volunteered this notion out of thin air. And Layla, Marshall, you guys are much, 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 much more professional than I am. Because I would have seized on that opportunity, interrupted him, stopped talking about anything else, and just been blown away by the lack of political instinct to admit such an idiotic thing. He would have been better off saying, you know what, guys, I came in here eating my hot dog with ketchup on it, and I really came to the conclusion that New York's skyline is better than Chicago's and LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. Like, what an idiotic thing to admit unprompted. I was at Bears-Packers, as you know, and he's right. The ingress-egress, as if that's a thing that people say, is terrible. But, like, you know what we did when we stayed till the end of the game and watched Caleb Williams beat the Packers and have one of the greatest sports moments of our Bears fan lives for anyone who's not old enough to remember the 85 Bears, as we were struggling with the ingress-egress? You know what we did? We celebrated and chanted, "Green Bay sucks, you loser." Like, what a stupid thing. You get a police escort. The game was on a Saturday. What did you have to do? Get an extra 15 minutes of beauty sleep so you could wake up at the crack of Kevin Warren and still lose the Bears? Like, what is the matter with that guy? Like, it is just, I couldn't, it is one of the most politically incompetent things. Like, Mayor Daley sold the parking meters for a lump sum payment of $1.1 billion, and he was like, ugh, that was a bad thing to say. Mayor Lori Lightfoot was like, ooh, that's not very likable. Like, it was just a staggering admission by Brandon Johnson. How do these people end up getting elected? What the hell is the matter with us? I could not believe that he offered that up voluntarily.
Yeah, the unsolicitedness of it was what was crazy, because that's why I had to process what he was saying. I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even ask you about this, but he's like, I got a story to tell.
Oh, the ingress-egress. Let me use a relatable example of why Soldier Field's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna pick the best sporting event that stadium's hosted in 20 years and tell you why I left early on a Saturday. Like, what is the matter with you? Like, I can't trust you to do anything. Like, I wouldn't trust you to dog sit Omar. Like, and I tried to trade him for Deshaun Watson. Like, that is so stupid. Like, it is like, no wonder, dude. Like, no wonder. Like, it explained so, it's not what you guys were trying to get out of him. It's not why you asked him to come on, but like, it is one of the more revealing, insightful answers to anything, certainly in the history of this radio station and maybe in the history of Illinois politics. Like, it's intergalactically stupid. Like, I have been thinking about it. It's like a wormhole in my brain. And I'm just like, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm like watching Karl Anthony Towns go by Victor Wembanyama, and I'm like, why did Brandon Johnson admit that he left the Bears-Packers early? Like, it makes, like, Owen wakes up this morning and like, do you want pancakes or scrambled eggs? I'm like, I don't know. Brandon Johnson left Bears-Packers early, and he decided to share that with people because he thought it would be a good idea to admit. Like, it's just, he may as well have come on and been like, you know, I really don't like that Barack Obama claims Chicago because technically he was born in Hawaii. Like, just like one of the most out of touch, insane admissions I have ever heard. And like, by the way, how has that not been revealed? You're the mayor of Chicago. How is there not cell phone footage or a security worker? I mean, the guy's approval rating is basically the ingress-egress of the stadium. How did we not know that he left Bears-Packers early? Like, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
Ben Brown's coming into his own, and probably the last couple times out been the Cubs' best starting pitcher. Wonder if they're going to try to stretch him out some more. I love that term. We use it all the time.
I know.
Why they send him down to AAA? They're going to stretch him out.
Wouldn't it be great if they just had a guy bring out a table and they started?
I know.
Actually did some stretching.
Every time I hear that,
push it back, push it.
Every now and then, when I hear that, I think of you. I know you had, or you're familiar with the whole Stretch Armstrong toy as a kid.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like,
Yes.
Oh, now Stretch is going to be a starting pitcher. So, what exactly are they doing to these guys in Iowa?
Oh my gosh.
Taking them to the back.
Stretch them out.
That's the part of the pitching lab we don't talk about.
There you go.
Let's stretch them out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Massage therapy. Da, da, da.
Javier, you're next.
Oh, that's so funny.
Jordan, get in line. I think we're going to see Jordan Wicks and Javier Assad before it's all said and done. I don't know about this pitching rotation.
It feels that way.
I just don't know what's going on here.
Wouldn't it have been nice to have had Assad as an option last night?
Yes, I thought the same thing.
Right.
You don't have guys who are giving you what you need in relief. And that's, the out-getters are not getting outs.
Right.
But you could have stretched out Assad in that moment.
For us in the organization, I don't want to say nervous, but we were hopeful. We kind of had some insight that it was probably going to be between both one of Cam and Caleb, and we were just fortunate enough that it landed on the guy that we wanted. I mean, you're in no control during that, during that process, whatever. But yeah, definitely exciting. Little nerves, but glad it turned out.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. There's Bryson Graham, the vice president of basketball operations for the Bulls, and he felt the way we did as we watched the draft.
Yeah, I kind of sensed that Caleb Wilson was coming to the Bulls, and you kind of sensed that the Bulls understood that more than anybody outside the building, as you would expect. They're privy to things, conversations, guarantees, whatever, assurances. We don't have all that information. Just like his sly grin when asked about whether or not teams have called about his players, and the whole LaMelo Ball news with the Hornets is something that didn't necessarily catch these guys off guard.
No.
And even though it was a blockbuster trade this morning, which broke last night, the first mention of it, outside of the NBA inner circle, inside those offices, it seems like this has been something that has been brewing for a while, which always makes you wonder how long these deals that are consummated end up being, talked about and where the origin is. And so it was a really good visit with Bryson Graham, with Tiago Splitter, getting a sense of just how new they are in their roles and how they're embracing every challenge along the way.
It was fun. We got a chance to talk to them a little bit between the breaks and a little bit before and after we had them on. And one of the things that I got to talk to Tiago Splitter about is he has talked before about a story of when he went from Spain to San Antonio, and he was playing for Greg Popovich. And it's interesting, they both have a connection to Greg Popovich from Bryson Graham, where he grew up, and being
San Antonio
connected with the Spurs, and then of course Tiago going there and playing for them. But he said that when he went over there, that Pop knew right away that he wasn't happy being there because they had drafted him and he was kind of hanging out in Spain. And then when he came over, there was no role for him. And Pop told him, are you mad about this? Are you mad and sad that you're not playing? And he said to him, listen, you're coming into an established team. Everyone has a role. We are a championship team, and what you have to do is work as hard as you can. And then as time goes on, you will get an opportunity. It might be next year that your opportunity comes. And sure enough, it was a year later that he really got his opportunity. And he said that what was important to him was the honesty that Pop showed him, and that's kind of something that he really holds in value as a head coach dealing with players. The communication, the need for honesty, and absolute
just being direct.
Yeah, exactly.
Being direct.
No hidden agenda, nothing.
And the reality too is that not every season is going to be one that you are happy playing in. And that you're going to have
And
these
your
moments.
role will change.
And Pop essentially, as the story goes, was like, well, good. You should be sad.
Yes.
And that's all part of the process and the growth of any professional athlete. And in this case, the Spurs were built that way. Guys who played specific roles to the best of their ability because they were outlined, and that was the vision that he had for every player on that roster. That's encouraging because both these guys have somewhat of a Spur imprint or an accent to the way they do their jobs, and they were influenced by that example. That's a great example to follow. And so when you see Tiago Splitter sitting here talking very casually about a standard that he's going to set and the pride he takes in being able to explain the game as well as or better than people expect ex-players to be able to, it's fun to consider how that's going to translate into a smarter player or a smarter team overall collectively, and then individuals, how they're going to take little things and make the most of those.
How is that going to I think that we agree as you watch their draft, the players that they value what they're looking for, and thinking about Tiago Splitter in Portland last year, creating a box that you would give to the guy that had the best defensive effort. They're getting players that can play both sides of the floor. They're getting guys that are athletic enough to be good defenders. How does Josh Giddey, who has not been considered a great defensive player throughout his career, a good offensive player, a guy who can run a team, but not necessarily a guy who plays both sides of the floor. How does he fit into that?
I think that's a really good question. Honestly, I don't believe that Josh Giddey would fit the profile of the type of player that these guys, if they were picking them out of a lineup necessarily, or of a collection at a combine, would he appeal to them? Maybe not. But it takes different styles to complement each other and to mesh on any basketball roster. Josh Giddey isn't going to be the guy that is your most athletic point forward. He's a guard. The offense runs through him. But he has the vision and he has the knack for being at the right place at the right time in terms of rebounding. He's an excellent passer. He improves his shot. So I think the variety of things that he can do, they will appreciate those. They may not want to. They don't necessarily stand out about Josh Giddey. He's not known for his athleticism, but he is known for his versatility.
But don't you believe, and I don't know, maybe you don't believe this, that defense comes down to a certain amount of willingness/desire, and you've got to coach that into some
Josh
guys.
Giddey has said that himself, and he said that after a Cleveland experience, it was 2 years ago now, that he had committed to trying to be a better defender, and he was for a while. Maybe it's a matter of coaching. Maybe it's a matter of how guys are connected on a string, and you have team defense, which makes guys individually better. I don't know how Josh Giddey can make himself a better defender. I think he will have to in this system and with this roster. But I also think it might be easier to if he is the outlier, if he's the guy that is the complementary piece to a lot of these guys who are more athletic and long and versatile, because you have to have some guys on your team that can do what Josh Giddey can do.
Yes.
And let's not overstate it here. He's not the best defensive player, but Josh Giddey does have value. And I think that's probably one of the guys that a lot of teams have been calling about, because you don't get that many triple doubles because you don't know how to play the game or you don't have an ability to make an impact. I think he can still be impactful.
You don't get paid $25 million.
Yeah. You're not a $100 million player.
He's their highest paid player by $17 million over Patrick Williams. Can you believe he's
so you're going to have both sides going to have to probably meet in the middle.
Yes.
Josh Giddey's going to have to be a little bit more committed to being a responsible defender and maybe adjust his offensive style depending on the system. And there's going to have to be an appreciation for what his skill set is. And the one thing that Tiago Splitter has been consistent in all of his media sessions that we've heard so far, he's not wedded to any one specific scheme or style. He's going to try to fit his coaching scheme and style around the talent that he has.
312-644-6767. We've got some people who want to check in. What did you think of what they had to say? How do you like where the Bulls are at with this new kind of newfound rebuild going on? We'll start with Charlie. He's on the road. Hey, Charlie.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Great interview with Coach Tiago and Bryson. Really great to hear them speak. And I'm excited about the new tenure here. Very excited about the first-round picks. Caleb is a special kid, very self-aware, very smart, and he is very competitive. You watch his tape. I mean, he jumps off the tape. But you watch that game against Cam Boozer, and him diving on the floor tells you all you need to know. And then Swain, another competitive kid, leads Texas in every statistical category. And also, let's not forget, he was making plays down the stretch in the tournament to knock out BYU and the number 1 overall pick. So excited about those guys. And I do not think that the Bulls are going to win 30 games this year. But as a Bulls fan, it's refreshing to have a direction. And I can tolerate losses as long as I'm seeing competitiveness and development, which I think that Coach Tiago will deliver.
Good call. Thanks for making it. I think it's an interesting point. How about Bryson Graham throwing it back at me? Would you take 6 years of losing?
You could afford it. I don't have it.
But he's like, if the 7th you're in the NBA Finals. And it's an interesting question. And I wonder how Bulls fans feel about that, because that is the San Antonio experience. They also have the best player on the planet.
That's what I'm saying. They got a guy that they can build around for years to come.
It's interesting.
And it's what's fascinating is, you mentioned LaMelo Ball being traded. You're changing your organization in Minnesota. Why? Because you got a problem here. You're changing what you're doing in OKC. Why? Because you got a problem.
Because of Wemby?
He's a problem.
Well, you look at Oklahoma City. They drafted Mara.
Yes.
They got a Day Mara. And he's drafted essentially to become the Wemby stopper.
He's more of a 20 to 25 minute Wemby stopper,
but still
combine him with
why are they drafting a 7-2 guy?
They want somebody
because they need somebody to match up for 20 to 25 good minutes.
They need another body and more size on the biggest player out there.
Here's the other thing worth reinforcing, because this does get so much attention, and I knew that it would last night when it happened. When you sell your 2nd-round draft pick for cash considerations, it triggers people in any fan base, but especially here, because the Bulls have done it before.
Yes.
But on the air, off the air, this conversation is valid because, and it's understandable, the NIL era has changed the 2nd round of the NBA draft, in that a lot of the players that used to be considered, well, you know what, they're ready for the league, they're ready to go, and they're worthwhile risk. Maybe even the Jalen Brunson example, guys like that, maybe not exactly him, they're staying in college.
Yes.
They're staying in college an extra year. The 2nd round of the draft is not filled with guys who are as ready to go or as able to develop into good role players in the NBA because they can get paid, and it's a sure thing to stay in college an extra year.
Yes.
That money's guaranteed.
Again, we talked about this a little bit. The first 8 picks of the draft were all freshman players, and that's the first time an NBA draft has had all freshman players. And part of the reason for that is that obviously the youngest are the best, and you want to get in on the bandwagon, and you want guys to develop on your roster. But then when you start looking at age, the majority of the 2nd round is kind of guys that ran out of eligibility in the college game, and they're not as good. They usually, other than the exceptions that are kind of late bloomer types, like Yaxel Lendeborg, there aren't a lot of older players being taken in the opening round of the draft. And as you say, because of NIL, they're not the same number of guys coming into the league. And, only one team held on to the player they drafted in the second round. There were more trades and more wild happenings. If you watch that thing, you couldn't keep track of who was in and who was out. And frankly, I don't think we need 2 days of it because next year will be just as bad.
I think that's a fair way to look at it. I also don't believe that we're going to have next season's success or failure, wins or losses determined by who the Bulls drafted in the second pick of the second round.
Yeah.
I just don't see that being that impactful of a thing.
But
even
didn't it kind of trigger you when you first heard that
what they did
sold
in
it?
2017 is it was a different era.
Yeah.
It was actually, as much as it seems like ridiculous to say, only 9 years ago, the things that we just described weren't necessarily in play at that time, and certainly the state of the organization might have been a lot different as well. So all we know is that you got two guys who came in here, taking over their new jobs. They're both extremely comfortable in their roles, even though their heads, they're much more composed than I think you might expect from two guys who are doing these jobs in this market for the first time. Thiago Splitter does have experience as a head coach, but that was somewhat of an interim situation. Bryson Graham has never done this job before in this seat with this much scrutiny. And I think they both are remarkably, their composure is impressive.
Yeah, it's really it's fascinating to see people that are relatively new to their jobs, but very comfortable in them. There is no, and maybe it's just the nature of the two people we're talking to,
or the nature of the generation. I mean, that's also they're very young.
They're kicked
in their
back,
role, yeah,
and they're really mellow, and they've no fear of any question. They've got an answer for everything you want to talk about. They're great conversationalists. I mean, it's a really impressive combination of dudes.
I think they're also come across as more confident than naive.
Yes,
because there is an element of maybe they don't what they don't know that can't hurt them type of thing, or maybe they don't know what they don't know. But you don't get a sense that they're overmatched or overwhelmed.
No.
And they're both doing this in Chicago for an organization that they both at different times of their childhood or their upbringing valued, cherished, and followed. And I think that's also a very interesting thing that they do have in common.
And I did privately get the answer to my question as to how many languages Thiago Splitter.
It would be
could
5.
speak. I told you that.
But the last 2 were kind of iffy, but he felt he was modest about it.
He was very modest.
But he's familiar with 5 different languages.
That's amazing to me. Wow. That's difficult stuff. I only speak the 2. I don't know how you get to 5. I speak the English, the King's English, and the South Side.
South Side.
That's a version. In and of
he's going to
itself.
learn probably South Side, so that'll be a 6th language.
That's a tough one to pick up.
If he's here 6 years, he's going to speak South Side by the 7th, especially if he ends up winning. Yeah, I think that would be. That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was good stuff.
All right, we have to give away something right now.
Let's do it.
Let's be the 6th caller to the Scores contest line, and 312-540-0670, and you can win tickets to Mo and Humphreys McGee at Hunter Pavilion August 15th, provided by Ravinia. For tickets and more info, visit ravinia.org, 312-540-0670. When we come back, Tommy Hotovy, Cub pitching coach. We're going to try to catch up with him to get the latest on the Cubs pitching situation.
They got a new pitcher.
How about that?
They're running out of the old ones. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Bulls Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations Bryson Graham and new head coach Thiago Splitter join Mully and Haugh for an exclusive in-studio visit right here on The Score.
What role did that fandom have in terms of how it informs the way you do your job now?
Bryson Graham.
From my office, if I just look outside, you just see the court and you see the Bulls logo. I don't even know if I would love basketball the same if the Bulls weren't the Bulls.
Thiago Splitter.
That jersey is heavier. It comes with pros and cons. Expectations are enormous. I actually love that.
This is Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, official radio home of the Bulls.
The world's biggest soccer tournament, it's here in North America, and you can trade on the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you trade from the very first match all the way to the final stage. How about this tonight, out west? Team USA Turkey, they're playing. Starters may not go. But if you don't think Team USA is going to have their full squad, their full effort, maybe you'd like to get involved with Turkey. There's a 25% probability that they were going to upset Team USA tonight. So a $100 trade on Turkey would pay out $365.67. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, you download the Kalshi app, use the code Dustin to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements do apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not.
Why would you stretch out Assad?
You're saying to the outgetters, get out!
Get out! Get out, Phil Maton. Just the latest guy. What was the guy they just added yesterday?
Liam Hendricks?
Ty Block. Liam Hendricks, too? He's in Arizona. You know what he's doing in Arizona? Getting stretched out.
Stretched out. He's in the stretch lab.
They're stretching him out.
They got a pitching lab and a stretch lab.
Liam. So, yeah, he's in
Justin,
Arizona.
why did you raise your hands in frustration?
Just the idea of all this stretching out. I just feel I'm very passionate about the fact that I think last night, if you would have had Assad still on the roster and not in Iowa, you could have brought him in and tried to have given the team a little spark, if you will, at 4-0. There was still a chance, and it just made
I don't
you,
disagree. I'm not laughing at that.
It just made you remember. It's just too many flashbacks of last year and the Brewers out on their field, family, whatever, Miller Park. I call it Miller Park. I call it Sears Tower. I call it Marshall Fields. The point is holding that L flag, right? And that they haven't played since then.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
They played yesterday.
Until yesterday.
I forgot all about that. Yeah.
How could you forget about that?
I don't know. I just forgot about that. There's a lot of stuff in my brain. I just forgot about that. Well, Cubs Sox took everything out of the Cubs.
And maybe the Sox.
The
Cubs actually won last night 3-1. Cubs scored 3, White Sox scored 1. So look at it that way. If you look at it that way. I'm stretching.
Boy, that's
talking
really
about
stretching.
Stretching. That's stretch lab material.
Cubs were 3-1 winners over the White Sox last night.
Alex Caruso, too, had 31 points for the Thunder. Oh, my gosh. There was one point. He was guarding Wemby. And because of the switching and they were doing, he had 31 points. He had a huge three. That was terrific. That's going to be a better series than I think I expected a good series, but now OKC's up against it.
We got a texter who says that Wemby was a 6'6" guard, but they sent him down to Iowa to stretch him out. Look at the size of him now.
Imagine what Assad's going to come back as. I can't wait for that. The Bulls will be interested.
That's great.
He got stretched out.
Touch them all there, Texter. That's how
well done.
So I think that's, again, for him, you're talking about small progress. I'm happy he's learning up here. Who are the White Sox stretching out in order to come up and pitch for Eric Fetty?
Stretch! Down in the Charlotte Stretch Lab?
Get up, stretch!
I don't know.
I don't know why this is so funny to me. It's just so
because
silly.
it's the same thing for every pitcher.
I know.
They're going to the minors to stretch them out.
They're going to stretch them out. Yeah, it's great.
Get yourself an Ethernet hookup.
It's a good radio gimmick. It's the guy who does the show from a car. Yeah.
Because he lives his whole life there.
Well, guess what, Tanny?
Build a toilet in?
I produced that segment here on The Score when Les drove back from the Eastern Conference Finals in 1999.
And he did the show from the car?
He did. He had to do the first segment from the car.
I think Sears told me that he did it from like a drive-through one time.
I'm not surprised.
Wait a minute. Les was covering like a post-Jordan era Eastern Conference Finals.
He went down
felt compelled to do that.
The Pacers-Knicks, right? So you were Pacers-Knicks, and he went down to Indianapolis. And by then, I'm what, a year into my tenure here at The Score.
They should have just let you host the segment until he got back.
Well, I'm getting to that part of it. So Les tells me, he says, I think I'm going to make it back before. And so I'm like, what? Because that was when the show started at 1. Remember, Tommy Williams was on.
Yes.
So Zampillo was producing
I
that.
love you, big partner.
Exactly. So he says, I'm going to have to start the show on the phone. And I'm like, that's
not a thing.
Terrible idea.
That is not a thing.
So he's like, can you load up that last break between Tommy going off the air and us starting? I'm like, I can ask Tommy. And he's like, no. I'm on 9094 now. I'm not far from the station. I'm like, okay. Les gets in. Let's call it 112, 117.
All right, you guys ready? Let's do it. 112, 117.
Somewhere in there. He gets there. And he's wired because he just drove 3 hours and there's the adrenaline rush of being on the air and all that stuff. Then
Patrick Ewing was traveling all night long. Like mad about the Knicks.
He definitely did that. And then at about 3:30, the crash happened.
Oh, no.
And for those of you on Twitch, I'm going to show you what happened, okay? And I'm going to try to explain it. Les is sitting there doing the segment, takes his glasses up.
Oh, the head just falls directly into the microphone.
Now, he falls asleep while talking to a caller.
Oh, man. So the caller ends and there's no host.
No, that was my first moment on the air.
Really? Your first moment ever on the score?
I jumped on the air.
Good job.
And asked the caller about what he said. And I was like, Les, what do you think about that? And he's like, well, what do you think about Lawrence? What do you think
blue pullover. Tommy Hotovy, pitching coach for the Chicago Cubs.
You're transitioning from being a player to kind of getting into baseball. You take an online class, was it at Boston U, Sabermetrics 101?
Yeah. I was a finance major in college, and I had an economics minor. A lot of it was I'm going to refresh all my econ knowledge, and I'm going to do it in a baseball course. It's like one of the best things ever.
There's just a lot of trust there with Tommy. We know he's such a hard worker. He puts in all the hours and really, really knows what he's talking about when it comes to pitching.
Tommy Hotovy, breaking down the starting rotation and bullpen on the north side with Mully and Haugh.
I'm here for one reason. I want to help these guys get better, and we want to win baseball games.
Tommy Hotovy on 104.3 The Score.
Tommy. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Tommy Hotovy, and he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Tommy, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. How are you?
Doing all right.
We're thinking of you. The last couple of days we've been thinking a lot of you. The Ben Brown news yesterday, holy mother of God, that just kind of stopped everyone. Obviously, Cabrera going down. How are you holding up, and how is Ben Brown holding up?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing what we have to do. I think as coaches and as an organization, just kind of trying to find answers of how to win ball games right now. And obviously, you want to do what's best for all the guys and everybody involved. And obviously for Ben, it's more, I think, just frustrating for him because he was pitching so well and doing so well, but just had kind of the neck issue pop up again. And it's something that he had dealt with back in 2024. And he worked really hard to kind of feel like he'd gotten it resolved and to a place where he could manage it. But kind of after that, after the San Francisco game, he just kind of felt like it was getting tighter and not really getting resolved. And he did a good job of kind of managing it and trying to pitch through it over those last two starts, but just got to a point in that bullpen the other day where we just kind of had to shut it down. It was just we weren't going to get anywhere, and we need to get it, take a step back and just kind of see what we're dealing with there.
And is the expectation that he will return this year in 2024? It did not go well. I know every two situations are different, and you may not know that yet, Tommy, so it might not be a fair question, but that is the fear in the back of everybody's mind.
Yeah, I think we just need to see what we're dealing with, find out what exactly it is, and then just try to get a timeline on how long it could be, what the ramp up process is. anytime you have an injury, anytime you have something like this, it all depends on how long they're down. Like if a doctor says a guy's down 4 to 6 weeks, when they give you timelines, right? So they say 6 to 8 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks. To me, the only thing that matters is how long they're down, how long there's no activity. And if it is something where they have to shut you down for 2 to 3 weeks, that will obviously change the timeline, because then once you're down, then you have to slowly ramp back up again. So I think once we know what exactly we're dealing with, what that timeline is of how long he may or may not have to be down from throwing, then we can kind of start to wrap our head around what a timeline looks like. I know Ben's worked hard. He's a hard worker. He's going to want to get back as soon as he can, but obviously we need to be smart about how we do that.
So how do you put magic hands on David Peterson? We just found out about him this morning. It's such a quick turnaround, and you obviously the story is he may pitch in Milwaukee. What do you know about him? What can you tell us about that deal?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think nothing. So on my end, still waiting for everything to become official. But what I can say is we have a pretty special defense, and if you take a guy like David Peterson and all you do is change the jersey and put him out in front of Nico and Dansby and Pete and Bushy and Breggy and Happer, and all those guys out there, he's going to be better just because of the defense. And we're very fortunate to have the group we have and have the athleticism and the talent that we have behind you. So I think anybody you get, you're going to, improve, obviously just with the group we have back there. But, for me, when everything becomes official, I'm just looking forward to kind of getting to know them and getting to know all these guys that come up and that we haven't had experience with, and just kind of see what makes them tick and any way we can help them continue to get better.
So Daniel Palencia is injured too, and it's a long list of guys, and I know you know it all too well. So in his absence, the closer job or role has to be by committee, it seems, and certainly that's a challenge for you every single day. How do you approach it, and how would you describe, you're in the middle of everything, Tommy, the state of the bullpen as we sit here this morning?
Well, it's a great question. I still think our job is to put our guys in the best possible pocket in the lineup, best possible spot to be successful. I think it's important to know kind of who your higher leverage guys are, but if a big left-handed spot comes up mid to late game, we have 3 lefties we feel like can go in there and get some lefties out. Webb is definitely a guy who's pitched some high leverage innings so far this year. He's pretty neutral. He's been really good versus lefties again this year too, so you can kind of trust him through a full inning there. And then you kind of have that group of righties there that can go through a good right-handed pocket. Ethan, Thornton, Maton, guys that we know if we can put in good spots and good situations are going to be successful. So I think for me, it just comes back to understanding the pockets of the lineup that guys are going to succeed, try to get them in that more so than, where this game state is, or, just because it's a save and you have 3 righties coming up, do we go to the lefty? For me, it's much more just how can we put them in good pockets?
It's fascinating because, you talk to people about their golf game and everyone says, well, you got to start at the hole and work your way back. That's how you do it. When you don't have a guy like Palencia there, does it change the thinking in terms of how you line it up to the end? Is it more about putting someone in as the game progresses, and when you're not knowing exactly how your short game will work, how does it impact the way you look at the entirety of the hole?
That's a great analogy. I don't know how many rounds of golf I've played where I just at the end of the round, you're like, why did I even use the driver today? Just hit the iron off the tee and you'll have a much more enjoyable day. I think so. I think for me, it's still managing it the right way, because or like managing the group the right way. If you're saving guys for pockets, like last night's a great example. We were, I think it was, we were up 2-7-5, right, going into the ninth. If you're saving guys for, a save opportunity, what did we do late? We put up another 3 spot and we're up 10-5. So now that higher leverage inning was probably the 8th inning, more so than it was the 9th, because it was a 2-run game versus a 5-run game. So we have to treat some of these 7th and 8th innings as the potential highest leverage innings that we're going to see. So if we feel like our best guys available in that pocket, in a tight game, 2-run game, like we need to pull that trigger.
So I can't even believe it, but Matthew Boyd's making his first start tonight, or scheduled to, since May 3rd, and only his 6th of the season. There's a lot of anticipation, and Tommy, I think from a fan perspective, you're in the middle of it, obviously, but there's a lot of maybe anxiety about what you're going to see. Not necessarily in terms of productivity, but just you want him to stay healthy, and you want him to stay on the mound and avoid calamity and all these things that he hasn't been able to do so far this year. How are you viewing this, and how important is this for the Cubs?
Yeah, I mean, I view this as, Matt is back. He's on a journey coming back to his best self. He does not need to be that immediately. I think that's the big thing I communicate with these players is a guy like Matt's going to see a Ben go down, a Cabby go down, and want to go do more. And it's very important for him to just go like, here's your plan for today. Here's how we're going to continue to build over these next few starts to get you, back to fully stretched out and being yourself, and not do anything more than that. I think when guys, it's you see them want to be the guy that can step up and take the ball and do these things, and we want those guys. You want those guys on your team, but you also want them to have a great outing and continue to build. So for me with Matt, we're still building the pitch count, still working on things through this process. So I just want him to have a great day. That's the big thing for me.
Do you figure that the position players know it's time for them to step up when you're scoring 10 runs a game? When something like that happens, it seems like, oh, that's going to be okay. I think you've gone 6 games with 6 runs. Run support seems like it's going to bail you out if indeed that can get going again.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we have a lot of smart players, and they understand kind of what's going on and what they're seeing. And Happer came and gave me a big hug the other day just to check in on me. They said, doing good, and I gave the hitting coaches a big hug in the ninth when we put up those extra 3. It's just you feel it. You're living it. So, but everybody supports each other, which is the cool thing. And guys know the position group knows we're grinding and we're working hard with guys, and they're having some great at bats, some great games this last week plus. So a lot of the work that the position players are putting in, the hitting group's putting in, we're starting to see the fruits of that labor. And what a day yesterday for Dansby too. It was amazing.
Wow, incredible.
Oh yeah, and especially after where he came from just a couple weeks ago when he was bottoming out, it seemed, and now he finds the Mets pitching and takes care of that, and nobody's had a more productive doubleheader than Dansby Swanson did yesterday, at least in Cub history.
Yeah, that was pretty special. It was pretty special to be a part of and to see, and again, like, you're so happy for Dansby because you know the work he's putting in behind the scenes. You know the work the hitting group is putting in with him behind the scenes, and you can have great days of work and the game doesn't go your way. That happens probably more than people realize. Something I talk about with our pitching group every day is that, man, we had an absolute great day of work with players and we lost a game. Does that mean it was a bad day? When are we going to start to see the fruits of that labor? And I think that's something that's very important. And I was very happy to see Dansby have that day yesterday.
Great stuff, Tommy. Really appreciate your time as always.
Thanks so
buddy.
much, Tommy. Hang in there.
Of course, guys. Thank you. See ya.
That is Tommy Haugh. Seriously, I like the idea you give the hitting coach a hug. The hitter comes over and hugs you. Someone ought to be hugging those defenders for the Mets, right? Thanks a ton,
Yeah.
fellas.
Or just be grateful if you're a Cub fan that they're so bad and they don't have any apparent use for the glove on their left hands. That was really embarrassing for the Mets last night. Good for Tommy Hotovy. He is getting through this first half of the season, and the halfway point is tonight. How could you anticipate this? We didn't even get a chance to ask him about Justin Steele, but Jed Hoyer said all there was to say about Justin Steele the other day. Just kind of in a holding pattern until he may be back on the mound, but it's just like now Ben Brown didn't sound great in terms of the prognosis. You fear that's going to be something that lingers, and you just hope they can find a way to piece it together because the offense is starting to come around.
It cost him a lot of time in 2024, Ben Brown, and really did kind of set his career back a little bit as a result. So
you hate to look at it that way.
No, and
but you do fear that.
He's had as good a year pitching as anybody for the Cubs. He was great out of the bullpen. They moved him from long relief to more significant inning, and then all of a sudden he's got to start, and he's been excellent.
And what he said about Matthew Boyd tonight was worth remembering. He's going to want to do more because of the state of the rotation, but watch his pitch count, and the Cubs are going to be, I think, very disciplined and conservative in their approach. I don't know how many he's got, but I don't think they're going to go past whatever that threshold that is.
All right, we've got Layla and Marshall Harris next. We're going to bring them in and have a chat. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs fans, on Wednesday, July 1st, join the Score's Rahimi Harris and Grote show broadcasting live at Gallagher Way right outside Wrigley Field.
Come by and join us before the game live from 10 a.m. to 12:45. Then Zach Zaidman takes over with pregame coverage until first pitch.
We'll be there for Donation Day with the Salvation Army Adult Rehabilitation Centers and thrift stores.
Bring gently used clothing to donate right outside the ballpark. Donors receive a special edition Cubs pin, one per person while supplies last.
Learn more at satrucksocial.org. That's all coming up Wednesday, July 1st on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Oh, wow.
And then I gave my thoughts on it, and then he woke up, and he was like,
and that was that.
And he was back in. And
he got the shock that lasted him the rest of the show.
And then he told me I can open my mic whenever I want.
Oh.
That is the origin story of me on the air at The Score.
Folks, from there to the Blackmobile.
Right.
So you owe everything to Les.
100%.
Now, someone who I owe nothing to. I also have a similar story. This is not as good of a story, but it did happen. Ranji, this happened before a Sox pregame one time, where we were sending him out to God knows where, and all of a sudden it was like 2 minutes before the pregame opening billboard, which is like has to be precise timed. And he calls, he's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not gonna make it." And he was lost on top of it. So it's like, and this was before GPS was readily available on cell phones. So it's like looking at MapQuest. Well, did you turn in 0.3 miles? where are you? So he did the first segment of pregame on the phone.
Oh, wow.
Les was, I got to say, for a guy who was driving 90 miles an hour and holding a brick phone, it's 1999, y'all. And holding a brick phone.
It was a pretty good segment.
Did a pretty good job.
Jason Benetti and I connected the other day, yesterday, and we were actually the day it happened on Sunday, because he called me when he found out the news, because he was in Chicago, he was doing the Cubs game, and we shared a laugh. We were silent on the phone for a second, and obviously anybody who knows JB, same deal. You love him because he had some really just the right words at the right moment. And we were both just like, I'm so sorry. He was both of our friends. He was both of our partners. JB, obviously a longtime fill-in for the Bulls too. And we were kind of silent for a second. And in perfect Benetti fashion, he goes, "Do you remember when you guys did that game in the studio, the Sox game in the studio?" And I just started laughing because Stacy and I did a White Sox game from studio when they played the Royals, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. There was a 2-hour or something 3-hour rain delay, and Stacy had ordered. We were doing this at the NBC Tower, and Stacy ordered P.F. Chang's for dinner, like on DoorDash or Uber Eats or something, and the guy couldn't get NBC Tower is like impenetrable. It's like Fort Knox. And the guy couldn't find the entrance, and Stacy had ordered like $80 worth of Chinese food, and the guy couldn't find the entrance, so he ordered it again. And we never got the food during the rain delay, and then we had to call like a not very fun Sox Royals game from studio. And he never got his $175
It happened
worth
twice?
of PF Chang's. Neither person who tried to deliver the food could find the entrance at the NBC Tower. And Benetti didn't even have to bring up the whole story. He was just like, remember when you guys and the delivery guy, and we both just started cracking up, which was the first laugh I had that day. And it was courtesy of JB, which and that's not shocking at all if any of you know Jason Benetti, that he would be have the ability to do that. But that's another, like, most people haven't heard that story. Some people have, but like there's, for the next, I don't know, year for sure, and probably forever, somebody somewhere in some bar or restaurant will have a story on Stacy, and it will range from he took a photo with me to he held my kid on his shoulders to we tweeted at him and he brought us down to the floor after the game and let us take photos at center court, which I never ever thought my feet would ever touch the United Center floor, to he was having dinner at this spot and he was nice enough to like say what's up and tell me about the playoffs. Like, it's going to range from all through that. Somebody somewhere in this city will have a story on him. And I always thought like Harry Carey and, like Johnny, Red, Norm Van Leer. I kind of always just thought that they were like men about town and they could walk in anywhere and like they didn't have to pay for a dinner or a drink or whatever like that. That's kind of how Stacy was, and I never thought of him that way because he was just our buddy. He was our friend. He was our colleague. We don't think of our friends necessarily in that manner, but that's what he was to a lot of people. I imagine Stacy, when people, say, oh, that guy was the life of the party. When I think of life of the party, it's not the guy who barrels in through the front door and starts screaming and yelling. That's not who he was. He's the guy that glides in through the front door, has a different aura about him, and not only does he differentiate himself because of that, he then decides, well, I'm going to get everybody into this, and pulls everybody in a little bit closer where you do interact with the people around you. And I'll tell you this quick story, and then I know we got to go. The juxtaposition of Stacy to me, when we were in Paris for the Bulls playing the Pistons, and on one night we're sitting at a 5-star hotel in Paris eating escargot and listening to him tell all those Turkish mobster stories and his travels in Europe and the Hollywood starlets he rubbed shoulders with and the actors that he could shake hands with. And then I was like, this is the coolest thing in the world. And then the next night, he rips his suit pants from thigh to ankle when he gets on the bus to go to the arena in Paris, France. So then we have to eventually staple his pants shut for the broadcast. Mark Brady did yeoman's work there. And then right when that happened and we're getting adjusted and
Mully and Haugh 104.3 The Score. We broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz. He gets us up and twitching away in the morning. And thank you to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Thursday.
And thanks to our executive producer. He did a great job today, as he always does. He's Dustin William Rhodes.
Texter says, so are we supposed to get excited because a $25 million a year shortstop has now started hitting?
Thanks for that text, Dustin.
Do I live rent-free in the afternoon shows?
He was the one guy that wanted
to
him.
leave Dansby Swanson in the damn lineup.
But that's pretty funny.
I pretty much said to bench him.
Then you take a bow.
Yeah, no, I don't. Dustin was not alone, is my point.
Thanks for making that text, David.
But you were not alone, David. I think half the free world thought it might be a good idea. And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your great work.
Full count for Assad. Oh, these guys got it. Look at this. That's what early drinking will do.
Is that the Macarena, or what are they doing?
Oh, it's a special Norwegian dance.
Yes, that is just Viking stuff. And thank you, Peter, for your great work again today, our intern, Peter Jersich. And hey, Marshall Harris in the house.
What up, fellas? Happy Friday, Junior.
Layla Rahimi here.
Hello. Good morning.
Great job, guys.
How's everybody doing?
We're doing really well after listening to that riveting conversation you had with the Bulls' lead guys.
They're impressive.
They
very
were
good.
Very
love
relaxed, very, I think, very unguarded.
Yeah,
they made themselves at home in the studio. Like, as far as just being able to have a conversation on your couch, that's what it felt like listening to it.
They gave answers.
Yes, they did.
They gave real, credible, understandable answers about
Just
direction of this team.
Very transparent, I thought, from everything. Every question they had an answer, and if they didn't have an answer, they tried to give you one. It was a ton of fun. Really.
Refreshing.
Lovely guys. I mean, nice to chat with them before and after, and as you guys know, it was really good.
And for them to come in studio, that's a big deal.
Yes.
Like, not everybody does that. That takes time out of their day. It's a different level of commitment. So that was really cool too.
We complimented the PR move on the South Side, where they made people wait 2 hours and 40 minutes, and then gave everyone a chance to get a ticket for all of their long day. And we should compliment the Bulls in the same fashion, because it's great to have those guys come in and be able to talk.
Yeah, especially in a busy week.
Yes.
They just drafted 2 nights in a row. They've got the introductory press conference on Friday. I'm sure free agency is looming.
Yeah.
And we heard Bryson Graham himself tell us how much money they have, burning a hole in their pockets.
I'm rich.
So basically, I got some dough.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's going to mean. And then I know Mully's counting down to Summer League. So I think that's something they have to keep in mind, too.
I mean, listen, I'm always been a huge NBA Summer League fan. That is just the nature of following the Bulls. But this year, more than ever, we've got to get our buddy Mike Palm going. We got to get out there and score house Summer League. Let's go.
Lawrence went last year. Just saying. I think we know a place in Vegas we could stay. That seems to be a reasonable possibility.
I like the idea of
Scorehouse?
Caleb Wilson dunking on everyone in Summer League and just getting people even more excited about who I think is going to be an absolute star in this league.
Oh, I mean, it
Seems
was
to be
fun
a popular opinion.
It was fun to ask them how they felt as that pick was coming, because we were working hard to make sure they got it.
Yeah, well, hoping anyway, right?
Yeah, well.
Let's tell you what's on our show today.
Please.
Vinny Duber joins us at 11. He is now the Cubs beat writer for the Chicago Sun-Times, so thrilled to talk to Vinny in his new role. And he covered what we're calling the Dansby doubleheader, so we will start discussing that. The Sox almost swept the Guardians, so that will be part of our 11 or our 10:45 discussion. Halftime with Mike Vassell at 11:45. We want to bring back some of what you guys talked about and the significance of what we saw in the second round of the NBA draft yesterday, so that'll happen at 11:25. 5 on It is at noon. We want to talk to Brooke Fletcher because she did a great job filling in for Steve Stone these last 2 games. Brooke joins us at 12:25. And at 1 o'clock, Corey Talaba, a.k.a. NBA Draft Dude, who is the founder and curator of Vibes No Ceilings, will talk hoops with us. And at 1:25, the Bears are part of a cultural phenomenon. So we're going to drill down on it next.
Have a great show.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. The Group C champion is Brazil. They had a dominant 3-0 win over Scotland in Miami. Morocco ends up finishing second in Group C after a come-from-behind 4-2 win over Haiti, who was already eliminated heading into the day. Scotland may not make it to the knockout round after finishing third in the group. I'm Mike Conti.
Sat down at our broadcast position. He looks across the way and sees Victor Wembanyama, 19 years old, not drafted, and goes, that dude's about to change the league. And what do you know, 3 years later, that's the case. And in the very next moment, as if it was a completely natural occurrence, he introduced me to a person. He said, Adam, this is Magic Johnson. And I turned around, and suddenly I'm shaking hands with Magic Johnson and meeting Cookie. And then he just sat down as if that was just a very normal occurrence. That's the juxtaposition, but that's also a great representation of pulling people in.
They were 15-5 over a 20-game span. That's all with Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson. 15-5 over a 20-game span. And then things fell off the table and they lost 9 of 10. But Trevor Lawrence can win games and put up points and also knows just how to do whatever he has to do as a quarterback to win games. And he was really, really good last week. So I understand your fear, Lawrence, big time.
I'll keep crunching the numbers and see if I can come up with a Bears win on this one, but it needed to at least be said. So, okay, now that we've done some game prep and everything else, what was your favorite thing that you remembered about that trip? Because I didn't ask you that. We asked you about how the whole thing, but what was your favorite part? What would you recommend to a Bear if they were like, hey, Grote, Bears, where should I go and hang out? What should I do?
Guys, I swear to God, I did not hear anything that happened the last 30 seconds.
Dave
did it again. I'm not playing radio here.
That's
this
better.
Cat just did it.
That's better.
This cat just did it. Come here, you. Come here, Dave. You want to be on Twitch? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, bring him up.
The evidence.
Let people see
Here he
Dave
is.
the cat.
There's DTC right there.
There
You're
he
a bad
is.
boy.
Every
You're
time,
a bad boy.
Every time you say DTC, I think of ITC and Inside the Clubhouse, and I'm insulted for them. You know what I mean?
think of OPP.
Oh, but are you down with that?
Yeah, you know me.
Shane's down with it. Yeah.
So
Should we ask
that's
Bruce
the-
who he has
that's
on?
the street say.
Bruce, who do you have? Who will you have this week on Inside the Clubhouse? Have you?
What have
you?
ye
What did you ask,
today?
Lawrence? I'm sorry.
No,
man.
it doesn't matter. We run out of time.
We asked about Dave the cat.
Yeah, DTC did it again, didn't you, Dave? So now I do think Dave knows what he's doing. Yeah, he does know what he's doing.
He's crafty like that.
Fifth question here, 5 on it with Rahimi and Harris. Russ Dorsey is in. So it's usually a life question here. And I have a car for the first time since 2018. And I've lived in D.C., lived in Chicago, had a car. First time driving a car in the city. It sucks. I hate having a car in the city. And number one reason why is because finding a parking spot in the city is it's torture. I hate it so much. And now I understand all the people who are in their car listening to this fabulous radio station. I understand it now. The fifth question is, why is parking in the city so insufferable?
Well, I think it's insufferable because we live in a major metropolitan area with 3 million people, and people commute in, and they don't use enough public transportation, and they don't walk enough, and you end up with not enough parking spots. Let's be very clear. There's not enough easily accessible parking spots. And that's why it's bad, and it's only going to get worse, Robbie. I just want to let you know. Nothing speaks future good about Chicago parking.
Why does it suck? It's one of the largest cities in the country. There is a big concentration of people that live here. So naturally, a lot of people
Let's
with
just not
cars.
drive cars. We have transportation. Let's just take the
And here
transportation.
you are driving your car. But I like to drive, but as somebody with a car that lives in the city of Chicago, I don't drive necessarily unless I have to. And I've gotten to the point in life, and Marshall, I know Marshall's going to make a joke here. I just valet because I don't want to do the thing where, let's say I have a 7:30 reservation and it's 7:25. Now I have to circle the restaurant for 15 minutes hoping that somebody backs out and I find a spot. Like, just take my $15. But, Robbie, do you know that the city of Chicago doesn't even own the meters in the city?
Wait, are you kidding me?
So in 2008.
Wait, is this real?
Yes.
100% real.
It's
That's why I didn't
100%
tell you in
Well,
the
this
group
seems
chat.
flawed. Why
So,
did they do that?
In 2008, former Chicago Mayor Richard Daley privatized the parking meters. And so the city leased the meters to a company known as Chicago Parking Meters LLC, based in UAE, United Arab Emirates, for $1.1 billion because the city needed the cash. Since then, the meters have generated over $2 billion.
They really traded parking for cash considerations.
So this is the
Are you kidding me?
So
is
Robbie,
104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score! The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. 10-2 on 104.3 The Score.
The thing about Caleb Williams, too, is Caleb Wilson.
Hey, don't get fresh with me, Studio. That's not my name. That's not even an Italian version of my name.
That is we're gonna have to just deal with it.
I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Because we've all done it. Like, I've been watching clips of our station. Like, it's unconscious.
I've already done it like at least 5 times.
You all know exactly who I am. Say my name.
You what? I don't have a damn clue who the hell you are.
Yeah, you do. I'm the cook.
I have a nickname that I'm going to be using. You don't have to jump on board.
No, this is a good idea.
But I'm using. The man is 19 years old, but he is a grown man, both physically and when you hear him talk.
Yeah.
And I went back to my old comic book days, and I came upon the thought of Dennis the Menace. And immediately I said, I will be calling this man so that I'm not messing anything up. Until further notice, he is Mr. Wilson.
Hey, Mr. Wilson!
Nice.
Mr. Wilson.
How about Iceman? I'm going to call him Iceman.
Why are you trying to start stuff?
Yeah, Iceman.
I'm sorry, but Dalen Swain... Anybody else? Does a former Cubs manager come to anybody
Dale
else?
Swain?
Dale Swain keeps popping up in my head.
Oh, Swain just got ejected. Wow, that was quick. Lance Barksdale just kicked Dale out of the game.
We either change his name or we set, like, you get 100 free passes. You get 100
I don't
once you
know
reach
that
100.
100 is going to be enough.
I don't know that I think you might be right.
I don't need any free passes. I'm good.
You're going to go Mr. Wilson?
Marshall's
I'm going Mr.
very
Wilson.
confident in
I don't think we
himself.
could do that yet because he deserves his like I would say
I'll
this.
say his name, but after first reference, because I usually don't mess up the first time I say his name.
Yeah.
It's like 3 or 4 times deep where I would mess up.
I'm a dog. I'm a dog.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score.
If no one is around you, say, baby, I love you.
You're not playing games?
Exactly. We'll say our names. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. Excellent work by Tyler Buterbaugh, as usual. Ray Diaz, one of our producers as well. They are a team. I feel like we watched 15 hours of baseball yesterday, Marshall. We got off work early. We had our shorty of the year, our one shorty show, the East Coast, early Cubs game. And then we proceeded to watch nothing but baseball for the rest of the day. As long as we were also flipping with the NBA draft, where we found out everybody ever got traded in the second round. Cash considerations is back. And in the meantime, Dansby Swanson, have a nice, month yesterday? Have a nice week yesterday? 11 RBI in the doubleheader for Dansby. Of all the people who needed that, man, that was one.
The crazy part is, Layla, a week ago, this man had the worst batting average in all of baseball amongst qualified players, tied with Manny Machado with a 175 average. That was a week ago.
Manny Machado.
That was a week ago. Seriously, that was a week ago. And now, because of what he's done since then, he has a 6-game hitting streak, by the way, 11 for his last 23.
And I actually think that that's valid to this.
Yes, and if you can't get fat off of bad teams and bad pitching, then you don't understand how the backs of baseball cards are actually created. And you have to take advantage when you take on bad teams. And the Mets might be the worst team. And think about who they just faced. But the Mets might be the worst team because Juan Soto was immediately stricken from the record, right? They might be the worst team that they face all season.
This was Francisco Lindor's return, too, in the late game. You know, everybody was hyped for Francisco Lindor returning.
How'd that work out?
And the late game. And Francisco Lindor is an infielder. Well, he was one of all 4 Mets infielders who committed errors in this game to the tune of 6 total. We were laughing because the game before, so this is the Tuesday night game, they were booing Kodai Senga. And then you were like, Kodai Senga deserved to get booed.
He did.
We were laughing about it. And then the boo birds really came out. And then they started chanting Pete Alonso. The Cubs did a number on those Mets, man.
And then they had a washout with a makeup game a couple of days later. Of course, nobody that was originally scheduled to go to the game could really make. So then you got a bunch of Norwegians making all the noise and thinking that Dansby Swanson is the greatest baseball player ever because the man went with a grand slam and a 3-run homer in the same game. He has 15 RBI in the series, which, Layla, that's the most runs that anyone's ever driven in against the Mets in a series ever.
I mean, take your pick as to insane stat when it came to just what happened in that doubleheader yesterday. Like we mentioned, every member of the Mets infield committed an error. I am sure, just knowing what I know about the SNY broadcast, like I'm sure it was on fire. I can't imagine Gary Cohen and Keith Hernandez acting any other way. He mentioned it on SNY, Cohen did, that the Mets had errors by all 4 infielders for the first time since September 8th, 1962. Felix Mantilla, Charlie Neal, Rod Neal, and marvelous Marv Thornberry did it against the Houston Colt 45s.
Not the Colt 45s. Not the Houston Billy D.
Do
Williams.
we have the montage of the Mets errors? Let's do it.
3-2 to Suzuki, and the sweeper hit on the ground is short. Runner has to hold. It's bobbled by Lindor, and Lindor commits an error on the first play. Hits sharply. Simeon to his left, knocks it down, still has time, and the throw is offline. And he flies this one to shallow right. Angling in Beatty, going out is Simeon, and Simeon can't make the catch. He recovers, now drops it again, and runners are safe at first and second.
Okay, we know about Marcus Simeon, though.
Grounded to third. Backing off is Bichette, and he has trouble getting it out of his glove, and Ramirez is safe. Hit sharply, and a nice diving stop by Vientos. The overhead flip goes by the pitcher, and that'll bring in a run as Ramirez comes in to score. And he hits it sharply at Vientos, and he boots it for yet another error. Unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness. SNY broadcast was on one. And then they were extra upset that PCA was succeeding.
Wouldn't you be?
Didn't the phrase worst trade ever get uttered? They were on 10. Like, I love that broadcast so much. They do such a tremendous job, and they're exemplary in our business. And I had a feeling they were going to be... They were going to be offended by what they saw yesterday.
No, it was offensive if you were a Mets fan for sure. You said like best stat to come out of yesterday. What's your favorite one?
I mean, it might be the fact that all 4 members of an infield committed errors.
That is remarkable.
But here's the thing: if you know about Marcus Simeon and errors, like that is something that we understand. But the whole thing coming together, and it was Lindor's return. At what point during that game, because that game went on forever. At what point, and we had watched the Sox game. We'll talk about the Sox in this hour as well, of course. But here we are watching the first game where there was an offensive showing, and you're like, oh, this is good. Like, Cubs are at least, aside from the injury news, and we'll get to that in our next segment, like, okay, well, the best thing you can do is try to win today. They did. And then we watched the Sox game. They almost sweep the Guardians. That was great to watch. Like, that had me riveted. And then I turned it over to the Cubs and Mets game, and I'm like, the hell's going on here? Like, every ball was booted. Like, the infield was, I'm like, this is bad infield. Oh, it's worse. Oh, it's getting worse. Oh, it's getting worse. So for me, it was definitely just the that's baseball-ish vibe of having the multiple errors. 6 is insane.
The great thing is the Cubs are finally taking full advantage of facing bad teams. Now, this is their 3rd series win in a row, so they're starting to get things going, but it was very disappointing watching what happened at the beginning of the month, whether you want to talk about the A's or the Rockies and the Giants the first time through and losing those series. But the stat that jumps out at me, and which is the one that should be the headline today, is this. Dansby Swanson now leads the Cubs in runs driven in. Does that say more about Dansby Swanson's ridiculous 6-game tear that he's on, or does it say more about where the Cubs are as an offense and the lull that they went through? And they're clearly out of, because they're averaging 10 runs a game over the last 6.
Yeah, and they've scored 6. They've had, 6 in a row of at least 6 runs?
In all 6 of those games, yes.
So I feel like, but you're right. It's both. Because you never want one good day like, oh, water has found its level. That's not what we mean when we say that. You know, you want water to find its level when you're trailing and you need the lead in a crucial ball game. You want water to find its level when there's runners on base, which happened yesterday for him. The Grand Slam is a good example. But what you also want is the bottom of your lineup to produce. And that happened as well. Alex Bregman ends up playing in the late game, by the way. That was something that we wanted to know if that was going to happen, if he was going to get the full day off. He did not. But I think, Marshall, to your point, it says more about, number one, this Cubs offense not producing enough runs. And then number 2, what can happen when a guy who you pay a lot of money to gets hot enough and now he's batting 202. And is that good enough for what I need right now?
Yep.
It has to be.
Yep. If you're in the 9 hole, and I know you're going to say, well, 202 is unacceptable. A 303
not for Dansby.
on base percentage is unacceptable. But I have to believe that he'll bat over 200 for the rest of the season. I'm not saying he's going to bat 250 or 260, but just over 200 with occasional pop. If he can steal you 20 bags and he can hit you 20 homers, which honestly, he's on pace to do. He's on pace to do both of those things. Then you have to be okay with what he's doing in terms of, hey, this guy is in the back half of his career. You know what he's not, but let's focus on what he is. Let's focus on what he does bring to the table.
Pete Crow Armstrong collected his 44th RBI in that game as well. And you would love to see guys in the 50s at this point. This is the halfway point of the season, by the way. At least as far as numbers are concerned. And now, we consider it the All-Star break, but that's not really what it is mathematically. So the nice part, too, Marshall, about all of this is here we are talking about Dansby Swanson and the Cubs taking advantage of Mets errors ad nauseum. When Shodi Imanaga was just letting them fly yesterday, he gave up 3 home runs and had to wear those.
Do we have to talk about that?
No, we do, because that was part of this. And here's the thing. We had a texter mention this yesterday. Our number is 312-644-6767. But, we joke about the Bears plan might having to be like Big 12, like you're winning every game 50-48. Well, you might have to win every ball game 6-5 because the 2-1 plan's out the window with all these pitching injuries. So you had to start hitting somewhere and to take advantage of the Mets, and they're still undefeated in the season series against this team. That was as encouraging as anything. Hard to win both games of a doubleheader.
And the fact that you've already clinched the series, you go for a sweep tonight, and after they play this game, it'll be their 81st game, and we could start to talk about the real halfway through, right?
Yeah.
And that's important because the schedule is about to get a lot more difficult, and you got to be able to hit against the Brewers this weekend because it's hard for me to put my goggles on and say, I can see the path where the Cubs outpitch the Brewers this weekend and, get starters to go 6-7 innings. That's probably not going to happen. And you have to start thinking, what do the Cubs need to do from here on out? What is actually, can you replicate from the last 6 games when they've put up 59 runs?
And the number one thing you say, at least right now, is Dansby Swanson's approach at the plate. Whatever you were doing, and we understand that there were some adjustments that were made with hitting coach John Mully, well, then keep him up. Keep him up. What did he zoom in on? What did he focus in on? And I think we might find those answers as this wears on, as the season goes on. I don't think we probably find out the answers until maybe a home interview, with somebody or somebody who's back here when they have more time to talk to us, the media. But if there was ever a time to get right, before the Brewers series, when they're going to need every ounce from everybody, that might be the time.
I'm glad you mentioned that because the Dansby Swanson thing wasn't the biggest thing to me. I mean, obviously he put up the most gaudy numbers. The man by himself had 5 hits with runners in scoring position, and we know what a problem that has been. But a bigger tell to me, and this is, again, Alex Bregman, hey, put him in the 2-0 if you want, but I got a better idea.
Right.
And now my idea makes even more sense because who's got 5 hits in the last 3 games, and they were all doubles? Nico Hoerner.
Yeah.
And if Nico Hoerner can take a 3-double night from last night, and his approach continues to be what we've seen in this series, the Cubs have a fighting chance to do bigger things at the top of the order with PCA right there by putting Nico Hoerner closer to him.
P.S., by the way, how we talked about how Michael Conforto was batting second in the lineup, and then that proved that worked out for everybody. But in the second game, we said, okay, well, if Conforto's second, where are you putting? I was like, you asked me, where would you put Conforto? I was like, I'd probably put him 5th, move him down. And then the idea is, well, he's probably taking, even though he's not playing third there, he's probably taking Alex Bregman's offense. Well, Bregman ended up batting 5th in that lineup last night. And I actually think that was a good spot for him. He was unfortunately 0-for-3, but he had 2 walks. So I'll take the 2 times getting on base at least.
Yeah, just keep him away from PCA. Let PCA do his thing and let somebody else have the responsibility of driving PCA in.
I like PCA on the island there. I think PCA on the island leading off seems to be a good place for him.
No.
Because he can get in his own head about his own things.
No, that's fair. I'm just saying once he gets on base, which he tends to do, I'd like to him to have a shot to score without driving himself in. And Alex Bregman last night being in the cleanup spot, okay, if that's what you want to do. And I think the only reason he batted cleanup and not fifth, like you said, is because Ian Happ was out of the lineup, because I think otherwise Happ would have been fourth and then Bregman would have been fifth. But I'm okay with it. If the bottom of the order, if Pedro Ramirez is out here getting 3 hits, and I understand why Craig wants to get him into the lineup more, but I've been consistently saying Carson Kelly's a better than the bottom third of the order on this team.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think we need to ask if he minds where he hits in the lineup, because by watching him, it doesn't feel that way.
Who's that?
Carson Kelly.
Oh, no, I don't think he cares. I'm just saying if you want a more productive offense. And right now, I got no issues with what's going on because they're scoring runs.
But do you remember when, like, Nico, when he first started to get hot with runners in scoring position, and then last season it ended up being what it was for him, where he hit almost 300, he was lower in the lineup. He was in the neighborhood of like a 5 or a 6. And yeah, you're right about Bregman batting cleanup. They have it wrong here listed on the MLB box score. But either way, I'm fine with Bregman hitting lower, because I think that needs to happen right now.
Yes.
Until you hit your way out of it.
Much like Dansby Swanson, like the price of how much we're paying you doesn't need to determine where you are on a day-to-day basis. What determines that is, how are you hitting?
Yeah, I mean, we're still kind of waiting to see how that comes together, but it gets a lot easier to discuss when your $177 million man has a gangbusters day. That is the Dansby Swanson doubleheader that we just saw happen. And it came at a very, very, very appreciated time for this Cubs team. Things do not get easier after tonight's game.
A needed time, because the pitching is what it is, and they're giving up 5 runs a game over the last 6 games, which is not a low number.
Yeah, and we're getting a lot of texts, 312-644-6767. Concerned about Bregman still, and I get it. Like 815 says Bregman still left a runner on third with less than 2 outs. He couldn't hit the fly ball. I get that. Like we're seeing it together, and you've got to figure out, what is his value to this team, not just the value to what the team is paying him. And that seems to be something, even with Matt Shaw, how that we saw them use Matt Shaw. I feel like their value to the team is being factored into how they're trying to figure out how this gets put together. But the good news is we're talking about the Cubs getting a doubleheader. They go for the series sweep tonight, which is a very, very good thing. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, though, we've got to talk about the other side of this, and that's the news we got before the games. We'll do that next. Our producers are Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbaugh. Brandon Fryer helps us out as well. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote broadcast live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. When we have breaking news on the Score, it is sponsored by IDOT. If there's a car pulled to the side of the road, move over. You can watch us on Twitch and on YouTube. The Score Chicago is our address there. Twitch.tv/The Score Chicago. Our Twitch mob is up and chatting. We are happy that they are joining us on this Thursday. Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis are our video producers. Cody Westerland mans our social and our website as well. So let's get into the injuries that we seem to keep having with the Cubs pitching staff. I can't say the phrase, can I? There's an issue with possibly a curse as well. I got to confess. Next.
Bulls Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations Bryson Graham and new head coach Tiago Splitter join Mully and Haugh for an exclusive in-studio visit right here on The Score. Bryson Graham.
Caleb is a competitor. I mean, you could put that dude in Tijuana. It doesn't matter for him. Seriously. It worked out for him. It worked out for us. But the kid is he's just phenomenal, man. We can't wait to get to work with him.
What stands out to you, Tiago, about Caleb Wilson?
Just how smart he is. He's hungry for work. He's hungry to get better. He's very articulated for his age, very mature.
This is Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, official radio home of the Bulls.
This segment sponsored
by the worst part. Are
they the Bulls?
That lease was for 75 years. There is still 58 years on that deal, and UAE, the Chicago Parking Meters LLC, has already gotten their money back and an extra $1 billion.
How is this not talked about as one of the worst trades of all time?
Oh, it is one of the worst trades of all time.
Like if we talk about Luka, that's one of the worst trades I've ever seen.
1,000%.
Who's his mayor's name?
Mayor Daley.
Oh my God.
The most
No, I didn't know
famous
who made
mayor
the
in
deal.
city.
Oh my God, he makes Nico Harrison look like a saint. Are you kidding me? This is the worst deal I've ever heard.
Robbie, I was in the 8th grade when this happened, and at the time it was just like, oh, the city got $1 billion. Let's see if it works out for him. And now people are like, woof.
Way to go, Mayor.
It is woof.
The Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman.
There it is.
Defensive back, Oregon.
That's again. It was a clean sweep before the pick, and as we went around the horn and said who we would like to see them take. Just a quick rundown of Dan Brugler's sort of write up on Dylan Thieneman. 1-year starter at Oregon, a productive post safety at Purdue for 2 seasons, transferred to Eugene for his junior season, earned a 2025 All-America nod for the Ducks with both of his interceptions clinching victories late in the game. Collected more than 300 combined tackles in 3 college seasons, averaged 7.9 tackles per start. Open field athleticism, says Thieneman has a lot to offer in the NFL because of his versatility, making plays over the top, in coverage, or downhill versus the run. Shows impressive range and anticipation from the deep half of the field, as well as the intelligence to understand what opponents are trying to do. Although he doesn't always play up to his testing numbers, he can guard both sidelines and sort through routes. He can clean up some things in the run game too. He has a nose for the ball and doesn't hesitate flying to the contact point. That sounds like exactly what the Bears needed in that secondary, Ant.
This is exciting. This is a really exciting draft pick for Ryan Poles, for the Chicago Bears. I can only imagine what that war room at Haugh looked like, how it exploded as more and more picks came off the board, leading to this particular player being available to them, because I do think he suits exactly what the Chicago Bears are going to be looking at the safety position opposite Kobe Bryant. And as much as I've covered literally every game of Dylan Thieneman's career, the 2 years he spent at Purdue, the 1 year he spent at Oregon, he is a Big Ten safety, so I've seen what he's done at a really high level. You go back to him being the Big Ten Freshman of the Year back in that season at Purdue. Ryan Walters was his head coach, and at that time, he had Dylan Thieneman playing as kind of a center fielder, like a deep safety, and that's where all those interceptions came back in his freshman season 3 years ago. And year by year, his role continued to be tweaked and adjusted. Second season at Purdue, sometime at strong safety, sometime in the box. Here at Oregon, this past season, he was utilized in that Dan Lanning defense, Toss LaPoy's defensive coordinator, but it's Dan Lanning's defensive scheme that they were running, and he was moving around quite a bit. He spent some time at the second level, spent some time deep, did a lot more stem and disguise than we had seen at either point in his previous seasons of his college football career, and also a player that, being only 3 years removed from high school, you can just tell he's learned more and more about the sport of football, more and more how to play defense at the major college level every year he's been doing it. I actually comp him with Kevin Byard, the player who the Bears just moved on from because he's on the other side of 30, but no player in the National Football League has had more interceptions than Kevin Byard during the time he's been here. He was such a key cog in the Bears' success that they had last season. When you look at Dylan Thieneman, he's 6 foot, he's over 200 pounds, he's versatile, he's a sure tackler. He's not the thumper that some of the other safeties in this draft cycle are, but he is a physical football player. He tackles with urgency, which I really like to see that. He will continue, I think, to get even more formidable with the way that he's able to run the alley and attack the line of scrimmage. So his style of play, not only does he have the awareness and sort of the field generalship that he showcased this past season in Eugene playing safety for the Ducks, but he's going to continue getting better as a guy who's 3 years removed from high school. And the testing numbers being off the charts, it just ended up assuring everybody that what they were seeing on film is really legit for what it can project to at the NFL level.
Yeah, and you talk about the combine numbers, and we've heard a lot throughout the offseason that one of the main priority on the defensive side of the ball was adding some speed. This guy ran a 4.35 40 at the combine, and he definitely brings that speed that Dennis Allen and the Bears want on the defensive side of the ball.
And even when you're comparing him, whether you're talking Emmanuel McNeil Warren or even Caleb Downs, these safeties who are projected as first-round picks, none of them throughout their career have shown as a playmaker the sideline-to-sideline range that Dylan Thieneman has shown he can do. He can be a guy, if you just want to line him up deep as a center fielder, as a single high guy, as a free safety, and just let him stay back there and look for passes to pick off.
Many years. Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
The Cubs just announced moments ago that Ben Brown has been placed on the IL with a neck strain. Again, that just came down moments ago. Ben Brown to the IL with the Cubs with a neck strain.
We're in a rough spot.
Yeah, what did Craig Counsell say before we got that news? That was Judson Richards as part of our pregame on the Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. We had just gotten off the air on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, and Mark and I were actually, Marshall, talking in the hallway. And then Mitch comes down because there's the like lobby outside of our elevator bank at our building. And he's like, "Did you see the news?" And we're like, "What?" And then he goes, "Another pitcher." And we're like, "Oh, yeah, Edward Cabrera." And then he goes, "No, Ben Brown." And we're like, "No."
I had to read the text, and then
we
I went out, got back in. I was like, "Wait, is this real?" Because like
we crumbled in. How many more of these have to happen? Ben Brown, 15-day injured list due to a left neck strain. And it's important that we note the neck part of this because Bruce Levine had this nugget, and I immediately thought of it as well. He tweeted, Cubs Ben Brown missed a good portion of 2024 with a benign mass in his neck. So that's a good thing. It wasn't anything worse. Did not pitch again after June 8th of 2024. Neck area of pain for Brown has prompted the Cubs to send Brown for an exam by doctors in Chicago. So that is significant when you consider how all of this comes together. I'm one of those people, man. I thought maybe this problem had been solved. It had been a couple of years, but I see why they would have to watch this and monitor and make sure his health is of the utmost importance here.
Wasn't even thinking about Ben Brown except for the context of, man, I can't wait till Friday when Ben Brown takes on Jacob Mizorowski in that opener in Milwaukee. That's all I was thinking about when I thought of Ben Brown, or the fact that, I don't know, he's got a 1.85 ERA over 20 appearances, including a 1.70 ERA in 8 starts.
A couple good games against the Brewers, too. He seems to face them well, yes. And we were like, oh, thank God for Ben Brown, because obviously Edward Cabrera does the splits. He's back on the injured list. Was this across my mind at all before I heard the news yesterday? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And then I realized, is it correlated to a phrase I am no longer allowed to say because every time I've said it on this station this year, something else bad has happened to one of the pitchers? You know what phrase it is. In the words of I'll let Fat Joe say it because I'm not going to say it anymore.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Am I allowed to say it, Ray? I feel like oho is attached to me saying this phrase now.
Yeah,
Sports oho, which is different from like general evil-eyed life oho. Oho is
it bad
Spanish.
that I went DJ Khaled with that? It was like, and another one.
Oh. Hey, well, DJ Khaled and Fat
Tyler.
Joe are friends and label mates, so that makes sense.
And another one.
We need some DJ Khaled angels.
Every
to fix
time,
this.
Layla, that there's a press release with the injury, or you go on and you see the roster moves and you're like, oh, I didn't see that roster move coming. You wonder, like, how are they going to fix this? Now, you've been talking about yesterday's price is not today's price, but we do know the price of getting another starter now because the Cubs went out and got another starter.
Another one.
They did, and from what we understand, it's likely that he's going to be pitching in the Brewers series. It is Mets lefty David Peterson, who was rocking a 6.09 ERA, but he was an all-star last season, had a 4.22 ERA, 3.1 WAR over 30 starts last season, and his first half ERA was 3.06. The second half ERA was 6.34. But at least they got somebody, and they traded a pretty valuable prospect to do so. Like, some rank him in the top 10, others don't. But the point is, they didn't just pick this guy up. They had to give up something of somewhat significance to the farm system.
They had to do something. They went to the drugstore immediately and said, "What can we can't get a doctor's appointment just yet, but we got to get something going."
Yeah, Baseball America has Cole Mathis, the Cubs' second-round pick from 2024, at 9th best prospect on the team.
Okay, I saw everywhere from 10th to 13th.
Yeah,
so
that's
as high as I've seen him.
Yeah. So I like Baseball America, but yeah, so he's in high A right now, and he is now headed over to the Mets because the Cubs needed to do something. So how many more different ways do we need to say this has become dire?
Dire's a word, but
Concerning was Craig.
Can't we give
Concerned.
Peterson a chance here? And here's why I asked that.
I mean, the Cubs are, yeah.
Well, no. I'm saying as far as expectations, mine are a little bit higher just because, as you mentioned last night, Layla, it's not like he had the greatest fielding behind him. And he's a ground ball pitcher. Over half his balls, ground balls.
I like that, by the way. I think that plays.
And the Cubs, their defense is notoriously good, and we understand the run prevention of it all. So maybe he needs a fresh start, and the Cubs, they definitely need a fresh arm. So David Peterson, welcome aboard. You get to go up against one of the top 3 of the Brewers staff, which is arguably the best staff in baseball.
Did you also see that Carlos Carrasco was designated for assignment by the Braves?
I did not see that.
Yeah, Carlos Carrasco.
So is that another guy you're keeping an eye on now?
When he was good, he was good. But, Carlos is up there now. But having been familiar with his work, obviously in Cleveland, watching many a Sox game, I feel like that's the bulk of my watching of Carlos Carrasco, but it's been years since that was the case. But I'm like, well, he's around. Vince Velasquez is back in the mix.
Yeah, Vince Velasquez and Gavin Hollowell got called up.
By the way, how was that adventure last night? Gavin Hollowell, home run. Hobie Milner, solid base hit for a double. Wasn't it a double? I'm like, okay, bullpen.
I will say,
what's up,
I thought the bullpen was good yesterday overall. On a day when you've got 2 games and you got to just hold the line, they were able to hold the line. And normally when the Cubs are out here scoring runs, let's just look to the only game they've lost in their last 6 games. It's because the bullpen gives it up. The bullpen didn't give it up yesterday. I'm okay with the bullpen giving up a run or 2 because I understand the state of Cubs pitching.
Well, what was cool about it, Marshall, was that he had run support.
Yes.
That every pitcher on the mound had sufficient run support. So Carlos Carrasco, by the way, 2021, he was with the Mets for 3 seasons, 21, 22, 23. Back with Cleveland in 24. 25, he played for the Yankees and then the Braves, and then was let go this season by Atlanta. So it's a lot of service time on that arm. 17 years is all.
He's a long ways from being a starter. He only had 7 relief appearances this year, and he had a FIP of fielding independent pitching of 4.67, which is better than his 3.68 ERA, but that's because the Braves are pretty good defensively.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a name that had been brought up, but we'll have to see how this works out. I mean, David Peterson, I understand why the Cubs saw upside in him, but the second half ERA is a bit of a concern.
You say upside. I'm just like, they just need literal outgetters.
He has arm.
If he has an arm.
I see why they saw body parts.
And he can give up 4 runs or less in an outing. Right now, if you're a Cubs fan, you should be like, okay, this guy can go 5 innings and give up 4 runs. I will sign up for that and just hope that my offense can do enough to supplant it. Because you're not getting all-star pitching from anyone on this staff right now. And that's probably going to include anyone you bring in. Because we went over it yesterday as far as what the minor league situation looks like for Cubs pitching.
It's bad, yeah.
And so you look around the league, guess what? Everybody needs freaking pitching.
Which is why whenever people talk about expansion, by the way, Marshall, I cringe badly. Because what does the 34th team's bullpen look like in Major League Baseball?
I can tell you what the 30th teams look like because I just saw the Colorado Rockies.
But say you expand to 4 more teams, right? What
are they talking 4 now? I thought it was just 2.
But still, say it's 4.
Okay.
Say that's a round number that they get to. Because I don't necessarily know if it would be just 2, given how... Look at how they expanded the playoffs.
They want to make more money.
Bingo.
Yeah.
But think about that. Atrocious. Atrocious.
It's a not dissimilar conversation, which I think has changed over the last 20 years. When you talk about, are there enough quarterbacks to have 34 quarterbacks in the NFL, 36 quarterbacks in the NFL? I think that answer has changed.
NFL, I think, to 2 teams, and I'm like, what does the offensive line look like?
Well, I think it's gone from the quarterback position now to the offensive line position, because here's what we know.
Tyson Bagent's a starter if there's 34 teams.
According to Ben Johnson.
I said it. Yeah, I said it.
According to Ben Johnson and now Layla Rahimi, he is a starter.
Tyson Bagent might be a part of our Bears Are in a Cultural Phenomenon segment later on this show at 125. We spent a lot of time talking about that segment earlier today.
I think the issue is, whether you're talking about expansion in baseball or football, here's the issue. In baseball, it's the arms, because we have such specialized training now for kids. kids can hit better than kids have ever been able to hit before because of repetition, the way they go about training. And
they're also pitching more than they ever have
They're
before.
pitching more, but that's not good.
Right.
The pitching is the bad thing. There's
The
a
Tommy
limit
John
on
is-
arms.
the Tommy John becomes a rite of passage now rather than a rarity.
There's no limit on swings if you're a hitter. You can get better as a hitter. And the hitters, I think, are with the pitchers. That's why we've had this whole, hey, we're just going to turn loose 5 or 6 guys a game and let them pitch. And the starter may only go 3 or 4 or 5 innings. And 5 innings is good enough. But with the quarterback situation, same thing. The specialization has gotten so good with quarterbacks that you've got enough quarterbacks. You have enough quarterbacks now to expand. It's more about that offensive line because guess what? Guys are getting bigger, stronger, faster. Hey, defensive line, outside rush. You only have so many left tackles and right tackles out here.
I mean, it's a side thought. We should probably get into it in a proper segment. But before we let go of this one, let's listen to what Craig Counsell had to say about Ben Brown.
Yeah, so Ben's neck's just been kind of gradually starting to bother him a little worse. Kind of in the last, probably since San Francisco start. And we've kind of managed it. It's improved by the start day. Yesterday when he threw his bullpen, it just wasn't to the place where he could throw his bullpen. So sent him back to Chicago today. He'll see a couple doctors there and try to figure out what exactly is going on.
Yeah, I don't know why, guys, but just given even the note that Bruce had earlier, Bruce Levine, when he talked about his history with his neck, I just take that stuff very seriously. I'm one of those people where I go from outside in on body. You know, finger concerns me less than wrist, which concerns me less than elbow, which concerns me less than shoulder. Once you get to neck and head or back, that's where I get really worried.
Layla, he couldn't even throw a bullpen. That tells you how much pain this man was in, and it's not a first-time thing for him. And that's what gives me even more concerned, because it'd be different if he had some neck problems earlier this season, and now he's having a little bit of a relapse. No, this is something you thought was solved for, and he was past this, but apparently that's not the case.
And guess what? The Cubs may have had to adjust their timeline when it came to trading and finding arms and giving up what they have of value to be able to do so. So at least they did make that move in acquiring a pitcher that we think is going to start in the Brewers series on Sunday or earlier. David Peterson, now a part of the Cubs after that news. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. And in between watching, I spent more time watching the Sox game ultimately than I did each Cubs game by average, because that was an exciting game. They almost swept the Guardians. They got so close. So we'll examine what went right and then the teeny bit that went wrong next.
Chicago Don't Miss Budweiser's Celebration Roadshow, commemorating America's pastime and 250th birthday.
Layla Rahimi here, and on Friday, July 3rd, I'll be hitting 5 great Chicago locations in one night with a chance for you to win free Cubs tickets at every stop, starting at 5 p.m. at the Billy Goat Tavern at Navy Pier.
Crossroads Bar and Grill on West Madison at 5:40.
The Rabbit Hole on North Wells starting at 6:20.
At the Reveler on North Damon at 7.
And finally, at Gaslight on North Clark starting at approximately 7:40. Come on out, get some fresh Budweiser, and register for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the July 4th Cubs and Cards game. Details at thescorechicago.com.
Presented by Budweiser, official beer of the Chicago Cubs.
Do that at a really high level. He plays with anticipation, and the ball skills are what are really off the charts.
The Cubs are going to perform for Dustin, is what I've learned.
That's pretty cool you're going. I hope the weather's nice. I hope it agrees with you. Maybe you could give us a report. If you get out there before 11, give us a report on Inside the Clubhouse.
Did you happen to see what the giveaway is tomorrow?
Oh, my gosh. Is it Pat Hughes Sweater Day?
Almost. It should be Dustin Rhodes Vest Day.
Is it?
It is a Cubs puffer vest.
Is that why you're going?
Well, part of it. I mean, if anybody needs to have that Cubs giveaway, it's I wear a vest if it's 20 below out or if it's 79 degrees. I wear a vest.
We call you Puffer Rhodes.
Dork thinks he's going to drown.
That was his selling point. I saw him look at that vest like all week.
All week, he probably got tickets right after the promotions came out in the calendar in January at Cub Fest.
Yeah,
Cub convention.
What you saw is just fantasy. Yeah. He's getting ready for the vest. That's all. Appreciation of his purchase.
Is that what he was talking to Crane about at the Cub convention?
I don't know.
Lining up the
puffer vest,
the promotional items.
That's
good. So the first 10,000, you better get there.
Yeah, you gotta. Ballet better go quick.
That would
over
be
at the
awesome.
Forest Dance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rhodes. You're 10,001.
Oh,
wah, wah, wah.
We just ran out.
Would that be something?
Here's those Alex Bregman bobblehead.
I would ask Bruce, but I know I'm going to beat Bruce there because he's going to be working with you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Bruce is 9-11. We got guys.
Now, will he
we're set up.
Will he do it from here or will he do it from Wrigley?
No. Come on, technology. He's doing it from Wrigley.
Okay. So he'll beat me to Wrigley then.
He'll beat you to Wrigley. He'll be there 8:30 in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah, he's ready.
When do they start giving out those?
Does that count as one of the first? If he's there at 8:30, he'll be one of the first 10,000.
He should nab you one.
But he's not. He's going in the media. He's not. He's not at the.
That's true. He's going in the media entrance, and they frown upon that stuff. They don't even give you towels anymore when you walk through, like at the Bears games or whatever. If you go through the media entrance,
no rally towels.
No rally towels. No give outs. I couldn't walk out of there with a vest.
You got to pay for that.
You got to pay for that stuff. Well, that's exciting. Then you're going to get a vest. Kate Horton's going to deliver, and the Cubs will be 500 again.
Fingers crossed on the vest.
Fingers crossed.
Really? You think it's going to be that close? You're really going to be delayed that much
to get the vest?
Yes.
Well, my daughter. It's just my daughter and I. It's a dad-daughter day, and she's got to do ballet. So we got ballet finishes, and we're going to come right down.
It's not a competition. Or
No.
It's
just class, but
you
can't miss class.
Okay.
What time does class get over?
I want to say 10:30.
Oh, you're going to be cutting it close,
right? Yeah.
You're going to be cutting it close. Yeah. Maybe.
And Av Noon, the famous ballet instructor, likes to keep them a little bit late.
The tension in that car driving downtown is going to be just thick enough to cut with a knife.
And for Lent, I gave up road rage. So when I get in a pickle, I say a Hail Mary or an Our Father.
He gave up road rage. How do you have road rage when you're driving 35 miles an hour in a 50
Because
zone?
people are giving me a look as they pass me and cut me off.
And everyone in a car right now just heard you say that and say, no, that's cute. How do you give up road rage? Come on.
How do you get road rage when you drive as slow as you're driving? I don't understand.
Well, road rage isn't necessarily speed of driving. It's the decisions that are made that put you in a spot like I can just imagine Dustin flipping off somebody who happens to not give him the right of way on when he's turning left.
Yeah, but he could never catch up to him.
Have you driven next to me before?
Oh, that would be fun.
Weren't you going to kind of have to watch a few starts before you determined if he was back as the same guy or if he
no
was,
doubt about it, Mully.
You know
would
what
be
I mean?
cautious. There would be trepidation.
Yes.
There'd be all kinds of things. You'd be looking for cues and holding your breath, start to start.
And now it's going to be worse.
But now it's like, oh, God, exhale. Give me some of that Malort that Craig Counsell was drinking.
He did a shot of Malort, huh?
Yes, he did.
Is that
he celebrated his 900th victory with a shot of Malort, according to Taylor McGregor on Twitter.
Why would that be a celebratory shot?
The Chicago thing.
No, but Malort is meant to. It's supposedly like it tastes awful. I've never had a shot of Malort.
Well, I know you haven't.
And I'm from
proudly
Chicago.
You say. I know.
And I never heard of it.
It's not for everybody.
Until I was well beyond my shot drinking days. So we didn't have Malort when I was in college. So I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know the context. I don't know where they got it. I don't know why he in San Diego had a bottle of Malort handy. It might have been all that was handy.
It's funny because I was at a wedding and there were gift bags for everyone going to the wedding, and the gift bags.
The Score.
Chopper to first. It is Manzardo. Race to the bag. He dives head first, and he gets there to make the play. The Sox comeback falls short, and they will lose to the Guardians 4-3 here in the 10th.
So close, yet far away. The White Sox fall after a lengthy rain delay and in 10 innings, 4-3 to Cleveland. John Schriffen and Brooke Fletcher on the call. Brooke will join us at 1 o'clock. We are happy to have her on. That'll be fun. That was courtesy of CHSN. And they almost did it, Marshall. They almost swept the Guardians. They still have won 9 straight series at home. They come back in this game and try again. 2 runs scored in the 9th inning. Braden Montgomery with a big part of this one. Randall Grichuk, another big part. But sadly for the Sox, they end up falling 4-3 after that lengthy rain delay.
Let me tell you why, even though they lost the game, what happened yesterday, I'll take it as not a moral victory, but an acceptable loss because of something that happened in the game that I think was very important and will pay big dividends down the road. So we know that earlier in this series, the Sox were able to win because they got arguably one of the best closers in baseball to blow a save, Kate Smith.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that twice in 3 games, you have handed Kate Smith 2 of his 3 blown saves this season, that dog will hunt going forward. He will think twice after having to leave yesterday's game in the middle of the 9th inning because he couldn't get the job done.
To your point, he had converted 21 consecutive save opportunities before Wednesday's game.
And now
21.
And now he's blown 2 in a row, and the Sox believe they can hit off. I mean, they had back-to-back home runs in a huge spot when you look at Braden Montgomery and then Randall Grichuk, and the fact that Montgomery was kind of still celebrating his home run or getting congratulations from his teammates because they were still down 1, and then the ball goes fly again.
I mean, that you couldn't ask for. I always love the solo home run off of the clutch closer because it shows that you've gotten to him, right? Like when Devin Williams seemed just absolutely unstoppable with the airbender changeup, and then finally you see a crack in the armor when you see the solo home run given up. You live with them because that's the nature of the beast when you're closing, but to get 2 and then for them to send it into extras, I mean, we say it like they don't quit, but how many different ways do you need to see it? I thought that was just really good metal. And again, Braden Montgomery just putting together some professional at-bats.
He is good at baseball. I'm ready to say as a rookie, he is proving things to me that I was like, I thought it was going to take longer. I mean, obviously, the way he burst onto the scene is a tell, right? You hit a walk-off home run in your first game.
A lot of players have done that. It's a matter of making your case to stay and showing that you can put quality at-bats together. And he's done that, Marshall.
Before the White Sox series and before Braden Montgomery got his lick off of Kate Smith, Kate Smith had a 2.38 ERA. That ERA is now at 3.22. That's quite the jump after 2 appearances and giving up 4 runs over the course of 2 1/3 innings.
And he knows when to swing the ball. Like he laid off of the sweeper that was a ball from Smith in the 9th inning. Then the called strike was the 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Doesn't make the same mistake twice. Gives him a better fastball, middle, and then he sends it out of the ballpark. Good for you. That's how you do it.
I'm looking at the next series, the 4-game set against the guy. I'm not trying to overlook like what's next on the schedule for the Sox. I'm glad they get a day off. I'm glad that Brooke Fletcher will be joining us to talk about the way this team has played. But it just gets reinforced every game that they have no quit in them. They have they have a belief that they can win a game. I mean, they had the bases loaded in the 10th with the tying run on third base. And no, they did not get the win, but they were right there.
And they had a couple other opportunities in that game, Marshall. They had 2 on with 2 outs earlier in the game. And I feel like there were times where I was saying to myself, oh, well, I like the Sox chances. With 2 out hitting. They've been productive. So why wouldn't I consider this a valid opportunity for the team to be able to get another runner across? And that's how you have to look at them if you're an opposing team now, too. And Stephen Vogt even talked about that after the game. He knows that they're a resilient group. So I think that's something that stands to reason. Like these are 2 good teams in the division now. And when you look at this series in particular, you see how they performed. I know they got swept by the Tigers. I know. But at the same time, you come back home and then you do your job. To that extent, these are hard-fought games that they played against this team.
Well, all you need to know is they played 1 series now against the Guardians. They've matched their win total against the Guardians from a year ago because they were 2-11. And right now they're 2-1, and they've got a golden opportunity and an important opportunity. I'm sorry. the next series against the Guardians is more important than this series was because it's on the road. And if you can't win on the road, again, I said it weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
The division is theirs for the taking. But if you can't win on the road, you're not going to win the division.
These are the differences between a good team and a great team. These are the differences between a team that can sufficiently get over 500 and a playoff team, even in the American League. We have a call. 312-644-6767 is our number. Mike in Northbrook, you're on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you got me in. I was at the game yesterday, sat through the 3-hour rain delay.
Wow.
In anticipation. Yeah, I wish Nancy Faust was there so she could have entertained us. But
Aww.
anyhow, what a game. I mean, I got to say, I'm sitting in the second row right in the middle of the Sox dugout, so I could see the players during the whole game, and it was like this thing with first of all, Cleveland, if you saw the game, made 3 or 4 unbelievable defensive plays.
Yeah.
That's where the probably belong. I mean, Cleveland has a great defensive team, and they have great pitching. There's no question about it. But to see that thing, we're there until the end, and it's like 6:30, almost 7, whatever. And to see, Montgomery hit the home run, and you're saying, oh, no, a day late and a dollar short, and before you could even look up. I mean, Grichuk knocked the living daylights out of that ball. It was like that place. It was amazing. And then almost winning it. But here's the funny thing. Mother Nature didn't help us. Bottom of the 10th, we got the bases loaded and 1 out.
Yeah.
And the rains came. And, it's not as easy to hit when it starts raining as when it's not raining. And that was kind of like a climax to that game. For some reason, Mother Nature didn't want us to win. But I walked out of there, and I've been going to games since the late 50s, okay? And this was one of the more exhilarating games. I didn't feel bad that they lost because it was such an amazing game to watch.
Hey, Mike, are you going to take advantage of the White Sox giving the complimentary ticket offer to everybody who sat through the rain?
Absolutely. I thought that was pretty classy, pretty. I can't think of any other Chicago team that would do that, to tell you the truth, okay? I thought, the minute I saw that, I thought, yeah, it's a great PR move, but it was also a really nice thing to do. You know what I mean?
I thought it was too. Thanks for your call. And he's right. We saw that rain come in. Like I'm looking out my window as I see the rain just sink in. And they had the shot on the broadcast.
The classic shot,
the
right?
The cloud that just kept sinking over. It looked like fog. And then you're like, oh no, wait, that's precipitation.
It's the one with the lights for me. When they show the big wide shot with the lights and you can just see how much rain is falling, you're like, oh, they better get this done right now because this thing's about to go to rain delay. If they had just scored 1 run in that inning, we would have sat through another rain delay watching the game.
Yeah, perhaps. But unfortunately, yes, close but no cigar for the White Sox. I hate to use a cliche, but that's how it felt. Still a really great series to watch. And the Sox are off today. We are looking forward to our conversation with Brooke Fletcher. Brooke is on at 12:25 today, and we are going to talk to her about not just the White Sox, but getting the opportunity and just absolutely crushing it alongside John Triffin on CHSN as the TV analyst. Keep listening for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the B-52s and Devo at Credit Union 1 Amphitheater on September 17th. Tickets are provided by Live Nation. Let's go back to New York and check in with Vinny Duber. Not covering the Sox anymore, friends. He is the Cubs beat writer for the Chicago Sun-Times. Happy to talk to Vinny. We'll do it next.
You know what I mean?
Top Bulls draft pick Caleb Wilson was live with Spiegel and Holmes for his first interview on The Score.
This station was hopping in the 90s when Jordan and all them guys were getting it done. How much fun do you have off the ball? Because it made me think about what they called the Dobermans back in the day, which was Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen.
I mean, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's like playing free safety, and you just have the opportunity to make decisions and get steals and get out in transition where I'm really good. So it's a lot of fun, especially when you get that steal or get that deflection and you're able to get out.
You heard Caleb Wilson first, right here with Spiegel and Holmes on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score.
It's Golf Mel Ford's final date.
A little bottle of Malort.
Yes.
And I looked at it and I thought, that stuff's meant to be especially nasty. Like it didn't.
It's supposed to be a Chicago thing, right? I know you guys.
I don't know.
Chicago handshake. It's a shot of Malort and
so
an
that's
old style.
probably why. Somebody may have brought it. Okay, so light them up. 312-644-6767. If you were going to celebrate a milestone, what would you do a shot of?
Maybe champagne. Something classy.
A shot of champagne?
No, like maybe.
What would you do a shot? But you're doing a shot. Not a glass of, you're not like toasting. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my family.
It's a really
good.
No,
you're just doing a shot.
It's a very good question. Like if
I know what I would do.
If you were having a shot what would you want a shot of?
I know what I would do.
Give it to me.
Peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah, okay, now you lost me. I mean, a shot of whiskey, I suppose.
A peanut butter whiskey.
But
A shot of peanut butter
like
whiskey is excellent right now.
The screwball peanut butter
Yes.
whiskey.
What about a little bit of whiskey in a glass that you could sip it and enjoy it, as opposed to
I would do that, but that's not the question.
Shooter, not a sipper.
That's not the question.
So if I was doing a shot,
yes,
didn't a listener buy you a shot when we were out at Jared Payton's place for a Bears remote? I thought didn't they bring over 3 shots for you, Olin, and Pat Manley?
Yes.
Was it JMO? I think it was shots of
Jameson.
Jameson.
Yes,
that would be a fine choice. So you'd go with Jameson?
I had a shot of Jameson.
I'd go peanut butter whiskey screwball.
I wouldn't.
halftime.
I would if I were going to do a shot, I'd probably do a shot of tequila.
Okay.
Because it's get a little.
It's a good answer. Yeah.
Get a little lime and a little.
I need the training wheels for the tequila.
What would you have?
Oh, that's like rocket fuel.
Your 900th successful show with the score.
Oh boy.
I guess successful is the key word.
Yeah, still working on it.
I mean, my typical shots are either Fireball or a Southern Comfort and lime chilled.
Wow, that sounds fancy.
What is Fireball? Is that
like a cinnamon whiskey?
Cinnamon.
It's like a hot.
It's
got a little. It's like that gum. Remember the gum? Like what was the name of that gum? Like the cinnamon gum.
Big Red.
Big Red.
Big Red.
It's like imagine that.
How did you forget Big Red?
I don't know. It just didn't come to me. Too many shots of.
Brandon?
I will go with Hennessy.
That's
Love me
nice.
some Hennessy. It's smooth.
I'm here for
Smooth.
you, buddy. I'm here for you.
Craig Counsell chose Malort, or somebody chose it for him, and he celebrated 900th victory. A little odd choice.
I wonder if he said, "Oh, where's the peanut butter whiskey?"
I caught you off guard there, didn't I?
Peanut butter whiskey.
It's really good. Screwball, I think it's called.
A screwball, I thought.
Yeah, screwball peanut butter whiskey. Yep.
Yeah.
It's newer. It's newer to the market.
It's newish.
A screwball is a drink, though. It's isn't it like vodka and orange juice or something? Is
That's
a
a
screwdriver.
That's a screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All these screws are getting to me.
Screw loose.
Yeah.
Screws falling all the time. The world's an imperfect place. Name the movie.
That's a good one. I don't know the movie.
Classic line from a classic movie. Filmed in Chicago.
Tell me.
Breakfast Club.
Oh, Breakfast Club, of course. Yeah. You didn't strike me as a Breakfast Club guy, Dustin. Even though we're part of the 5 a.m. club. I love it every morning when Dustin refers to the 5 a.m. club on the pregame show.
And the way the lineup is right now, Ballesteros, I don't know if you caught Craig Counsell yesterday, all of it with the afternoon show with Spiegel and Holmes, but I think Craig Counsell might be with me on the over-under 1.5 more times. He was like, it would have to be a very, very unique situation, or we would have to have an issue with one of the catchers being
I heard that.
hurt.
It didn't sound like they were planning on Mo Ball or getting behind the plate again.
Yeah, I'll take 2 shots of Malort on the air if he goes over 2 games as a starting catcher. Okay, 2 shots of Malort on the air.
We got that on tape.
Yep.
So that means if he catches 3 games this year, if he starts in 3 games catcher,
big key to that.
You're doing 2 shots of Malort before 10 o'clock.
I mean, honestly, this sounds like you're just desperate to get permission to drink on the job.
Well, how many times did I talk about Michael Bush? And then all of a sudden, we had a 6-pack of
Well, can you
tall
talk
boys
about
that
him some more?
David Haugh was like rifling down like it was a fraternity party back at IU or something.
I didn't go to IU.
I know, but you
I
might
never
have
went to a frat party at IU.
You never went to a frat party at IU? Okay.
No, come on.
It was for the out-of-state.
I was at Ball State. We were the number 1 party school in America.
Do they have frats?
Yes, they do.
I just asked the question. I'm wondering how many frat parties you've been to.
Why is Ball State taking strays?
Ball State's not taking a
party
stray.
school?
Ball State's huge, back in the day, it was a big party school. It was known as a big party school. I think the year that I went there, it came out, and whoever was ranking party schools, we are number 1. We were number 1.
Chirp.
I was surprised to find out how big of a party school Dayton was. I was surprised. They're big St. Patrick's Day at Dayton.
Yeah.
How's your daughter handling the big party school that Dayton has become?
Pretty good so far. Yeah, pretty good so far.
Getting to the end of the year. Finals coming up.
Yeah. A week from Friday, you won't have to deal with me. I'll be going to Dayton to pick her up.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
She ready for finals? Let's
Hope
hope
so.
Let's hope it's not too big of a party school the next week and a half.
Let's hope you're not drinking Malort that morning.
I won't be here for that one. There's no.
Well, I'm saying as you drive
I'll
5
drink a whole.
hours
I'll
or
drink a
whatever.
whole bottle if he
From
catches
the free
me.
Odyssey app, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
Here comes the 2-2 delivery. Lindor lines one, caught on one knee, fittingly by Swanson. Ball game. Cubs sweep the doubleheader as they take the nightcap 10-5 over the Mets.
That is Zach Zaidman. He and Ron Coomer were on the call on the Cubs radio network. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score, and we are happy to go to our hotline. That is where we find Vinny Duber. He is at Vinny Duber on X. He is the Cubs beat writer for the Chicago Sun-Times, and I'm happy to have him back on the Midday Show. Vinny, congratulations on the new role. How are you?
Thank you very much, Layla. I'm doing great. How are you guys today?
We're good, but we're not the ones who had to cover 45 hours of baseball yesterday. That was quite the doubleheader you had to deal with.
Hey, that's baseball, right? Sometimes the days are long, but you'll take it, especially on a nice day. Finally, the rain went away here in New York.
It is baseball, and part of baseball is facing bad teams and good teams, and the Cubs have been very fortunate with the stretch of sub-500 teams to start the month of June before, of course, the looming series in Milwaukee. How do you feel like they've performed given the challenges that they've had with the pitching staff?
Yeah, I mean, very much like the story of the whole season. It's been kind of up and down during this stretch, right? During this month. I mean, it started off kind of poor. They lost series to, the A's, to the Giants, to the Rockies, but then they kind of found their footing a little bit, and they've won some series in a row here. Certainly the Mets are making them look really good the last few days, but that's what you got to do, right? You got to capitalize on games against opponents who are in a real down spot like the Mets are right now. I mean, watching that game last night, 6 errors by the infield. I mean, you know that they're not in a good spot. But the Cubs got to take advantage, especially, like you mentioned, while the pitching is just ravaged by injuries right now. So if the offense is turning it on for real, if this is a sign that they can, play this way against teams that are of a little higher caliber, then that's pretty good news for them, considering they need the offense to kind of carry them while they're waiting for all these pitchers to get healthy.
We're talking to Vinny Duber. He covers the Cubs for the Chicago Sun-Times. And Vinny, there was an observation made regarding Dansby Swanson that he had been working with John Maley, and they had a pretty intense talk during the Rockies series and the Blue Jays series, going back to even prior to the Mets series. Do you think that this is an adjustment, or at least what we saw yesterday was the result of something that he may have been working on intently previous to this happening?
I mean, he's been working on stuff pretty intently for a long time now, right? The entire season that really hasn't gone his way until quite recently. But he did credit the coaching staff, yesterday for kind of, at the very least, creating an environment for him to be able to kind of figure out what was going on and kind of, rediscover what was able to make him successful. And certainly the results are speaking for themselves. But I mean, I think through the entire stretch here, where the Cubs bats kind of cooled off, you've got Dansby and a lot of other players saying that, the work hasn't changed, but it's just nice to finally start seeing some results. And like I said, they really needed them. And boy, did they kind of come in a big way, certainly yesterday and really the last week or so for Swanson.
Looking at the way that this has all transpired with the pitching being as down as it is, what can you tell us about Matthew Boyd today, who's scheduled to get the start, and if there's going to be any limitations on him?
We'll find out, I guess, in terms of limitations. I think, though, when you're talking about Boyd coming back and really any of the situation with these pitchers right now, and Craig Counsell was kind of talking about it in regard to Edward Cabrera, who then ended up, kind of going on the IL, it's about putting some of these starts together, right? So, I mean, yeah, we can focus on today, but I mean, I think the Cubs are focusing on the long haul with Boyd and hoping that he can come back. And this is just a first step for him, kind of on the way back to being kind of the all-star arm that he was last year. Man, do they need him, right? I mean, they need him to be able to kind of stabilize things a little bit here while they're dealing with so many other injuries, because Cade Horton's not coming back. They're trying to figure out what a timeline might be on Ben Brown. Justin Steele, it doesn't sound like is going to be making any starts this year, right? So I think that they need Boyd to be kind of that veteran stabilizing presence at the top of the rotation. And today is just, going to be the first step in getting him back to that place, because he hasn't pitched in a long time. And so it's going to take a while for him to get back to kind of the rhythm of being a big league pitcher again.
What do you think we can expect regarding, say, an innings amount or a pitch count of some sort? I feel like that might be the case, at least coming back.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Jed Hoyer talk last week about how, you can't just kind of step right back into it. It's not like you're off the IL and everything is magically back to the way it was before. It's about kind of getting back to it. So if the inning count is only 4, I don't think that would be surprising, but we're going to find out when we see Boyd finally get back on the hill tonight.
Okay, so I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but there's one more game against a really bad team in New York, and I'll be honest, Vinny, I'm just not thinking about that right in this moment. I'm thinking about the trouble and the task that lies ahead when you've got Jacob Mizorowski, who I thought was going to go opposite Ben Brown. That's not going to happen now. And then what lines up after him. This is an important series, but I want you to put into context like what you think the Cubs can do pitching-wise against the Brewers to set it up after they go out and get David Peterson in a trade from the Mets.
Yeah, I think that's the big question ahead for Craig Counsell and his staff this weekend. Now, they've finally got a couple more options. They get David Peterson, as you mentioned. They picked up Bryce Wilson on a waiver claim yesterday. We'll see if he factors into this in any way. Vince Velasquez was up from the minors yesterday. And then you've got Colin Ray, obviously. Now, I don't know if there's any Cub fans at home listen to me list to those guys and say, oh boy, we're jazzed about our chances this week against the Brewers' 3 best pitchers, maybe, but they got to have some bodies out there at the very least, and give some sort of chance to this offense to try to strike against what's been a really good pitching staff for Milwaukee. So it is a big series given where the Cubs are in the standings. I think the Cubs will tell you, hey, it's only June. There's so much more baseball left to play. But if you're talking about the turn of the rotation and the injury luck that they've had, which has been awful, this is probably not the way that they wanted the cards to be dealt for this weekend as they go up to face Milwaukee and make sure that they're getting back on track the way it looks like they have over the last week and a half or so. So we're gonna ask Craig Counsell a lot about what's going to go into the pitching decisions this weekend, and I wouldn't be surprised if the details aren't necessarily completely set in stone by the time they leave New York here tonight.
We're talking to Vinny Duber. He's the Cubs writer for the Sun-Times here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. And Vinny, we've kind of laughed about Vince Velasquez because he's had a circuitous path with this team. Gets let go, comes back, and now he's part of the minor league squad that might be seeing time in this upcoming crucial series. But that's as good of an indication as any that they can't rely on what's in the minor leagues right now. They've got to have former established big leaguers, as part of this equation.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, listen, it's quite the comment on the depth where it is currently and how much of it they've already used that I'm talking about, waiver claims and trades that have been made in the last 24 hours in terms of a pitching plan for the weekend. So They're kind of really piecing this together as they go along right here in the current moment. And they're hoping that some better options kind of come along. Obviously, you got, trade season coming up, but they're not really there yet. And so Jed Hoyer is kind of making some smaller moves here to just kind of keep things afloat until we get to the time of the year when maybe bigger names are available on the trade block.
We saw Jacob Webb last night walk a couple of batters, but get out of the ninth inning in what technically wasn't a safe situation. But I'm going to be honest with you. Anytime the Cubs pitch with the lead in the ninth, no matter how big or small, I feel like it's a safe situation without Daniel Palencia. Is Webb the guy right now? I mean, even though he's struggled a little bit?
he's been given those chances lately, right? And so I think he's certainly at the top of the list of guys who might be the guy, right? But I don't know if there's going to be a guy like Daniel Palencia while he's on the IL. It might be a kind of a closer by committee thing, which no one, again, likes to hear from a fan standpoint. But it might be matchup based. It might just be ride the hot arm. The bullpen is part of this whole pitching injury story too, right? I mean, when you've got fill-in guys going into the starting rotation who might only be able to give you 4 or 5 innings at a time, that puts more pressure on the bullpen because you don't have your usual starters going out there and giving you 6 or 7. So, that's part of things too. The bullpen has been okay statistically. I think the numbers are not too far off from where it was last year when we were talking about how great some of those guys in the bullpen were competing a year ago. But certainly you're right. With the closer on the IL right now, it's going to be a kind of a bumpy ride maybe to try to get all 27 outs in a game. And Webb is one of those guys, but I don't think he's the guy. I think you're going to be seeing a host of options.
Yeah, even game 1 yesterday in the doubleheader, Vinny, may have led us to some conclusions when you consider Javier Assad, very nice outing, goes 5 innings. He gives up 3 earned runs, but kind of understood, assumed when you know what he brings to the table. But then you got Ryan Rollison with the hold. He goes an inning, doesn't give up an earned run, gives up just a hit and a walk. Caleb Thielbar with a nice outing, has 2 strikeouts. And then Tyler Ferguson. I wonder how they get put into this mix too, if they're going to view it as maybe pockets, while Palencia is out instead of like specific innings.
Yeah, and a doubleheader is a unique situation too, right? Because you've got to spread those guys out over the course of 2 games in the same day. So you're not necessarily throwing all your bullets in both of those games. But yeah, they're going to be looking at those matchups for sure. They're going to be looking at who's available, who's rested, and it's so easy when you've got a go-to closer to say, all right, the 9th inning, that's who it belongs to. But when he gets yanked out of that, and again, yet another pitching injury, right? When he gets yanked out of that, routine, you have to lean on other options, and I'm definitely meaning plural options in that situation to just try to secure a win the best you can.
Vinny Duber, the Cubs beat writer for the Chicago Sun-Times, joining us here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris hanging out with you. And Vinny, look, Dansby Swanson took over the day yesterday. It's understandable why that's what everyone's talking about today after an 11 RBI day, already 15 RBI in the series, and a chance to add to that today. But quietly, Nico Hoerner, 3 more hits last night, all doubles. He's got 5 doubles in his last 3 games. Do you see something that indicates that he may be coming out of what's been a pretty long slump for him?
In terms of the results, I mentioned this to Craig Counsell last night, and he said, sending the ball to right field, going the other way with it is really, a good sign for Nico. He hit those doubles hard last night. None of those were really cheapies, and it's good to see, if you're the Cubs, multiple guys contributing, right? I mean, we had Pete Crow Armstrong hitting so well for the course of this month, and for the first little bit of it, really doing it by himself. And we asked him at one point, about how he was doing. He was kind of, saying it's not exciting until the whole team does it. He can't be a one-man wrecking crew. Craig Counsell said the other day, this is baseball. You can't give the ball to LeBron James. You have to have everybody kind of contribute. And the best news for the Cubs in terms of getting their offense going isn't seeing 1 or 2 guys come around, but seeing the whole lineup come around. And certainly the last 3 games, they scored 29 runs against the Mets. That's a good sign that a lot of people are having good days. So, Nico Hoerner noticeably, I think, turning it on a little bit here too. We'll see how far that extends into the future, but the Cubs have to be pleased, not just with Dansby or Nico, but the fact that the whole lineup is getting it done lately.
Is it the realistic approach to just hope that Nico can hit his way back to the top of the order? Look, I was thrilled to see Alex Bregman out of the 2-hole finally yesterday, and I know Michael Conforto had a big RBI when he played in Game 1. Matt Shaw, not as much, but I'm more comfortable with Matt Shaw being there than Bregman at this point because, take some pressure off of him, and let's see if Nico Hoerner can get back to the top of the order.
Yeah, or at least you want to have him be, earning that discussion, right? And
Right.
So I think that's what you want to see from Horner, who's a guy who would obviously and has obviously fit great up at the top of the order. But certainly Bregman has shown throughout his career that he can be that kind of guy too. They're just hoping that he'll finally turn it on. Again, you have Dansby Swanson last night talking about how 1 through 9, the Cubs are a dangerous lineup. That hasn't been the case for the entirety of this season. But if they can get themselves back to a point where that is the case, it doesn't really matter where each of these guys are stacking up. The idea is that any inning they'd be able to make something happen. So to your question, yeah, you want Nico Horner to be able to be producing in a way where people are saying he deserves to be at the top of the order and make those decisions hard on Craig Counsell.
And then Vinny is somebody who covers the team on a regular basis. These pitching injuries are devastating to read about. They're devastating to watch on TV. It's hard to see. And I don't play for the team. What do you think the mood of the clubhouse has been when they've had to withstand and endure so many of these, what seemingly seems like unstoppably, days in a row where you get these really disappointing pieces of injury news?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this group is veteran enough and kind of well adjusted enough to lean on those old kind of almost cliches of positivity. I think it's something that you have to kind of convince yourself to, because you're not gonna get anywhere by kind of wallowing in it. But at the same time, you've got kind of some cracks in the facade, not from a negative standpoint, but just kind of addressing the reality standpoint, where you've got Dansby Swanson or Jamison Tyone to me yesterday, kind of reflecting on, man, just how crazy this situation is. These are veteran guys who have played a lot of seasons in the big leagues, and they've seen a lot of injuries in their time, right? I mean, this does seem to happen every year to a degree, not to this degree, though. And I think that, all of these kind of piling up at once, yeah, I think the Cubs are, trying to approach things with a mindset of keep moving forward, the whole next man up cliche and all of that. But you're even seeing them kind of think, man, this is just kind of an overwhelming amount a little bit here, especially lately.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, Vinny, just one more objective, one game to go before this all-important Brewers series. What are you keeping an eye on, or is there anything particularly crossing your mind that you're looking out for as an indicator of what we could see this weekend?
I mean, I think having the pitching staff set up. I mean, your questions about Matthew Boyd are important for what he's able to contribute in the immediate future in terms of how long he's going to go today, but also who gets used out of that bullpen and who else are the options that Craig Counsell turns to today if he does need some more innings after Boyd exits the game today, because that is going to affect what he's going to be able to do tomorrow in Milwaukee, Saturday in Milwaukee, Sunday in Milwaukee. So it's not, hey, how long can Matthew Boyd go because Boyd needs to be back right away. It's how long can Matthew Boyd go because Craig Counsell needs as many pitching options as he can turn to over the next 3 days against the team that's in first place in the division.
Vinny Duber, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again. You can find Vinny Duber's work at the Chicago Sun-Times. He is at Vinny Duber on X. Thanks, Vinny.
Thanks, Vinny.
Thanks, guys. Have a great one.
Thanks, Vinny. That is Vinny live from New York.
That was very insightful, specifically because it feels like how we're trying to figure out answers. So are the Cubs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Concerned. Let's just do a Craig Counsell mashup. Concerned. That's the news. That's the really big news. Join the Score and Salvation Army next Wednesday at Gallagher Way outside of Wrigley Field. Stop by and say hello. We'll be doing our show there live from 10 to 12:45, followed by Zach Zaidman's pregame show until first pitch. And we are there for a great reason. Donation Day with the Salvation Army Adult Rehabilitation Centers and thrift stores. Bring gently used clothing to donate right outside the ballpark. Donors receive a special Cubs pin, one per person while supplies last. That is next Wednesday starting at 10 a.m. from Gallagher Way before the Cubs game. The second round of the NBA draft was yesterday, and the reason we haven't talked about it is because, well, the Bulls made some moves, but they didn't really get any players. They traded for one.
You're sounding very enthused by all the action that took place on day 2. It was a little bit of a letdown.
Let's just say our friend Cash Considerations is back in town. But we also got some really great insight this morning from Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter, who were in our Score studios. So we will listen to what they had to say. And then also, there are some messages, I think, that were sent in the second round of the draft. So we'll do that all next.
Cubs fans, on Wednesday, July 1st, join the Score's Rahimi Harris and Grote show, broadcasting live at Gallagher Way, right outside Wrigley Field.
Come by and join us before the game live from 10 a.m. to 12:45. Then Zach Zaidman takes over with pregame coverage until first pitch.
We'll be there for Donation Day with the Salvation Army Adult Rehabilitation Centers and thrift stores.
Bring gently used clothing to donate right outside the ballpark. Donors receive a special edition Cubs pin, 1 per person while supplies last.
Learn more at satrucksocial.org. That's all coming up Wednesday, July 1st on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Toyota.
Catches 3 games. If he catches 3 games by next Friday,
Don't say that stuff.
Yeah, don't say that stuff.
You never know.
First of all, don't drink a whole bottle of anything, okay? Just
like a Mick
lighten
Ultra.
up there,
I
Francis.
could do a Mick Ultra. Whole bottle.
Yeah, okay, great. A bottle of beer.
You don't want to make these proclamations because they end up coming back and biting you. I know I have done that
Who are
in
you
the past.
speaking for?
I've done that.
All
before.
humans.
Yes.
All humans.
Rosarena then pivoted to English, this according to ESPN, and said that Raleigh should shove his, quote, good to see you in his big dumper. That, it does not seem...
This is one of those stories that I wish that Les was still here to talk about.
Oh, this is Daniel
He would
Manning.
have a field day.
This is Daniel Manning and Brian Urlacher all over again, isn't it?
Do not congratulate the opponent. I don't care if it's a ex-teammate during a game. That's bull. Do it after the game. I totally agree with that. Before the game, you want to say hi, whatever. During the game, you're congratulating a guy for picking off your quarterback's pass? Complete garbage. Sorry. What the hell's gotten into athletes in this day and age?
They just realize that it's not life and death.
You're trying to beat this team's brains in and trying to beat them. You don't congratulate them for doing it. They're taking money out of your pocket. They're trying to do something that could end up keeping you either out of the playoffs or get you a lower seed or cost you the division title.
I disagree. I think it's okay.
Then you're full of crap, too. You're all full
Wow.
of crap.
Cupcake, my guy.
Not Adam Pac-Man Harris.
Good for Adam. The pause, and they're like, yeah, I disagree.
The crazy thing about Adam is like, he is literally the nicest person
Sweetest.
in the world.
He could not be kinder.
Sweetheart of a man. And you can see his eyes rolling, even though you didn't see him and have his eyes rolling. Like, you could see it, even if just hearing it.
That is our friend and former overnight host, the late Les Grobstein, going off about Daniel Manning, then of the Texans, and Brian Urlacher dapping each other up after Daniel Manning had a pick. I wish Les was alive and here for the Green Bay Packers season that just was. Les really would have enjoyed that.
Oh, he would have enjoyed it. He really would have.
Oh my God, he would have loved that Ben Johnson is totally okay with Matt LaFleur not being happy.
Can you imagine the 2 overnight shows that Les does after the Bears-Packers games?
Man, just the joy.
Just leaning
coming in. Thank you to the texter for pointing out that was Kesha in the background for Les.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
and Adam
what?
Harris. Left for Les and Adam Harris. The music. It was Kesha.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely killing.
Didn't he have thoughts on Kesha, too? Isn't there some Les and Kesha thoughts or some back and forth between him and Adam Pac-Man Harris?
Have you ever seen the video where Kesha tries to hug Jerry Seinfeld on the red carpet at an awards show, and he's just like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Because he didn't know who she was.
Yeah.
And
he would like to protect his personal space.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have to hug everybody and anybody.
In that case, he was being like Cal Raleigh. Except
just dapper up.
Kesha didn't come from Speak. Like, think about Speaks. Think about this from Randy's point of view.
If it was Julia Louis-Dreyfus and he said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Right. Like, think about Randy's like, man, I was just hanging out with your cool-ass parents.
Yeah.
I gave a big old hug, and we were talking about how great you are.
Yeah.
Wait, we not cool now because I have on a different jersey?
That's why I said F off and go to hell. That's right. Shove that up your big dumper.
I think we actually have to dump that.
Do we?
Yeah.
I did it the first time. I was like, I'll just be cool and just not mention it, and hopefully Speaks doesn't say it again. Oh, no.
Yeah, because you can't.
Sorry
you can't
about
do
that.
the thing where it's.
We have wanted, hoped, prayed, and dreamed for some of the things that have ended up happening. This is the 6th best offense in the NFL in terms of yardage. Forget since the bye, whatever. Season's done. Let's look at it.
And you would have been happy had it been 12th.
Yes! You're the 6th best. You have the 3rd best running game in the NFL.
And you would have been happy had that been 15th.
Yes. You are 9th best in scoring. You are a top 10 offense no matter how you slice it. How about this? How many times did Caleb Williams get sacked last year?
68.
They have the 3rd best sack percentage in the entire NFL.
He also doesn't turn the ball over very often.
They have the number 1 best interception rate in the NFL. They do not turn the ball over. And this quarterback, who you feared might be another Justin Fields in terms of holding the ball too long and causing sacks to happen, has become what he's become, the 3rd best sack rate in the NFL. With all the investment on the offensive line and his development and the change in the offense is something to celebrate massively.
And then you add in the magical stuff. You add in the games that you felt like they were going to lose, the games that you were used to them losing.
Yes.
As a Bears fan, you're sitting there going, I've seen this movie before.
Harris and Grote.
We are happy to have on Vinny Rotino. Vinny, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on, guys. I tell you, I feel like I made it to the big leagues when I get on the Score and get on your show. I appreciate you guys having me.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Thiago Splitter, I definitely say he seems like he knows what he's doing. In all honesty, I just say it like that. He's someone that I feel like is a great leader. I mean, he's played in the NBA, so he has experience and knows what it's like on the player side and now the coaching side. So I feel like he's going to be a great coach and someone that I can really listen to and trust because I know he's been through it also. And then Bryson Graham, he's just a great guy. Was in Atlanta, that's where I'm from, so kind of had that connection, and he seems to really believe in me, and that's really all I need.
That is your new Bulls draft pick, 4th overall, Caleb Wilson, who the Bulls unveiled this little cool fun fact, Marshall, about Caleb Wilson. He was wearing a rose pin on his draft day suit to honor D. Rose.
Little silver said hopefully it gets him to the right place, a.k.a. Chicago. Where did he end up again? Oh, yeah, Chicago.
Crazy how that worked out.
Listen, we talked, what was it, yesterday? And we came to the conclusion that, like, this was the place to be if you want to go be a franchise player and be like, hey, it's about me. And Caleb Wilson is going to have every opportunity to become the guy. Utah, you've got guys like Ace Bailey. You can go up and down. Obviously, John Morant exists. I don't know if he's going to be with that team for the rest of his career, but he's there right now.
Yeah.
So you look around, and of course, Trae Young and Anthony Davis both playing in D.C. currently. This is the clean slate that every young future superstar should be asking and wishing for, and he has been pounding the table about how he's ready for this specific challenge coming from North Carolina, and of course understanding the Michael Jordan everything of it all.
Yeah, it's been refreshing to hear how excited he is to be here and how he understands what this is and how even the trust that he was placing in Bryson Graham and Thiago Splitter there, I thought was pretty impressive for a guy who just got here. He's 19 years old and he's already setting the tone. He and Dalen Smith are the two draft picks because the Bulls had an interesting second round. For a minute, they had Braden Smith. And I think a lot of people were excited about that just after seeing what he did at Purdue. And that minute was fun. And a lot of people couldn't even finish their tweets before the Bulls decided to trade the draft rights to Braden Smith for Cam Jones, future pick swaps. And say it with me, friends. Guess who's back? Cash considerations.
I like to call them Cassius considerations. It personalizes them or humanizes Cash a little bit more. You don't always have to call him by his nickname. Cassius considerations. Cassius C
considerations. So that is I didn't mind it though. Unlike the Jordan Bell move, which I definitely thought about because Marshall's laughing and Warriors fan of me. That was 2017 when Jordan Bell got traded for cash considerations and contributed to the Warriors, by the way.
Jordan Bell took it personally too. He took a little issue with it as
well. Didn't he also have some fun with the name cash considerations or something like that? But let's face it, they weren't the only ones because we saw the Lakers ended up inexplicably doing business with the Mavericks regarding that 56th pick. So there was also cash considerations exchanged there. I think everybody should pause whenever the Lakers and Mavericks want to do a deal again. Luka. So it was a very tradey second round where I feel like even in what we saw, Marshall, after Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley told us finally that second round draft picks matter, the rest of the league was like, yeah, no, I don't think so.
The way that second round picks were being wheeled and dealed last night, I was like,
given away.
I don't even need to watch the draft itself. I was like, I'm going to just stick to the baseball and I'll read about what happens with the second round of the draft. Because, there's less fanfare anyway, although I think a couple of guys had to come back to the green room to hear their names called from night one, which is never a good feeling for someone who went all the way to New York to be a part of the draft. I always wondered, do you wear the same suit 2 days in a row or do you bring an extra suit just in case?
Man, you got to bring an extra suit.
Because you can't be in the same space with the same exact clothes on, right?
No. You only bring one suit when you intend on being there for one game in the playoffs to close something out. Then the one suit rule applies.
If it was me, that second day, I'd wear just casual clothes and be like, I'm going to remember this moment because I want people to remember I wasn't supposed to be here in my mind, and I'm going to prove that I am a quote-unquote first-round talent.
Cassius clothes, if you will.
Yeah.
But it was a wildly tradey second round, as we saw. Now that it's different now because of the new CBA. I think we should respond to that. It's not just like this was the league hated what Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley did. Although I will point out that Ayo Dosunmu and Kobe White have both signed contracts with the teams they got traded to.
Rich paydays also. Rich paydays. You got teams moving former lottery picks from their teams to get room so they can sign Kobe White. That's what happened this morning with the trade of LaMelo Ball to the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't know how that's going to work out, but my curiosity will get the best of me when League Pass season starts again.
This is from Elias Schuster. Kobe White and Ayo Dosunmu just secured a combined $184 million. Both their teams traded away all-stars to make room for re-signing them. But Acme couldn't get a first-round pick. That, my friends, is why the Bulls have a new front office.
That's succinctly and well put.
Game, set, match. When you devalue assets that have a great value, you tell us who you are real quick. That was not the impression that we got this morning on Mully and Haugh. Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter came into the studio, which is something that is significant in our business. This isn't like... joining us on the phone is one thing, and we appreciate when people do that. And then joining us on Zoom is another, where you've taken an extra step in the effort. But to come in, those guys in studio with us and sit for 2 segments, that means something to us. That's a significant act that they had and sacrifice of their time that they had made. And Bryson Graham talked about how that second round ended up playing out last night.
Look, you have your board, and you have your targets. And one of the things I had mentioned were obviously Caleb and Dalen, were targets for us.
Yeah.
And look, as we're going down it, and it's nothing against the players that were remaining. They just weren't particularly, targets of ours. And so we were looking, it's like, okay, how can we, maybe, get some future assets and push this pick forward. And that was kind of the thinking, behind it. I know it's like, take this guy or take a project, but look, we're also, not at a roster crunch, but we still have $33 million in room right now and $9 million in a room mid level. So there's still a ton of flexibility left. And we want to just continue to stay flexible because you just never know. Teams may call and be looking to dump players. We can dump players and then take back in assets, And so why put ourselves in a situation where you're committing to a player that maybe you may like, but it may take you out of the game of some other things. So that was our reason, and Tiago was obviously on board with that as well, and ownership. And so we just that was our philosophical approach.
That was our appearance this morning, Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter on with Mully and Haugh. Our segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. And Marshall and I, Teachers Pets, we decided to come in early to say hi and meet them and listen to them. And when he said that, Marshall and I both started raising our hands like we were in a house of worship. Stay flexible. Use your exceptions. Oh my, where are we? Are you saying that if you got an offer that you couldn't refuse from, say, I don't know, the New Orleans Pelicans, you would have been willing to listen?
Layla, it's a conflict. It's really conflicting for me. Here's why. Because at the end of the day, I was only asking for the bare minimum from the previous front office in terms of understanding how draft assets work, their value, and staying flexible, malleable, and ready to pivot quickly. Not like a battleship, but like somebody on a freaking
kayak.
It's so frustrating.
Skateboard.
To have survived what we survived.
Ball change.
All of the things you just said. Like a 180 burpee. You know?
Ooh.
Because, like, you could do burpees or you could do 180. I prefer 180 burpees. Get a little more extra movement in there.
Teacher's pet.
Whoa, slow down with that. But
thanks for coming to class, Marshall.
To understand, it made complete sense. Basically, he said, we got to the second round. There wasn't anyone slappy enough for us. There wasn't anyone like that we were like, this guy makes sense long term. And it's like, instead of taking on a project right now where we are in our rebuild, we need to make sure that when NBA teams with superstars, when they inevitably tire of the superstar or the superstar sours on the organization they're with and demands a trade, we can either be in position to get a superstar or just to help facilitate a trade and get more draft capital going forward. And understanding that the second round picks aren't what they used to be because NIL exists. And players that used to come in, why would you come for a non-guaranteed second round contract when you could just stay in school and make money doing that?
Yeah, that's what has also changed this, is NIL in a good way for players has changed whether or not they want to be a part of the draft. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. And when you look at, say, even what Ayo Dosunmu and Kobe White have done in the past 2 days, signing big contracts with the T-Wolves and the Charlotte Hornets, and then we see LaMelo Ball get traded. That may be the best example yet. The headline in The Athletic and the newsletter was correct. I don't know why this happened. It makes no sense. I didn't even think that the T-Wolves had enough picks to make it happen. But that's the flexibility we're talking about here. If you want to pivot with superstars, it's going to take a lot of resources to make it happen.
The Bulls don't have extra resources right now, but over the course of this season in particular, maybe next season too, they can start to build a little mini OKC bundle. And I say mini, I mean like a micro OKC bundle.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a better example in there somewhere. I mean, Oklahoma City is the example, but like what's the real comp? And the sad part is you can't think of one. And I thought that Minnesota was tapped out based on the Gobert trade, but we were reminded of the trade that sent Karl Anthony Towns to New York. That worked out well for the Knicks, I'd say.
They have a championship. If you trade for a superstar, win a championship. It's a very low bar, but some people are able to reach it. And New York has done a pretty good job. But
that's the flexibility piece of it. And maybe it doesn't help you the first year. Maybe it helps you the second year. Cat is an example of that. Took a minute for that to get put together.
And it's not like the Bulls are running out of second picks anytime soon.
No, they have a bevy of second rounders. Other GMs have put together a bevy of second rounders. I'm looking in the direction of the process, Sam Hinkie. That's the originator of all of this. It all goes back to the process. Joel Embiid told me so.
Well, Joel Embiid, a.k.a. the process, is probably one of the not so great contracts in basketball right now, considering what else they have in the chamber with VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey to speak of.
VJ Edgecombe was a nice pick for them.
Look, you get that in the lottery, you feel pretty good about yourself, but I'm excited about what the Bulls have on hand. Still don't know who's making shots from outside, but we'll get to that.
As Bryson Graham so aptly made fun of us, where's the shooting? So we have more from Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter. We're going to revisit this, especially in tomorrow's show as well. Strongly recommend you go back and listen. They were on from 8:25 until 9 this morning. You can go back on the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app and hear those interviews. We definitely will be drilling down on a lot of what they had to say. But the second round for us, I think, was a moment of sea change in the league and how you're seeing it adapt to the new CBA. In the meantime, it's time for halftime. And it's not just any old halftime today on Rahimi Harris and Grote. It's halftime with Mike Vassell. Next.
Bulls Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations Bryson Graham and new head coach Thiago Splitter join Mully and Haugh for an exclusive in-studio visit right here on The Score.
What role did that fandom have in terms of how it informs the way you do your job now?
Bryson Graham.
From my office, if I just look outside, you just see the court and you see the Bulls logo. I don't even know if I would love basketball the same if the Bulls weren't the Bulls.
Thiago Splitter.
That jersey is heavier. It comes with pros and cons. Expectations are enormous. I actually love that.
This is Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, official radio home of the Bulls.
Sponsored by BetMGM.
Oh, I did not know how this movie ended because it ended with Caleb putting on a cape and making some incredible throw, and the Bears won it.
They had 6 comebacks in the final 2 minutes, which is insane. And guess what? There's 3 others that they could have won in the final 2 minutes, including yesterday. 3 others. And that hurts because they kind of left the 1 seed sitting there on the table if they get that touchdown to end in San Fran.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, and they probably approach it differently and all of that. But anyway, how about this? Caleb was finally right about Torrey Taylor. He punted 60 times, 3.53 times per game. That is the lowest figure in Bears history. Remember when he said, you're not going to be punting that much? It's the least amount of time you have seen a punter in your entire history of watching the Bears. That's pretty funny to me. Then these numbers. What did Ben say was the most important number?
EPA.
EPA per play, they are 7th in the NFL. EPA per pass, they are 9th of the 8 teams ahead of them in that all-important number, according to Ben Johnson. 6 of them are playoff teams, and the other 2 are Detroit and Dallas. So they are a top 10 offense by EPA per pass, top 10 for scoring, top 6 in yardage, top 3 in rushing. That's the year that you just saw.
Can I just for a second, I want to talk about the EPA thing because I like that something that he kind of dismissed while talking about EPA ended up playing a huge role in them being good.
Turnovers?
Yes.
So true.
Yes, like
So
he kind of
true.
dismissed that as a thing, but look at the takeaway margin that the Bears have defensively, and it's played a significant role.
They are plus 22. They are number 1 in turnover differential in the NFL, ahead of the Texans and the Jaguars and the Steelers and the Rams. So all of the top 5 are playoff teams.
It's been a wonderful year. Kyle Monungai, I still owe you a steak, by the way. Kyle Monungai coming in and doing what he's done. DeAndre Swift being the player that he's been.
And having a career year on the ground.
The improvement of Darnell Wright, even though he didn't make the Pro Bowl and you understood why.
Mm-hmm.
The improvement of the offensive line all the way through it. Even with the left tackle situation being in flux yet again yesterday.
2 more quickies. Phil Thompson wrote a great piece in the Trib yesterday.
What's up, Phil?
The Bears, going into yesterday, have run 496 plays under center. That's the second most behind the Rams in the entire NFL. Remember when Caleb was told that he couldn't do anything under center? Second most in the NFL under center.
Well, he worked his ass off. And
Yeah,
we
he
talked
did.
about it before the season began that I had heard that he was out there doing reps every day, taking snaps from center, and then that plays out where he gets – and I think a lot of people are like, man, if this guy can get that concept, he could be a really dangerous passer, and he has been.
And average depth of target, just to show you stylistically what they do, okay? This is how far the receivers go down the field before they are targeted. 9.31 yards, 5th in the NFL, behind the Eagles, the Patriots, the Rams, and the Packers. Playoff teams all. So Ben Johnson has given you a playoff caliber scheme, and Caleb Williams has executed it to a playoff caliber offense.
So there should be rejoicing in the fact that the Bears have won the division. They are the 2 seed in the NFC, and the playoffs start on Saturday for them over at Soldier Field.
Get yourself an Ethernet hookup.
It's a good radio gimmick. It's the guy who does the show from a
From
car.
a car?
Yeah.
Because he lives his whole life there.
Well, guess what, Tanny?
Build a toilet in?
I produced that segment here on The Score when Les drove back from the Eastern Conference Finals
Of course he did.
in 1999.
And he did the show from the car?
He did. He had to do the first segment from the car.
I think Sears told me that he did what from like a drive-through one time.
I'm not surprised.
Wait a minute. Les was covering like a post-Jordan era Eastern Conference Finals.
He went down
felt compelled to do that.
The Pacers-Knicks, right? So you were Pacers-Knicks, and he went down to Indianapolis. And by then, I'm what, a year into my tenure here at the Score.
They should have just let you host the segment until he got back.
Well, I'm getting to that part of it. So Les tells me, he says, I think I'm going to make it back before. And so I'm like, what? Because that was when the show started at 1. Remember, Tommy Williams was on.
Yes.
So Zampillo was producing
I
that.
love you, big partner.
Exactly. So he says, I'm going to have to start the show on the phone. And I'm like, that's
not a thing.
Terrible idea.
That is not a thing.
So he's like, can you load up that last break between Tommy going off the air and us starting? I'm like, I can ask Tommy. And he's like, no. I'm on 90.94 now. I'm not far from the station. I'm like,
It is halftime here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, and we spent a lot of time talking about the Dansby-Swanson doubleheader, which is really what we should call it, because 11 RBIs in a day is that's a good month for some people. But that is exactly what happened to Dansby-Swanson yesterday, and he made it happen. It didn't happen to him. Then the Cubs gave way to the Sox, who almost swept the Guardians. We talked to Vinny Duber, who joined us live from New York. He is now at the Sun-Times covering the Cubs. And we heard from Bulls Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations, Bryson Graham, on the second round of the NBA draft, which Marshall and I think may have also been a subtweet as to how Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley were operating.
I'm with it. I'm with what the Bulls are doing right now. I'm sign me up. I'll follow them right now. It's not as strong as my Ben Johnson day one endorsement, but it's up there.
I think it might be more confident because you were still of the impression at the time that, like, you said you didn't know who he was going to be as a head coach. So I think it might be higher than you even recall.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because you kept saying, well, Ben hasn't been a head coach. Ben hasn't been a head coach.
Yeah, my whole thing was I know the offense will be better than the defense.
And I feel like you're more calm about this.
Well, this is baseline competency that we're talking about here compared to the previous regime. No, it's keep it in perspective.
I just thumbs up and smiled at Marshall because that's where we're at.
It's halftime.
Mike Vassell joined the White Sox broadcast last night on CHSN for the game that we talked about where they almost swept the Guardians. And per usual, Vassell was his most entertaining self. But he also made some news because he and Tarek Skubal got into it in the series over the weekend, and he was asked about it by John Shriffen and Brooke Fletcher of CHSN.
So the big news with you is what went down in Detroit. You and Tarek Skubal had some words. We still don't really know what it was all about. Can you clear it up for us how it happened?
Yeah, so, it was, just kind of on top step, cheering for my team. And, we're getting some hits. And then next thing I know, there's some words being shared. I think he was saying he liked Detroit more, and I think I was saying I like Chicago more. And then next thing you know, everybody was just really screaming loud. And it was honestly kind of like a venting session for me in a way because I can't play, a lot of pent-up anger, so I just let it out. And he let out his frustrations as well. And, I think all is great now.
So you guys are cool?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's look, I don't view necessarily some bickering, if you will, like bad, like it's going to happen. Both teams are very competitive, and he's obviously one of, if not the best pitcher in the game, so he's going to have a compete mode, and he was probably like, who is this dude? And I get it. And at the same time, I'm thinking, I'm the wizard, what's going on here, so I can't just back down, I'm not going to do that. We've seen me on the mound. I'm a fiery guy. So, but yeah, as far as I'm concerned, all is well. Now we're back in Chicago and doing great.
It blew up on social media. Were you expecting it, or were you surprised at how much it actually did?
I am a little surprised, but at the same time, I think there might be a part of where sometimes in some seasons you see like brawls and arguments happen frequently. And I really don't recall many happening this year so far. So I think maybe just a good banter could really make some headlines there. And I think that's kind of just what happened.
Hey, you feel like a good brawl or maybe something like that is good for baseball?
Well, I got to be careful about how I word this. But,
All right, here's how it went
Here it
down
is.
in Detroit.
Yep. And I believe I said me. There I go, me. And those are, I'm saying I love Chicago there. That's exactly what I said. Word for word, I was saying I love Chicago. And he was saying the same thing. But back to it, I do think there's a point where a competitive edge is important for both sides. Not to say that every game there should be a full-on brawl on the field. But look, like, at any time a guy's a fiery competitor, it's important for the game. I do think there's probably a point where a line is crossed.
You don't need to be a lip reader to know what Mike Vassell said to Tarek Skubal.
Felt like he was translating. Sometimes when you use certain colorful language, you need a translator to help the layman understand what the intent was behind the words that probably couldn't be on this particular radio show.
Him also pointing out that he was on the top step is a detail in this.
The whole thing is when he says, "Who, me?" I'm like, you picture him looking left, you picture him looking right. Like, who else could this man be talking to?
Watch the video replay.
I watched it.
Foul Territory posted the video replay. He's standing in the middle of the break where the stairs are open to the field. And he's looking at Skubal and points and goes, "Me?" And then something comes out. You don't have to be a lip reader to know what he said.
I don't know that John Boy has done the lip reading yet, but I can't wait till that does surface if it does.
I don't even think you need it.
Sometimes they get some good angles in there.
Vassell was great. He's always a lot of fun. He's damn entertaining, and that was yet another example. We have time to continue with Halftime with Mike Vassell. He shared the origin of the wand.
We have to talk about the personality that has developed for yourself with the magic wand. First, where is the wand right now?
At the current state of the game and everything, I left the wand in the dugout to just, keep the energy there.
Cool.
So it's going to stay there for right now. Now, I hope to be back up here at some point, so I might bring it back up here. Maybe the magic could be up here at some point as well, so it's just kind of, again, with the wand, you got to feel it out. It's a feel thing.
Well, I heard from Drew Romo there was an incident where he actually touched the wand, and then you quickly took it, you blessed it with some holy water, if you will. But then it worked, right? Because who was it that hit a homer after?
I can't remember who it was, but I do know that, and it was by accident. Drew Romo touched the wand, and then I had to do a little ceremony over the wand, and then, next guy up hit a homer. So, it's true. You can't really mess with the wand too much.
Okay, so what are the official wand rules?
One, Sean Rubin, wherever he is down there, is protector of the wand. I trust him. I know he's gonna take care of it. There we are, Mooney's special spell. But the rules of the wand are fairly simple. Just, if it's down in the dugout and it's on, just don't touch it at the time. Let it be, leave it be. So it's pretty simple rules.
Well, it has its own protector. Where do you put the wand? When the game is over, do you keep it in your locker? Does it have a special case?
It's got a little special case. I put it in the case. I make sure it's safe. I double check it every night that it's there, because quite literally that is all I have right now is a wand. So I make sure it's there and it's safe, and then I can go to bed.
Listen, Mike Vassell is having too much fun, and he's here to take us all on the joyride with him.
I love it. I need more of this, especially out of the bullpen. That's where you have the time to think of these creative things. I know he's injured, but still.
When he said rules for the bullpen, or excuse me, for the wand, I was thinking don't feed the wand after midnight. Tell me what, I had Gremlins flashbacks.
I'm the wizard. What's going on?
Not a wizard, wizard.
Did you guys hear the nickname that was brought up on the broadcast last night? It's hard to deny. And
I know which one you're talking about.
Is this the alliteration one?
Magic Mike.
Oh, I didn't get that one. I heard the Windy City
What song
Wizard.
came into your head just now? It's the right amount of inappropriate and cheeky.
I see what you did.
I don't need to see all that out of Mike Vassell.
Cheeky.
No. Mm-mm.
Cheeky. I'm just going to keep saying cheeky.
Isn't that? It's more of a term that's used internationally for humor than here.
Oh, I know, but it also has that double entendre for
Ew.
Magic Mike.
No. See, this is why it goes to the dark place. You can't have good, clean fun here.
I stay in the dark place. What are you talking about?
Everybody wants to know what your shirt is today, by the way. The
We
Twitch
are
mob has been chatting.
living Single in a 90s kind of world. I'm glad I've got my girls. Shout out to Queen Latifah, who goes off on the theme song for Living Single,
Was it?
a.k.a. the show that was copycatted by those other people in New York.
Oh, friends, there is a deep dive to be had on that.
It's really crazy, isn't it?
Also-
They'll colonize anything.
The World Cup is a good example of that this year. Do you have, by the way, do you believe that it was a spinoff of A Different World? Because some people think it was in a way, but I can't say it was.
I've never heard that particular.
That was
but
a theory floating around.
No. There's no.
I mean, A Different World is a spinoff.
Yeah, Different World is a spinoff of the Cosby Show.
Yeah,
Yes.
legitimately.
Yeah, Marissa Tomei in them. That's like, I was like, why is Marissa Tomei in the show? And then I was like, okay, she adds a little. Jada was in the show. Jada Pinkett Smith before she had the Smith on the end of her name. Like, I go back old school.
Is she going to drop the Smith now?
There's a reboot.
Good
There's
question.
a reboot coming, or I guess a sequel series coming of A Different World is coming. Maybe to Netflix.
How do you feel about that, Marshall?
You
These
know how I feel about-
reboots and remakes are always.
Come up with some original ideas.
They can't. And when they have them, they don't think they're good enough or they're not going to sell.
At the same time, though, yeah, go ahead, milk me for all my nostalgia. I'll watch.
You do watch a movie or two or a TV series.
X-Men 97, July 1st, season 2 drops, and I'm there. If you saw X-Men 97, I mean, the literal name of the show is X-Men 97. Like, think about how far you got to go back.
So I made the mistake, because I don't watch a lot of movies, but I want to know what happens. So I just do the Wikipedia thing.
Oh my goodness.
Why did I do that with Infinity War?
Oh no.
No, and here's the best part. Why do I still feel dark inside and empty after reading even just the Wikipedia entry?
If you had watched that movie in the theater with other people, you would have felt so dark. You would have been sad for a couple of days.
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel messed up after watching Parasite and There Will Be Blood, but I love them. 5 on it is next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules. And good luck.
Yes!
Got it.
My
Chuck
night
is on
is
fire.
made.
Dalen
Thank you,
Swain
God.
on fire.
From
What
the
a-
University of Texas.
Oh my God.
Chuck Swirsky. Yes. Can we go to the
He's
gas
batting
station?
nearly 1,000.
I told you guys. That's
Hey,
crazy.
I'm telling you
Nearly
right now,
1,000.
this is a great first round.
Tell me
for the
why.
Bulls.
Tell me why, Chuck.
Because he's every slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one.
Unbelievable. Dalen Swain from the University of Texas.
I love it. I flat out love it.
The only major.
Bryson Graham for mayor.
This is it. Onions, baby. Onions. Dalen Swain in the building. Last year, second team All SEC.
Oh, he's got Bill Duffy representing him. He's great.
Okay.
Like you said, listed as a guard there, but he's got size, right? 6'7".
Yeah.
Should be around 225 pounds when he reports for training
That
camp
kid's a
for the Bulls.
stud.
So this is like you said, staying in line. Already going to it, Chuck. Absolutely love it. Played at Texas last year,
Yes,
obviously,
he
but
did.
he played at Xavier prior to that. There were some inconsistencies at time at Texas with his defense, but he was better at Xavier, and I think Longhorns had a little bit tougher year maybe than they expected last year and such. So really, really good rebounder for his position as well in that. So that gives the Bulls optionality there just as they fill out their roster. Don't know his exact role yet, but certainly a guy who should play on the wing for years to come.
100%.
They said best player available. That's what Bryson Graham said. So certainly that's what he feels about. 6'6",
And he can
211
compete.
pounds.
A key point for Dalen Swain is that he's about a 30% three-point shooter for his college career. He needs to improve on that, but he did get up to 34, a little over 34% last year at Texas. So there was the improvement right there last year, which
and
you love to see.
And he's shooting 54% from the field, and if you're shooting 33% from the three-point line, that you can get to the cup and finish around the rim.
He can.
And that's his calling card, right?
He's a slasher.
The Bulls got two guys here, question marks on their three-point shot, but who are renowned at the college level for attacking the rim.
Well,
right? That's an interesting dynamic that they're adding there and what they prioritize.
It also lets you know, obviously, that both Bryson Graham and Thiago Splitter have complete faith in the coaching staff that they're about to put together, right? Saying, I know I can help this guy with his shooting. I just need him to have the other intangibles that are available to you. He's averaging over 7 rebounds a game in college basketball. So not only are you getting the scoring with him averaging over 17, but you're also getting the the rebounds, averaging over 3.5 assists a game. So someone that can fill up the stat, a versatile guy that can fill up the stat sheet. But Cody, are you surprised it's not a guy like LeBaron Fallon? I mean, there's still guys that are being passed up to take a guy that Chuck so beautifully called in Dalen Swain.
I don't know that I'm surprised in that sense, because size does matter to this new Bulls front office, and Fallon's a smaller guard. So it is a question of obviously what they wanted to prioritize in that instance. And it's hard, right? Like 15, nothing really surprised me because there were so many options on the board. If they would have had someone with the second round grade or something, but Dalen Swain was by pretty much all projections mid-first round at some point, maybe slightly out of the lottery a little bit, like he just went right here. So it seems like a good start for the Bulls to this new era. Certainly a couple of second round picks as well, but these are two guys that they should get big minutes next year right away, because Swain's been in college 3 years. Like, he's ready to come in and start playing.
Yeah, I wanted to do some reporting around Caleb Wilson because I think he's a super talented prospect who also has some very real holes in his game. So I wanted to get, a look at what he's like as a person, not just a player. And everyone I talked to around Caleb Wilson believes he's the type of guy who has the right mentality to improve his weaknesses and the curiosity to continue to get better. I talked to his high school coach, Mario Mays, down at Holy Innocents High School in Atlanta, and he told me that Caleb logged by far the most hours on their data watching platform, Huddle, 3 times more than anyone else in the program, to just study his opponents and study his own film to see where he needed to get better. I talked to Sean May, who told me how Caleb became a leader at North Carolina as a freshman, despite being one of the youngest players on the team. And I just became more convinced that, he's someone who has a little bit of boom or bust potential, I think, especially compared to the other top 3 prospects in this class. But he has the right mentality and he has the drive to become the best player he can be. So I think that, the Bulls will have a player who has the highest potential on the team and someone who could one day become the star they really need to level this thing up.
What fits in the bust category for him?
Yeah, well, I think a couple things. One, he doesn't shoot threes at all. That's a pretty tough thing for a modern NBA forward to have to deal with. He's also 211 pounds, so he really plays a power-based game. He plays like he's a center, but he's going to be severely underweight for an NBA power forward, let alone an NBA center. Also measured at a sub 7'1" wingspan. So, not a ton of length, not a ton of strength, and doesn't shoot. He's not someone who really was running pick and rolls as a ball handler at North Carolina. He didn't have a lot of opportunities in isolation. So he's a very unique player. And to me, it puts a lot of pressure on Thiago Splitter as the Bulls head coach.
Local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score! I got 5.
It's time for 5 on it. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote bring you 5 topics on their minds today on 104.3 The Score.
I got 5 on it.
Number 1.
Dansby Swanson has driven in 15 runs in the first 3 games of the Cubs' 4-game set against the Mets. 11 of those RBI came in games 1 and 2 of Wednesday's split doubleheader. Has Swanson put an end to his struggles at the plate, or is he simply a beneficiary of the Mets' metting?
There's no doubt that the Mets absolutely meted yesterday and last night, and a lot of writers are saying it's a new low for them. But there's a greater pattern here when it comes to Dansby Swanson. This happened against the Rockies. It's what I mentioned before. I think there was some real work done with John Mully. Since June 17th, he slashed 478, 519, 1174 with 18 RBI and a 339 weighted runs created plus. Evan Altman reports that over his previous 39 games, he was at 142, 227, 205, barf, with 4 RBI and only a 25 weighted runs created plus. So I don't think it's just a series. I think we may have seen his best self with these adjustments in this series, but pleasantly, I think this goes back a little farther.
You know what's crazy? We've talked about Cubs with runners in scoring position, and that hasn't been as important over the last 6 games because they put up the 59 runs. But this month, Dansby Swanson's got 20 at-bats with runners in scoring position. He has 8 hits. That's twice as many hits with runners in scoring position this month than Ian Happ and Alex Bregman combined, who are combined 4-for-45 with runners in scoring position. And I say that because if you zoom out beyond the 5 hits yesterday they had with runners in scoring position, you understand that Dansby Swanson is having a heck of a run. Over his 6-game hitting streak, he's batting over 400, 11 for 23. This happened before the Mets series. The Mets series was just the continuation, and you hope not the culmination of a heater, because they need performances like this from him and everybody else 1 through 9 this weekend against the Milwaukee Brewers, who you're down 0-3 on the season series. And ultimately, that's the team you're chasing here when we talk about playoffs. Again, the Cubs would be in the playoffs if they started today. They just wouldn't be in the position that they want to be.
So frustrating to have that sweep come at home, too. Here's some historical context numbers to the 15 RBIs that Dansby has had against the Mets. The last person to hit that mark over a 3-game span was Sammy Sosa, who tied a Major League record with 16 in August of 2002. And the last 2 of those games came at Coors Field before they brought in the humidor.
Oh, that's good context.
So that's not just Sammy Sosa in 2002. That's pre-humidor Coors Field. I've been in the humidor, by the way. Have you been?
I have not been in the humidor, no.
It's cold and neat. It smells like baseball in there.
That is not surprising, the smells like baseball part.
It's really cool because it's just like this wall of like beautiful, pristine baseballs. 15 RBIs over a 3-game span against the same team. Nobody had done that since Reggie Jackson for the A's against the Red Sox in 1969. And the only 2 others in history were Tony Lazzeri against the A's in 1936 and Lou Gehrig with 16 against Cleveland in 1930.
Best part is he's got a whole another game to add to his against the Mets total tonight.
Yeah, the baseball history is ripe with that stat, so it's fun to read about the other the notables in context.
Let me add one more in here. He's the first Cub ever to drive in 4 runs in 3 straight games, which is kind of a crazy stat because you would think someone's done that before.
That's simplistic.
Yeah.
That's kind of sobering, guys, when you think about it. Okay.
It sure is. The Cubs conversation continues this afternoon when manager Craig Counsell joins Spiegel and Holmes at 2:30 right here on 104.3 The Score when he has to address all of these issues.
Concerned.
I know I'll be. Yes,
Ray said he's all sobered up.
What does he say? It's the way he says it. Concerned.
Absolutely.
Number 2.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to send you on a wild goose chase there.
Concerned.
There it is.
I'm concerned.
Oh, here's another concerning
Sad Craig.
conversation right here.
We're in a rough spot.
We are in a rough spot. If you're a Cubs fan, you're in a rough spot. If you're a Cubs player, you're in a rough spot, especially if you're a Cubs pitcher. The Cubs rotation took another hit yesterday when the Cubs placed right-hander Ben Brown on the 15-day injured list, retroactive to Sunday. Concerned. Because of a left neck strain, a problem Ben Brown's been dealing with dating back to June 13th when he faced the Giants. Unfortunately, we have to bring Cubs DEFCON back. On a scale of 5 to 1, on Cubs DEFCON 1, of course, being the most severe, where would you rate your level of concern about the state of Cubs pitching?
2. No. Yeah, two. Is that too much?
I don't think so.
I mean,
I wouldn't hold it against anyone that said 1.
You know the clock to midnight and how we keep going closer and closer because like the death of human civilization is some combo of like AI and like who's got the nuclear codes and climate and whatnot. I feel like the clock is, it like inched a minute closer or whatever recently. That's how I feel about Cubs DEFCON when it comes to pitching. Like, what do we even say at this point? I just hope the trade works out. And Marshall's just looking at me. Do I look that not confident that the David Peterson trade might not work out?
I'm honestly surprised. And Ray, thank you for not holding it against me as I say 1 on
Woo!
this.
We're dead. We're dead.
I listen, look at what they have going out there every 5th day. And look not only at what they have, but what they don't have if someone else were to somehow, I don't know, get hurt.
What are you doing? Why are you saying that? We have turned to knock on the wood on the frames on our windows in our studio.
I'm just bringing up the very realistic possibility that someone gets hurt. And so what happens next? This is what DEFCON 1 looks like. They had to go make a trade just to be hey, we got somebody to start this Milwaukee game this weekend.
I don't know. Hang out with Carlos Carrasco. See what he's got left. Ask him a couple questions.
Isn't he 39 years old?
So, does it matter?
I think it does matter. David Peterson's a little bit younger, a little bit shorter in the tooth, proverbially speaking. Look,
you can't get long in the tooth. It's from gum recession. Take it very seriously.
Well, here's what I'm saying about take this seriously. It's not just a starting rotation problem. It's what it does to the bullpen as well. Even if you feel like you have 5 starters right now, your starters are not premium starters. And the lack of premium starters means every 5th day, unlike a Ben Brown, you can't depend on someone to give you maybe, I don't know, the 6 innings you would need as opposed to 4 1/3 or 5 1/3.
Note from our text line 224. Nah, 1 is like all of our starters are out. 2 is more realistic since we got a couple starts healthy and Boyd is back. I just don't know about Boyd, though. Is that fair?
What's the confidence level? We don't know how many pitches that man can throw tonight.
Exactly.
They just had a doubleheader yesterday.
Knock on wood again, everyone, now. Okay.
Been knocking on wood my whole life. Knocking on wood.
Marshall's knocking on his head, for those of you who can't see.
5 on it.
Number 3.
It's 5 on it on 104.3 The Score with Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris. Here's question number 3. Who was the MVP of the White Sox series win over the Guardians?
Was it Mike Vassell?
Is that where you would go with that?
No, I'm just being silly.
Oh, okay.
I said Sam Antonacci was the MVP of the game day before yesterday. And Sam Antonacci, lo and behold, was also part of the production in this game. But is it that simple, Layla? Is it that simple? Perhaps. I vote Sam Antonacci.
Okay.
Because he was the reason the Cubs won the game 2 days ago. In my opinion. I know, credit to Anthony Kay. He deserves it all. But I still think Sam Antonacci's hustle and the 2-out hitting and the broken bat single and the running for it and getting the base and the walk-off. Those things matter. So Sam Antonacci for me, because that's how you got 2 out of 3.
It's a great question. And looking through everything and understanding where Cade Smith is now,
yeah,
I'm going to go with Braden Montgomery.
Ooh.
Because for a rookie to come up that big against Cade Smith, not once but twice over the course of a series and prove that, hey, that man bleeds like everybody else. He can give up stuff like anybody else. He had 1 blown save coming in. He's now got 2 blown saves in the last 3 days. And so understanding what that might mean for this series going forward, because, again, they still have 10 games to play against the Guardians. I like how that sets things up for them specifically.
They turn into Believeland somewhere around August or so.
Is that when they get Jose Ramirez back too? Because that's my bigger... I'm not as worried about Believeland as I am worried about...
Jose Ramirez?
Yeah.
One of the greatest, most consistent players of the last 10 years.
You're making my point for me, and you're doing a very good job with it. I just think understanding where can we get something going, and I like the idea that Braden Montgomery has a little bit of confidence, going forward. We're going to need more from these guys.
Would you like some breaking patent news here on the score?
Patent?
Patent. Patent.
Is this Iceman related?
Patent. Breaking news on the score is sponsored by IDOT. If there's a car pulled over to the side of the road, move over. According to our friend Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has denied Caleb Williams' application for trademark protection as to the name Iceman. Well, Caleb Wilson, come on down. Still George Gervin. Still George Gervin. And Paul Wall.
Yeah. That's big news.
Would you like to know a little bit more about it? Via Josh Gerben of GerbenLaw.com, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has issued an initial refusal of Williams' application for trademark protection to the term. The USPTO found that the proposed mark is too similar to a trademark owned by Lacrosse for an Iceman line of insulated boots. Who saw that coming, friends?
Wow.
That is serious misdirection.
Lacrosse, like Wisconsin?
I don't know. You tell...
LACROSSE. Now, Williams will have appeal rights. So this decision concludes that the marks are identical and that some of the products listed in Williams' application may be confused with Lacrosse products, which I didn't know existed until this very moment. But you guys know, relatively speaking to my age, I'm still new to surviving in winter.
I've never heard of it either. So
good advertising for Lacrosse, if you ask me.
Best advertising they've ever had, obviously.
I'm looking at the boots right now.
Here's an interesting point. Gervin did not take steps, George Gervin, to secure federal protection of the term. And that has been your patent news for the day.
So random business we've never heard of wins over George Gervin and Caleb Williams.
Just protection. They're protecting what they've clearly filed as a patent. First one to the punch.
What do they look like?
They're standard boots. Like they got snow boots, duck boots, all the boots. Liners for boots.
Oh, Lacrosse footwear making superior rubber boots. Hunting boots, waders, work boots, safety apparel. Well, these seem handy.
Maybe you can get an advertising deal with them and be the Iceman logo on their Iceman boots.
If there's one thing I've learned over the last 2 days where I've sent 2 bottles careening into the studio of liquid, that I need to protect myself from myself. And these boots seem like they could do that for me.
Number 4.
What letter grade do you give the Bulls for their 2026 draft class?
Okay, I guess it's a B for me. Like a B+.
Wow, tough crowd.
I think it's the flyer on Dalen Swain. So he seems to be overdrafted according to a few different pundits that I trust. However, this is an excellent opportunity for Bryson Graham to prove me wrong. And you know, I'm one of the people secretly, not secretly, wondering how the shooting and all of this comes together. Now, he did say on Mully and Haugh, he's got oodles of money here. $33 million under the cap that he gets to work with. So therein lies some shooting, yes?
But you would hope.
But I just want to ask the question, given how we know this is put together, really, it's how do you view your bigs? You know, and how much are the rebounds and the second chance points and the high percentage shots coming into play here? So with the Swain move, I want to see why they love him. But Caleb Wilson was who I wanted. So yeah, B+, like 89. I'm being that professor today.
I'm going to give him an A straight up. No plus, no minus, just A. They took Caleb Wilson, which was an obvious move, but I like the Dalen Swain move because I think he's going to be a good NBA player. And you remember back, I was comparing this draft to the OKC draft, and obviously that didn't happen because they got rid of their second round picks. But I do believe that
OKC also had a bit of a referendum there, did they not?
Well, they got to do what they got to do to get, the salary cap, or not cap, but
the apron.
The apron down, the money that they're paying on the extra tax, the luxury tax that is. Swain, I think, is going to be a starter for the Bulls in year one, and he's going to show us why he's so good. Like, I mean, again, points, rebounds, assists at a school like Texas, and steals, leading all 4 categories. I know he's going to play defense on day one, and I think that's important. They're building a profile as a team, and I kind of like that. If you can develop and teach both these guys how to shoot, they're looking good. I like the move.
Wait a second. There's more news here.
Oh.
You remember my favorite Cubs bullpen combo of Kel Pomflex?
Yes.
Seen on an infomercial near you?
Yes.
Pom is back.
True?
Yeah, according to the transaction page on MLB.com, on the 22nd, no less, on Monday, the Cubs signed free agent Drew Pomeranz to a minor league contract.
Also, we missed it. That's my bad.
No, dude, it was buried. That transaction page will tell you some things before teams are willing to announce it. And the best part is it's already official because it's on the transaction page. Not that I'm getting a little nerdy here, but if you really want to know what's up, just bookmark the transaction page. I've found out like random things sometimes, like actual news from that. I'm like, well, it's on the transaction page. Curses. Foiled by the transaction page.
5 on it.
Oh, we don't have time for the rest of 5 on it? I think we should get to this question at some point during our show. We'll produce on the fly. In the meantime, we got to talk to Brooke Fletcher. Did a great job filling in for Steve Stone the past several games on CHSN. We are happy to have her on, and she gets to talk about a White Sox team that has won 9 home series in a row. She joins us next.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance! Cubs win the ballgame!
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
This segment is sponsored by It's Not...
I actually go by Haugh nowadays. I don't know if you guys had heard that, but Haugh is what I like to be referred to as. Or Hall. Hall is good, too.
Where's
Mark Grote.
Where's
Not
the
Mark
K in there?
I've had enough Mark Grote in my life, I got to tell you.
Did you ever think about putting a little accent on it, making Mark Grote?
Oh my God. See, now you don't even know what you just did, Marshall. You don't even know what you just did.
Did I unlock something?
You just walked me right into one of my favorite stories, personal stories ever.
Okay, well, tell it.
And you're going to love it. You're both going to love this. So back in the day when Shaquille O'Neal was a member of the Miami Heat, I was covering that Bulls playoff series in which Shaq was part of the Heat. So I was assigned to, and I'm sure you guys have done this too, I was assigned to the shoot-around at the United Center to cover the Heat, their shoot-around. And one of the good things about these things is you get great access when you're there because it's just the beat reporters and maybe a few stragglers as well. So I see Shaquille O'Neal, and it's just like he's there and just a couple reporters. He looks at my credential, and he's like, who's that? Mark Grote? Is that your name? Mark Grote? I said, actually, it's Grote. He goes, no, I like Grote. Grote's better.
Not him strong-arming you into changing your name.
Yeah, well, here's part of the reason why is because I did ask him. I said to him, this was that he was starting to age, and Shaq and I are the same age. So I felt comfortable in saying, you're getting a little bit older now. Teams are defending you differently. And he looked at me, he goes, you're getting older too, Mark Grote.
Oh, my God.
I do love that. I'm not gonna lie. I like that story. That story was worth telling. Yes.
I was like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's more, but that is the Grote-ness of it all. Shaquille O'Neal making sure that I was Mark Grote.
I would almost do what Joe Theismann did, just go with that pronunciation for marketing.
Oh yeah. Especially if a man that is 7'2", 350 pounds says your name is Mark Grote, go with it.
Mark Grote. Like, can't you hear him say that?
Yes, he's got a very deep and unique voice, Mark Grote.
Monotone.
I do like calling you Mars Hall.
Mars Hall is one of my many I have a lot of nicknames, and Mars Hall is up there as one that a lot of people call me, or just straight Mars.
Didn't it come from grade school?
Came from grade school, kindergarten, first day of class. We all have name tags on. This girl, super, thinks she's smart, walks up to me, points at my name tags like, Mars Hall. I was like, it's actually Marshall.
I just got it. So that's what you were doing earlier. I just got it. It took me 3 or 4 times. That's the way it works. I'm a slow learner.
Sometimes it's shortened to just Mars.
Yeah, okay.
I call him Mars a lot.
I like it.
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No,
That's
I
what
call
you-
myself
I
that.
see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara
She
Walters'
took-
reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
You're what?
I'm his silly little rabbit. You're what?
You're what?
What did you just say?
Right hand arm.
Mr. Sterling's right hand arm.
Man. How is that not an obvious shirt?
I'm Donald Sterling's right hand arm, and then like a bunch of space, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to
I'm
go
Mr. Sterling's
ellipses.
right hand arm. Man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have the paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right hand arm. Man.
But coming out of the football season, I was kind of just talking about a few different things. We were here in commercial break at one point, and we started talking some baseball, and a discussion that really fascinated me with the two of you and the entire crew when I was on the afternoon show broke out, and I felt like it was worth revisiting.
I do have a quick question for Lawrence. I know we are getting short on time, but if Nico goes to San Francisco, do you think he'll still come on the show once a week?
Grote?
Not once a week, but I suspect he would still come on the show occasionally.
I bet he would.
Just who can you count on week in and week out to deliver?
Now,
It's
PCA
Nico.
could turn into that, I think. I think that he's capable of turning into that.
Fletcher, I'm John Schriffen. Once again, Steve Stone is under the weather. You're making history tonight, and it is an honor to share this booth with you. Mary Shane was the first female play-by-play for the White Sox back in 1977. Brooke Fletcher, you're the first female analyst here in 2026.
It's crazy to even think of that. I haven't even processed it, John, but I just am so honored that the White Sox CHSN, you guys have trusted me with this responsibility. And again, I have big shoes to fill with Steve Stone, but thank you so much for making this comfortable for me, John. I've been having a lot of fun.
You're a natural.
That was John Schriffen and Brooke Fletcher from CHSN on yesterday's broadcast, giving credit also to familiar friends and faces that we know who have also been part of the female White Sox analyst fame. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. We are happy to go to our hotline and Twitch, twitch.tv/The Score Chicago. On her day off, Brooke Fletcher is joining us. Brooke, thanks for doing so.
Of course. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Congratulations on making history with the team. And I think it was the best pinch hit performance, and we've seen a few from the White Sox this season. How did you find out that you were getting the word that you were going to fill in for Steve Stone during the Guardians series?
Well, thank you for that. I found out maybe like 2 hours before the game. They pulled me aside, and Brooks Boyer kind of had this serious look on his face, and I'm like, "Oh gosh, what's going on?" And he said, "How about you? Do you want to make history tonight?" And when I get it from my dad, he always says, "Grab the bull by the horns." And as a competitor, I was like a little hesitant at first because it's such a big responsibility, and you're just kind of like, "Wait, you want me in the booth?" And so I described it yesterday as kind of like jumping out of a plane when you skydive, right? You just kind of go for it. And it was such a fun experience. And I'm so appreciative of, the White Sox and CHSN just giving me that opportunity. But yeah, it was a crazy 2 hours, leading up to that game. My head was spinning a little bit, but it turned out to be great.
Brooke, what were the nerves like for this as opposed to maybe the most nervous you'd ever been for any assignment prior, whether that's your first time you were on TV or your first sideline reporting? What were the differences in this?
I mean, I remember the first time I did sideline reporting, I think it's the unknown, right? Like being an analyst and, obviously listening to Steve and listening to other analysts throughout my career. And I admire them so much, but actually being in their shoes and, you're kind of the conductor up there, if you will, right? You got the replay, you got promos, you're like not just in and out as a reporter and viewing it from a different vantage point, you're actually calling the game. So I think the unknown of that, I think, was probably the most like intimidating thing. But again, you just kind of have to like dive in, and just once I got through the first few innings, then I was like, okay, I'm kind of getting the hang of this a little bit.
Well, and I think it was Marshall and I talked about it because we've both been field reporters for teams as well. And I feel like you did what I give a lot of people advice, whether they're translating from TV to radio or vice versa. You went with what you know. You covered this team day in and day out. You have a vast amount of knowledge to be able to do so. And we know this. I don't necessarily know that listeners and viewers know. You always come to the game with a lot more than what ends up getting on TV. So to be able to have a little more time to get that knowledge across and to bring those stories to life, what was that experience like?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a sideline reporter, my sole job is to just humanize these players and kind of be that middleman between the players and what goes on in that clubhouse and this fan base. And that's what I love most about my job, is just kind of humanizing these guys. And so, you guys know, as being a reporter, you maybe get like 3 or maybe 4 hits in a game, and you just kind of sprinkle them in depending on how the game goes. But yeah, it was just an opportunity to just kind of get in the booth and just kind of talk about these guys, share stories, and and I'm not trying to sit here and act like I'm a Steve Stone, right? I don't have a Cy Young under my belt. I don't have a long MLB career. But what I do know is that I've grown up around the game. I'm familiar with the game, and I kind of called it like a fan would, as if I'm watching it at home with my dad, and and also just sharing the stories. So just kind of sticking to what I know there, and hopefully that came across.
Brooke Fletcher, she is the White Sox on-field reporter and also an analyst on CHSN.
Yep, multiple games.
We've seen on the last couple of days, just the way the White Sox have been playing. And I can ask you this because you've been home with them, you've been on the road. Is there anything that you could tell us to figure out why the results have been so vastly different when they're on the South Side and then when they're playing away games?
Yeah, and I think it's not just with this team. I think just overall in sports, right? Playing on the road, it's tough. It's a different feel for the team, especially with this grind that the White Sox have been playing. They played some of the best teams in baseball. We knew that this was going to be a tough stretch. So I just think that, from the scheduling, we have day games to night games to travel. There's so many different things where it can be a mental grind on some of these players. And so I'm not saying, making excuses for them, but it is a real thing from when you play on the road and when you play at home. And White Sox fans, they've been showing up and showing out like at Rate Field. It has been awesome just to see how progressively like more full the stadium has gotten. And especially that Dodger series, it was the loudest I think I've heard it in a while. So the guys, they really do feed off of that. And especially with this group that's been so good in one-run games and just continues to find ways to fight back. That's what energizes them down the stretch, is this fan base and people getting loud in the stands. And so I think that really does make a huge difference. It's not the complete reason, why, but that is a huge difference, I think, why they play so well at home.
Brooke, we just got done with our 5 on It segment, so I'm going to extend one of our questions to you. Who do you think was the MVP of the Guardians series?
Oh, I think Sean Newcomb. Sean Burke, I think the Sean squared. Can I do that?
Yes, sure.
I just think that, you could talk about Sam Antonacci. I love Sam. I think he's fantastic. But I think Sean Burke has really just tapped back into that magic. I think the biggest thing with him is just the consistency. We saw it at Yankee Stadium, and now he came back out and he did his thing, which we were so impressed. And then Sean Newcomb has quietly just been, I feel like, the anchor of that pitching staff. They've used him in a bunch of different roles. He was fighting for that starter role in the rotation out of spring training. They were like, hey, we're going to move you to the bullpen. And whether he's an opener, whether he's, in a save situation, I just think he's been so good and just a steady presence, especially we know how important pitching is down the stretch. I just think he's quietly become like the real deal, like with this group.
Brooke, I love that you've been with this team since spring training, because that gives you this like certain level of, I've known since the beginning what it looked like, what it might look like, and what it actually looks like. I want to know, of the 13 guys that they've called up that have made their major league debut this season, which one of those call-ups has maybe surprised you the most with what's actually happened after getting here?
Oh, wow. I'm trying to rack my brain because we've had so many. I'm like, who's been here? Who's just called up? I don't know if I want to say he's a surprise, but Sam Antonacci has been a spark plug for this group. And, whether it's Showman's calling him a psychopath when he gets on the field or Mike Vassell called him crazy, but these are all like good descriptions of him because that's what you want in a teammate. I think there's been such a big question when guys get called up. Okay, well, how are they going to translate at the big league level? Will they be able to compete? And every guy's going to go through, their ups and downs and just trying to adjust. But I think Sam has just been, he's a competitor. And I think with him, especially when he's at the top of the lineup, he's just such a tone setter. And I don't think you see a lot of players like him nowadays in baseball, where he's just that like pest on the field. You love him when he's on your team and you hate him when he's not. So I just think there's so many different personalities with this group, and you got to give Chris Getz in this front office a lot of credit. I think a lot of people underestimate when it comes to successful teams the chemistry in a clubhouse and putting together the right personalities, and they've done such a great job. And I think Sam's been such a great addition. So but all of the guys, I just can't believe we've had 13 call-ups. It's pretty wild if you think about it.
Oh, I think it's a good place to also ask Brooke. So I feel like we're still in the phase of people catching on to what this White Sox team is. Maybe we're a few weeks into people finally starting to understand. But when you're asked about this by other media outlets that aren't in Chicago, how this team has come together, what are some of the ways you describe them to somebody who may not know what they've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I think gritty. I think and I don't know if it's on an adjective, but I try to describe it. It almost is like a college team, like in the best of ways. And even Sean Burke told me it felt like when he was playing back in college, because they don't know what they don't know. They're a young group, and I think going back to that chemistry, I just think they're happy to be out there, and which is allowing them just to play loose, to play free. And they don't know, like when they go up against the Dodgers, they're like, okay, well, why not? Why can't it be us? And I think they don't overthink things, which is just so special, I think, in the clubhouse. And when you're trying to talk about camaraderie and guys just playing for each other, they're egoless. There's not one guy that has an ego. You look at a guy like Munetaka Murakami. Yeah, he's a rookie and new to this league, but he carries himself like a veteran. And like if you think about all the international attention he's getting, but he's just one of the guys, and he's having fun. He's built great relationships, and he's been such a great leader for this group. So I just think they just have such a good chemistry, and I just think it's why this team is just finding success. And I think a lot of people are scratching their heads like, well, they don't have the Shoheis, or they don't have the Juan Sotos and stuff like that. But sometimes you don't need that. You just need the right group of guys in the clubhouse, and I think they've done a good job with that.
Well, they just got Kyle Till back as we talk with Brooke Fletcher. She's the White Sox on-field reporter and analyst on CHSN. She's also a podcaster. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But first, any update on Munetaka Murakami and where he is and on his road to recovery and maybe rejoining the Sox lineup?
Yeah, so the original timeline was around 4 to 6 weeks, and I believe we've reached around the 4-week mark, so maybe a couple more weeks. But, he's been doing some light running. He was in the cage earlier. Today's Thursday, so earlier this week, he was not doing any intense hitting, but just maybe off the tee a little bit, just trying to get back in the swing of things. So he's progressing well, but as you guys know, the soft tissue stuff with the hamstring, that's something you want to be very particular, very careful with. So I would think maybe around or after the All-Star break, don't quote me on that, but I think around that time would maybe make sense. But he is progressing well, and he's still around the guys, just making his presence felt.
And I've caught your podcast on CHSN with Danny Kleppinger, Sideline. What was the impetus for this, and what do you guys do for people who may not be familiar?
Yeah. Well, we wanted to make something kind of for the girls, right? I think Danny and I, we used to work with each other at Stadium, and we always felt like, okay, well, you're in a male-dominated industry, but why can't you know what you're talking about with sports, but also talk about fashion and girly things? And I think there is a world where you can have both. And Danny and I feel like we have the credibility. We've worked really hard in this industry, and we're both sideline reporters, and we have a big resume. And I think we kind of wanted to create that space, I think. And right now you're seeing it a lot with like Sportish and, you know, Baseball for Baddies. And you're seeing like there's this audience, and we have friends too that they don't know about sports, but they're interested, but they don't really know how to get involved, and they feel intimidated in that conversation. So Danny and I kind of wanted just to create a space where it's like you can kind of get your toes wet. Girls that are kind of interested and want to learn more, they can kind of watch this podcast and get kind of that feel, but feel like they're in a comfortable space, if that makes sense.
No, it's a great concept. And just so everybody's aware, Brooke became the first woman in White Sox history to work a full game as an analyst, joining play-by-play voice John Triffin, as we heard. Mary Shane did play-by-play work for the White Sox in 1977. And I also pointed out, I don't know if you knew that you were going to be called back into action yesterday, but I think as somebody who's had the first woman moniker on her in Chicago, the best part about it for me is that I said the next time you get to be Brooke, that you're not woman doing broadcast. You're Brooke Fletcher with your own background and your own thoughts and your own perspective. And I was thrilled to see that you got to do that yesterday.
No, thank you for that. And, you know, I got a call yesterday morning. I think I was doing my sideline prep, and then I got a call and they're like, okay, can you come back in? So that was kind of a last minute ask too. But to your point, like, I think it's so important to be that representation and for young girls out there and for women that are wanting to get into the industry. But it was nice yesterday to kind of, you know, take a step back and just, hey, this is me. I'm Brooke, like you said. And, you know, I've worked hard to really establish myself in this industry. And I'm not a Steve Stone, but to be able to kind of go in and just be me, that was really, really great. But, you know, I do hope that taken away from this whole experience, I think it's sometimes you're going to be in this industry and there's going to be opportunities that come up or that are going to be scary and, you know, a little intimidating. And sometimes no matter who you are, you're like, am I ready for this? But I think you never know what you're capable of. You'd be surprised what you're capable of. And I think I'm just really proud of myself for just kind of going in last minute and just embracing the moment. And I hope I inspire one day when I have a future daughter, I can tell her this story, or, you know, anybody that's just trying to make it in this industry, just take the bull by the horns and just go for it. You never know what opportunities can come from it. And, really push yourself.
Well, it was fantastic. And Brooke, I know I'm going to try to get you to enjoy some of your day off. Thank you for spending a lot of it with us.
Thanks so much, Brooke.
Thank you, guys. It was great to see you.
Congratulations, Brooke. That is Brooke Fletcher. Did a great job filling in for Steve Stone on ZHSN. Thanks again. Brooke is the co-host of the Sideline podcast, as you mentioned, and that comes on pretty often. I think you just have to check the guide if you want to see it. It's also, they have a YouTube channel where I think they post a lot of that stuff too. So happy for Brooke. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, we have a bit of a point-counterpoint in the doubleheader yesterday. PCA is at the heart of it. Dansby Swanson may have told us some stuff about it, and then Craig Counsell had a different opinion. To bunt or not to bunt? We'll discuss next.
Bears fans.
It's the dog days of summer, but there's no offseason when it comes to Bears talk on the Score.
What's next, Twin Lock?
Get the completion percentage up.
Completion percentage matters, but here's the quarterback 2 weeks after the coach still saying completion percentage. So it's okay for fans and us to look at completion percentage and for all of us to know as a group that it's got to get higher.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
How good he was defensively, but he goes into these slumps where he doesn't hit the ball for a while.
I doubt PCA will ever be as consistent as Nico. Bregman is obviously incredible. I don't know that he's the level of multiplier that you say adding him means get rid of maybe your best player as well. I don't think he multiplies you by, that exponential degree where losing Nico is worthy of the fact that you added Bregman just to avoid the tax.
Nope.
I don't think they're getting rid of Nico. I think this organization has shown themselves in recent seasons to try and operate. You think it's happening? Dollar bet.
Would you like to make a dollar bet?
I'd love to. Yeah. You think this is happening? I don't think so. I think the Cubs have shown themselves to at least try to operate with a level of logic in their baseball decisions here. And it's sometimes flawed logic, sometimes less aggressive logic than we want. But I don't think they're getting rid of Nico.
You want the logic to be greater than the value of $1. I think that's not happening with the Cubs.
I'm the smartest man alive.
Did we make a bet? Did we make the bet?
You just heard it. What do you mean, did we make a bet?
I didn't hear us agree on a bet.
Yes.
We did
the
make
answer
the
is
bet?
yes.
Okay, then I owe you
there
$1.
was Tyler Buterbaum put a little bit of a longer version together of that, but for timing purposes, we had to condense it a little bit.
Hey, Ray.
Can't break up with you if we
Ray.
were never in a relationship.
Hold on, Layla.
Did
Ray,
we make a bet?
tell Ant the bad news, though, about him getting his money.
I don't even know the bad news. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. How many times have I come in that room today for something?
Oh, that's right. This man, Marshall Harris, doesn't have his wallet.
You walking the streets
today.
without a wallet?
Luckily for you.
You grown adult walking the streets without a wallet? You better run that dollar, Marshall Harris. Run it.
I think this is hilarious because, Ray, how torn up was I when I walked in today?
Marshall was devastated today when he came to work because he couldn't find his wallet anywhere.
I couldn't find my wallet at home, so I left. Because I needed ID just to get where I needed.
Right.
Passport.
Okay.
I don't have my wallet. I don't have my ID. I don't have $1. I don't have $1.
You had a feeling this was coming. Like the
I
hairs on the
didn't.
back of your neck were standing up.
Is that what we're talking about?
Your ears were burning.
Meanwhile,
something was
you got
going
Layla.
on.
She's digging through folders looking for $1.
No, because I got one from the ground again, and I was like, this is
Yo,
God
you and your
paying me
street-
off
Is there a
for
slice
these
of
bets
pizza
I
in there
made.
too?
There was no ground pizza. I told you I'm close to the ground, so I find things there.
I'm glad that the Cubs did not trade Nico Horner. Let me. What date was that? I'm trying to figure out how far.
Like
that was
3
right
weeks
after
ago.
the. Well, actually, it was right after the Bregman trade. That's what kind of spurred the conversation because the Bears had just lost in the playoffs, and the Bregman trade happened, and then we just kind of in transition. We're talking Nico. I was like, "There's no way anybody's trading Nico," and you were like, "Yeah, they're gonna trade Nico." I was like, "No, they're not gonna trade Nico." And that is actually the first time I wanted to yell at you on the air. So that's probably
fine. That's
what
fine.
Was it when
the
he
time
said
I
the Bulls were
officially
gonna win
yelled.
I knew
45
it was a long
games?
time ago, though. I knew it was a long time ago because once they told us about how much money they made and that they were putting their money back into the product, I was like, "Oh, then they're definitely not trading Nico now."
Yeah.
But until then, I was very much they might trade Nico.
What
Because
show was it with the "Give me my $2"? Was that that was
I
like
want
a,
my $2.
Yeah, was that a
Better Off
Cusack
Dead.
movie, right? Better Off Dead. There we go. Yeah.
I'll have
Wait
your
a sec-
dollar the next time I see you. If I find my wallet. If I don't
Better
find my
run that-
wallet,
better run that dollar.
I might be in trouble because
Run that dollar, Marshall.
Austin Rivers said what he said about being bewildered, and then Draymond did, Draymond things.
I don't like to get in these back and forths because, quite honestly, guys that you usually get into the back and forths with, they become back and forths because it's like one of them like severely tips something this way and the other is just like kind of so far down that it kind of pulls you back a little bit. And so, speaking of Austin Rivers, I saw he said he's bewildered and it's ridiculous of what I said. And I just find it interesting that a guy who was the 10th pick in my draft, I was 35, who's on his second act, still on act 1. He goes, Draymond, never been a scorer. Austin, you and I averaged the same amount of points in high school. And I say high school because that's when you were at your best. And then in college, he was still good. He was very featured at Duke because NBA careers, should he really talk about my NBA career? I'm still with my first team. He was gone from his first team in 2 years.
You know what he did? He played defense.
yes, he played better defense than Austin Rivers. And I think Austin Rivers would tell you that. In fact, Austin Rivers had a lot to say in response to Draymond, correct?
Come on, Draymond. This is ridiculous. Seriously. Ridiculous. But you know what? I'm going to address it because you crossed the line and you are mad disrespectful for whatever reason. You've been around too long. We both were drafted in the same class. The fact that you don't have the wherewithal to do your due diligence and actually understand I was being highly complimentary of you on the Dan Patrick Show. But it's you, and I shouldn't be surprised. You always act irrationally, emotionally immature, and your anger always puts you in hot water. So here I am having to address a video of you belittling my career. First off, Draymond, we weren't the same players in high school. I don't care about our numbers being similar. I did it at the national level, the top level. Hence why I got the Naismith Award, and I got pretty much every award you could think of in high school. I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know. So cut it out. Next. College, you actually were you were actually a really good college basketball player, but it's hard to compare because I was only there for 6 months. Something you could never do. Talk about I was, one of the featured guys. No, I was the guy. I led my team in scoring. I was first team All-ACC.
It's going to be called Don't Be an Idiot with Marshall Harris.
Well,
I'm not an idiot. Middays 10 to 2.
Don't be an idiot.
On 104.3 The Score.
The pitch. PCA bunts.
It's popped up over the head of Bichette into left field. Ramirez scores. Swanson stops at second. Cubs take the lead. 4-3 over the Mets here in the fourth. What a play by PCA.
Wow.
Yeah, and an unlikely one, if you will. That is Zach Zaidman, Ron Coomer on the call, courtesy of the Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. And the Cubs scored in many different ways in that late game. But one of the most creative ones was with runners at the corners, 0-2 count, PCA, facing Sean Manaea, gets a bunt down, but it wasn't really down. It was a legit single. It was like a floating bunt. Went over the third base line, and the bottom line was he bunted where they weren't, and he was able to get on base.
That's the goal, right? Hit them where they ain't.
Hit them where they ain't. Almost 5.5 hole, dare I say, although that's somewhat of an insult to the late, great Tony Gwynn, but it did get the go-ahead run-in for the Cubs.
There's only one player on the Cubs with a higher batting average with runners in scoring position than Pete Crow Armstrong, and that was a hit with runners in scoring position. The player who I've been begging to be moved up in the order is Carson Kelly, who's batting .462 in the month of June with runners in scoring position. But PCA's batting .421. But too many times, ain't nobody in scoring position when he comes up to bat.
No, because the bottom of the line, as we know, hasn't been producing, and PCA's been batting leadoff. It's truly an island. But sneaking a bunt by isn't the right term. It wasn't the proper lay the bunt down on the third baseline that Jeff Blum taught me how to do and said is terrifying. Now, I have not done it, but it was not your typical bunt.
It was definitely an independent PCA decision. How about that?
That it was. And that's really what we're getting to here. As I've maintained time and time again, I feel like PCA bunts to try to make something happen. And maybe it's the spirit of mixing it up. Like, hey, you just see home runs in me, but I have range, okay? Like, I've got layers. I'm like an onion. Or at least just something that has multiple layers, a cardigan. So listen to Dansby Swanson on the field with Taylor McGregor last night talking about that very bunt.
Some interesting at-bats, too. I liked Pete's bunt over Bichette's head. What was your read on that?
I mean, to be honest, we've actually talked about that before. And so he does work on it. I'm not going to say that was just like an accidental thing. I've seen him work on it and do it before. So it's pretty impressive. It's like, I call it the Juan Pierre bunt because Juan Pierre used to do that all the time. So, yeah, I mean, that's definitely in Pete's bag for sure.
Yeah, it was amazing. All right, the Juan Pierre bunt.
Are you buying that?
Yes.
Okay.
Because yes. In the words of Stoney there, yes. Because it was Dansby was in a place where why would you not talk about it? Maybe it was his way of being annoyed by it. Like, shouldn't you be doing something else with your time?
I think
he runs base like Juan Pierre.
His throwing arm is much better than Juan Pierre's. I can tell you that.
Well,
PCA's.
Is he in a Jay-Z song?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know who's going to put PCA in there.
Technically, it was a Beyonce song.
PCA is a nice
it's
lyric.
Deja
like
vu.
PCA, something like PCA. That flows off the tongue if you can figure it out.
Jay-Z might be dropping a new album, man. So you never know.
I thought, what was all this retirement talk with the Black Album?
He's got like a docuseries coming out too now. So I'm just like, all right, Jay-Z, we see you, Mr. Billionaire guy. But look,
letting you know he's still got it.
With
Jay-Z ain't ready to leave the club. He add him to the list.
You have to look at the fact that it was effective and it was a decision. And I guess maybe if you see someone breaking in because you squared a bunt, you say, okay, now I'm just going to push it over you. It was difficult. If he did it on purpose, what he did was difficult.
Oh, no, this is the exact opposite way you're taught, because you're taught to have it go down so that way it's still live. When it's up, people can catch it. Like, that's what makes this pretty simple.
That's why I'm not sure I'm buying it.
Well, neither was Craig Counsell.
I realize this is minor, but Pete Crow had that bunt base hit over the third base.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Really lucky. Don't assign any skill to that.
I hear you, Craig. Because that's what I was saying. It's like, wait, he meant to do that? And then when Dansby gave his interview, I was like, maybe he did mean to do that, but then Craig brought me back to reality, and he did what most bunts do. He grounded me.
You know, I believe in goof off time in batting practice or anything that involves a physical practice. Shoot around, basketball practice, name your sport, dance practice. I used to goof off all the time. You just try to see what you can do, right? Like you're trying new things. I believe that is how you move with joy and bring some self-levity to your game. And I feel like PCA was probably like, I'm going to try this. Like bored athletes will have some entertaining results, will they not?
Absolutely. And Marshall, you very well know, two things can be true.
Oh, okay.
You know, council can say, don't assign any skill to that. And PCA could be practicing that thing and saying, I'm going to use this Juan Pierre bunt at some point. And he decided to do it yesterday. And luckily it worked.
I mean, Bo Bichette did break in as he squared the bunt. So the opportunity was there to do the PCA Juan Pierre bunt technique. I was like, the problem, as you stated,
keep the bat level, keep it down.
If you're trying to put it in the air, the chances of a pop-up go up exponentially, as opposed to plenty of ground if you just go down, like down.
Also, did Craig Counsell not just completely go into like baseball dad mode there?
Kind of did.
That was very perturbed baseball dad mode.
Like a little league coach who says, we're going to do some drills when we get home.
Yeah.
With his own son,
like
who's on the team.
Okay, hotshot. You think you're cool? Let's try this again.
Don't assign any skill to that.
That's the Craig Counsell I'm here for.
You know what? That's got good usage down the road with many different things.
Oh, the Craig Counsell one-liners are really starting to add up for this show. We could have a rotator even, or we just, you put like several pieces of audio into the same button and you just keep pressing it to see which one you like. Tomorrow afternoon, join the Score and Circus Sports. It will be live from the Brat Stop in Kenosha. Spiegel and Holmes will be there from 2 to 6 p.m. ahead of the Cubs series opener at Milwaukee. You'll be able to get a free brat or hot dog, compliments of Circus Sports, when you present a bet slip from American Place Casino or show a wager placed in Illinois on the Circus Sports Illinois app. That is tomorrow from 2 to 6 at the Brat Stop in Kenosha. Let's get back to some NBA draft talk. You heard Marshall and I talk about it earlier. What we want to know what the rest of the league thinks, and that's where NBA draft dude comes in. Corey Talaba, founder and curator of Vibes No Ceilings, is on with us next.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs.
Training camp should be crisper, it should be smoother. I thought the offense was certainly more effective in this mini camp than it was a year ago.
Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday. Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox. And Casey Johnson brings the inside story on the Bulls.
Thiago, Bryson, they just seem like they're very grounded, comfortable in their own skin, confident.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
It's Golf Mill Ford's final days for employee
Freshman Player of the Year, lottery pick. Stop. Next. The NBA, hey man, you got it, Dre. I mean, listen, I played in the NBA for more than 10 years, more than a decade, but 11 years, but I'm not a Hall of Famer like you. So I'll give you that credit. All right, you got it. But let's peel back that onion and understand why. Easy, Tiger. Okay? You have the delusion, the non-wherethal, the irony of you saying I'm part of the biggest bailout in NBA history. Draymond, you were the luckiest basketball player I think I've ever seen, especially in modern day history. Let's talk about that. You were drafted to a franchise with the Hall of Fame front office, Bob Myers, Hall of Fame coach, Steve Kerr, the greatest shooter of all time, and perhaps the top 5 player of all time, Steph Curry, Hall of Famer. One of the greatest shooters, top 5 shooter of all time, another Hall of Famer, Klay Thompson. The Swiss Army knife himself, the guy who could do a little bit of everything on the floor, Andre Iguodala, another Hall of Famer. I know, keep up, it's a lot of talent. Not to mention one of the most lethal scorers of all time and arguably a top 10 player of all time, Kevin Durant, the same guy you chased off because of this, your mouth. You talk too much. And that's not even counting the plethora of talent around those guys. The Sean Livingstons, the Barbosas, the Andrew Wiggins, the Jordan Pooles, who you also chased off. Cut it out. Draymond, you're the backpack jump shooter. You're the guy that everyone leaves open. No one guards you. There are hours and hours and hours of film of just you being left wide open. In fact, anybody can just YouTube or Google or watch any Draymond game ever, and he's open all game. There are clips of you getting a rebound and just driving in a straight line and just getting a wide open layup because everyone's fanning out to guard the actual talent on the team. Talking about Steve Kerr ended your career. Bro, Steve Kerr made your career. How dare you? Coming at me? Are you kidding me? I wish I could give my son $200 million if I was a coach. Yo, the NBA doesn't give coaching jobs to guys who may or may not sucker punch one of the players and staff. You need to fall back, Dre. Let's just be frenemies.
Let's just be frenemies. You know, backpack jumper is what really just woof.
Because imitate yourself trying to shoot a jumper with a backpack on.
Austin Rivers told no lies. He left no room for notes.
I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know.
The pointing to the Naismith trophy.
Yeah, it's in the background. So when he's talking about his high school career being different, he literally has the Naismith trophy for top high school player in the country directly behind him and references it.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like God is in control of everything. When God has a plan for you, you know, he gonna put you in the plan and he gonna make you go through the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations. But, you know, when it's your time and he put you in position, you just got to go execute it and make the best of it. So that's what I plan on doing.
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Nah, not really. Because,
Hell yeah.
I mean, honestly, I've been in this situation a lot in my life. This is not my first rodeo. This is not my first go-around. I've been thrown in the fire plenty of times and I've excelled. So, I mean, I'm taking the same approach and I don't expect anything different.
Mike Wallace Grote. Were you shaking your head at God?
Just surrounded by heathens everywhere.
Oh, my
everywhere.
God. I heard that one, Grote. I heard that one.
I was serious when I said you need to listen to this.
I heard that one.
I was walking out of Hallis Hall today. I'm walking out of Hallis Hall. I knew the question was weird, trust me. But I was kind of like, I had to do my work.
Not weird.
I had to get out of there. So I wasn't really like, I know other reporters were talking about it. I figured I'd walk out. There's Herb Howard. There's Herb Howard.
Were you kind of shaking your head at God?
You asked 4 questions in a row. There were other reporters around there?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Were you shaking your head at God?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God?
Were there any Snickers? Were there any?
There were smiles when I said that because it's a very weird thing to ask.
What happened with Deontay's face when you posed that question?
No, he was straight face,
Very
man.
straight face.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm rushing out of Hallis Hall. I come up the stairs. I see Herb Howard and a bunch of his coworkers from the Bigs, and they're looking at me. They're shaking their head. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, we're looking at you. They go, you better be careful driving home, man. Hands on the wheel. You are cursed. You talk about God like that.
Lightning in the sky, right? Looking out this window.
I'm like, oh, okay. I guess that one did hit. Do we have Mooney?
Yeah. Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
What's that?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Meaning what?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Oh, it's so great.
You gonna ask Flus a God question next time?
Please do.
I think I
Please
get one
do.
God question a year.
No.
Or I'd get it talking to.
No,
you know?
work it in. Work it in.
Yeah, I'll
that
see
could
what
be
I
your
can do.
beat.
They have a chapel at Hallis Hall, so maybe I need to spend some time there tomorrow.
All us God guys are accustomed to you types. We're used to it.
I understand. Hey, look, you know, well, I'm not going to give you my church resume. Forget it. I stand by what I asked.
Can you see us? Because we have some
Pre-game
stuff
here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
With the 4th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Caleb Wilson from the University of North Carolina.
My work ethic comes from me being hungry, man. I mean, I'm always going to do whatever it takes to get better. I want to be the greatest player of all time, man. Y'all got one of the goats in y'all history right now, so it's time for another one. So I'm hungry, man. I'm hungry to be the greatest. That's me.
You certainly get that impression from Caleb Wilson. You heard him there. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. We go back to our hotline to talk more about the Bulls draft with a Bulls fan who hails from New York, Corey Tullaba, aka NBA Draft Dude. He is at Corey Tullaba and joining us on Twitch, twitch.tv/TheScoreChicago, the founder and curator of Vibes No Ceilings. Corey, thanks for coming on with us.
Thank you guys for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Okay, first things first. New York is a very, very buzzy place to be right now. Vibes are on 10, I feel like, after the Knicks win. And you somehow are a Bulls fan stuck in New York during this time?
Yeah, surrounded by, Knicks fans, family, friends, the whole thing. I'm very happy for them. I've always felt like the Bulls have come out on the top of if there was any kind of rivalry between the Bulls and the Knicks. So I've never really felt any tension there. Always looked at them like maybe like step family. So happy for all my friends and family, but I'm excited with the new direction of the Chicago Bulls.
Okay, we need to know how excited you are. What did you think of the draft and the fact that they end up with a couple of players in the lottery, but then don't do anything as far as taking players from this year's class after that?
Well, they got Caleb Wilson, and that's what is important here. Caleb Wilson was a guy that I was outrageously excited about before the college season when he was being ranked more in like the 10 to 14 range. I went on multiple shows saying that this was the guy who was going to crash the party and be up there at the top three. Probably one of my better calls in the preseason because I just saw a guy who's 6'10", freak athlete, real feel, can pass the ball. And if you go back and you watch him in high school, there's a lot of self-creation there that he didn't necessarily get to show at North Carolina, because while he had a lot of freedom to do stuff, he still was playing in a system and a role. And I think that the NBA game is going to be more conducive to a lot of the creation that I think he can handle from the perimeter and initiating ball screens, really slick passer. Height allows him to see over the defense, can make passes, multiple passes away. And then the two-way ability. I mean, this is an unbelievable haul. I was in Chicago for the Combine when the Bulls jumped up. So that was an exciting time and place to be in for that serendipitous moment. But Caleb is really exciting. I mean, if that was all they walked away with, that's a big win in the draft. You add in Dalen Swain, who being in New York, being a Big East guy, I've gotten to see Dalen a ton in person from his time at Xavier. Then he played a completely different role at Texas, where he was doing a lot more self-creation instead of being kind of like a guy who was playing more like a role player. And honestly, he kind of looked a lot like maybe a Stephen Castle. I think Castle is a better prospect. He came out as a freshman. Swain is a youngish junior, but I think that's the kind of role that he can grow into as he kind of hones in his shot. So you add in those two guys, I mean, that's a haul. The second round, I mean, you can say that there's some value to be had there. There always is. But, with the amount of money in the NIL landscape, there were so many guys who would typically make the second round worth really going after, who went back to school to secure a bag. So I'm not really too upset with the fact that they focused on the first round and brought in two guys that fit that slap philosophy. I think they're really exciting prospects who are going to be excellent pros.
We are talking with Corey Tullaba, aka NBA Draft Dude, here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. And I also want to ask you about the concept of getting Caleb Wilson versus making the right pick at 4th overall. How much of this for you is Caleb Wilson as a fit for the Bulls, and how much was it this was the right player at number 4 for you when it comes to this draft consideration?
Yeah, I actually had Caleb 3rd on my big board. So to me, the Bulls walked away at an advantage there. But I mean, look, fit. I don't know if Caleb is a cleanish fit on the Bulls roster. I mean, you look at Modest Buzelis, you look at Noah Senge. I mean, Patrick Williams' contract is still on the roster. There's a lot of positional overlap with where Caleb's going to play. But with a talent like him, you don't worry about that. You just go and get your guy. The general consensus felt like he was the 4th best available. We'll see. I mean, that's certainly possible. This is an incredibly talented group. But I feel like they got the right guy. This was an easy decision. And to be completely honest, this was a decision where if they went in any other direction here, it's like one of those things, bringing it back to my New York side, where you go, you know what? It might not be a front office thing. This might be a thing where we got to back off the Bulls until the ownership group is out. So I'm happy that the front office did the right thing and actually went and got the guy who can actually change this franchise.
Corey Tulaba joining us here on Rahimi Harris and Grote, Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris here with you, guiding you through the 1 o'clock hour and talking about the NBA draft. Who were your top 4 in order, and why did you have Caleb at 3 as opposed to the 4, which you said most people did have him at 4?
So I had Cam Boozer at number 1. This is a guy who I think you're going to look back in this draft and him going 3, and it's going to feel similar to Luka Doncic, where you just go, you know what? We said he couldn't do this. We said he couldn't do that. And ultimately, the guy just keeps on winning and proving that he's the best player. Cam's been the best player all through high school. He's won almost everything except for the national title, but he's won every award. He won 4 state championships. He won a national championship in high school. He won all of the Nike EYBL championships. Like, all the dude does is win. He's 6'9", 6'10", with a 1.5-inch wingspan, 250 pounds, and he's a genius decision maker on the court who just happened to put up a 22, 11, and 4.5 season as a freshman and basically broke the advanced analytics models for as long as we have them, dating back to about 2008. So he, to me, has always been the best player. And, you know, speaking with scouts, a lot of scouts were like, at a certain point, if you're the best guy from high school to college, you might just end up being the best guy in the pros too. I think he's going to be the best guy. I had AJ DeBonce at 2. He was a guy who I've been a little skeptical on throughout the year, just because I think defensively he has a lot of room to grow, especially as an off-ball guy. On the ball, he competes. He's a good rebounder, but off the ball, you can really take advantage of him because he's not necessarily in tune with, you know, defending in multiple actions and placement with where he's at. But I got a chance to go watch some pre-draft stuff, him work out in LA a few months ago, and the workouts that he was being put in with Zach Gonzalez, who's a big time pro trainer. It kind of blew me away. And I've seen him in person at the Nike Hoop Summit multiple years. I've seen him in games in college in person, including in the Garden where he dropped 25 in the second half. And honestly, his workout was one of the most impressive moments I've had with him. Just seeing like what they're focusing on to help him get better at the NBA level. So he ended up at number 2 on my board. He's 6'10". He averaged 25.5 points per game as a freshman. I mean, he's a stud. Caleb at 3. And then at 4, I went with Darren. And Darren was my number 1 guy coming into the year. And, I'm a little nervous with my ranking of him. This was a weird year for him. He dealt with the injuries. He dealt with the creatine body cramps. It never really felt like he was the athlete that he was in high school. Because when I saw him in high school, I'd never really seen a guard move the way he moved on the court. It was like he was ice skating while everybody else was running around. It was different. And he's an effortless scorer. He showed that every minute he was on the floor. And from everything I've heard, his injury stuff, there's nothing to worry about there. He still put up analytically the best guard season on record, even with all of that. So he's going to be incredible. But there is a hint of just like personality. He mentioned all the anxiety that he went through, having dealt with the full body cramps. And so maybe there's a little bit of that, like wondering like, okay, like, is he going to be fully good mentally throughout the rigors of an NBA career, all of the stress, all of the pressure when he does deal with, possibly a lower body injury? Does that bring anything back? I don't think this is a Ben Simmons situation. This is just, such a special class. Darren goes 1 in most drafts. He's unbelievable. I would have been excited if he ended up in Chicago, but when you have such a talented group at the top, you got to take certain variables into consideration.
The NBA draft dude, Corey Tulaba, is on our show right now with Rahimi Harris and Grote. You were at the Combine, you said. So what stood out to you, either from Caleb Wilson or just some of the other draft picks that you've talked about?
The Combine, I think, is just mostly interesting because all of the decision makers around the league are all in one place. And that's kind of like the main thing that I try to do. I also get with a lot of the prospects. I did a couple of interviews there with some of the guys, but I think just seeing these guys all run through the drills and look healthy and just getting to their actual measurements, to me, that's probably the most interesting thing about the combine. These colleges are not exactly honest all the time.
Yeah.
Much like a high school football program, right?
Yeah. So as far as like the on-court stuff, I mostly am not super concerned until it's the scrimmages. But I think ultimately the measurements are the most important thing to me, just because we finally get to see, okay, how tall are these guys? I mean, I wish that they had these guys measuring in shoes, maybe, because they play basketball in shoes, and now we got to guess on what their height is going to be when they're actually playing. But you add an inch and a quarter to their listed heights, you can figure it out by doing the math. But I love seeing their actual wingspans, their weights, all that stuff. There's no lying now, like there used to be, where the top prospects could choose not to participate in any of that stuff. Now it's all on the table, and I think that's really important. Not only for now, but just when we get to look historically and, any of the draft models that come out, things like that throughout the years, the more information you have on with that kind of information that you can't just get from looking at their sports reference page, I think it's going to be really important.
I know you're happy with what happened with that first pick, but I got to ask you, at number 15, who would you have taken if you were the Bulls in that situation? And how many other players would you have preferred over Dalen Swain?
I probably would have preferred Cameron Carr, who ended up going 24th, drafted by the Knicks, traded to the Lakers. But I completely get why, if you're using the slat philosophy, that Dalen Swain is the guy that you roll with. I liked Swain a lot. Cam Carr, I thought he reminded me of Mikal Bridges, and I trust his jumper a lot more than I trusted Dalen Swain's, who definitely improved this year, especially late clock situations off the bounce. So I probably would have gone Cam Carr. I would have gone LeBaron Philon as well, another guy who kind of dropped a little bit. He went 22 to Philly. But again, I understand why maybe he dropped a little. He came in 1 pound heavier than he was last year. And ultimately, I don't think being a small guard is disqualifying. We just saw Jalen Brunson lead a team to a championship as a small guard. But the thing about Jalen Brunson is that he weighs 200 pounds. He weighed 200 pounds coming out of college. LeBaron Philon weighed 176. So I think the weight and the strength is a really big deal in the modern NBA. So I understand why Philon, maybe there were some skeptics. I think he was such a brilliant self-creator that I thought he would have been interesting. But those are probably the two guys that I'd be like, man, I could see those guys really hitting in a big way. But I think Swain's great, man. Like I think he's a tough fit with Josh Giddey. And I do question Giddey's long-term future in Chicago. He's on a pretty good deal for what he could bring to a team. Ultimately, this team is going to need to find pieces that fit a little bit cleaner. When you're in a rebuild, you don't necessarily worry about that stuff. But at the same time, just bringing talent in the door isn't going to be enough to develop these guys to their ultimate potential. They do need to find complementary pieces. And, Giddey, Swain, Caleb shot 27% on barely any threes this year. Modis definitely improved as a shooter, but I don't think anybody is like terrified of him shooting yet. I think we're going to need to bring in some long-term pieces who can actually space the floor at an NBA level. But we don't worry about that. The fit is what it is. I don't think it's going to be super clean in year one with all of these guys, and that might lead people to form opinions. But once the bigger picture starts clearing up, I think Dalen's going to be a great pick, even if I would have went in potentially a different direction.
Corey Teleba, the NBA draft dude, is on with us on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Corey, we talked a lot about the meaning of the second round and just how we saw so many of those picks be just outright fungible for teams yesterday. Teams trading in and out at will, cash considerations, making a huge comeback here in Chicago. Yeah. What did you think of just the overall message, it seemed, about the value of these second round draft picks yesterday?
Yeah, cash considerations are undefeated in Chicago. I mean,
we're defeated, depending on how you look at Jordan Bell.
Right. I think the second round is just really weird because once you get past, pick 35, now you're at the point where agents are trying to go like, hey, like we have a guaranteed contract at this spot. Don't draft our guy. or you have agents who are like, hey, we don't even want to be drafted. We'd rather just choose our own spot. Famously, Austin Reeves, who just signed, the biggest free agent deal for any player who ever went undrafted, where he famously was going to get drafted by Detroit, and his agency said, hey, we think we have a better spot. So there's a lot of politics in it. And I don't necessarily think there's anybody who you're going to look at and be like, man, we're going to regret not bringing him into our building right now. So, if you're going to get future value, different assets to come in that you can use in different scenarios, I think it's a fine strategy. I wasn't like floored that they moved the picks. Like even once Braden Smith, once that pick was made, I was like, oh, there's no way he's staying here.
Really?
That's on the move. And to be honest, I was kind of like, I hope I'm wrong, because I love Braden despite all of his size issues. I watched film with him a couple of weeks ago. I think he's brilliant. He's a competitor. He would have been a great culture guy. But I figured it was on the move just philosophically based on the slap thing. But yeah, I mean, there are some guys that I would have liked to bring in, but no, there's nobody that I'm like, I can't believe we didn't bring him in.
Well, that's great to hear. And this has been a lot of fun talking to you. Corey Tulaba, NBA draft dude. He is at Corey Tulaba on Twitter and curator of Vibes No Ceilings. You can catch Vibes No Ceilings available on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. This has been great. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Corey.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Corey. And once again, you can find him on Twitter. You can also find him on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. Next is something that sent our pre-show meeting into an outright frenzy. It's a phenomenon that has been referenced here on this very station. It is a cliche that is now celebrated among social media and those who know, and it doesn't fit our demographic at all. So maybe that's why the Bears are becoming a part of something that you know all too well. You just may have not seen this mashup coming. We'll discuss it next.
The Score presents Riot Fest 2026, where Chicago music fans and Score fans come together. September 18th through the 20th at Douglas Park, starring huge headliners including Tool, 21 Pilots, Alanis Morissette, Pierce the Veil.
Studio here, Nico.
Yeah, I can see you.
All right, good. There's this picture of Pyomai right here from season 4 of The Sopranos.
I can't believe that we have this.
Yeah, we thought maybe you'd enjoy.
No,
yeah,
not Pyomai. That's a sad death.
Yeah. What happened was
spoiler alert.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Spoiler alert. The horse dies. Everybody.
The truth is that Danny Parkins got this picture of Pyomai as a gift for Chris Tannehill, and Tanny didn't want to put it in his house, so it lives here in the studio. And then Lawrence is holding a canvas that a listener made of me looking at the picture of Pyomai. So now all we need, now all we need is a canvas of you looking at the picture of me looking at Pyomai, and then we're really getting somewhere.
I think we got the clip art to be able to pull that part of it off right now, off of the 3-shot.
Yeah, that's just one quick AI ChatGPT request away. Yeah, and Pyomai is the sad one. I mean, Tony and his animals, he's always had a strong bond, and nothing sets that man up like a departure or death of a four-legged creature or a duck or whatever it is. So yeah, interesting psychology going on there.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Pyomai.
Our pal Boog Shambi reported this morning that he met a kid in St. Louis whose favorite player is Nico Horner.
That's huge.
And it's huge. You got one. And
got one.
And he went out and he got himself a dog, and he named the dog Nico.
Wow. I will say that's not the first. I'll brag on that. I've gotten a weird amount of DMs saying we named our dog Nico. And I don't know I guess it's a good thing, but it feels a little like, I don't know if it's a dog name.
I think that you should take it as a compliment because I mean, like, if they went with usually the child name is some connected to a family member. So if someone did want to name their child Nicholas or Nico, I mean,
that's a good point. A kid name would be weirder.
I think a kid name would be a lot weirder.
Yeah. I feel kind of, yeah. It goes back to the animal thing, right? I'm kind of more excited about the dog.
At what point do we have to bring in Malort so Dustin can chug it? Or
I brought it up and I was accused of never making a wager. Dustin is showing.
No, you
that
changed
he's
the
got
bets.
this
You said
heart-
I have to drink a half a bottle of Malort.
No,
it's 2
I
shots.
said I
Two
think
shots.
he said he was guzzling half a
I
bottle.
think the 2 shots is fine, but it isn't something you're necessarily going to make that a memorable. I think I have a better. If Moises Ballesteros said catches one more game, I think that Dustin's going to have to come in the next day and do the show tarps off.
Oh, God.
I love that one. I
like that. Anthony Rizzo.
I'll look better than his friend with my shirt off. I'll tell you that.
Boys on
You know,
How about that?
I got to tell you, it was kind of wild to see him in the crowd just having a drink.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one point where they were showing him and he was taking a photo with some lady. She seemed delighted to be there. And some dude may have hit him or something. And he turned around and looked, and it was just a fan hey, and he didn't look thrilled that the guy had you know what I mean? You got to be a little bit careful about.
Well, I think about boundaries with guys like that.
I think that you're out there and everyone just thinks, hey,
I think Anthony Rizzo puts himself in the middle of a lot of these situations because he wants to be a man of the people.
And
I give him a lot of credit for that.
Incredible.
But you're right.
That he's
People
doing
will
that.
give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Well,
hey, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey. Anthony, remember that time I watched you and you hit that home run and we had that moment? Except for you weren't part of that moment. So all these people think that they know him intimately like that.
I know.
So there's no boundary.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs some security.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's super cool that he was doing that. It was great when he was out there and caught the ball earlier in the year. I mean, it's just wild to see.
Pure Matt has a better idea. No shirt, but wearing a vest. Dustin should come to work. Tarps off.
I do wear a vest every day.
Except for a vest. That's a really good one. That's a good one.
Maybe just to upset the apple cart, I'll wear that Cubs vest that I'm not supposed to have.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right, because I had to retire that. I wore it the one day, took grief, so that one isn't. I don't wear that one to work anymore.
What were the circumstances of the Cub vest?
How did you take grief? We'd
have to rewind.
That's right. We got that.
He got a vest at the game.
You gave me grief that I was gifted. I went to the game.
Mm-hmm.
Went 2.5 hours early
to get the vest.
The vests were gone. Then I got a text from Mitch who said the Cubs were listening to the show, heard that you are a vest wearer, and there is a vest for you up in Patton Rock.
4-3, the score.
Okay, Christmas Eve, right? All right, so Merry Christmas to everybody.
We have been waiting all show since we got the email from Mitch Rosen that was cryptically just in our phones as forward news release to bring this to you. Hallmark Christmas movie channel movies have now become a spoof. Everybody kind of knows the bit. You know, it's a high-powered businesswoman who doesn't have time for anything with a career, and then she goes back to her small town, and her small town's in trouble somehow, or it's her family farm that's in trouble, or something. There's a bake sale. You got to save Christmas. Then you find out the true meaning of Christmas. Then you quit your job, and then you go back to going out with your high school ex who, frankly, hated your job anyway when you were in college and you had a higher grade point than him. Wait, that was my own. Okay, sorry. So everybody knows the bit by now. Hallmark makes no bones about this, but the Hallmark channel has to find ways to grow. So that's where we come in, the male 25 to 54 target demo of the score, because they're starting to fold in sports, and it's finally happened. The release from the Bears, the headline reads, "The pick is in. Hallmark Media, NFL, and Skydance. Sports partner with the Chicago Bears for Holiday Touchdown, a Bears love story. Set to premiere during Hallmark Channel's 17th annual Countdown to Christmas programming event. First it was the Bills, then it was the Chiefs. Actually, I think it's the other way around. Chiefs in 2024, then it was the Bills, and now it's the Bears. And listen to the video the Bears put out with Ben Johnson and Colston Loveland.
What's going on, Bears fans? It's Coach Johnson.
Colston Loveland here. We've got some huge news for you, and it's coming this Christmas.
The Chicago Bears are teaming up with the Hallmark Channel,
the NFL, and Skydance Sports
for a Holiday Touchdown, a Bears love story coming this Christmas.
The one's for fans and everybody who rides with us in Bear Nation.
My wife Jessica and I will definitely be tuning in for this one.
More to share soon. Until then, bear down.
Bear down.
At least Colston Loveland had a smile on his face during the video. What Ben Johnson showed us in this video is he wants absolutely nothing to do with any of this.
You can't tell based on the sound of this, but Ben Johnson looked like he was being coerced into some sort of message he had to give cryptically. I am fine. I do not need help. Jessica and I will watch this film. Ben Johnson didn't even know what day Christmas was last year. Somebody tried to bring it up to him, and he was just completely devoid of information regarding a holiday. That man has football on his mind.
I wonder what he was doing immediately before.
Maybe it's time he knows the real meaning of Christmas.
You might be right. You might
Ben
be right.
Johnson's got to go back to his hometown of North Carolina. And maybe he and Chase Rice talk about their duel over his now wife, Jessica, in high school. And that's where they learned the true meaning of Christmas.
A Bears love story.
We decided Caleb Williams is too good for this, right? Caleb Williams doesn't appear in the Hallmark Christmas movie.
Okay, I do want to point out, in each of the previous movies with the Chiefs and the Bills, several players and coaches from each team and former players were all involved. Like
Jim Kelly?
Yes.
These are Andy Reid?
Yes.
These are some big names that have been
Donna
in these
Kelsey
Hallmark...
was in the Chiefs one.
Donna Kelsey? Should we play the plots of the other? Let's give you a clip of some of the trailers. Who should we do for? How about the Bills, because Marshall is in love with the Bills.
Let's find the mystery sender.
I'll give him a Christmas he never forgets.
Two lifelong friends search for a secret Santa. With today's technology, this is gonna be a piece of cake. We can't track this. But today's technology.
What?
What a hook.
I'll give him a Christmas he never forgets.
A Holiday Touchdown.
Okay, so what about the Chiefs one? What happens there?
Oh, yeah, I know you are.
You do?
Yeah, the lucky Christmas hat.
We only get to the Super Bowl if someone in our family wears the hat on Christmas.
Oh, okay.
Do you not believe me?
I just need to see some of that Christmas magic for myself. Okay, that's pretty good. You didn't have a hat.
No, but we were talking about it.
I cannot wait for this. And I don't watch the Hallmark Christmas Channel movies. So this is it's actually the Hallmark Channel Christmas movies. I don't watch them. So I guess I have to watch this now. So they've got me, sports fan, hooked. Me, comma,
it's technically
sports fan.
The countdown to Christmas. It's the 17th annual, Layla. 17th annual. They've been doing this.
Are we going to know what the true meaning of Christmas is if somebody doesn't quit their job, especially a woman, because rent is free, to find out, to date somebody who they romanticize from the past because nostalgia wins instead of, values and logic.
We've already had discussions about nostalgia on this program today. Let it continue.
We have a caller about this, so I want to see what they have to say. 312-644-6767. Lori is on the line. Hi, Lori.
Hi.
What's up, Lori?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Hey, I just heard it on the radio that the Bears are teaming up with the Hallmark Channel for like a movie or a show. I'm so excited because I love football, I love baseball, and I love the Hallmark Channel.
Okay, tell us why you watch these movies, Lori. What do you love about them for those of us who don't know?
Well, sometimes I like to watch it because of the storyline, but I know they always turn out good. But sometimes it gives you a good feeling, sometimes you have, it's a good feeling when at the end, like everything's great in the world.
It's all wrapped up.
Unlike a football game where you don't know what's going to happen at the end.
Yeah.
I get it.
Okay, that makes sense.
That
all right,
makes sense.
so we
Lori.
have one member of our audience who seems to be in the target demographic.
This is when I
if
head to
you
the
will.
text line.
Well, no, enough. What's the plot here? Is Matt LaFleur somehow in this as an evil like enemy? Does Matt LaFleur hate Christmas?
One of the
Is
plot
that what's
lines-
happening here?
One of the plot lines was, Layla, and I think you saw this when I showed it to you on the old social media, was that a woman from Chicago goes and falls in love with the first man she meets from Hammond, Indiana.
That was great. Yeah, that was on Twitter. Somebody said that, right? I decided to go back to my hometown of Hammond to learn the true meaning of Christmas.
What about
the slag
this?
heap Christmas?
847, Layla. I hope they have Kevin Warren as the small town pastor leading them in prayers for a new stadium to save the citizens of Illinois.
You know, that's a good point. We already have something that needs to be saved with extra money that we have to raise. So, okay, maybe a bake sale is in order. Who do we think is like, who gets the most FaceTime in this? Like Colston Loveland already being a part of it is pretty great.
Yeah, like, no, seriously, who do you believe could be the best actor on this Bears team in a
Also,
movie such as this?
Colston Loveland just seems to be down for the cause of stuff, doesn't he? Like he seems fairly easeagoing in these things.
I know one cause he's down for.
Hey, we credit Colston Loveland. It's nice to see. 630 says, has Lori been enjoying bottomless mimosas on this beautiful Thursday?
She may have.
We don't know. Oh, Dan and Gurney wants to chime in.
Oh,
Dan,
my
what do you
goodness.
think about this?
Okay, so my wife loves the Hallmark Channel. You know, I have all my stuff, my ESPN, you know, plus I love my WWE. I like the cheesy acting crap too. So DVR, like the Bills thing for me and the Chiefs thing for me. I heard this and I like slipped out in a funny way. I'm like, no way. It's just, you know, we're guys. We don't like this stuff sometimes, but it's not completely horrible. So, but Andy Reid in that was horrifying. It was horrible.
So who do you want to be in it from the Bears? So,
Yeah,
like in this movie?
what's that?
Who do you want from the Bears to be in this movie as actors on
I
set?
want Caleb Williams. I want Caleb Williams in it. That'd be awesome.
I don't know. I don't know
he's
that he's
above the
got.
fray.
Wait, why was Andy Reid bad? Because I obviously didn't see the Chiefs one.
It was horrifying. It was just horrifying. You know how he is in certain things.
I liked him in
commercials.
the State Farm commercials. I thought he was
I
very
know
good.
the Nugs.
Yeah, the Nugs.
The Nuggies.
Yeah, it was just weird. It was just really weird and awkward. So.
Well, I had an issue with like attractive actors playing the part of like John Madden. So I feel that because I don't need like a good looking John Madden. Like I'm not trying to do that. Okay, I'm not trying to check
And
out
Trey
John
Smith-
Madden.
Trey Smith was in it too. Like I'm like, holy cow, they had a couple of good people in there. I was kind of surprised with. So,
Yeah, Damar
who
Hamlin
knows?
was in the Bills movie. Okay, your vote has
Yeah.
been taken, Dan. Dan is for it. I think this is hilarious. Like for
Multiple
all of
people.
the things that the Bears have done that people criticize, I liked the Crate and Barrel collaboration. I'm that girl. I think this is great because I'm watching this. Like, be part of the social construct and phenomenon that is a Hallmark Channel Christmas movie.
Maybe we can get you in there as an extra, Layla. Might need a reporter on site. You know,
I'm
as part of the
reporting
story.
live from Angry City Girl News, where we still believe.
I think Hallmark is beneath him. Is that fair? Am I doing too much when I say that?
No, you're not. But at the same time, Caleb Williams is one of those dudes who can be Hollywood and doesn't even have to act.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to be in a real movie when he's. I'm not saying this isn't a real movie. I really bite my tongue on that.
Like a Hollywood film.
Hey,
a Hollywood
is it a
studio film.
union production where people get paid? Then it's a real film. So what about this? What if it's Ben Johnson? Not even last year. Ben Johnson didn't even know what day it was. What's Christmas? Rawr. He's on the podium, whatever. Makes the evil quotes, you know, the picture that we use all the time. And then we're like, but he's here to learn what the real meaning of Christmas is. And then they like cut to Indiana or something. This is where we want to build the Bears Stadium, but it can't be built yet. Do Santa Claus, and something happens. Colson Loveland smiles. Next thing you know, it's Christmas, and the Bears are happy.
I have a new challenge.
Did you get a
for
good
the
Christmas gift?
For the.
It was Christmas.
I have a new challenge for the. Here it is. the Wiener Circle makes a promotion, leading up to this movie, which releases sometime in like Thanksgiving weekend, because that's when they do their run of Christmas movies every day up until Christmas. And they say, if the Bears win and Ben Johnson puts on a Grinch costume, free hot dogs for everyone.
Grinch costume, Ben Johnson.
Because he played the role last year.
Yeah, for Green Bay.
Oh, that's right. He probably wouldn't want to wear the green.
The quotes are such. Skydance Sports was built on the idea that the best sports stories live as much with the fans as the athletes, said Jessica Matthews, SVP of Film and TV at Skydance Sports. Few fan bases carry their team's history the way Chicago carries the Bears, a devotion that has been passed down from generation to generation. It's a privilege to once again partner with Hallmark Media and the NFL on another exciting holiday film.
Layla. 260 wants to know, did the Bears agree to waive their no swearing policy for this project?
I don't think they swear on the Hallmark
That's what
channel.
I was thinking. It's the Hallmark channel.
Good, better, best. Santa never rests. 847. 772, you're missing the obvious plot. This is not about somebody going home for Christmas. This movie will be about saving Christmas by finding a home. Oh, that's a good point. And then the text gets cut off.
What about...
The plot is finding the Bears a new stadium, and Kevin Warren finds the true meaning of Christmas. Thank you, Bill.
What about
Bill
773? Coach Ditka manning the kissing booth with a cigar in his mouth.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes.
I'm with that.
We need a little grit in this Christmas movie. We need a gritty Christmas.
Okay, I don't think anyone's mentioned this yet. I mean, George is going to appear in this thing, right? This
George
has to, right?
George is Santa. George is Santa.
So George is like definitely going to be in this movie.
Isn't George Santa?
It has to be.
What would you put the odds, Ben Johnson, in this movie? What would you put the odds? I'm going to start out and say plus 650 that Ben Johnson's in this movie.
I think that's a decent place because
he wants no part of it.
He wants no part of it, but also he is in the promo. Or in that
may
video that we played.
Get.
That might be all we get.
Who upsets Ben Johnson and annoys him the most? To ask constant questions about the Hallmark movie. Do I have to make a special trip to Hallis Hall to sacrifice myself so the rest of the beat can still function? Who's this random girl asking me about the stupid Christmas movie? It's me, Layla, host of the Midday Show. I will take one for the team. You know who we haven't brought up who seems like a perfect fit for this movie.
Who you got?
Tyson Bagent. I got to arm wrestle for charity to save Christmas. Hell yeah!
Is it because he's a small town guy? And that's usually how these Hallmark films work?
But he's also like a good sport about stuff.
Yeah.
I was too busy grinding my absolute face off.
And then you found Christmas, Tyson. Da 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 da.
I'm just glad.
This is why I don't write movies, right? This is it.
Yeah. I am glad that Eberflus is not around to be in this movie because that would be a disaster.
I actually think he would have been good in this.
See, Eberflus as Santa has all the nicknames for the elves. See, he's already could have been a plot line.
Our culture is awesome.
Here's the worst part is like if we were doing this, the movie would be 7 hours long. There would be a lot of references to other games. Everybody would somehow have our cast would be very expensive because it'd have like 7,000 cast members. We get everybody in the cast. Like we would be too fair with our plot, you know?
No, it needs to be a ridiculously cheesy plot. That's what we know the Hallmark movie does.
I think it's Matt LaFleur versus Ben Johnson to find the true meaning of Christmas. And then Tyson Bagent comes in and arm wrestles down Matt LaFleur. And then he can't raise his hand to call the timeout. And then they lose the game. Da, 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 da.
That's very different than most of the Hallmark plots, but I'll follow you. I'll follow you as writer and director.
The love part is hard for me, you know? But the success part, that's where the magic is.
See, that's why you need to be in the movie, Layla.
No, because I don't have. I am the angry cliche woman who left a small town for the big city. I don't have time for this. What is love? Rawr! I don't know what Christmas is. I inherited an inn. Isn't there always an inheritance of an inn? Oh, Brad Biggs! Brad Biggs talks Christmas with you. Huh. Thank you, 414. Okay, so I'm going to still think about this, but in the meantime, we have more fun with sports because the World Cup is happening, and there was quite a bit of commentary on the Norwegian fans who invaded Citi Field both from Marquee Sports Network and from our own Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. We'll do that next.
My wife Jessica and I will definitely be tuning in for this one.
No, you won't.
Hey, it's Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6.
We're bringing you the most up-to-date Chicago sports talk on 104.3 FM during your commute home from work.
Do you want to watch us do the show live? Hang out with the Twitch mob or on YouTube. We're talking all of Chicago's teams every day.
And if you're working from home, listen to the show on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
There's no one way to listen or watch Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons from 2 to 6. So listen and watch your way today. This segment is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken. Born in Nashville.
Oh, we love the fact that they listen and they responded that way.
And you got grief about that?
I did.
So
Who
right
gave
now,
you grief?
You.
Oh, no. That's not fair.
Yes.
No, you are the guy.
There's
let's
another
tell,
free
let's,
item.
You know,
There's another free item for
here is a guy.
That's not how it works.
This is the guy that will not wear any logo on any shirt.
Okay,
because
boys.
he doesn't support anything. And I was giving you grief because you were wearing logos. That's what happened.
So the next time Moises Ballesteros starts a game will be his 4th start at catcher. And then the next morning, Dustin will come in shirtless with the vest, and we'll have some Malort, and we'll do shots in the last segment.
Malort and McUltras.
All right. I don't know why Malort would be something we have. I thought Malort was like an incredibly.
Well, he could do it. We'll do something else.
Bitter. I thought you said you were going to bring in.
I'll bring some Screwball.
No, you said
whiskey,
peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah, peanut butter whiskey. I'll bring in that.
The Spring Inn has
One or
already
the other.
sponsored the bottle of Malort. We already
Excellent. That's right. We're set. We're set for our next baller catching.
Another
stint.
freebie for Rhodes.
I will buy my Mick Ultra at the Jewels.
Excellent.
Did you pay for the Malort?
I did not.
Okay. Point taken.
That's okay. Doesn't matter. The bottom line is if he can.
Didn't ask them to sponsor it.
Is the name Malort on it?
Is it on the bottle?
Yeah.
There's a label.
You going to wear it?
No. Didn't know you had the air horn in you. You're like the Michael Winslow of baseball play-by-play guys.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
You did the Vuvuzela, too, which
Right.
we thought was pretty good.
The air horn was okay.
Oh, I thought the air horn was really good. Actually, my favorite thing about the air horn is JD's response. It's so
Dismissive?
No.
Yeah.
There was affectionate approval of the air horn. He admitted. He said, "That's a pretty good air horn." That's good partnering, isn't it? From Jim DeShays right there.
There's always good partnering from Jim DeShays, 100%.
What other sound effects do you have in the arsenal?
That's a good question.
I feel like I could give a really good vuvuzela if just given just some time to warm up, and I also I do a decent one-line Sean Connery impersonation. That's kind of it.
Well,
hold on. Okay,
no, it's a good point.
Please.
Give me a finger, Shelley. One thing only, please.
He does these impersonations.
Really
I
good.
swear, you would think it was the real people.
Yes.
It's not bad.
It's really good. May I suggest some Untouchables? Is that actually a decent adjustment? You know what I mean? Like, is that a good sign long term that that's the adjustment, is to challenge him right down the middle of the plate?
Are you really asking me if the adjustment is to throw it right down the middle?
I am. I'm asking if the adjustment is to challenge him more, because that seems to be what they're doing.
Right. God.
Boog, I'm going to ask you a different question.
You guys just stink today. I mean, you just stink.
I think I've been great. I was going to ask how you grade Spiegel.
You've been kind of stinky too, Danny. I'll be honest with you.
Really? Well, our audience thinks you're being very difficult.
You're being difficult. We've had a great show. For your information, it's been a really good show.
Okay.
Maybe we're bad now.
Our
It's
audience
possible.
is biased,
Okay.
but yeah, they're on team
All right.
Parkins and Spiegs on this one.
Because they're live tweeting the interaction?
They text.
Yeah, we have a text line. Boog.
Constantly.
Yeah.
The text line.
Boog is either a tough interview or there's something else going on. Love you guys always, though. Boog is being
I've
difficult.
been on the show before.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did a Sean Connery impersonation. How am I being difficult?
Well, so how are we bad if we got you to do a Sean Connery impersonation?
Well, you didn't get me to do a Sean Connery impersonation. I volunteered a Sean Connery impersonation.
I had the audacity to ask about what I perceived. I'm sorry that my sports thought was bad, Boog. I'm sorry, it's beneath me.
Should they keep throwing it right down the middle, Speed? Yes, I think that's a bad sign.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You know what? You listen poorly. You listen poorly, sir. You're
wow. Here
we
busy.
go, Jim.
You're
Here we
busy
go, Tony.
talking. You have thoughts for America, and you want to share them. I look at Tom Dore and I hear Tom Dore, and all I think about, Danny, I've told you the story before, when I was bartending, and my shift would end at 2 a.m., and I would drive home as fast as I could, safely and soberly, to get to my couch at 2:30 in the morning.
To watch a replay?
To watch a replay, watch a replay on Sports Channel of you and Johnny Redker and those Bulls teams. And I didn't know. I had no cell phone. I didn't know what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Nobody told us. It was new to me. And I can't tell you how many regular season Bulls games against Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, or young Shaq and the Orlando Magic, or like how many games I watched in that way and stayed up with you till 4:30 or 5 in the morning.
I got a good Shaq story for you.
Good.
I'm sitting on the Bulls bench with Bill Cartwright. BC and I would play the
4-3 the score.
Caller 6 to our score contest line, 312-540-0670, will win a pair of tickets to the B-52s and Devo at Credit Union 1 Amphitheater on September 17th. Tickets provided by Live Nation. In our 9 hours of baseball watching, the Norwegian fans who invaded Citi Field in Queens were a nice interlude, Marshall, as far as the baseball was concerned. They provided color.
It was an alternative soundtrack, and I rather enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of people having fun with sports. I feel like we try to do that for most of our show every day. So listen to Zach and Ron observe the takeover of the Norwegian fans at Citi Field.
Saw you pointing to center field. I
Is
believe
that your section out there? Is that the family? Is that the
that's
Zabin
not the family. I
Okay.
believe it's every fan of the Norway soccer team that's out there, right?
The rowers, they said,
Yeah,
right? Is that
here's
what
the
they call
1-2,
them?
and that's called strike three. One of those two-seamers that froze Suzuki right at the top of the zone, and Bush is stranded at first base. And
I don't know why. There's nobody here. The only people that are here are from Norway.
Yeah,
they're the ones in center field.
You can actually hear the fans from Norway out in center making the noise, that rowing motion.
Yeah.
Here's the 1-1. Young fouls it back out of play, 1-2.
So you got almost two complete sections in center field with the soccer fans from Norway here at the ballpark today. Kind of cool. They, as you watch, any of the World Cup, they're all, they got designated chants and cheers, and it's pretty fun to watch. These guys are into the game.
Check swing at a pitch low. He went around, says the third base umpire, Junior Valentine. Strike three. Young is retired, and Assad works out of the jam as Benj is stranded at third. So the Norway fans must be helping Assad and the Cubs. Nolan McLean deals, and Swanson looks at a fastball for a strike. 0-1. There go the Norway soccer fans in the background again. You can hear them all the way out in center field. McLean deals. That's strike two to Swanson, another fastball.
I don't know what they get going on out there, but
I think you have an idea.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know what they're doing now. I want to have their coffee this morning. Because they came their game on, boy. They're that's entertaining.
The 0-2. This is up high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Another fastball from McLean.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How long does a soccer game? I know nothing about soccer. How long does a soccer game go? 2 hours? 3 hours? 2.5?
No idea. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. As McLean gets Swanson with a breaking ball. 1 down here in the top of the third. Cubs and Mets are scoreless. I mean, it's 90 minutes, the actual time on the clock.
Okay.
And,
So, yeah.
Schrager, our engineer, says in real time it's about 2 hours, right? So they probably got a good night's sleep.
I wouldn't say that. Not in New York, they didn't. They might not have slept at all.
Pete Crow Armstrong at the plate and looks at a fastball off the outside, 1-0 the count.
Not that I've ever tested the city that never sleeps or anything when I played here, but I don't think they slept.
All right,
that would
fair
be a
enough.
guess.
McLean misses again with a breaking ball high and outside. 2-0 now on Crow Armstrong, who's caught looking to lead off the game.
I went to a lunch place the other day, and I asked as I was leaving, what time do they stay open till? And he go, 4. I'm
Here's
like,
the 2-0 to PCA up high, 3-0.
So what do you do, close just enough to mop the floors? I guess that's the deal, yeah.
Well, it is the city that never sleeps.
I agree, Yeah. Frank had it right. Yeah. I'm sure he tested it too a little bit, yeah.
Two guys having a great time.
Yeah, well, and the music, the chants and the drumming in the background, like you're at a soccer game. That was great. And they were simply there to just enjoy, have fun.
I was here for the Coombe education on soccer.
Yeah, that was Zach. How long is a soccer game? I have no idea. The 1-2.
But he had an idea because like 90 minutes on the clock. He just didn't know how long that actually takes.
Yeah, well, their engineer filled them in.
Oh, yeah.
So that was the key there. But no, that was great. They were fun to watch and provided some entertaining background visuals. Do they know the true meaning of Christmas?
If they don't know, they'll find out this fall when that movie comes out. Hallmark.
Holiday touchdown.
I just want to know what's the plot going to be.
Ben Johnson couldn't have been more annoyed.
He doesn't sound like it, but you need to watch the video.
You need to see his face. Like, oh, this copy I have to read. It's not what I want.
I can't. We have 6 months to talk about this. Like, that's the best part. They've given us 6 months of runway to come up with a plot. And I will come up with a plot for a 7-hour movie that involves everyone, all of the townspeople. Spiegel and Holmes are next.
Hey, Cubs fans, tomorrow, Spiegel and Holmes will be broadcasting live from the Brat Stop in Kenosha from 2 to 6 p.m. before the Cubs take on Milwaukee.
Come by and say hello if you're in the area or on your way to Milwaukee that night. We'll be previewing a big series for the Cubs in one of our absolute favorite venues.
You'll be able to get a free brat or hot dog, compliments of Circus Sports, when you present a bet slip from American Place Casino or show a wager placed in Illinois on the Circus Sports Illinois app. Circus Sports, sports betting the way it should be, with no bet fees.
That's tomorrow with Spiegel and Holmes at the Brat Stop, right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
It's golf bell games with or against each other. So I've known BC Billy forever, and he looks at me. Shaq runs by and he's like, said things you don't say on the radio, but it's like, oh my God, you've read about this guy, but you've never really seen him. So BC's eyes got to be as big as they could be. And you
watching young Shaq, and there's nothing like him.
Run all the way across Chicago Stadium to go to the other basket and start warming up. And I looked at BC and I said, Billy, you know what that is? He pauses for a second. Yeah. Retirement.
That's awesome. That's about right. That is about right. But did you have a lot of people watching Bulls games overnight, like me, and you would hear from people like that, right?
We had people. We'd get people from Australia.
I bet.
We'd get people from Italy. We'd get people from England.
Michael was a global icon.
He really was. Our ratings were off the charts, and Michael would get on the plane and he'd be like, you owe me a lot of money.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong.
And then I'd say, he'd do the dust off.
I was just going to ask you. I've always wanted to ask you, how did the dust? How did it start?
He did it one time, right? He did it one time before I got there with JD, and they did cough, and Michael liked it, because it was a big reaction. And so we'd bring the umbrellas. We'd bring one time Red brings a fan, right? He brings these fans. And these little handheld fans. And so Michael does the dust off, we hold the fan, and the dust blows in his eyes.
Oh, God.
There's a timeout, and Johnny hits the talkback so nobody could hear us on his and mine. And he says, can you see the headline in the Tribune tomorrow morning? Former Bulls announcers Tom Dorr and Johnny Kerr. He said that's going to be the headline because we're done. We got this stuff in Michael Jordan's eyes. We're over. It's done. It was a great gig, wasn't it, Tommy?
I told Grote, I just like it when you two mess with each other. So sorry in advance if I just listen and giggle for some of the time where you two talk to each other. It just makes me happy.
I miss Grote a lot. He's good, but he has to say something ridiculous. So once he starts talking,
Wow. I swear to God, I was just about to say, because I feel like I don't know, Layla wants us to fight or something. I don't know what's going on.
No, I
here.
didn't say anything about a fight.
Oh, just
We don't
entertain.
fight.
Yeah, no, but I was just about to say before you made the comment you made. I'm looking at you right now, and you look good. You look like you just got back from vacation. The hair looks good. The tie is tight, as if like you're just got off the air, but you're getting ready to go on the air. So you're looking good, my friend.
Thank you, sir. You're looking good also.
Don't say that. Yeah, you don't have to say that.
Yeah,
back.
no, I didn't mean it. No, it's good. This tie knot is great because I don't tie it myself.
What?
Yeah, they tie my ties. for
No,
me
they
around
don't.
here.
Are you serious?
Man.
Dude? Of course I'm serious. I've told this story before.
I've not heard the story.
Grote, not only do they tie the ties, not only do they buy the clothes, not only do they set out the outfits, when I step into the dressing room, the belt is already through the loops. True story. And I asked our lovely wardrobe designer, Christine, this was like a week into the job. So this is, almost a year and a half ago. At this point, I was like, why is the belt already through the loop? And she said two things that blew my mind. One, she was like, well, it's because our job is to make sure that all you guys have to think about is performing on the air, as if me having to put the belt through the loops was somehow going to take away from the takes. And then two, she said, no one had ever asked her about that before.
Of course.
I was like, wait, what? So all of these TV people are just so coddled and so spoiled that they think that is normal. And she's like, yeah, you're the first person that's ever asked. She's like, I've worked everywhere. I've worked at SNL. I've worked at Fox. I've worked at NBC. And she's like, you're the first person who's ever asked me that before. I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. Well, this is clearly different. So yeah, I mean, people are like, oh, you look good since going into TV. I'm like, yeah, none of it's me.
Well, okay, here's the question then. Do they also derobe you like a boxing trainer? Like you get off and then they pull the mouthpiece out? Like, do they derobe?
Good question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, good question. No, I have to do that myself.
Oh.
Maybe, but on my next contract.
say.
Yeah, on my next contract, that's something that I'm going to be looking
Well,
for.
then what the hell does Triano do over there? If he's not derobing you, what exactly does send him back? If that's all you can get out of him, then send him back.
Why do you think I put in the recommendation? I mean, the guy is excellent at tying my shoes. He's really good at it.
See, this is what I needed. This is what I came here for.
Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
Good, better, best. Santa never rests. To everybody who said Jay Cutler needs to be in the movie, especially because he's from Santa Claus, Indiana, you are correct. I like our groupthink on this. Thanks to Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbaugh, Brandon Fryer, Cody Westerland, Connor O'Donnell, Max Curtis, and Jacob Stutz. Thanks also to Vinny Duber, Brooke Fletcher, and Corey Telebar, our guests today. Our transition is brought to you by Torque Coatings, high-performance coatings for your home or business. TorqueCoatings.com. It is Matt Spiegel and Gabe Ramirez later today.
Gabe Ramirez will be here, yes, as we get rolling. We are in the Nico Horner formation, except it's Craig Counsell today.
Concerned.
We have the Cubs manager, Craig Counsell, at 2:30, so transition will be a little shorter, and Gabe will be with me about 2:15.
I'm a little concerned about that conversation.
About the conversation with Craig?
Yeah, just because of the way it usually goes. I've listened to all the conversations you have had with him. And you know how you get to that space with him, and then Lawrence is there to be kind of a buffer. Like, I don't know if Gabe is... I don't know what that's going to be like, so I'm interested. I'm very intrigued by the conversation.
There's a life of its own of like talking about the conversations.
I like it.
I hate it.
Why?
Because just let it be what it is. Can we just all relax and let it be what it is? Craig's crusty. He likes giving people crap. Like, he likes giving Bruce crap. When Bruce is not around, he looks for the next person to give crap to.
You would be the next person?
I lived this in Mesa in March when I was there. Like, I was there on a Saturday morning, and Bruce wasn't there because he was doing ITC inside the clubhouse. And Craig looked around, and he started giving me crap. And I was like, oh, man, what an honor. So when he gives me crap, I love it, man.
It's a badge of honor?
That's baseball people.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Layla, like, that's a love language for baseball people.
I mean,
not everybody's Ian Happ or Nico Horner.
No, and just puts up with us?
Yes.
No.
And wants to really play like a thoughtful, erudite game. Most baseball people are like, you guys don't know Jack. What are you doing here? Why are you talking to me? All right, fine. I'll tell you.
Yeah, but you host that show.
I don't know Jack, though. What did he know about Dansby Swanson that we didn't know? Because remember, Craig said, look, we're working on some stuff.
Thank you.
And
yes.
he said, we're working on some stuff, and we think the best place for him to facilitate that is in the lineup. And everybody in Chicago was like, you're a dumbass, including me. You're a dumbass, bench him. Let's go. And Craig's like, no. And now here we are. He should spike the ball on Dansby Swanson.
No, I was always keep Dansby Swanson in the lineup because he's there for his defense. And put him in the 9-hole like a freaking 1980s shortstop.
That's where he is.
And that's fine.
I was defensive replacement Dansby Swanson.
But
I had gotten there.
We're all part of the fabric that perturbs Craig Counsell. Like, he knows what he signed up for, and we know what we signed up for too. So I don't necessarily mind it. And
let the man be perturbed. That's his gig.
He is the driest of dry martini. So if that's the case, okay, but I'm going to spend a lot of it laughing, I'll lean into the absurd.
Yeah.
You know, like I have a list of ridiculous questions for Craig Counsell just to see what happens.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I've grown more comfortable with discomfort in my life as I've gotten older.
Okay, Ben Johnson coach.
I mean, seriously. And conversationally, like, come on, man. Radio conversations need that.
Isn't that just you being comfortable in your own skin
Probably.
as age goes? Like,
Probably.
you live it long enough, you go
Like-
through enough bad experiences. Like, oh, this wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be when it's not the optimal result.
Absolutely. And it's also like, hey, this is me. You like me? Go for it. You don't like me? Enjoy your day.
And when you go through 162 with people, it's as much a relationship with them as it is with anybody else.
And we'll also get to Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter, who I thought sounded great together. They're a really nice fit together. Their vibes and the way they think about stuff. And Bryson was very comfortable here in the building
I
today.
think being the same generation,
yes,
you could tell there's a vibe there, and I'm all about that vibe because I'm on the same vibe.
Marshall, isn't it like you and your boy who both loved 90s hoops getting to run a franchise?
I mean, that hat he had on today, we were admiring Bryson Graham's hat. We were like, oh, that's a nice Bulls hat. It
I
was
didn't see it.
Script Bulls, like very 90s vibe, flat brim. We're like, oh, yeah.
He knows what
we want that hat.
He knows the era. He knows what's
We
going
want that
on.
hat.
He lived it.
He loved that team.
He lived it as we all did, as in we were all not adults yet.
I'll ask you what he said. Would you love basketball as much as you do now without the 90s Bulls?
No.
And that's what he said, and that was like, oh my God, I get that. Would you appreciate NBA basketball as much as you do now without the lessons and the joy we got from the 90s Bulls? No.
I'll go a step further and make it more specific. Without the specifically, and this is the same for him because I know where he grew up, the NBA on NBC changed lives. It changed a generation. There's a reason that theme song, when it pops, you pop, and a smile automatically just comes to your face.
That is the, we have the luxury of still placing things on a pedestal. You know, we have the luxury of Michael Jordan still being a larger than life figure in a way to us and mythical in ways. And he kind of remains that way as to how he's gone about his business. But we have that luxury of having people not be as accessible because we got them in only their performance eras on big stages with NBC and places like that telling you this is what's important.
Who's not on a pedestal?
I just feel like now because everybody's so accessible, you see so much more of them as a human, which is good.
Yeah.
You know, you see so many more sides to a person, but like we got to see them in this arena and basically only this arena. And then we talk about them.
Right.
There's the Sports Illustrated covers. You know what? It's
I
just
do.
different.
And then Michael hasn't shown us much else.
Smart guy.
Except to Gail King.
You know what? You know what was kind of weird to me the other day
was seeing Tiger Woods at a podium talking about the PGA and what they're doing and the new plans for the PGA. And he's in full-on executive mode, and he's probably not going to play anytime soon. And he's not like sort of checking in with the public about his rehab stint and all of that. And he doesn't have to.
Right.
He doesn't have to, but it was still like, man, I know too much about that guy. So to your point, Layla, I know too much about
Well, it's
Tiger
also
Woods.
the 24-hour news cycle, too.
Yeah.
Like, we stay with these people. Like, that was like a Sunday, 2 o'clock for me.
But for
that was
Speaks,
watch Michael Jordan time.
Without a doubt. But Tiger, with a very public fall again and again and again that we've seen, has put him in a different space.
Speaks, you're young enough or old enough, I should say, to remember this. When NFL Films really was like reality TV because it let you know what was going on beyond the games that you saw at a wide angle on the field. Now, everything is NFL Films on crack because social media, everybody's out here. Everybody's just out here.
Yeah, they are. But social media adds a level because people get to choose what they put out there and try to curate it.
But it all comes
out in the wash.
Yeah, that's
you
what
get
I'm saying.
enough. Yeah, you
get
probably
too much.
do.
You get too much.
Here's what's going on our show today. We'll start by talking about the Sox being flat out inspiring again in a loss. And the Cubs offense on fire. Craig Counsell, as we mentioned, on at 2:30 right here on The Score. We'll get into Bryson and Tiago. Bryson and Tiago at 3 o'clock. Some draft and development history from Bryson Graham draft picks that favors him. We want to get to that. Kendall Gill at 4 o'clock. The White Sox vibes explained by the right man to do it. It was in the booth yesterday. Who was more thrilled to meet who? AJ Przinsky or the Pope? Who was more thrilled with that exchange? We'll discuss. And then the Cubs rolling and ailing and adding, all of that before the Cubs and the Mets play one more time at 5:30. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Layla.
This segment is sponsored by It'sNotAGameIllinois.com.
And Marshall.
All right, turning left at this light.
And Tyler.
Whoa.
Good job.
Almost missed that.
The Bears have an offensive lineman by the name of Ozzie Trapillo.
Yeah, you got scared, didn't you?
I did.
It's Ozzie Trampaio.
So anyway, Anthony, honestly, like when I don't know a name, obviously there's a pronunciation guy, but I always go to a broadcaster, right? And I heard it 2 different ways. One of them, I shouldn't have trusted the podcaster.
Well, yeah, why would you put that?
I don't know.
Because you podcast love. Take noise.
Right, I guess so.
This played out in real time, by the way, as well. They make the pick. We're live on the air.
In real time, exactly. So basically, Anthony and I are going back and forth mispronouncing this guy's name. And then we had Chris Emma on, who was going to try to set us straight. And here's how it went down. We now, Big Ant, get to go out to Hallis Hall, Bears headquarters. That's where the war room is, and that's where we find the Score's Chris Emma. Here, we literally had 2 different pronunciations given to us for Ozzie. Is it Trapillo or Trapillo?
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's a pillow.
Okay.
What?
All right. Wait.
Huh?
What?
Trapillo.
Oh, you said Zapillo. Jesus. Now we correct you.
That's radio magic. Church, let's go Trapillo.
Chris, look at me. You and I know each other well enough. If I mess up a name, you know that pisses me off when I do that. You are allowed to correct me. So, again, it's Ozzie Trapillo, yes?
Yes, you're in the meeting room tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow, my friend, and I will correct you the first thing when you walk in the door.
Okay.
That's amazing, actually.
What more?
He loaded up the gun.
Shout out to Dan Zampillo, who didn't used to work here at the Score.
Where was that going?
You keep using this name.
Hey,
Do not
guys,
think it means what
Grote,
you
I don't
think
want to correct you, but it's Zapillo.
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's a pillow.
What do we call that? Loud wrong?
I still love Max Rustopher. Like that's still one of my
that was
favorites.
a Parkins special. Max Rustopher.
And then Max Rustopher became a thing, as it should have. They call me Layler, and I love it.
Layler.
I think it's really cool.
I like Layler.
I was like, oh yes,
Layler. I don't even know her.
Oh. Are we still on the air after that?
Hey,
Is this thing on?
I'll tell you, man, it's the big Ant factor.
That's what I bring out of
It's
people.
a foursome now.
Earlier, Ant, we were talking about our relationship.
Ant has taken his headphones off. He's
That's
taken
different.
the jack out of the headphone
Can't
jack.
take the heat on this show.
Ant is already packing up.
This is what we're bringing.
He
We're just left
drove
with the
all the
throuple.
way from the suburbs for this, and that has ended Ant Heron's time on the show.
I'm going back to my safe life in the burbs.
But you know what my issue with the story is? That I'm tired of hearing about the environmental study. I'm tired of it, Lawrence. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? I know we have to talk about it, but what are we doing? And here's some other things as to why this is the worst story ever, okay? It is distracting us from a legitimately interesting and largely optimistic Bears offseason. It is distracting us from that. And two compelling baseball teams. How about the Bulls having the 4th pick and a loaded draft? We haven't even mentioned that in like 3 weeks because we got to talk about this worst story of all time.
Every time that there's a headline for this story, everyone thinks that the story is over.
Right.
But the story's not over.
It's never over.
Which is
I
a
don't
problem.
think it's ever.
And it's never even close to over. I would say it's 80% close to being over.
I don't think it's ever going to be over. And in the end, what are we headed towards? We're headed towards an outcome that essentially is only going to make billionaires richer. Like, that's what's going to happen. There'll be an elevated, an exciting experience for some fans to go to the new place, but a lot of fans are going to miss Soldier Field and the lakefront. So it's not even like that's a big win. There's no win here. It's just the worst story ever.
Here's the crazy part, and I expect that Caleb Williams will have a long, successful career, will make a huge second contract that'll probably be $500 million. But it's possible he's not your quarterback when this thing is built.
Caleb's going to be wearing the gold jacket, like breaking ground at the site. He's going to have gray in his hair.
After a couple of Super Bowls and all of the Pro Bowls and all pros that he's won in his 10-year career, he's calling it quits.
After he gets his ownership stake that he wanted, right?
And the ground is breaking in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Caleb's going to be the coach at USC, and his son is going to be playing quarterback. You know?
Do we all agree, whether you're on one side of the political spectrum or the other, that if we just allowed Ben Johnson to be in charge of this, it would be done?
100%. It would be over. And to the texters who were saying that the Penn State story is worse than the Bears, I would argue this. At the end of that story, the righteous indignation and power of the media deposed that guy, Paterno, and made sure that dude, Sandusky, went to freaking prison. Like, there was an end game to that story.
We are hopeful that there will be some people who end up in prison after this story's over.
Yeah, I mean, you understand that there's a bit of hyperbole that's going on here. We're not
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
Dansby Swanson has turned into the greatest hitter in the history of Major League Baseball. The soccer fans of Norway who were at the game today,
I enjoyed that.
they believe that Dansby Swanson is the greatest player in baseball.
Yeah.
Norwegians clearly haven't got the memo. They just stopped cheering when the trainer's on the field.
Yeah, no question.
I wonder if they're going to be at the second game.
Yeah, that is not noise in the background that you hear from the stadium operators. That's actually the Norway soccer fans.
I don't know a dang thing about soccer, but it can't be all bad if they're having that much fun.
I would agree with that 100%. It's a little different than Go Cubs Go.
Yeah, but they got their own thing. It's just good. No, they're into the game. I think the concessions are doing good around them, too.
Yeah, no kidding. Here's the 2-2.
The concessions have been doing well at every city and every venue that the travelers from around the world, all of the fans that have come in have done a great job of drinking us out of all of the liquor that we have in the United States.
Open wide for some soccer!
Coom is ready, and Coom is right. Soccer, I don't know a dang thing, but it can't be all bad if that's part of it.
This is my time when I was watching World Cup soccer, my man. I saw World Cup, baby. No. Few soccer fans, the rest of you are going, oh, that's like football without pads, right? For the rest of the world, it's football. For us, it's like a strange sport played by damaged people. We made it in the World Cup. Everybody plays it. Not like the World Series, because the French don't have a baseball team. If they did, they would only have left field, and no one would be safe. You know what I'm saying? What can you do, huh?
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Welcome, and also welcome to the Spiegel and Holmes show.
Nice one, Lawrence. Absolutely.
We are in the missing Lawrence formation.
Where's Lawrence?
I don't know where he is, but the White Sox have an off day between home series, and Lawrence has an off day. They could use some bullpen help. Lawrence says he's got 7 innings left in him.
Lawrence did play baseball.
Not only did he play baseball, he fired a first pitch over at Wrigley Field in late March when they got down to the level of me and him to throw first pitches and invited us.
That's great.
they went down.
No, we don't have anybody.
They looked over on the scrap heap, not the slag heap. That's a totally different thing. And they're like, how about Spiegs and Holmes? Lawrence's first pitch was, it was smoking. So maybe he's trying out. We don't know.
It's possible.
I'll tell you who's here is Alex Kuhn. Tanny is damn handsome. He's hatless. And that man is Gabe Ramirez. What's up, young fella?
What's up? You didn't call me handsome. Now I feel like the show's not starting off on the right foot.
It's fait accompli. Everybody knows you're handsome.
Thank you very
It's
much.
just obvious. It jumps off the
I
screen.
am searching for compliments, my friend, right now.
I've been buying ad time suggesting that the guys say that I'm handsome, so that's why they're saying it.
Gabe Ramirez works at every radio station on this floor. Tonight, join the Score and Gabe Ramirez for a Team USA watch party starting at 9 p.m. at Parlay in Lincoln Park. Come watch USA versus Turkey and enjoy drink specials from Truly. That's tonight with Gabe Ramirez at Parlay in Lincoln Park, and it's all brought to you by Truly, the official hard seltzer of U.S. soccer. I just love that you are a man working like 3 times today.
A couple of things. One, do not go to replay. I've been saying to my friends, I'm like, yo, meet me up at replay. I'm going to be there watching the game.
There's a few different replays. There's one in Andersonville, and I think there's one in Wrigleyville, too. So you're talking about Parlay.
Right, but replay is a bar in Boys Town, right?
I think
Somebody
so.
told me that, right? And then they're like, are you going to replay to go watch the soccer game for the Score? And I'm like,
why not?
Maybe.
What's your point?
I think that's what it is.
What do you mean by that,
When I
Gabe?
found out that it was parlay. I mean, don't get confused
I
by the two.
That's good.
The other part of it is, when did they start calling it Turkey? Have you been seeing that?
What?
Oh, yeah, you said turkey. You said it right. I say turkey. I say turkey.
The
all the time.
country has a different name?
You are about to go do Fox with Cassie Carlson.
Yeah, they're not allowed to do that. I am doing Fox later on today.
I did a bit with her yesterday for World Cup, previewing today's match with Team USA. And she's like, so USA's taking on Turkey, eh? And I was like, huh? And then I've heard a couple people say it, and I'm thinking to myself, like,
you sure she's not just Canadian?
Is it a PR thing? Turkey, eh?
Are you positive?
I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it one bit.
I don't like it either. I don't think countries are allowed to change their name.
The country requested that the UN call them Turkey recently.
They did?
Yes.
I missed this entire thing.
Me too.
Fortunately, I'm not part of the UN, so I don't.
Yeah. Oh yeah, where's the game being played at, Gabe?
Where is the game being played?
Where's the game?
It's probably here, right?
Oh,
yeah.
I hope it's in the States.
Yeah,
it's in LA.
Yeah, there you go. So
hey, let me tell you where it's not at. Turkey, eh?
Is it ugly American of me to just want to turn that down flat out if I'm the UN?
No.
I mean, kind of.
No.
Is it xenophobic? No, it's just.
Is it like my friends that are Iranian that they want me to call them Persian?
Well,
is that different?
That's a more complicated thing. As Layla Rahimi raises her hand
fair. That's
outside, and I'm sure that the Turkey probably has deep personal meaning to them. So I should just shut the hell up at this point.
I would love for someone from Turkey to explain to me why it's not Turkey.
312-644-6767 is the number. Go ahead and text in because we're very busy today. We got to talk about the Cubs who are rolling and ailing and adding, and we'll do all of that in detail with Craig Counsell in a matter of moments. The White Sox, who had another crazy, fun, it's a magical kind of year comeback with the 2 solo homers back-to-back and then lose the game, but still hell of a showing for the White Sox against the Guardians this week.
Especially the guys who hit the homers, right? I mean, when you're talking about Brady Montgomery going deep, you're extremely excited about what he is bringing to this team. You get called up, and then you perform at a high level. You just love it when you see those kinds of moments. So yeah, I mean, it was a hell of a series for the White Sox after struggling against the Yankees and the Tigers. And I try to tell everybody that was listening, like, oh, they got swept by the Tigers. I'm like, you didn't watch the games. Those were great pitching performances by the Tigers, whether it was Melton, Schoolboy, obviously day one.
Yeah.
And then the last game of that series against the Tigers, they had Davis Martin on the mound, should have won the game, just kind of blew it with a Sir Anthony Dominguez, snafu.
Yeah, I mean, things happen. It's a baseball season. Like, it's a legit and viable season for a contending team, and this is what it feels like sometimes. But, like, the White Sox getting to Cade Smith the way they did in this series, that dude has been probably the best closer in baseball up until this series, and they get to him a couple times, including the 2 home runs. Well, and Antonacci got to him, but Antonacci and Randall Grichuk did the same thing. They didn't wait for him to set up the fastball and then throw the nasty splitter off it. They pounced.
You have to jump on those.
First pitch of the at-bat.
And
I know you're coming fastball to establish. Screw you. Let me just rock the hell out
I'm
of it.
5'8", 160, Sam Antonacci. I'm Randall Grichuk, a pinch-hitting phenom. I don't get these fastballs down the pipe too often.
Yeah.
And I know you're going to try to challenge me because you're not worried about me. Well, watch this. And that's exactly what happened.
But we will talk to Craig Counsell in a moment. Kendall Gill a little bit later on. You'll hear from Bryson and Tiago at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. So much to do. Thanks for hanging out. Keep it right here on the Spiegel and Holmes Show with Spiegs and Gabe on The Score.
Layla Rahimi here, and on Friday, July 3rd, I'll be leading Budweiser's Celebration Roadshow, hitting 5 great Chicago locations in one night to commemorate America's pastime and 250th birthday, with a chance for you to win free Cubs tickets at every stop. Starting at
talking about crimes. No. Like, we're talking about actual stories that we've had to cover that have to do more with Chicago that have been more laborious than this. There aren't any.
But I've said before, like, when the freight train of hate and indignation, when Boers and Bernstein leaned in on Penn State, it was phenomenal radio. It was tremendous. It was brilliant. It was journalistic. It was angry. It was
healing
vital.
for many people who had gone through abuse themselves. Yeah.
Yes. It was real. It was meaningful. This is not meaningful. There's nothing that's even close to meaningful or even thoughtful. That's why we have to laugh at slag heaps.
And most of it is not real.
Most of it is not real.
It's not real.
I will give a lot of credit because I think that Thomas McDermott is a very compelling listen and a good advocate for his city. And the fact that he was able to laugh at the concept of having the Indiana Bears T-shirt on underneath his Chicago Bears jersey.
Oh, God.
That was funny to me.
Yes.
Like that was like that to me. That was someone who gets the bit. But the other thing is they haven't figured out a site. And even him, like, he was on with Mully and them boys earlier today, and he's like, yeah, well, there's another site actually. Like, there's another place that we might be thinking about presenting to the Bears as a place where they might want to build their place.
That's currently occupied. They got to cover their butt in case the slag heap is indeed toxic.
Yes.
Like, if it's a problem. In the spirit of, we have to find things to laugh at, okay? And Slag Heap Day, one of the great days of our recent radio lives. I mean, that was...
And yet here you are saying the story's the worst, and it gifted us slag heap.
It really did. Well, that's why we have to lean into those moments when something happens.
Well, we're excited for you because that's got to be a thrill knowing that your jersey is going to be you're up in the rafters and that everyone's going to be able to look up and see your name on the back of it. What does it mean to you to get your jersey retired?
It's surreal. Still learning. It's surreal, but at the same time, knowing that I put in the work and listen to the OGs, all the teammates, my old coaches, everybody that gave me knowledge, I made a way to implement that into my game, and I took advantage of it. So thank you. It's for all of us.
So you found out a year ago, and we remember the surprise at the time, and you were moved emotionally. So you've had about a year to process all of those emotions and, frankly, to put your own career in perspective. We have seen you grow up in Chicago, and everyone has appreciated the journey. But as you put that into perspective, how would you articulate what you have accomplished and what this represents?
I think whenever I look at all the players that did retire or got their jerseys in the Raptors or even won championships, they feel like they gave their all, and people respected that. And I feel like it's very similar to this, where we didn't win a championship, but, man, I have no regrets. I feel like I give my all. I feel like I squeezed or maxed out on my body when I was on the court, and I did all I could do.
I'm just curious, Derek. In retrospect now, as you look back on your career, famously, there was all these guys gathering together. We know what happened in Miami, and people were like, Derek needs to recruit someone to come to Chicago. We need another star. Yeah. And it was almost like you were blamed for not recruiting. Did you consider that part of your job, or did you laugh at that idea?
I kind of laughed at it, but in a way, maybe it was towards the end of my career with the Bulls, but I feel like I adapted, or I made an attempt. I forgot what the attempt was, but I did recruit in that way, not like how everybody else was at the time, but I felt like I was cool with my guys and showing loyalty to my teammates. If they would have heard me each year say that we needed somebody different, who was going to mess with me on the team? Or like it was a fake relationship, and that's something I never wanted with my teammates, and that's why we're like family to this day outside of basketball.
Youngest MVP ever. We saw what you accomplished on the court and with those Bulls teams you're referencing, and then you came back, and your second act was impressive because you had the longevity, and I think a lot of people might have been surprised, Derek. Now that you have got your jersey retired, and you just look ahead. Is the Basketball Hall of Fame a goal of yours? Can you look at it that way? And do you think that your career was Hall of Fame worthy?
I think it was, but once again, it's not up to me to decide that. It's up to the committee, and it's up to them to decide. But I would love to be in the Hall of Fame. Who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? And like I said, I'm not doing it for me, or I didn't play this way solely for me. It's the Chicago way of playing. Like, that's the way that I played. That's the way that every time I step on the floor, I always try to show a Chicago toughness or a Chicago aggressiveness in some fashion. And
Craig Counsell.
You ever listen to The Score?
The Score.
You're on The Score, though.
I don't listen to The Score. Sorry. I did when I was a kid. I did. They did that segment, Who You Crappin'.
MLB veteran for 16 seasons.
Swing a bouncer, shortstop, Counsell throws, got him! Counsell picked it up clean and threw a strike to first.
Manager for your Chicago Cubs.
I think we should be just continuing to invest in Dansby, getting back to the offensive player that we know he is.
The 2-1. Line drive, base hit, left center field. Two more coming in to score. Kelly, then Ramirez. He's knocked in 15 in the series and 4 more here tonight. That's 11 runs batted in for Dansby Swanson in the doubleheader.
I'm not that concerned. I mean, he's our shortstop, and he was going to come out of it, so it was going to happen.
Craig Counsell.
You are a funny human being.
Funny how? I mean, what's funny about it?
Sounded like a line from that movie.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you?
Which one?
You know, the Joe Pesci.
Goodfellas.
Yeah.
That's right, funny how?
Get the out of here, Tommy. I almost had him. Frankie, was he shaking? I wonder about you sometimes, Henry. You may fold under questioning.
With Spiegel and Holmes on 104.3 The Score.
That man knew something about Dansby Swanson that we didn't know. That's his job, is to know stuff about these people that we don't know. And sticking with Dansby, looking pretty good today. It's Spiegel and Holmes. Lawrence is off today. Gabe Ramirez is in here with me. And we have Craig Counsell right now on the Score Hotline, brought to you by the Potawatomi Casino and Hotel, the Midwest Best Casino. Hello, Craig. How are you?
Afternoon, guys.
15 RBIs over a 3-game span versus the same team. We like to have fun with numbers around here. This is my favorite way that I've read. Nobody's done that since Reggie Jackson for the A's against the Red Sox in 1969. That's like,
When's the last time you saw somebody on a heater like this, like Dansby is right now?
Well, Pete's been on a pretty big heater, so probably since Pete.
Forgot about that one, huh,
Yeah,
Speaks?
that's true.
That's,
Yeah, it's pretty nifty 9-1 combination you got going right now.
Yeah, but no, I mean Reggie Jackson. That's a pretty good offensive player to have your name associated with. Absolutely.
Yeah, every radio show in this town wanted Dansby to go to the bench. What did you know that we didn't, Craig?
I mean, it's just what Dansby. Have you watched Dansby Swanson play for the last 10 years? I mean, I think that's what you always rely on that, and then you understand that baseball does this to you go through streaks that are hard, and it doesn't look good, and it can be bad. But I think in the end, talent. Talent wins out, and I think Dansby's also been a streaky player in his career, and these things happen, and you don't get to pick when the good streaks and bad streaks happen, unfortunately.
Craig, obviously, you played in the bigs, and so I guess my question to you is, when you're assessing a situation like Dansby's, right? You don't feel that way, but because you're in the clubhouse, you see him day in and day out, you know exactly what he's capable of. But there's a difference between being a player and understanding that slumps are inevitable, and then a coach, because you have to coach someone out of it. When you're looking at Dansby's situation in particular, do you look at it through the lens of a player? Like, I know he's going to be fine, he's a player, he's going to be good. Or is it through a coach where you're still trying to, walk him through that path, that journey of the season?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you probably do all of it. I think that's probably because we are I can't help but look at it like a player because I did it as a player. So I'm going to look at it like that a little bit. I also am going to look at it as a coach because I'm doing that. So you're going to look at it through all your experiences. I think that's what we all do. And, I think there was things that Dansby certainly at a point where he got to, and you're also just kind of reading Dansby as a person. And I think he got to a point where he was really struggling and he was lost a little bit. And you hope that's the part that's rock bottom, and then it usually lasts a little longer, and you try some things that are really uncomfortable, and those things probably cue some new things that get you going. And that's the slumps are kind of very. When you look back at them, you're like, why did I let that happen, or how did it happen? But they have to happen that way. It's like there's a cycle that they go through. Your goal kind of coming out of them is just, they're going to happen again. You just try to shorten them the best you can.
That's fascinating. So do you wait for people to hit that rock bottom, or sometimes do you get more aggressive depending on the person?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're trying to identify as fast as you can for your team. So you're right. That's what you're trying to do. This one was a little worse for Dansby than ones he's had in the past, for sure.
Yeah, it was just striking to see the change. But, man, dude is on fire, and it's been fun. What is Nico Horner doing so well right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think Nico's had one. He's had bad luck this year. Two. I think yesterday was good to see some balls go to the just hard line drives. I think he had line drive to left center, line drive to right. I mean, I think there was a ball down. A bunch of balls have been hit hard to right field this series. I think that's always a great sign for Nico. Nico's sometimes tough to figure out. I mean, it's because the ball's always in play, and so it's a little like, it's not like you see the ball leave the park or you see strikeouts when he's going bad. Like it's always looks a little bit close to the same. So Nico's just got to square the ball up as much as he can and find holes.
Craig, I'm looking at the Cubs, obviously in third place right now, but not a third place record, right? 6 games above 500. I personally think you guys are playing well. When you look at the record, and obviously it's reflecting a team that's good, right? 6 games above 500 at this point in the season, this is a good team. But maybe the positioning in the division doesn't necessarily reflect that. How do you obviously describe that to the team and talk to them about that, hey, we're playing well and don't get discouraged by where we're at in the standings?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the standings they're not as relevant right now, like when you're in the middle of a season as you'd think. You just have to go keep playing well. Kind of keep your head down and just play good baseball and win games. That's what you're looking at. Look, the Milwaukee is a very good team. They're an excellent baseball team, and they earned their record for sure. We've earned our record. It is what it is, and we're going to have to continue to play well. And we don't have much room for error, but we have put ourselves in a decent position to have basically a good second half of the season.
This segment with Craig Counsell is brought to you by Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Yeah, big series this weekend. We're going up to the Brat Stop. Me and Lawrence are broadcasting from the Brat Stop, halfway between Chicago and Milwaukee tomorrow. Craig, you been in there? Have you bought meat and brats, beers in that place?
I've driven by there, yes, for sure. Okay. I don't know if I've been in there, no.
Okay, well, you're welcome to come up tomorrow.
I can't say that I have.
All right, you're welcome to slide in tomorrow if you want. I'll get you a brat on the way. But it's a big series, man. I mean, as you say, they're a real good baseball team. It's weird to measure, by wins when you want to measure by process and all that. But what would be a good outcome this weekend for a Brewers series in your mind?
You're just trying to win games. I don't know. That's the bottom line. I mean, that's the only thing that's going to make you feel good about it. We've got some pitching issues this weekend that we're still going to have to figure out. So that's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Let's win a game tonight, and then we'll start focusing on the Milwaukee series.
Yeah, let's talk about some of those pitching issues. Matthew Boyd back tonight, right?
Yeah, he's starting tonight.
That's great. That's timely.
Yeah, it's important. Obviously, we lost a couple guys this week, and we had a doubleheader yesterday, and that's really what's kind of created this mess is the doubleheader, unfortunately. So, we're going to kind of play it day by day to figure out what we're going to do. Made a trade to acquire David Peterson. He'll be involved in one of those games. But the doubleheader kind of causes an issue with one of the games as well.
What do you like about David Peterson?
Yeah, I think David's essentially, we think kind of putting a really good infield defense behind David is something that will help him a lot. He is a heavy ground ball pitcher, and I think we're putting as good an infield defense behind him as there is in baseball, and that alone can make a big difference. And then I just think, look, David's been with the Mets since he signed out of college, a long time. When you go to a second organization, excuse me, it's a fresh start, and it's a real new lease on life, I think, and it's a good opportunity to kind of renew maybe some things that you really love to do. And I think David's got an opportunity to do that, and I think we provide a pretty good place for that. So it's a fresh start. I think he's at the point where he needs a fresh start, and I think we can benefit from that.
Speaking of Davis and just, looking at your roster and, maybe where you feel personally that improvements can be made, are there ever scenarios where, you go up to Jed or, you might have an individual that you like, not necessarily this season, Craig, I'm just saying in general, and that you are able to go up and tell upper management what it is that you want or what player you might be looking at specifically?
Well, yeah, I can go do that, but you can't just snap your fingers and get them.
I know.
I can pick a lot of players that I like, but trades are really hard to make. I think people underestimate that. They're really hard to make, and it takes a lot of skill from the GMs, and it takes a lot of creativity when they put together a trade together, and it takes a lot of conversation. So they're hard to put together. You're always, I think in our situation where you're working hard at it and you're trying to be creative and look at things when you have kind of the injuries that we've had. but it's there's a lot of other teams doing the same thing and looking for the same thing.
Is Bryce Wilson an option to use soon as well?
Yeah, he'll be in Milwaukee as well. Yeah, that'll be something to consider in Milwaukee.
And any update on Ben Brown after he saw some doctors here in town, Craig?
Yeah, Ben was diagnosed with a stress reaction in his neck. So it's a very similar injury to 24. And so we're not. He's going to get some other opinions on it. But we're looking at basically limited activity for about a month here, and then go from there.
Boy, that's hard. That's hard to hear. What a good young man. What a great breakout he's having. And I know how much he struggled with that diagnosis in 24 and the uncertainty and all of that. So it's a tough moment for him. Bigger than the fans' thoughts and bigger than even your team's situation. I feel for Ben right now.
Yeah, I mean he had made such a big jump in it, and it's fun to watch. It's so fun to watch a young player kind of taking himself to the next place. And there's no question he was doing that and had done that. This is a setback for sure, and it is frustrating that it's a very similar injury and really similar timing to kind of how it happened in 24. So we're just going to make sure we got everything right with the diagnosis, and then hopefully a little bit of downtime can get this thing healed, and then we can get back to throwing.
Speaking of setbacks, talk to me a little bit about Seiya's knee and what's the update there.
Yeah, don't know much about that. I don't think there's anything serious going on there. He is not going to be in the lineup today. That was actually planned before yesterday. He was going to have the day off today. But I'm hopeful we see him in Milwaukee this weekend. I'm optimistic he'll be playing.
Boy, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of plates to spin, a lot of injuries to sort out. Is this more, than you've dealt with in previous seasons? Like, does this feel singular?
Yeah, I mean, our starting pitching injuries have been more. There's yes. When you lose two starters on one day, like that's a lot for any team. And we've lost, just significant talent in that area. And so it's our job to, some guys are going to get opportunities and some, made them some acquisitions, and these are going to be our guys, and go to battle with them, and I'm looking forward to that.
Last 6 games, 8 runs, 16 runs, 6, 9, 10, and 10. That's one. Doesn't matter who's pitching when you do that. That works out pretty well.
Yeah, we have played very good offense here in this stretch, and we're going to have to continue a version of that. Those numbers you said are that's best in baseball type numbers. But we're going to have to be a good offensive team. There's no question about it.
Do you think there's situations, Craig, where the team feels a bit too much pressure to have this offensive explosion? Obviously, it's happening in the present. But with the injuries to the pitching staff, is that something that happens to big leaguers where they put that extra pressure on themselves?
I think, look, the best thing about having good pitching is that there's some nights when the pitching can just run the table and you need to score 2 runs or something like that, right? That's what. So it does take pressure off you on a nightly basis. But look, we're equipped to score runs. I mean, we have an offensive team that I think can score runs. We're not going to score 10 every night, but I think we can be a consistent offense and be a good run scoring offense to create a lot of wins. So we're going to need to do it. I mean, that's the bottom line. When you have injuries to this level, to the talent that we've had injuries to, like you can't replace them with like talent. You can't replace Cade Horton's talent or Ben Brown's talent. It's just not there. So we're going to have to do our best and and score some runs. We're going to have to pitch well. We're going to have to piece together some bullpen stuff and take it from there.
Did you ever try to pull off the bunt bloop over the charging third baseman that Pete pulled off last night? Did you ever attempt that in your big league career?
I practiced it, but I don't think I ever thought that I could actually do it in a game. So no.
I mean, that is a remarkable level of bunting bat control for a guy who used to struggle. Luck? Really?
Luck. Yeah, just don't give Pete credit for that. He might take it. Don't give him credit for it.
Next thing you know, he's trying to hit it over the second baseman's head, Spiegs, and then
well, you do that. That's a double. That's a double for Pete. So he's got enough credit going on. He doesn't need credit for that too.
He's hot right now. He doesn't need anything else.
That guy's on fire. All right, Craig, go get him tonight, and good luck this weekend. If you want to swing by the Brat Stop, we'll take care of you tomorrow. Okay.
All right. Have fun, guys. Have fun.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. That's Craig Counsell. There's a lot of news in there.
Wait, how funny is it that it's one thing for, me, you, the fellas to be like, hey, PCA, chill out on that. It's another thing for the manager to be like, don't gas him up. Don't tell him he's doing a good job.
Did you see Dansby after the game said like, oh, yeah, well, yeah, he works on that. We work on that. So now Pete's going, look at me.
Luck.
Look at me.
And your manager's calling it luck. I love it.
Ben Brown shut down for a month. And you know what it is to rehab and like get back up to speed and get stretched out. And that's if they check in a month and he's in a great space.
Where are you at in your headspace when it comes to these Cubs right now? Because I feel like every time I do a show with you, I have to check your temperature.
Well, I got to say that the Ben Brown thing hits me I got a little emotional thinking about it because I've talked to that guy a few times on the air and several times off the air. And like, he met this particular offseason with like, I got a chance to be good and I'm not good. What am I doing wrong? And he went and he sought out Clay Holmes and learned an extra pitch and he read books on resilience. Like he tried to like work on every aspect of himself and he came back and he's proven something. He's working his way towards like a starter contract, which is a big deal for like familial wealth and life-changing situation. So like, I have so much respect for that dude. And for this to happen again, in 24, it was a tumor. It was a benign tumor in his neck, in his bone, the bones of his neck. So now they're calling it a stress fracture. But it's in the same space, and it's the same time of year. Like, it's kind of spooky. Like, he pitched enough, and then it's like, oh, yeah, it's June. And his body's like, yeah, you can't do this.
It's like we forget too often, right, Spiegs, that, pitchers are doing something that is unnatural. And the frequency in which they get injured is higher than your typical athlete, right? Because of what they're doing, what kind of stress they're putting their body under, every 5 days. And so when other injuries come up, like this, some that are not necessarily related to what it is that you're doing in the game.
Yeah.
It's just even more frustrating, I'm sure. It's obviously speaking to or piggybacking off of what you're saying of Ben Brown and what he wanted to accomplish, to have to deal with that. I mean, I'm sure it takes an emotional toll on you as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. But you're totally right. There's nothing more unnatural in sports than to do what a pitcher does at, full exertion for 80 times a game every fifth day or 20 times a game every other day or however you want to do it.
There are people, Spiegs, that have never, they love sports, right? Maybe you love football. Maybe you love basketball, and you've never thrown a baseball as hard as you can 20 times, not even 80, just like trying to play catch or gun out somebody at third base. Like, if you've done that, when you wake up the next morning, your arm is stiff. It's a board. You got to do a bunch of things just to loosen it up again. So again, I don't think a lot of people truly understand the impact and the amount of stress and strain on the body after pitching like that. It's incredible.
Yeah, no, it really is. That's why my first pitch was so bad. That's why I spiked my first pitch into the left-handed batter's box, and Clark had to reach over with his enormous glove and
good scoop,
and
though.
Make him
good scoop,
great scoop.
Could have been a first baseman. Now
Clark's the best.
Now my first pitch to Chris Sale, strike. Right down the middle.
Come on, man. That's
just
amazing.
Saying, I'm not trying to,
And that was the White Sox got to the bottom of the barrel and asked you, huh?
And, I mean, Wow.
Hey, I said it about myself.
Don't be crabs in a barrel and pull me down into your dark space.
No, you're right. You're right. It's my own self-judgment. No, I'm sorry.
It was something cool. It was actually the first boxing match at Comiskey in like 40 years or whatever. And they were promoting it on the other station, and because of it, I was able to throw out the.
That's amazing.
So I
love that.
Wasn't because I was that cool.
I'm sorry, Gabe. I was just trying to make a joke.
I
deprecated you instead of myself. That's not how it should.
But
work.
it's funny.
Gabe.
But it's funny because there's truth to it. Speaks. I was the low man on the totem pole.
Oh man,
that day.
Why do you think me and Lawrence got to do it in late March?
Because you guys are on the home of the Cubs.
Oh, that's
and
right.
They love you.
That's right.
Etc.
That's what it is.
You know.
Thank you.
A lot of things work out like that.
Oh man, yeah. So look, to answer your question in a broader sense, yeah, I think you like. They're 6 games over 500, man.
Huge.
They're locked and loaded in a wild card spot right now, and the Brewers are effing great, but they're scuffling and scrambling. That sounded like David Peterson might start a game, and Bryce Wilson might be a bulk guy
this
in
weekend.
Milwaukee
You will
this
see
weekend. You will see both of those dudes.
Maybe Seiya.
Yeah, but like pitching wise, they're like Bryce Wilson. All right, yeah, let's grab him. David Peterson, yep, let's grab him.
Like, hey, Dansby, can you keep doing that thing you were doing? Because we're going to put this guy on the mound.
Need that. 15 RBIs in a 3-game stint against the same team. Nobody since Reggie Jackson. It's insane. There's a million different ways you can cut that and look at that. I think it's Sammy Sosa, first time somebody's had 15 RBIs in a 3-game span. It's Sammy Sosa on the Cubs. It's just craziness. Dansby absolutely on fire. It's Spiegel and Holmes. It's Spiegs and Gabe Ramirez. That was Craig Counsell. We'll get back to some Cubs a little bit later on. We got some White Sox stuff to do as well. But coming up next, the Bulls Brain Trust was in studio, and we heard things we thought were important and interesting. Let's discuss next on The Score.
Cubs fans, on Wednesday, July 1st, join The Score's Rahimi Harris and Grote show, broadcasting live at Gallagher Way, right outside Wrigley Field.
Come by and join us before the game live from 10 a.m. to 12:45. Then Zach Zaidman takes over with pregame coverage until first pitch.
We'll be there for Donation Day with the Salvation Army Adult Rehabilitation Centers and thrift stores.
Bring gently used clothing to donate right outside the ballpark. Donors receive a special edition Cubs pin, 1 per person while supplies last.
Learn more at satrucksocial.org. That's all coming up Wednesday, July 1st on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Experience the excitement of Bank of America Chicago Marathon Weekend at the Abbott Chicago 5K on Saturday, October 10th. The event will make a $2 donation to Teddy's team for every participant who crosses the finish line. Learn more and register at chicago5k.com.
From the FIFA...
For that, not to be in the Hall of Fame, it will hurt in a way, but at the same time, this moment right here is kind of like my Hall of Fame if I don't get in.
Not to be mean, but I hate that shirt. Yeah, something like that. Not to be mean, but your nose is too big. Something like that.
I don't think I've ever gone that.
Okay.
Not to be mean.
Mully. But whenever you say that, I'm always expecting, like, here comes the hammer.
Here comes but that guy doesn't belong in the major leagues.
Yeah, right.
That's the kind of thing. You know who does belong is Mark Grote. Grote time! Can't believe it!
I love Zuzu's pedals. Big fan of Zuzu's pedals. Always have loved them.
What's up?
That's a recording of me imitating Baby T. And Baby T playing it. No, Fryer played it.
Morning, Mark.
And,
morning, Moon. Morning, Sunshine. Morning, Prudential Building. Morning, Car.
Layla Rahimi in the building. In the
Morning,
house, in the studio.
Wait, should I do the imitation of you imitating me?
Do that.
Whatever, the Bears suck.
Whatever.
Nobody has conquered the Layla impersonation yet.
No,
we just do. We just do a higher pitch.
When I heard that you were working on one, I was like, I bet it's going to sound a little like Mickey or Minnie Mouse, and then it did.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want that. So
technically,
that's why
both. No, why not?
I mean, it's just an okay impersonation. So that's I stand by it, but it's just okay.
If you don't get a Grote impersonation, like, are you even here?
No.
And I do that too, by the way. I did the not to be a jerk thing yesterday when I was looking up baseball savant stats, but I was kind of a jerk about it. But like, if pointing out unfortunate information is a jerk, then guess what? We're all jerks.
It's the same thing as when people say, it goes without saying that.
Yes.
Well, if it goes without saying,
why must you say?
Don't say it.
Zip
Yes.
it.
Zip it.
Yeah.
I think there are times where people
Zip
say
it.
things to soften, and
Yes.
in journalism, we are taught to not do that because those are words that we need for other
Brevity.
other
Layla.
space.
Brevity.
Yeah,
It's totally underrated.
Dave Feldman.
I don't have it.
Dave
I'm
Feldman
sorry.
was the great horse racing writer at the Sun Times.
I love when you talk about
And
Dave
whenever,
Feldman.
and whenever two or more ex-Sun Times guys get together, they talk about Dave Feldman because the stories were unbelievable.
I know.
But his line was always, he would say, "Don't get me wrong, I like the guy," and then whoom,
Boom.
here it comes,
And boom.
I mean, wham! I love that.
Oh my God, you are wearing a Detroit Lions T-shirt
Yes,
today.
thank
Get
you.
out of here!
Thank
Are
you.
people moronic?
Thank you.
I thought it was a
anyone-
Chicago Lions
I
shirt.
love-
Has anyone been to Chicago?
Mully's civic pride and Chicago card was compromised for a moment. And Mully's like, "No, it's the Art Institute, you fool."
I take pride in my lion.
I know you should.
That's a lion joke.
Also, like, does
White Lion
Detroit
Pride.
does
Yes.
Detroit get all the
That's
lions?
a band, by the way.
Pride of Lions.
Do you remember
Did
the
they?
band?
I don't know.
They don't get all the
sorry.
lions.
Not to be rude, but you're crazy.
No offense. No offense is another one. No offense.
No
But I
offense.
hate your family.
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm. Man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No,
That's
I
what
call
you-
myself
I
that.
see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara
She
Walters'
took-
reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
You're what?
I'm his silly little rabbit. You're what?
You're what?
What did you just say?
Right hand
I'm
arm.
Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm.
Man.
Man.
How is that not an obvious shirt?
I'm Donald Sterling's right hand arm, and then like a bunch of space, man.
Man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to
I'm
go
Mr. Sterling's
ellipses.
right-hand arm. Man.
Since we're talking about V.
Sports
Stiviano.
Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
Spiegel and Holmes.
Matt and Lawrence, Tanny and Alex and their team, their whole crew.
Afternoons on The Score.
My love for the game started there. You know, watching those late games, what I say in the press conference, I'm not lying. That's a true story. That I would stay late, even fake that I was sleeping and get back to the living room and watch Bulls games. But you know, in Brazil we have a say that that big teams jersey they are heavier. Right, like Brazil national team jersey is heavier, like the soccer team, the Flamengo's team in Brazil. So we like to say that jersey is heavier. It comes with pros and cons, right? Like the expectations are enormous, and we know that, and I actually love that. You know, this is what I thrive on when there is expectations, and so we love to be here to work for the Bulls and represent these colors.
That is Tiago Splitter this morning in the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Studio. Sitting there next to Bryson Graham. Sitting there next to Mike Mulligan and David Haugh on The Score today.
Was that here? I thought that was inside here.
Yeah, that was in the Hyundai Studios, Gabe. That's correct. It was not in the Blue Cross Blue Shield.
I got you. Hey, I'm just a fill-in. I don't know.
I think they're putting up drywall in there.
It's really embarrassing that I just assumed that's where it was.
The most popular culinary kitchen that you've ever seen.
It's gone. It's gone. Demolished.
The most expensive, never used area in any building in downtown Chicago.
That was just one of many great ideas by Jimmy DeCastro.
I didn't attach it to a name. You did.
Tomorrow afternoon, the Score and Circus Sports will be live from the Brat Stop in Kenosha. Our show's going to be there from 2 to 6 p.m. ahead of the Cubs series opener at Milwaukee. You'll be able to get a free brat or hot dog, compliments of Circus Sports, when you present a bet slip from American Place Casino or show a wager placed in Illinois on the Circus Sports Illinois app. That's tomorrow from 2 to 6 p.m. at the Brat Stop in Kenosha. Craig Counsell's lived in both Chicago and Milwaukee at different times in his life and goes back and forth a lot. He's never been in the Brat Stop? That seems intentional.
Not if you're a millionaire. You don't stop. You don't stop there.
That reminds me of Jerry Jones stopping into a 7-Eleven to grab a bottle of wine on his way to a dinner party a couple years ago. You remember that?
Did he buy it? Did he buy the 7-Eleven?
He bought the store.
He bought the whole store. Yeah, I like this. What is this place called? 7-Eleven? I like this.
Might have been a gas station, if memory serves. Anyway, that was Tiago Splitter. Boy, other languages are sometimes more beautiful than ours. That idea of calling the jersey heavy.
That's great. It's a great line.
Beautiful.
Might not have sounded beautiful in Portuguese, but definitely sounded great in English.
Well, it might have sounded beautiful in Portuguese, but like,
have you heard Portuguese?
I guess no, I haven't. You don't like the sound of Portuguese? Let's talk.
This is a little weird. It's a little weird.
That's amazing. But anyway, like as an idiom or as a turn of phrase, it's beautiful. Because I'm thinking about the Brazilian soccer team, and how heavy it is to wear that jersey.
A beautiful, beautiful saying.
Oh my God, it's beautiful, and Tiago embraces that. He likes the heaviness of the jersey, and in his mind, the Bulls as a sleeping giant, and you'll hear from Bryson Graham in a minute, echoing that. Feel like a heavy jersey for these guys to put on. I love it.
It seems as though Bryson Graham, when he first came in, and even Michael Reinsdorf for that matter, hey, you know what? We've been playing at an unacceptable level. Oh my God, finally somebody admitted it. Bryson Graham, we're not going to make the playoffs. Or we're not going to compete for championship in year one. Love that. Finally, give me some honesty. And then a guy like Tiago Splitter coming in and understanding the gravity of the position. I think we haven't had that in Chicago for the Bulls in quite some time. Somebody might come in and say, Billy Donovan comes in. He's Billy Donovan still. He's won 2 national championships.
He's been everywhere.
He's a Hall of Famer.
He's had bigger jobs than this one.
When you're thinking about the guys before him, Vinny Del Negro, Tim Floyd, etc.
Yeah.
You're just like, these guys are here because they're happy to be here.
Yeah, man.
They're happy to be a member of the Chicago Bulls.
It's a good point. And I'm not this doesn't mean they're necessarily going to succeed, but let's just be honest about what the moment is. This is dream jobs for both these guys.
And the jersey of the Chicago Bulls, it is heavy.
Yeah.
Whether you're a player, a GM, a coach, to operate in this town and try to be oblivious of the fact that we won, or the Bulls won 6 championships. It's a basketball town and they've sucked for the last 10 years. You cannot brush that under the rug. You have to accept it, own it, understand it, speak to the fan base as though you realize that, and then sell me on the dream that they're going to be better. Don't just sell me on the dream that they're going to be better. Tell me what I've been through, validate my feelings, and then let me know. Then lie to me and tell me we're going to be better.
No, eventually, maybe.
Maybe.
Here's Bryson Graham this morning talking about his version of Bulls fandom. We've heard Tiago now a couple times. Here's Bryson on his version of Bulls fandom.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of pressure, but that's a necessary pressure for a job like this. It's a large market, and fans, the community, they love sports and they love the Bulls. And I'm not from here. Tiago obviously is not from here, but we feel that. I tell people in the office, I've just got here, so every day is exciting for me. It's hard for me not to get, fired up and juiced up to come in, because from my office, if I just look outside, you just see the court and you see the Bulls logo, and I just remember growing up and just watching this team play, man. And I truly believe, I was like, I don't even know if I would love basketball the same if the Bulls weren't the Bulls. Because I was just always aspiring to be this and play on a team as good as this and be as good as, as MJ, knowing that, probably, like I said, not going to get there. But you see this shiny object, this North Star, and you're constantly trying to get to it. you know? And so I was like, man, if it was, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I would continue to pursue the game in the which way I did. Like, MJ and the Bulls did a lot for my my career and just, for so much. So every day is amazing.
That's cool. It's relatable, and it's also thoroughly believable. I was thinking North Star as he was talking, and then he got there and said exactly that. It's like, whatever your realm of either expertise or your aspirations, creatively or competitively, we all have a North Star, right? You got somebody like, man, I want what that guy has.
Yeah.
Or I want to be as good at this job as that person is.
And you love hearing it from Bryson. And, we were talking a second ago about the desire to be a part of an organization that you genuinely want to change. There's a club in soccer. I know I'm already throwing in soccer in Germany called Bayern Munich. And they hire people from within. Like, they want people that have played for the organization. That's what they want to be in the front office, because they know that those people love the team more than the average individual that will come in. And so when I hear Bryson Graham talk about the Bulls, it's like, oh, you get it. You get it. You weren't just some fan that experienced the Bulls. No. It was the engine behind your love of basketball. Mm-hmm. This team, these colors, this city. And you watched from afar, and now being here, you probably feel the weight in a different way. And, right, because you heard Tiago mention it as well, like, they love the pressure. They love, now you have the pressure to bring the team back to relevance. And I'm sure that's a challenge that they both, want to accomplish sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think that's true. And it's kind of beautiful to have a couple of dudes who feel it like we feel it. Is that Germany with another goal right there?
No, Ecuador hadn't scored a goal all tournament long.
Yeah.
They just scored their first goal of the tournament. This is the third game against Germany. It's tied up 1-1. I got hella money on Germany. Just want to put that out there. I'm talking about like hella money on Germany. They were minus 130 to win, because they already went through, so it's the B team out there.
Alex, can you dial up 1-800-GAMBLER just so we have that number ready to go?
They're on hold.
Because I bet money speaks?
No. You're rolling right now. Gabe is on fire.
Gabe, don't you dare mush my World Cup team, okay? Germany's
Ecuador?
my team. No, Germany's my team. I almost wore the kit today.
That's another beautiful language.
Hey, there's no mushing here, okay?
Look, it's a team I care very much about, who I know none of the players, and I forgot they were even playing today. But I'm so into this World Cup thing.
Talk about languages that sound beautiful. You got Portuguese, you got a little German right there. I still remember the look on Flula Borg's face when I told him that German was a beautiful language. He went like this. He went, yeah. Because it is not. I want to hear more about why you don't like the Portuguese language.
There's
Flula.
It's like I'm listening to them and I'm like, wait, are you speaking Spanish? Nope, you're definitely not. And then
does it have German roots?
Portuguese?
Does Portuguese?
Latin roots.
It's a Romance language.
Yeah.
I would think it has Latin roots, but
Portuguese is, I don't even care. It is an ugly language. It really is. It is an ugly language. Like, when you think of French or you think of Spanish.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Lyrical. Flowing.
Portuguese.
Italian. Absolutely. There's some beautiful languages out there.
Beautiful women in Brazil. Beautiful women in Portugal. Language. Not so much.
Not so much. All right.
I might have to text you.
312-644-6767.
That was Gabe Ramirez.
If you want to dispute that, Gabe Ramirez with thoughts on the Portuguese language.
Let's go back to my sports thoughts instead.
So, which are dynamite. So the Bulls last night didn't make a second-round pick. And it's pretty funny. You guys remember when Bryson pointed out how many second-round picks they had at his opening press conference? He kind of rolled his eyes a little bit. Like, whoa, we got a lot of second-round picks. You remember that, Alex? He was like, whew, yeah, we got a lot. It's a lot. 14 over the next 7 drafts. And
a whole entire NBA roster.
Yeah,
speaks.
I mean, seriously, and that's a lot. But the question was posed, and it was beautifully posed and well answered by Bryson today. Does this have David's question on it? So I'll paraphrase David's question. People look at you, Bryson, as a guy who can find talent, as a guy who
Spot on David Haugh, by the way.
Thank you. What do you mean by that, Bryson? So he asked him, why would you give away the second round pick for cap space? The first one they traded for a young player that he wants, a 24-year-old guard from Indiana. They almost Braden was it Braden Smith, the
Yeah,
Purdue
from
point guard,
Purdue.
who goes to Indiana. There's a shocker, isn't it, Alex? Braden Smith gets to still be a point guard in Indiana.
White guy, Purdue. Gotta make a trade for him.
Did they get Trey Kaufman-Renn too? By the way,
TJ McConnell wasn't available.
oh yeah, there you go. So anyway, so David asked, why did you not want to make a second round pick? Because a lot of people were wondering, that's weird. And here's his answer.
Look, you have your board, and you have your targets. And one of the things I had mentioned were obviously Caleb and Dalen, were targets for us.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, as we're going down it, and it's nothing against the players that were remaining, they just weren't particularly targets of ours. And so we were looking, it's like, okay, how can we maybe get some future assets and push this pick forward. And that was kind of the thinking behind it. I know it's like take this guy or take a project, but look, we're also not at a roster crunch, but we still have $33 million in room right now, and $9 million in a room mid level. So there's still a ton of flexibility left, and we want to just continue to stay flexible, because you just never know. Teams may call and be looking to dump players. We can dump players and then take back in assets, and so why put ourselves in a situation where you're committing to a player that maybe you may like, but it may take you out of the game of some other things. So that was our reason, and Tiago was obviously on board with that as well, and ownership. And so we just that was our philosophical approach.
When the Bulls used to peddle second round picks instead of taking them, it would make people crazy, including me. We made a big deal when they traded the pick that became Jordan Bell to the Golden State Warriors for $3.5 million. And there was a White Sox signing right around then that seemed to be a direct transfer of $3.5 million. Okay? And we made T-shirts. Me and Danny Parkins made T-shirts with $3.5 million on the back. And that went over super well with a lot of people. But anyway, so the trend historically of them just not knowing somebody to take, so let's just sell it for money, is troubling. But this is a different time. This is a different guy. And his answer there at the end is really important about, we have $33 million of room. We're going to be doing something. You saw what we just did for Nick Claxton the other day.
Yeah.
Just used cap space to get a guy. You take a guy in the second round, you're investing in him to keep on a rebuild roster. It's probably on your team. Or maybe he's a G League guy and that's taking up its own spot, and he doesn't want to even think about it. Like, I don't like any of these guys enough to just take a flyer on somebody. I'd rather keep my options open, because, fam, look around the NBA. Options are open in the offseason of the NBA.
Especially when half of your roster is second round talent. All right, not to say it in that way, but they're not game changers in the back end of that roster. And so when you're thinking about adding another individual, you're putting a carbon copy of that guy there at the back end.
You've got enough projects of that level.
Yeah, you don't need that. So I think the other big difference in terms of lack of value for second round picks for the Chicago Bulls this year specifically is because essentially you could say their 15th pick is like their second round. Not that the talent level is equivalent to a second rounder, but you've got two guys on your team, your first rounder and your second rounder that would have been on your squad. So you get that in Dalen Swain and, of course, Caleb Wilson. So therefore, the need for bodies outside of that doesn't necessarily exist. And to be very frank, I love the transparency.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Tell me you didn't like any of the guys in the second round. Awesome. Yeah. Good. I don't either. I want to mirror your sentiment. So you didn't like that guy. I didn't either. And you're letting me know, again, transparency, that the possibility exists to take on contracts, to be a part of a three-team trade with money and dollars.
You are very deep right now at young guys with something to prove that you need to check out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Rob Dillingham still fits.
Gone.
That you think so?
Well, when you made the trade for Braden if you watch Cam, his game is eerily similar to Rob Dillingham, except that he finishes a little bit.
What are we gonna do without Rob Dillingham? though.
You're
What are we gonna do without him?
You're gonna play another guy that's his mirror.
Gotcha.
at the tail end of the
All right. Well, suffice to say, the 2 draft picks from this year and Noah Essenge are both dudes that you want to see what you have and build something with. And then there are other projects, as you say. All right. So, I really like that explanation as well. And then this from Tiago Splitter, who seemed to bristle at the idea, and I didn't really know this was an idea, that former coaches or former players have a certain flawed characteristic as coaches. Here's Tiago.
Whenever the situation arrives, you got to be ready, right? You got to be prepared. You never know when it's going to come. And that's basically what happened to me. But I got another thing, as a former player, I've been around the game for a long time. I started playing basketball, 7, 8 years old. And I've been all over the world playing basketball, first moved to Spain, then came to the NBA, etc., blah, blah, blah. But there is this preconceived idea that former players, they're kind of like lazy. They just go by, they play basketball, so they think they don't have to work, and they already have everything set for them to be successful. And I kind of heard that when I just retired, and I wanted to make sure I could do everything possible to break that narrative with me. And not just to break it, but really, really get knowledge. Because one thing is also know basketball, and a different thing is to teach basketball.
Right.
It's 2 different things. I'm still learning. I'm young. I'm not perfect. I'm not saying that. But I love to learn. I love to get better. I love to have great people around me who can teach me, who knows different things that I do. And, it just got to the opportunity of being in front of Bryce and Michael and convince them that I
So this idea has been out there about superstars like Steve Nash or Jason Kidd or what have you, like former superstar players. They don't make great coaches. I hadn't heard it about overall former players, but it's interesting. It's also true in terms of baseball managers. Like it used to be the thought that if you're a great player, you don't make a good manager because you just expect people to get it. You're like, come on, man. Just be great at it.
So we joked about Barry Bonds when he was the Marlins hitting coach. Like, why don't you just get on base
Guys,
at a 500 clip?
Twist your hips like this, guys. Twist your hips.
Just hit the ball 500 feet.
Right.
What?
And Ted Williams was the manager of the Washington Senators.
Was he really?
For 10 minutes. And he was like, yeah, these guys suck. They're not as good as me.
Guys, eyes on the ball. It's very simple. Look, watch. Bow, bow, bow.
See this? Swing, make great contact, put it in the gap, or just take a walk.
Wasn't Tony Gwynn a coach too, a hitting coach for the Padres, I think, as well?
Maybe.
Yeah. Could you imagine him too?
Yeah, right? Guys, just work video for 9 hours a day and then have unbelievable hand-eye coordination and just poke it into
faster
left field.
hands, guys. Faster hands. I can't go faster. It's like, that's you, not me.
Right. So Tiago's got a little edge to him. And he brought that up himself. They weren't talking about that.
Nah. I will say this. I do love the fact that he talked about building relationships with players, right? And the ability to get different things out of different guys based off what they need. That was something else the 2 of them talked about with Mully and Haugh. And the reason I like that, and what he said at the tail end of his statement reminded me, when he says that he's a young coach. Because I think a unique trait to have as a coach is the ability to connect with players on different levels in order to get the best out of them. But it's also a trait of a coach that can be here for a long time. Typically, we know this in baseball. Oh, you got a young roster that's not going anywhere. Here's a coach that we're giving a chance to. Oh, this is a team that's supposed to compete for a World Series. Enter Craig Counsell, right? And I think in basketball, you feel that way. But with a guy like Tiago Splitter, you're like, oh, wait, this might be a guy that can grow with this team and be here for the next 5 to 10 years, especially because, remember, you think about how he handled the team in Paris, how he handled the Portland Trailblazers. He said it himself. I just whatever I have in front of me, that's what I'm going to work with, and that's the style of play. That's what you need to do in order to have a long, successful career in the NBA.
Yeah, I don't feel like 5 years, 7 years is something I'm even thinking about with him. I respect him and have enjoyed him more than I expected to. In terms of the introduction of a coach, so maybe so, but I still feel like that guy's gig is to build a culture. is to just like build a foundation of trust and hard work and get it going. And then we'll see if he's got the X's and O's to really have them be a winner.
That's a good, because Bryson Graham's certainly evaluating him in real time.
Oh, yes.
Especially when he himself is looking to upgrade the roster, and he's thinking, is this the guy that's going to be able to do it? When I finally do bring the 1A superstar, to the Bulls via free agency or a trade, or a draft for that matter.
Yeah, for that matter. It's Spiegel and Holmes, but no Lawrence today. Where's Lawrence? I'll tell you where he is. He's got the day off, and so do the White Sox. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Gabe is here for now while he's also working somewhere else, and then he's working somewhere else tonight.
I'm at B96 during the commercial break. Go right over there. You're going to hear me right now. Just tell him. There's no radio magic. Go flip over during the commercial break.
Gabe Ramirez, he walked on down the hall.
I'll be back. As a matter of fact, I'll be back.
Yeah, to work at both stages at the same time. And then he's out and about tonight because he's the king. He's the king of men. He's working very hard. When we come back, some draft and development history that favors Bryson Graham. And I think it's important that you and I get to this because we were here the day he got the job, and we did some research on the fly about that man. And let's follow up on that very conversation now that we've seen what we have seen. Keep it right here on The Score.
Bulls Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations Bryson Graham and new head coach Tiago Splitter join Mully and Haugh for an exclusive in-studio visit right here on The Score. Bryson Graham.
Caleb is a competitor. I mean, you could put that dude in Tijuana. It doesn't matter for him. Seriously, it worked out for him. It worked out for us. But the kid is he's just phenomenal, man. We can't wait to get to work with him.
What stands out to you, Tiago, about Caleb Wilson?
Just how smart he is. He's hungry for work. He's hungry to get better. He's very articulated for his age, very mature.
This is Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, official radio home of the Bulls.
This segment is sponsored by Chicago Stars Football Club.
I know. Let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have the paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right-hand arm. Man.
Yes!
Got it.
My
Chuck
night
is on
is
fire.
made.
Dalen
Chuck is on fire.
from the University of Texas.
Oh, my God.
Chuck Swirsky.
Yes.
Can we go to the
He's
gas
batting
station?
nearly 1,000.
I told you guys. This
Hey,
is crazy.
I'm telling you
Nearly
right now,
1,000.
this is a great first round.
Tell me
for the
why.
Bulls.
Tell me why, Chuck.
Because he's every slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one.
Unbelievable. Dalen Swain from the University of Texas.
I love it. I flat out love it.
The only major.
Bryson Graham for mayor.
This is it. Onions, baby. Onions. Dalen Swain in the building. Last year, second team All SEC.
Oh, he's got Bill Duffy representing him. He's great.
Okay.
Like you said, listed as a guard there, but he's got size, right? 6'7".
Yeah.
Should be around 225 pounds when he reports for training
That
camp
kid's a
for the Bulls.
stud.
So this is like you said, staying in line. Already going to it, Chuck. Absolutely love it. Played at Texas last year,
Yes,
obviously,
he
but
did.
he played at Xavier prior to that. There were some inconsistencies at time at Texas with his defense, but he was better at Xavier, and I think Longhorns had a little bit tougher year maybe than they expected last year and such. So really, really good rebounder for his position as well in that. So that gives the Bulls optionality there just as they fill out their roster. Don't know his exact role yet, but certainly a guy who should play on the wing for years to come.
100%.
They said best player available. That's what Bryson Graham said. So certainly that's what he feels about 6'6", 211 pounds.
A key point for Dalen Swain is that he's about a 30% three-point shooter for his college career. He needs to improve on that, but he did get up to 34, a little over 34% last year at Texas. So there was the improvement right there last year, which you love to see.
And he's shooting 54% from the field, and if you're shooting 33% from the three-point line, you can get to the cup and finish around the rim.
Yes, you can.
And that's his calling card,
yeah,
right?
He's
so
a slasher.
The Bulls got two guys here, question marks on their three-point shot, but who are renowned at the college level for attacking the rim.
Well,
right? That's an interesting dynamic that they're adding there and what they prioritize.
It also lets you know, obviously, that both Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter have complete faith in the coaching staff that they're about to put together, right? Saying, I know I can help this guy with his shooting. I just need him to have the other intangibles that are available to you. He's averaging over 7 rebounds a game in college basketball. So not only are you getting the scoring with him averaging over 17, but you're also getting the the rebounds, averaging over 3.5 assists a game. So someone that can fill up the stat, a versatile guy that can fill up the stat sheet. But Cody, are you surprised it's not a guy like LeBaron Fallon? I mean, there's still guys that are being passed up to take a guy that Chuck so beautifully called in Dalen Swain.
I don't know that I'm surprised in that sense, because size does matter to this new Bulls front office, and Fallon's a smaller guard. So it is a question of obviously what they wanted to prioritize in that instance. And it's hard, right? Like 15, nothing really surprised me because there were so many options on the board. If they would have had someone with the second round grade or something, but Dalen Swain was by pretty much all projections mid-first round at some point, maybe slightly out of the lottery a little bit, like he just went right here. So it seems like a good start for the Bulls to this new era. Certainly a couple of second round picks as well, but these are two guys that they should get big minutes next year right away, because Swain's been in college 3 years. Like, he's ready to come in and start playing.
Yeah, I wanted to do some reporting around Caleb Wilson because I think he's a super talented prospect who also has some very real holes in his game. So I wanted to get, a look at what he's like as a person, not just a player. And everyone I talked to around Caleb Wilson believes he's the type of guy who has the right mentality to improve his weaknesses and the curiosity to continue to get better. I talked to his high school coach, Mario Mays, down at Holy Innocents High School in Atlanta, and he told me that Caleb logged by far the most hours on their data watching platform, Huddle, 3 times more than anyone else in the program, to just study his opponents and study his own film to see where he needed to get better. I talked to Sean May, who told me how Caleb became a leader at North Carolina as a freshman, despite being one of the youngest players on the team. And I just became more convinced that, he's someone who has a little bit of boom or bust potential, I think, especially compared to the other top 3 prospects in this class. But he has the right mentality and he has the drive to become the best player he can be. So I think that, the Bulls will have a player who has the highest potential on the team and someone who could one day become the star they really need to level this thing up.
What fits in the bust category for him?
Yeah, well, I think a couple things. One, he doesn't shoot threes at all. That's a pretty tough thing for a modern NBA forward to have to deal with. He's also 211 pounds, so he really plays a power-based game. He plays like he's a center, but he's going to be severely underweight for an NBA power forward, let alone an NBA center. Also measured at a sub 7'1" wingspan. So, not a ton of length, not a ton of strength, and doesn't shoot. He's not someone who really was running pick and rolls as a ball handler at North Carolina. He didn't have a lot of
player identification standpoint in the draft is the thing the organization most needs.
Right.
He's not going to miss in the draft. It's just not something that he did over that period of time we were together. And I think if you look at the importance of just talent acquisition and player development, those are his 2 greatest strengths. So I think you're going to see somebody really flourish there.
That's David Griffin saying that Bryson Graham does not miss in the draft, which is, that is some heavy stuff. But that's his calling card. You remember the day that Bryson Graham got announced as the Bulls' boss? It was a surprise to a lot of people. And we right here, we in this studio,
you and I,
Matt Spiegel and Gabe Ramirez, we broke it down in real time. We processed the breaking news, which is one of the joys of this business. And we're like, well, let's find out about Bryson Graham. And we looked at the draft history and his short stint in Atlanta, but really his long stint in New Orleans. And we looked at guys like Dyson Daniels and Herb Williams. Herb Williams?
Jones.
Herb Jones. Herb Williams was a longtime center for the Pacers back in the day.
Makes sense why you brought him up for the
Knicks.
New Orleans Pelicans.
And Bryson Graham. Yeah, well, Herb Spiegel. No way, that was my dad.
Shout out.
Sky Point, what up?
One time.
But anyway, so we looked at all those guys. And then yesterday, Alex and I were talking as we were thinking about Caleb Wilson, who is incredibly talented and long, fits the slap can't really shoot.
Can't shoot.
Hold on.
Oh, my bad.
Dalen Swain, really talented.
Dale Swain doesn't think so.
That's hilarious.
Talented, athletic, long, can't really shoot.
No, where's the shooting at?
So that's what Bryson said as he did an impression of like the haters.
That's funny.
Where's the shooting at?
No, where's the shooting at?
yes, Bryson. Where is the shooting at?
Well, I think they're going to develop it. I think that's their plan.
That was a terrible answer. I got to be honest. We can teach these guys to shoot. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Gabe, you can teach these guys to shoot. It happens all the time.
Spigs, what do you think? What do you think is the margin, right, that you're creating or optimizing from an NBA player with shooting? Like, how much better do you think you're going to raise his ceiling?
It's really funny that you should ask because Alex Kuhn is here.
Love this.
With the data on exactly that.
Love this.
Because we were looking at, some are draft picks of Bryson's in the past. Some I think are not, right? But you've just...
Correct. Like in the mold of a Caleb Wilson or a Dalen Swain.
All right, go for it. Alex Kuhn has done the research, as we talked about yesterday, because the one you started with was Herb Jones.
Yes, Herb Jones was a 29% three-point shooter and a 60% free throw shooter at Bama. So far in his career, he's a 35% three-point shooter and an 82% free throw shooter.
Hold on. We need the statistics to be correct. I need more specific statistics. I need to know what he shot his first year in the league. Right, because you're telling me what he's shooting now.
I can look for that.
Yeah, well, people go on different timelines, obviously. Like Herb Jones was a 4-year player at Bama. So if you want to look at players that are younger, I think that's the better comparison. And there isn't a direct parallel to players that Bryson Graham drafted. So look at a guy like Kawhi Leonard, who Caleb Wilson says that he models some of his game after. 25% three-point shooter, 74% free throw shooter in college. He is a 39% career three-point shooter and an 86% free throw shooter in the NBA.
Okay. I love Alex Kuhn. So this statement has nothing to do with Alex Kuhn. But we are not going to be comparing one of the greatest players of our generation, Kawhi Leonard's improvement in shooting, to a rookie that just got.
How about Modest Buzelis?
No. Hold on. We absolutely should, Gabe.
Please tell me why.
I'll tell you exactly why.
Yeah.
Because Caleb Wilson was asked for a comp for himself, and he said Kawhi Leonard. You know why? Because of Kawhi's simplicity and efficiency, how he works at the game. And that is the same thing that Caleb Wilson does in terms of working at the game. So give the man a great shooting coach, sure, but he's the student. He's the one, and everything else is a gift. I will flat out guarantee you that if Caleb Wilson is healthy, he will be a much improved three-point shooter within 3 years, 2 years?
Speaks, when you shoot 7 for 27, you got nowhere to go but up.
Yeah,
when you shoot 30%, you got nowhere to go but up.
But I feel it respectfully, go screw yourself. No, I'm just kidding. Respectfully, I think you're missing the point. The point is that these kids have to work at it, and it is a teachable skill, and they got good dudes who are good students, and they're going to maximize that. That is a plan, and that is how you can get some value from certain spots in the draft.
I guess I'm looking deep in my soul, and what I'm saying to myself is I hate the notion that we have to teach these players in order to get what it is that we think we're going to get out of them. I am tired of that. You want finished products at age 19? Not finished products. I want something that's closer to that finished product. Where you're looking at Caleb.
Okay, well, draft number 1 then, or draft maybe number 2, number 3.
So would you have preferred?
No, I think the point that I'm trying to make is we are talking about Caleb Wilson as if he's a number 1. The way people are talking about him is as if he's going to be a superstar in this league.
I disagree.
When you say Kawhi Leonard, when you say Kevin Garnett,
I disagree.
It's the expectation that we place on athletes in Chicago all the time.
I disagree.
It's too high.
I personally am talking about Caleb Wilson as a project because he's an incredibly skilled and talented big, but he is not a number 1 caliber player as a finished product. Not at all. Dude right, can't really shoot from deep. He's got to.
And I'm here for the project conversation. It's the part in the middle where people are truncating that space and not allowing for that growth and that development and for that project to be
Well,
a project.
let me say this.
Caleb Wilson's a dog. Kevin Garnett is comp. Kawhi Leonard's going to be his dude. It's like, no. Don't tell that to my fan base, because then when he doesn't achieve that level in year 1, year 2, then all of a sudden he's a bust and we're talking negatively about him.
I think the comps are skill comparisons, and whether he's a dog or not is the more important thing. And I think that's what these guys look at, is the personal, because guess what? Patrick Williams is not a dog.
You mean Baby Claw?
Yeah, well, he's not a dog.
Right.
As a worker,
100%.
as a
Everyone
learner,
knows it.
as a developer, he's been thoroughly exposed, and giving him a second contract was idiotic.
Agreed.
He is not a dog. This kid seems to be a dog, and we will see.
Okay, how about a few more that are not all-time greats? How about Modest Buzelis, who shot 27% from beyond the arc and 67% from the free throw line in his G League Ignite year, 35% and 80% in the NBA. Pascal Siakam, 17% from beyond the arc, 71% free throw shooter at New Mexico State. In the NBA, 34% from beyond the arc and 75% at the free throw line. And then, of course, there's Aaron Gordon.
Well, hold on. Let's stay on Siakam, because Siakam, I think, is a fascinating kind of comp, because athletically and form-wise, he seems to fit. He's a slap guy. He's a slap guy who has learned to shoot. That's what they're trying to do. It's what Dyson Daniels is. It's what Herb Jones is. And I think those guys can learn to shoot. Do you like Alex Kuhn any more than you did?
I always love Alex Kuhn, and I have a special bond that will never be broken.
What is that based on?
They've killed a man.
Oh, I know what the bond is. I just realized now.
Yeah. So
you guys walked out. You guys walked out of a dispensary together.
No. We fixed the back door together. That's what it is.
After one of you walked out of a dispensary.
This door is squeaky. Alex, can you help me back there? I wanted to hear more guys that Bryson Graham helped. I got to be honest, in this segment, I thought we were going to hear like a litany of guys that he drafted that improved their shooting
Najee
percentage.
Marshall was an undrafted free agent that he was tasked with finding. 29% from beyond the arc in college, 72% from the free throw line. In the NBA so far, 30 and 78. Dyson Daniels has gotten a lot better. His he played for the G League Ignite, but his mechanics have gotten a lot better. He's very inconsistent still as a shooter. I think he's at 30 and 62%.
But an incredibly valuable player who is worth investing in. And
correct.
I bet will probably get better at that if he's got the skill set to do it. Dyson Daniels is really interesting because he drafted him in New Orleans and then went and picked him up in Atlanta.
Smart.
And
he loves his guys.
He won the Most Improved Player award in 25 and was second team all defense in 26, which I think both of the first round draft picks are capable of being.
Yeah,
don't
you look
you
at
think?
Dalen Swain led his team in every major statistical category.
Who?
Dalen Swain? Oh, you're looking for the clip. Close.
Tanner doesn't like when I set up the clip. He wants to decide when to play the clip. He's right.
You're
It's his
looking at
job.
Tanner. He's looking at you like,
I know.
no.
What am I, an effing jukebox?
No.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to eat my cutie over here.
That's great.
Oh, sorry.
You know it's my 340 cutie.
It smells very citrusy in
I
here.
didn't know it was snack time. Pardon me.
One question before we go to break.
As many as you
Is
want.
Caleb Wilson going to be better than Modest Buzelis in your mind?
That's a great question. It's a great question.
Careful.
I think so. I think Modest has more offensive skills, but Caleb Wilson is a two-way guy who's going to be a brilliant defender and highlight reel dunker from the get-go. But it's a good question.
Okay.
You put me on the spot, I would say yes. How about you? What do you think?
No, I do not think that. I think when you're talking about like growth and development in their game, we've seen that already from Modest.
Yeah.
And so I can only envision him getting better.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I'm gonna be very clear here as a Bulls fan. That's my number one team in the city. I want Caleb Wilson to be the man. I want him to be that. I want him to be better than Modest.
Yeah.
I want him to be the superstar you could build a team around. I want to be wrong. I want to be very clear. I want to be wrong. I just don't think I am.
I understand. A lot of people on the text line getting on you for the idea of wanting a finished product as a draftee. They're amateur talent. You're not going to find them as finished products. And then this guy nails it. The only finished product is Lauri Markkanen. That's the only one in the NBA. Well done. That's
good.
Well done,
That's
sir.
Good. That's very good.
Also, I'd like to apologize to the country of Turkey, because that's how you pronounce it in their own language. And the Americanized or the anglicized Turkey has bothered them for a long, long time.
Ah.
So they have a right to be called what they actually call themselves.
Did not know that.
Yeah, they wanted to
American.
differentiate themselves from the bird, apparently.
Fair.
Yeah.
Turkey
Yeah.
Turkey versus USA. Today.
Tonight.
Tonight.
Gabe will be there at Parlay, not Relay. At Parlay.
Turkey parlay today.
So we have our apology to Turkey. What about Portugal?
No.
When are they going to get their apology? We'll tease that for later?
No.
Gabe will not apologize to them for calling their language ugly.
Ese idioma está demasiado. No, that's it.
Is that Portuguese?
No, that was Spanish.
Okay.
That was beautiful. You saw it.
No way it's Portuguese. Tanny, how about my apology to the Hungarian people for accusing them of being as stubborn as Matt Nagy through the decades?
We're still trying to bury that, but you keep bringing it back to light. So
yeah. It's because I stand by it. The Score and Live Nation are
And bem-vindos fãs de beisebol de todo o Brasil. Vocês estão assistindo ao White Sox esta noite direto de Cleveland, Ohio. And that is, welcome baseball fans across Brazil. You're watching White Sox baseball tonight from Cleveland, Ohio.
That was beautiful, Hawkaroo.
Now you do it in Polish.
Well, I'm going to think about doing it. You must have taken Portuguese at Benedictine High in Savannah, didn't you?
Portuguese.
Yeah. Rumor has it that you just set back U.S.-Brazilian relations 20 years.
John Morgan wrote that. If that's not what it's supposed to be meant, he's in trouble.
You did a great job.
I take it back. Portuguese is beautiful.
There's a Hawk Harrelson clip for everything.
Every language.
There really is. He is partial to Latins, as we know. But man, that's amazing.
You two certainly are.
It's true. It's true. Stand by that. I like them fiery. It's Spiegs and Gabe Ramirez on the Spiegel and Holmes show. Top of the hour, Kendall Gill will talk some Bulls. When we come back, though, what's more Christmassy than the Bears? Nothing on the Score.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules. And good luck.
Opportunities in isolation. So he's a very unique player. And to me, it puts a lot of pressure on Thiago Splitter as the Bulls head coach. I think that you just have to use him in unique ways because he does have a lot of shot creation potential, but it's untraditional. You're not going to be able to let him be, your lead pick and roll ball handler. Instead, you got to put him in the middle of the floor. You have to surround him with shooting. And I think you got to let him work out of the post a bit, and you got to let him take some mid-range shots. That's not something the Bulls did last season. The Bulls were 30th in mid-range frequency under Billy Donovan. Who was number 29 in that stat? It was Thiago Splitter's Portland Trailblazers. But a good coach has to adjust to the talent they have. And Wilson is such a unique prospect. I think that it's worth it for the Bulls and for Splitter to sort of bend his philosophies to suit him as best he can.
That's really interesting stuff because, we've heard the Kevin Garnett comp thrown out a lot on Caleb Wilson, which is asking a lot. But KG, not a guy with a superior handle who got offense through pick and rolls. He got offense in the post and through spotting up and rolling on those pick and rolls.
And he was 7 feet tall.
And he was 7 feet tall.
That part can't be glossed over.
Seems important.
One of the reasons we were inspired to request to have you on and wanted to make it happen was because one of your biggest fans in Chicago is in our studio, our producer, Robbie Triano. So I cede the floor now to Robbie to ask you a question.
Josh, what's up, King? Welcome to the show. So not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I don't think there's anyone here in the city of Chicago that kind of praises you more than me, damn near glazes. So here's the question. As a long hair hooper like you, how the hell do you keep your hair like that during a game? Because you're playing a lot of minutes, and I understand you probably use some product. How much are you using, and what does your hair budget look like? Because it seems immense.
my hair. I don't know what the budget is because my sister actually buys the product for me, but I do. Yeah, every time I get out of the shower, I dry my hair, put product in it. So during a game, when I start to sweat as the game gets further and further into it, my hair gets, obviously more and more wet, and it's hard to keep out of my eyes. But that's kind of when I know I need to cut it, when it starts bothering me to that point. But, I put product in it. But yeah, no, when I start sweating, it does get in my eyes. So I'm actually getting a haircut tonight, funnily enough, you asked that.
Wait, you're getting a haircut? Whoa, breaking news here on the Score.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's a trim. You won't be able to tell, but yeah, it'll keep it out of my eyes.
What do you think of Robbie's question? Scale of 1 to 10. He just asked you 2 really good questions. What do you think?
10. Both great.
Yeah! Robbie, well done. You were the inspiration for us to even be bold enough to request the interview.
He's getting a haircut. Like, that's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. Like, the fact that he plays a game and the hair's never in his eyes, it's insane. Like, how does that happen?
You were made to do a Josh Giddey interview post-game show. You were. So how did you feel about everything? Did you get everything
You guys
off?
nailed it. I
Yeah.
had goosebumps. I said the word glaze. I don't know if I should have said that, but I did.
He knew what you were saying. But are you relieved to know, Robbie Triano, that the haircut is only a trim and not like a full-on new look?
Right, but I could see why he was taken aback a little bit by
Right.
that. Yeah.
Do you think he'd ever go with a headband? If we ever get headband Giddey, like, the league may be on notice.
He's never done that?
I think he's done headband.
gonna say, I feel like
I'm pretty sure in
might have-
Oklahoma City he did a headband
We
thing.
might have had that.
It would be. Would he do like the thin headband? These are the questions on the tops of everybody's
See,
mind.
like I said, like, I'm a
Literally.
long-haired hooper. Like, people call me the Giddey on a pickup court. Like, when I play, like, I have to have the hairband, or else, like, it's just in my eyes and I can't see.
Let's flash back to the fateful day where Robbie got to interview Josh Giddey. And Robbie said, "What's up, King?" And then he proceeded to ask him about being a long-haired hooper and how Giddey keeps his hair out of his face while he's able to ball. And apparently Giddey said that this is a common topic that comes up, but his sister is the one who helps him out with the hair product. Well, the Bulls heard your question, Robbie.
Heard.
And they have something for you. This is courtesy of Josh Giddey, his sister, and the Bulls.
What is this?
Whoa.
What do we have here?
What do
oh
ye
my
have?
God.
What do ye have for us today?
No way. I got the hair product. Let's go. I'm running out, too, so hell yeah.
Is there a note? Is there a note?
Read the note hold it up for the camera.
There's
right
a
here,
note.
Robbie.
There's a note.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my God. Here's a note. No way.
Oh, boy.
Robbie, for keeping the flow fresh this season, Josh Giddey and the Bulls. Hell yeah.
Oh,
Josh
they
Giddey,
gave
that's
you a
why you're
card?
absolutely the
Hold on,
best.
I'm going to go down there and see Robbie right now. He might be overwhelmed. I'll be right back.
You're going to
gonna
go
faint.
check on him? Throw that headset, Hawk. Go get out
Wow.
there.
Josh Giddey, this is why you're the best. And because of this hair, that's why he's averaging a triple-double and will be averaging. And that's why he will be an all-NBA player by the end of the year and an all-star.
Robbie, you doing okay?
What is the product?
Am I
Can you
Todd
tell us
Frazier?
what the product is?
Yeah, what's the product called?
Oh,
This is called
he's gotten a hug from Mark
Muck.
Grote.
MUK, raw muck styling mud. I got to take a whiff of this. Hold on real quick.
Is it Australian?
It's got to be.
What? Spell it again, Robbie?
MUK. you said
MUK,
it.
raw muck.
That doesn't sound like a hair product.
They
but
won't
I
let me
believe
open
him.
it. Oh, God, this is expensive if they won't let me open it.
I love it.
Robbie is opening the hair product that
Oh
Josh
my
Giddey and the
God.
Bulls gave
Take a
him.
whiff of that.
Does
What
it
does it
smell
smell like?
Smells Australian is what it smells.
Smells like a triple-double.
Like a kangaroo.
Yeah, this is fancy smelling right
I'm
here.
a big Yankee fan, a big Knick fan. I don't follow football. I just don't. Even though I got a movie coming out in December, a Hallmark movie with the Buffalo Bills. We shot in Highmark Stadium, which was a lot of fun. But I don't know. Aaron Rodgers is kind of an ass, right? I don't know.
That's a fun movie.
Oh, hell yeah, Clarence Carter. Steve Sharippa, I forgot that's what he was talking about before he segued to Aaron Rodgers being kind of an ass. The Buffalo Bills were featured in a Christmas movie on the Hallmark Channel, and the news is that this year the Bears will be. Alex, what was the plot of the Buffalo Bills Christmas movie?
Yeah, holiday touchdown, a Bills love story. Lifelong Buffalo Bills fan Morgan and stadium executive Gabe team up to uncover the identity of a mysterious benefactor who has been sending them gifts to her uncle for over 60 years.
Wow. I bet the guy was a Bills fan and sent Bills tickets, is what I'm guessing. What a strange collab. I missed those other movies. Now here are the Bears collaborating with Hallmark. When the promo thing came out today with Ben Johnson saying, me and my wife Jessica will be tuning in.
What's going on, Bears fans? It's Coach Johnson.
Colston Loveland here. We've got some huge news for you, and it's coming this Christmas.
The Chicago Bears are teaming up with the Hallmark Channel,
the NFL, and Skydance Sports
for a holiday touchdown, a Bears love story coming this Christmas.
The one's for fans and everybody who rides with us in Bear Nation.
My wife Jessica and I will definitely be tuning in for this one.
More to share soon. Until then, bear down.
Bear down.
Amazing. Gabe, you locked and loaded. How many times will you watch it?
How many is too many? Because that's the amount of times that I will watch it.
One.
That's the worst part is we will have to watch this thing for
I
cameos.
will watch
Penny, you will have to
I know,
watch this.
yeah, I know.
You will have to sit down.
On Christmas, by the way.
No!
After the game, after they play on Christmas, then you got to watch this movie after.
Nobody's going to talk about it after. You got to DVR it, and you got to watch it the day after Christmas,
No,
right?
here's what's going to happen.
Because they're playing on Christmas.
Our wives are going to come to us and be like, honey, did you see the news? Like, they're going to think that's the way to, like...
Hey, you think Ben Johnson's wife, Jessica, may have driven his association with this thing?
Hallmark Christmas movies are a thing. Like, when they do, like, the 50 movies leading up to Christmas or whatever the number is, like, they have, like, a new one every 2 days or something.
And these aren't, like, classic Christmas movies. No. These are Hallmark Channel custom-made Christmas movies.
Did the Chiefs have one as well?
Apparently the Chiefs had one, too.
Insane.
It is insane. Like, here's the thing. Christmas and the Bears are already a thing, and this is why, they're capitalizing on that. I continue to look forward. I'll ask for it right now. I want everybody to send in the video when you surprise your child on Christmas morning with Bears tickets. We're going to the game later today.
That's a Hallmark movie.
My wife Jessica and I will definitely be tuning in for
I mean, that's the thing. The Hallmark moment is Merry Christmas, my son, my daughter. Here are the tickets. We're not going to Grandma's house. Screw Grandma. We're going. That didn't sound right.
Screw Grandma. Yeah, don't.
Yeah, forget Grandma's
My wife Jessica and I will definitely be tuning in for this one.
For that one. Well, I mean, we don't kink shame on this show.
The plot's not there yet, Speaks. What do you think the plot's going to be?
The plot? A kid gets woken up on Christmas morning.
With some tickets to go see
a game.
Don't you feel like Bear seasons are already, this similar to like a Hallmark movie? There's romance. You fall in love with Caleb Williams. There's heartbreak.
Last year felt like a Hallmark movie.
Yeah, it did. And then in December, come December or January in this case, like some
and more.
Those were all in it.
The man who replaced Damar Hamlin, you mean?
I think the former Bear, who is an actor now, the running back, Thomas Jones.
That's a good one.
Should be the star of that thing.
He'll be the villain.
He could be. The villain is a good thing, as a little turn, possibly. I bet our guest tomorrow, Jimbo Covert, is going to be in that movie.
That's a good one.
Jimbo Covert's on the show tomorrow with me and Lawrence Holmes. Did we also book the author, the guy who wrote the novel?
We will.
All right.
Wait, this is a book first?
No. It's a different thing.
Oh, damn. I was about to say. That's crazy.
I'm speaking obliquely.
Someone wrote a holiday touchdown movie for the Bears.
All the little other minutiae.
Yeah, the minutiae that's going to be in there. I'll say Jimbo Covert. Urlacher will be in it.
McMahon and Urlacher and Peanut Tillman. Those would be my three.
Yeah, McMahon will be in it. That's
For sure.
That's a great goal. But current players. You listed some current
Colston
players.
Loveland, right?
I mean, he's in the
Correct.
promo.
My wife Jessica and I will definitely be tuning in for this one.
Ben will be in it.
Roma Dunze for sure. He looks like a guy that would want to be in the mix.
Yeah, and he's got skills.
Is Caleb going to be in there?
Which Caleb? Caleb Bonham, White Sox prospect. Caleb Thielbar, Cubs left-handed pitcher.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see right here. Holiday touchdown. A Bears love story. No. I'm talking about a Bears player.
Oh, so Caleb Wilson will be in there. Oh, you mean
Bears
Caleb Williams? What other town has 4 Calebs?
Well, right now there's only one credit under IMDb for this movie, and it's Tony Wise for some reason. So Tony Wise is going to be in this movie.
Tell him I said hello. Every sack is a specific occurrence. He's Gabe Ramirez. I am Matt Spiegel. It is the Spiegel and Holmes Show, and we come back in a moment. Gabe will go down the hall to be live on B96 again.
Literally. Oh, I am. No, literally, I am leaving. I will not be here for the top of 4 o'clock hour.
That's okay. I got Kendall Gill. Can't wait to talk hoops with Kendall Gill next on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
It's been refreshing to hear how excited he is to be here.
Caleb Wilson is going to have every opportunity to become the guy coming from North Carolina and, of course, understanding the Michael Jordan everything of it all.
And how he understands what this is and how even the trust that he was placing in Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter there, I thought was pretty impressive for a guy who just got here. He's 19 years old, and he's already setting the tone.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app. It's Chris.
Well, I guess I have to put it in my hair.
Does
then.
it smell like something else? Is it eucalyptus scented if we're speaking of Australia? Like, what is it?
I can't put my finger on it. We're gonna pass it around, and everyone can describe it for themselves.
Take a little dab. Put a little bit in your beard. Let's see how it looks, Ray. Yeah,
we're all
put a
going to
little bit
get
in
a
there.
whiff of the Josh Giddey hair product. So, how kind of the Bulls and Josh Giddey to
Thanks,
give you
Bulls.
this hair product that Josh Giddey uses. That was not the goal of the interview. Robbie was not trying to get this hair product. He's applying the product now through his hair with his fingers.
It looks like a.
How does it feel?
A thing of ranch dressing.
Now, this thing is thick, and I understand now why his hair is so firm, because, oh my God, this stuff is really thick.
It's like a citrusy smell.
It smells unbelievable.
I'm going to pass this to Marshall. To see
Thank you to the Chicago Bulls. Thank you, Josh Giddey. You gained a fan for life.
20 years ago,
Yesterday.
I was there.
20 years ago yesterday.
20 years
that's
ago,
how this surfaced.
Back in Tucson, Tucson, as Uncle Terry would say.
Good old Pima County.
And remember that what happened is Frank got hurt during the championship run. He was an important part of that run, and he helps them win a World Series ring. He was hurt during the playoffs. He threw out the first pitch. And so it was like you have this like culminating moment, and then there was a contract dispute because there was a diminishing skills clause put into Frank's contract, and Frank didn't like that, and he felt disrespected. He ends up going to the Oakland A's, and he talked about how well he was treated at the A's and how poorly he had been treated by the White Sox. And as you can imagine, this caught the ear and eye of one Kenny Williams. And then Kenny said this.
Believe me, it's not easy to deal with an idiot. And this man, over the course of the years, has tried my patience and tried it. And we don't miss him, by the way. And if you go out there and you ask any one of my players out there, any one of my staff members, we don't miss him. We don't miss the attitude. We don't miss the bitching and the whining. We don't miss it. Good riddance. See you later. He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business. Matter of fact, I don't need to be talking to you guys. I'll say what I have to say to him directly.
Have you talked to Jerry? I know it's still early in the morning. Have you talked to Jerry about this story?
No, I haven't talked to him. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of guys around here that have been with the White Sox organization for, I'm one of them, damn near all my coaches, for 20-some odd years. And Jerry's almost, he is like a second father to a lot of us. For these backhanded comments, actually, I guess they're not even backhanded anymore. They're full frontal smashes right in our face. For these to keep coming, and again, for him to turn his back on all the things that Jerry has done, and this guy, of all people.
So, okay, here's the thing, and I love it because inside the Twitch, the experience that we had with young Sean and young Alex happened. People are like, wait, what? This was said about Frank Thomas?
Even Connor in the Twitch chat, like, it's the first time I've heard the full clip of it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who are now getting the context. Now look, Kenny no longer works for the organization.
He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business.
I am getting to that. Kenny is probably really enjoying not having to deal with the day-to-day operations of running the White Sox anymore. But imagine you're Frank. Okay? And I get it. It's hard to imagine that you're one of the best baseball players that ever lived. But imagine you're Frank. And
6'5", you're handsome.
Yeah. She'll like it too. Now look. You remember this. You remember that one of the last things of you being around the White Sox was your friend and your former boss just going off, calling you stupid, saying no one's going to miss you, saying all of this stuff. The White Sox had just won the World Series.
5 months prior.
Things were supposed to be bubbly
and so
at this point.
They get Jim Thome in and they have Paul Konerko. So there's really no place for Frank to go. By the way, that may have been the best White Sox team assembled in the last 40, 50 years. That next team, not the team that won, that team won 90 games and finished third in the American League Central because that's how loaded the division was. But imagine that you're Frank, and you know that
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score! Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
For Illinois, a guard at 6'4" junior from Matson, Illinois, number 13, Kendall Gill.
Kendall Gill? Wow!
Back to Kendall Gill with that smooth jump shot.
Kendall Gill, he's a Chicago native, went to the University of Illinois. This is quite a stage for him at the United Center.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. There he goes.
Here we
Wipe
go.
his shorts under the short shorts.
Kendall Gill, baseline penetration.
Heck of a defensive play by Kendall Gill, was it not? Don Bradley inside, goes up. Kendall Gill really elevated.
Here comes Johnson, off to Kendall. Gill in the front court, down to the lane, yes. 22 points for KG, and now it is Seattle who wants top.
Johnny Newman on a tough shot. Gill, half court. Oh, down. They scored. They scored. Kendall Gill. It hit off the top of the backboard and went in.
Here they come, 3-on-2. Here's the ball underneath the basket. Gill, beautiful, sensational.
Gary Payton does it better than anybody. He's got some people to do it to. This time it's Kendall Gill.
Now, Kendall Gill playing against Michael Jordan, he grew up idolizing Michael Jordan. Jordan used to spend a lot of time working with him in the summer, so he relishes the challenge of playing against him in the playoffs.
Kendall Gill spins around Jordan and scores.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Hello, MTV crib. My name is Kendall Gill. I'm from the Chicago Bulls. Welcome to my crib. Come on in.
Afternoons on The Score.
Kendall Gill does outstanding work for CHSN, and you hear him sometimes on The Score, usually in the mornings with Mully and them boys. But we get a chance to talk to him today and love it. Kendall Gill joins us on The Score hotline, brought to you by Potawatomi Casino and Hotel, the Midwest's best casino. Kendall, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Doing great, man. What a damn great introduction, man. You do a lot better than the guys in the morning. I need to hire you as my PR agent, man.
Hey, yo. Chris Tannehill's the best, man. He digs through everything.
Hey, look, I forgot about all that stuff, man.
What jumped out at you? What jumped out at you?
Isaiah saying that MJ used to spend a lot of time with me. That wasn't true. Because MJ never wanted to share his stuff, man.
No.
I mean, I played with him some in the summertime, but not a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting, man, because like the specter of MJ and the '90s Bulls is all over the conversation this week, and it's been all over the conversation the last couple weeks, and it's fun, man, because and we'll talk about Caleb Wilson and Dalen Swain, but how about these guys? How about Bryson and Tiago legitimately affected by the '90s, the Bulls, the way that all of us were? It's kind of refreshing and enjoyable.
No, I think that everybody was. I mean, even when MJ came to town in 1984, I was a junior in high school back then. But, I mean, you could tell as soon as his first couple games, I think he did his third game against Milwaukee, he really set the town on fire. And, my dad actually took me to MJ's first game at the Chicago Stadium against the Washington Bullets at that time. And I don't know if you guys remember Jeff Rulin fouling MJ real hard. He only had like 16 points.
Wow.
So even I can go back that far to really realize the effect of Jordan and the 90s Bulls, So, I'm not surprised at all that Bryson and Thiago were affected by it. I mean, I think the whole world was affected by the 90s Bulls. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, for sure. But like the way that Bryson said it this morning on our air was that I wouldn't love basketball as much as I do now without the 90s Bulls. And that resonated. That totally resonated. And I feel like it's good that these guys are just kind of embracing that. Like maybe it's been an issue in the past of some kind, like, I got to measure up to that. Screw it. You don't have to measure up. You just want to do it again, ideally.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I think that, each era has the team or the player that they watch. I mean, you look at Bird and Magic and, of course, Dr. J and then Kareem, and then Michael comes along, and LeBron and Kobe come along. So, and now Wemby has come along. So there will always be a generation that was affected by a certain player, a certain team. I think that these guys, Thiago and Bryson, just got affected because they saw the best NBA player of all time, and they saw him win 3 championships in a row twice. And, that era, that was a rock star team. So to never be forgotten.
How long do you think is reasonable to think about this team being a playoff team? Kendall, like what is a reasonable expectation to have? Because Bryson this morning referenced the Spurs, who missed the playoffs for 6 straight years and then made the finals. Like I don't know if I want to sign up for that, but I guess we should if we had to.
Well, I think that he set it up pretty good, saying, guys, I got a 6 or 7 year plan here, but I believe his target is 2 or 3 years. So it's always good playing it conservative, playing it safe. But, I think that the way that they have drafted, which I thought this was an excellent draft, I thought that getting Nick Claxton in the trade was excellent. I think that getting Cam Jones in the trade from Indiana was excellent, and setting these guys up to go with what they already have in Modest Buzelis and Giddey, Trey Jones and the like. That they have really set themselves up to sort of expedite that 6 years. Get a couple free agents that once they see what's happening here in Chicago, especially when you get guys like Caleb Wilson and Modest Buzelis running up and down the court. Somebody was saying this might be the second coming of Lob City. It might be, because I'm telling you, I'm amped to see what these guys can do when they push the basketball and get up and down, and to use all that athleticism that they have. And Dalen Swain is not too far behind them in athleticism as well. So really excited about what they've done so far, and now we have to go to Summer League and see what they can put together.
What gets you going about Caleb Wilson as a player and a prospect?
His confidence. Did you guys see the way that he walked on stage the other night? The way that he was chewing his gum. And, I read all this stuff. Normal fans probably don't, read what professional players read. You read their body language. And, when I see Caleb Wilson, that's what it looks like.
Man.
Okay, he has the aura. That's what it looks like. Okay, and he's willing to come in here and say, look, I'm willing to accept the challenge. Guess who else was like that? Derrick Rose, right?
Yeah.
You guys remember Derrick Rose said, why can't I win the MVP?
Yep.
I think that Caleb Wilson, and I'm having a problem, guys, saying Caleb Williams and Caleb Wilson.
Join the club.
A couple weeks. It's going to take me a couple weeks.
Hey, man.
To get used to it.
Yeah, join the club. And the Cubs have a reliever named Caleb Thielbar. White Sox have a prospect named Caleb Bonnemer. It's like,
oh my God,
we're deep at Caleb in this town.
That's okay. As long as they can do what Caleb Williams is capable of, I'm good with it. We can have as many Calebs as we need. But yeah, I think that he reminds me of Sean Kemp, And I played with Sean Kemp for 2 years. The way that he attacks the basket, his footwork. And you know what else, too? I love Gaz when he said, I'm watching all of his interviews and everything. I'm watching, he says, they didn't pass me the ball in the McDonald's All-American game. And Peterson was on that team. So he's got a thing for Peterson. You know what I mean? And he wants to prove that he really should have been the number one pick. And I go back to, you guys remember when Rod Thorne in The Last Dance said, we are lucky that the Olympics were after the draft. Because had the Olympics been before the draft, we wouldn't have been able to draft Michael Jordan. Well, I am glad that Caleb Wilson was not able to participate in the NCAA tournament because of the broken thumb that he had and the injuries that he had. Because had he been able to go along, this guy would have, in my opinion, been the number one pick.
Wow. Yeah, we had him on yesterday. Lawrence and I had him on yesterday, and I asked him exactly that, and he's got that confidence. It's fascinating, Kendall, because the NBA draft is about projects. I mean, it just is. You're drafting guys who are unfinished. He's not a great outside shooter. Neither's Dalen Swain a great outside shooter. But they scout the basketball skills. Otherwise, they scout the slap, size and length and athleticism and all of that. Mm-hmm. But they're scouting who they are as people, right? Because it was a miss with Patrick Williams at number 4, and this doesn't feel like a miss up front because of the personal part, right? I mean, that part matters so much.
Yeah, and go back to Patrick Williams. He was really coming off of the bench at Florida State. He really didn't know what he could do. Okay, and I believe that you have to know what a kid can do. You have to watch him play a significant amount of time before you can really gauge what type of player he's going to be. We had an opportunity to see Caleb Wilson. We had an opportunity to see him play in high school. He's McDonald's All-American. Was a second-team All-American in North Carolina and limited playing time. And with Dalen Swain, he did a great job at Texas. This guy off the dribble, this guy is incredible. I mean, can get to the basket. And yes, they don't shoot the jump shot the way that your prototypical players shoot it right now. But let me tell you, with a couple summers of work, they'll be right there.
So, why is that a projectable skill now in the NBA? Is it the teaching? Peter Patton's not here, but maybe there's another great teacher. But is it also just like if these guys have the right work ethics, they can get there? Why do people learn it?
Because you better learn, or else you won't be here very long. Okay. That's just what it is. I mean, you look in the 90s, and I love when some fans talk about, well, the 90s players couldn't play in this era because they couldn't shoot the 3-point shot. Well, guess what, guys? We didn't practice the 3-point shot like they do now. I mean, had it been necessary for us to knock down the 3-point shot back then, we would have practiced it, and it would have been the same thing. Okay. So that's really all these guys have to do. In order to play in this league and be successful, in my opinion, from what I've seen over the past 3 or 4 years, you need to be able to defend. You need to be a two-way player. You need to be able to knock down the three. You need to be able to get paint touches to either score or spray the basketball to your teammates. And both of these guys are capable of doing that.
Kendall Gill is with us here on Spiegel and Holmes. It is Spieg Solo for this segment. Gabe Ramirez will be back with me in the next one. I want to ask you about Keaton Wagler and the Illini in a second. But first, one more thing on the Bulls. This was Tiago Splitter this morning on with Mully and Haugh. And the question was about the culture that he can build and wants to build. And he kind of had a little throwaway comment about their style of play. And he hasn't really been specific. And this just made me perk my ears up. And I want to ask you what you think. This is Tiago Splitter on what fans might see as their style of play in this upcoming season.
So we know how this process is going to be, right? Like, we got to develop players, and we're going to give them roles. And sometimes you guys might not know in the media, but they're going to have certain roles. They got to work. They're going to be in their boxes and doing what they got to do, and then grow those boxes out.
That was really interesting to me. So we might not know what they're asking guys to do. They got to be in their roles, in their boxes, and then grow the boxes out. Like, what do you think of when you think of all this batch of young players, and what kind of boxes or what kind of roles he might put some guys in when he talks about it like that?
So he's going back to Phil Jackson. I read Phil Jackson's book about maybe 10, 12 years ago. He has this one thing that all freedom exists within structure. Okay, so that's what he's going to do. He's going to give these guys some structure, and they're free to do whatever they need to do within that structure, and they will be able to develop. Like, I think that Josh Giddey's box probably will be a little bit more expanded than everybody else's because Josh is capable of doing a lot more things than everybody else. I think that Caleb Wilson will be in a box, so modest as well. And as long as you operate within that structure, then it can expand. You know, and it's sort of like, you know, you graduate to another level, and Splitter will allow you to go to the next level. That's what he's talking about.
Interesting. I wonder how they'll play. Like, is Caleb get in the middle? Does Caleb get in the middle because he can hit the mid-range turnaround and post up stuff like that, and he's a good passer, and he'll spray it out to shooters and stuff like that? Any idea how they might set it up? I don't know.
I think that he will be used, one, as a rim runner. I think that they will draw plays up for him to get the ball mid-post, because if you watched him at North Carolina, he absolutely destroyed people from 15 feet and in when he could either play with his back to the basket or face them up and get in his triple threat position. His three-point shot will probably come a little later. And who knows, if he puts enough work in this summer, you know, Thiago may let him shoot the three-point shot. So, you know, I had a coach by the name of Alan Bristow in Charlotte, and I can.
Alan Bristow, Kendall Gill's coach in Charlotte. Did we lose Kendall? We lost Kendall. Get him back. I remember Alan Bristow as the coach. I want to get Kendall back because we need to ask about Keaton Wagler, because there have been 3 players from the University of Illinois who have ever been drafted in the top 5. 3. One of them is Darren Williams in 2005. Another is Keaton Wagler 2 nights ago in 2026. And the other is Kendall Gill from 1990. That's it. Those are your 3 Illinois players ever to be drafted in the top 5. Darren Williams, Kendall Gill, and Keaton Wagler. What's it like to be drafted top 5? Is there a different kind of pressure, Kendall, that Keaton's going to have to be ready for?
Nah, I don't think there's any type of pressure with Keaton. I mean, he handled the pressure this year. I mean, coming in as a 3-star high school player and, you know, playing as if he was a senior. I mean, and that's one of the things that I was most impressed with about Keaton is the poise that he played with all season long. And, you know, I was watching the Purdue game with my wife, and he had, like, I believe he had 20-something in the first half. And I said, if he comes out in the second half and does the same exact thing, he's a one and done. And he's a lottery pick. He ain't coming back to Illinois. So that's exactly what happened when he scored that 46. And believe me, man, Purdue is the toughest place that I have ever played. As a matter of fact, I don't even believe that I won one game at Purdue. You know, throughout my whole career at Illinois. So, you know, that just lets you know how tough that place is to play.
Last thing, Kendall, we appreciate the time. Gabe asked me earlier, put me on the spot. Who's going to have a better NBA career, Caleb Wilson or Modest Buzelis?
Oh, my God. That's a tough one, man. That's tough. You know, I'm going to say what we used to say back when I was a teenager. My name is Bennett, and I ain't in it.
You don't have to give an answer. You don't have to.
That's right. I'm not giving an answer for that one.
All right, well done. Kendall Gill, thanks so much, man. We appreciate you.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
You got it. That's Kendall Gill. A lot of good stuff in there. A lot of really good stuff in there. Right, Alex? Like, whether it was about Caleb as a player or Bryson as an orchestrator and a builder. And boy, he's hotter on Dalen Swain than anybody that I've heard talk.
I think he also decoded what Thiago is talking about as well.
With the boxes?
Pretty well, with the boxes and how he may utilize some of his young talent. And I do find it refreshing at this point that when you ask Thiago Splitter what type of style you're going to play, he's like, we'll find out what this roster looks like.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like he's going to force his system on anybody.
When I was watching the Pistons and the Cavs in the NBA playoffs, they were playing exactly the same kind of ball offensively. And with one guy kind of set in the middle who wasn't even necessarily a great scorer, but was just a facilitator as either Harden or Cade Cunningham or Donovan Mitchell or whoever else, Tobias Harris, would set up on the outside and they'd spray the ball around. And I keep thinking about that. It maybe in part because I saw those Detroit guys, whatever Thompson, is it Oscar Thompson who's there? And Amin Thompson, I believe, is in Houston. So Oscar's like an unbelievable off-the-ball defender. And I think that's what Caleb Wilson is going to be. Like, I look forward to Caleb Wilson with that reach and his joy and skills at being an off-the-ball defender in the middle of a defense. Also being that guy in the middle of the offense. I'm not articulating it well, but I've got plenty of time. So you guys wait. I'll articulate it better. When should I schedule that to articulate my vision for the Bulls offense? When should I schedule
5:29.
I didn't mean today, but that's a good time today.
We'll talk post show.
Yeah,
as we wanted to do, talk ball post show.
We love doing that. Just talk for 4 hours. Let's talk again a little bit more.
We're off the air at 5:28 because the Cubs are playing against the Mets one more time. Craig Counsell joined us about 2:30. You'll hear a little bit of that in the 5 o'clock hour leading in because he was very thoughtful on some of the pitching situations. The Score and Live Nation are giving you a chance to experience the Summer of Live. Tune in all day tomorrow for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to John Mellencamp, the Black Crowes, and John Fogerty. The Summer of Live 4-pack gives fans access to 4 lawn tickets at select shows for just $99 all in while supplies last. Visit livenation.com/summeroflive for more info. We'll see if Gabe Ramirez is done with his live portion on B96, can walk back down the hall to join us here on 104.3 The Score. I think he will be. The White Sox vibes are excellent, and they will be explained to all of us by the right man to do it. That is next on The Score.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance! Cubs win the ball game!
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
This segment is sponsored by Chicago Stars Football Club.
This has been something that has been in the minds of people that work for the White Sox for a long time. Fast forward 20 years later, and it's Black History Month. And all of a sudden, there's Frank Thomas Erasure from Black History Month.
Frank Thomas Erasure.
Of the White Sox. Can you imagine? Like, I would be furious, just like Frank was. Do you understand the tornado of crazy I was in when covering this team? You heard Kenny. You heard him.
He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business.
You got Frank.
That was the least objectionable part of that entire thing, and that's what gets played over and over again.
Yes. You've got Ozzy. You got Ozzy feuding with Jay Mariotti.
Jay Mariotti.
And now you're like, wait, Google machine. Who is Jay Mariotti? Right? Like, there's a lot.
The answer on Google will be the only person young Anthony Herron ever wrote an angry email to. The only Chicago columnist. Yeah, I would sit there. We'd get the Sun-Times. We'd get the Tribune at the house. I'd run into the driveway, pick it up. Pops would read it for a little bit. Then I'd grab the sports section, read that afterwards. All these columnists calling all these different Chicago athletes and coaches dummies and all this other stuff. The only one a young Anthony Herron ever wrote an angry letter to, hand-wrote a letter to Jay Mariotti, because I had to give him a piece of my mind.
I like it. That started your take career
there
back
we go.
in the day.
That's what it was.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, hey. The Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Okay. Man, so the Bears were one of those teams that had a better grade on Colston Loveland than Tyler Warren. The Bears get the tight end out of Michigan, 6'6", 248, a 3-year starter at Michigan. Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. Dave, what do you think?
Well, I love the guy. I mean, he's
he's a first-round pick. I think a little bit of unfairness that this year he was banged up a little bit. And Michigan, doing Big Ten football, I watched every one of their games, and it was a Rolodex at quarterback. They benched the Warren kid. I mean, they put some guys on the bench. They started a freshman kid. It didn't work out. They took him in. So he didn't have a fair opportunity from the standpoint of a great quarterback or great non-existent passing game. But I'll tell you what, don't lose sight. Jim Harbaugh recruited this guy, and that Michigan offense, when they won the national championship, they were a physical team. So I think that what they're looking at, the Bears said, okay, we know we got a tight end that we can flex out and get him in a nice matchup, just like Sam Laporta against a linebacker. We like that. Okay, well, what are we going to do with him when he's in line at the line of scrimmage? This guy was an in-line blocking tight end for Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, and they ran the football. So you're getting a tough guy. You're getting a tough guy, and you're also getting a tight end that you can move around and do different things with. So I think it's a good pick. I like it.
How about Muhammad?
I think Muhammad's interesting because this is a guy that I think the Bears got a steal on. I think he was drafted a little lower than you would have expected.
Right.
You look, he played started 30 games at Texas against top-level competition. All of his testing profiles, 4.42. He can play zone, his own admission. He can play man. He says he can play inside. He can do anything you need. He's a guy that, like Ben Johnson says, if you take football away from him, you don't know what he's going to do. That's him. That's that guy. And I'm not going to mention his comments he said, but he had probably one of the funniest quotes at the post-draft talking about why he plays so well in big games. I really like this kid. I think it's going to be a real competition with him, Tyreek, Terrell Smith to see who wins that starting job. I don't think he starts off there, but I think at some point he'll start a game.
Keyshawn Elliott?
Keyshawn Elliott, as a third linebacker, I think it's a good possibility. I spent some time watching a solid 25 minutes of tape on Keyshawn Elliott. I was more impressed than I thought he was. I wanted to see how he got all these sacks. The guy had 7 sacks last year, and it wasn't the way you would think. There was some quarterback scrambling. There were some late triggers, but he can blitz. He's a delayed blitzer, but he was faster than I thought. All those scouting reports talk about doesn't have great play speed. He ran a 4.58, so I'm like, let's get to the bottom of this. I think this guy's fast. He's physical. He's a green dot guy, team captain. He won their weight room award for the guy that spends the most time in the weight room taking care of his body. He's exactly the type of linebacker you want.
But they got a lot of linebackers, right?
TJ and Devin Bush. So it'll be a battle between.
Well, and they brought back the kid from
Sanborn. So yeah, he'll be battling with Sanborn.
No, I was going to say
DeMarco Jackson.
DeMarco.
There's a weight room award?
The weight room award at Arizona State. He won that award for the guy that puts the most time, that cares the most. That's like the strongest, and that's him. He's a captain, a green dot guy. He's calling the defense. But I think his main contribution will be on special teams, David. I'm David Weight Room Award. David never spent time in the weight room in college. But, yeah, there's an award.
Then the favorite, maybe my favorite prospect that the Bears have, the 6th-round defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, Jordan Vandenberg.
I mean, it's funny. Bears Twitter absolutely loves this guy. And it's hard not to. When you look at his profile, David, and I looked at I was telling you this last night about the relative athletic score. You know what that is, Mully? They put together relative athletic score. His was a perfect 10.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The second guy ever.
Fan favorite Mike Vassell in the booth. Always appreciate you spending some time with us. Thank you so much.
Welcome back.
Look, at the end of the day, whether it's a guy needs support, he needs somebody to talk to, it really doesn't matter to me in terms of what I need to do to help the team. Whatever it is, I'm going to do it. I try and let those things come organically for me. But, look, at the end of the day, you call me vibes guy, cheerleader, whatever you want to call me. But I'm here for the guys. I'm here for the team.
You are bringing the good vibe.
Oh, hell yeah. Good vibes, babe. It's what we're all about.
Was that because I'm back, or is it because...
It's good to see you, Gabe.
Thank you, man. Long time no see.
It was lonely without you.
What's on the playlist over there? Would you walk up?
A little. I love Tame Impala, Dracula.
Oh yeah.
Run from the sun like Dracula. I love that damn song.
I love Tame Impala.
I sing it way too often. And then since you guys took over 104 Jams, now B96 plays a lot of that music. So
a little
Dr. Dre, a little Fugees, little.
Oh, that's nice. I didn't realize that. That there was kind of a hybrid situation that has gone on.
Well, we're not just going to, or B96 isn't just going to give away the ratings, right? I mean, it's like our station, so we have the inside knowledge. Boom, play a couple of those songs.
I think 104.3's never sounded better. How about that?
Especially right now.
Right
now, this moment never sounded better.
Right here, you hear the bass in Gabe Ramirez's voice. You got
man, it's crazy.
You got to walk something up before we get out of here.
Fair.
Gabe and I both are like music and sports radio crossover humans. You know? There haven't been that many of them. I don't think so.
We are a unique club, I would say that.
Right? Like I used to do XRT right into the score 7 years in a row on the Cubs home opener day. I was doing that.
To be in the same room as Lynn Bramer is
my guy. All right. But anyway, the good vibes are coming to the White Sox through a number of different ways, but one of them is Mike Vassell, the injured reliever who just was asked this year to be around, and he is around. And among other things, his magic wand has been a big part of the joy and the fun of the White Sox team on the daily. And he was on the broadcast yesterday on CHSN, and he let us into what some of the rules are for wand usage.
First, where is the wand right now?
At the current state of the game and everything, I left the wand in the dugout to just, keep the energy there.
Cool.
So it's going to stay there for right now. Now, I hope to be back up here at some point, so I might bring it back up here. Maybe the magic could be up here at some point as well, So it's just kind of, again, with the wand, you got to feel it out. You got to feel it out. It's a feel thing.
Well, I heard from Drew Romo there was an incident where he actually touched the wand, and then you quickly took it. You blessed it with some holy water, if you will. But then it worked, right? Because who was it that hit a homer after?
I can't remember who it was, but I do know that. And it was by accident. Drew Romo touched the wand, and then I had to do a little ceremony over the wand, and then, next guy up hit a homer. So, it's true. You can't really mess with the wand too much.
Okay, so what are the official wand rules?
One, Sean Rubin, wherever he is down there, is protector of the wand. I trust him. I know he's gonna take care of it. There we are, Mooney's special spell. But the rules of the wand are fairly simple. Just, if it's down in the dugout and it's on, just don't touch it at the time. Let it be, leave it be, So it's pretty simple rules.
Well, it has its own protector. Where do you put the wand when the game is over? Do you keep it in your locker? Does it have a special case?
It's got a little special case. I put it in the case. I make sure it's safe. I double check it every night that it's there, because quite literally that is all I have right now is a wand. So I make sure it's there and it's safe, and then I can go to
bed. There's some self-awareness of how ridiculous this whole thing is at the end. Quite literally, it's all I have right now. It's all I have.
This is all I'm. Now, Brooke Fletcher, who did a phenomenal job as an analyst for the Chicago White Sox, I had a chance to speak to her when, like a week ago, when this wand was doing a little extra stuff, and she assured me that T-shirts were coming. That there were going to be more, because Mike Vassell has a T-shirt, a wand T-shirt, and I heard that there were going to be more T-shirts. I have yet to see the T-shirts. I'm ready to buy one as a Sox fan.
Well, look, I will say this: RotoWear, who is like the official MLBPA licensee of like a lot of the players' shirts, they have a really cool one that he wears, the Southside Magic shirt. I think I'm going to get one for myself. They've also got an awesome Murakami one. But what we're waiting on as far as T-shirts from the White Sox, we need the Strokin T-shirt. Again, this is request number 2, the formal request number 2 on the Score Airways for the Strokin T-shirt.
Strokin', the song by Clarence Carter, has been co-opted.
Clarence Carter.
Yeah,
stroking.
Play that over there.
Yeah,
I'll be stroking in the east.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I got my little radio.
Clarence Carter. That's our third Clarence Carter reference of this very radio show.
She started calling my name. She said, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter. Bang, bang, bang.
That's all I hear.
Yeah.
Bang, bang,
yep,
bang.
Yep. And the White Sox bats be stroking.
That they do.
They stroked it to the east. They stroked it to the west. They stroked it to Tarek Skubal over at Tiger Stadium. He didn't like it.
Well, then that's when Mike Vassell got in trouble.
Here's Mike Vassell from yesterday explaining what happened with him and Skubal in that game.
Just kind of on top step, cheering for my team. And, we're getting some hits. And then next thing I know, some words being shared. I think he was saying he liked Detroit more, and I think I was saying I like Chicago more.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, everybody was just really screaming loud, and it was honestly kind of like a venting session for me in a way, because I can't play, a lot of pent up anger, so I just let it out. And he let out his frustrations as well, and I think all is great now.
So you guys are cool.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's look, I don't view necessarily some bickering, if you will, like bad, like it's going to happen. Both teams are very competitive, and he's obviously one of, if not the best pitcher in the game, so he's going to have a compete mode, and he was probably like, who is this dude? And I get it, and at the same time, I'm thinking, I'm the wizard, what's going on here, so I can't just back down, I'm not going to do that, we've seen me on the mound, I'm a fiery guy, so, but yeah, as far as I'm concerned, all is well, now we're back in Chicago and doing great.
It blew up on social media. Were
did.
you expecting it, or were you surprised at how much it actually did?
I am a little surprised, but at the same time, I think there might be a part of where, sometimes in some seasons you see like brawls and arguments happen frequently. And I really don't recall many happening this year so far. So I think maybe just a good banter could really make some headlines there. And I think that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah, you feel like a good brawl or maybe something like that is good for baseball?
Well, I got to be careful about how I word this. But,
all right, here's how it went down in Detroit.
Yep. And I believe I said me. There I go, me. And that those are, I'm saying I love Chicago there. That's exactly what I said. Word for word, I was saying I love Chicago. And he was saying the same thing. But back to it, I do think there's a point where a competitive edge is important for both sides. Not to say that every game there should be a full-on brawl on the field. But look, like, at any time a guy's a fiery competitor, it's important for the game. I do think there's probably a point where a line is crossed. But yeah.
I don't think any lines were crossed in that game. I don't think any lines were crossed at all. Tanny, that supports what you had said at the time. Everybody was just doing their job, and Vassell knows it too.
Absolutely, yeah. And the context of that game is like Skubal had not been good yet since returning from the IL, and they needed that game, they needed that series, and they got it. So they're just trying to, spark a little, some energy into their ball club, and that's all he was doing. But I think Vassell clearly he gets that.
He totally gets that, and he says, "Look, I'm the wizard." Okay,
that was the best. I almost spit out my water. That was great.
And I continue to think that Tarek Skubal is anti-wizard in general.
Yeah, he
doesn't like Gandalf.
No,
doesn't like all sorts of wizards.
What would be the antithesis to a wizard?
The Muggle.
He's a Muggle.
Yeah, he's a Muggle.
Yeah. Skubal for sure is a Muggle. It is obvious, Speaks, why the team wanted Mike Vassell in the dugout with them, being the good vibes guy. It is so obvious and clear, because initially you'd be like, damn, well, who, why? And then you're like, oh, listen to him for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, he makes me feel good. I want to be his homie. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It's really cool to see that. And it just adds to whatever's happening, whatever magic is happening for the White Sox as a whole. Not just the little wand and moments, but the team as a whole this season. Mike Vassell's contributing to that in that dugout.
He is contributing to that. And on the field, in the lineup, and I think also in the clubhouse, Sam Antonacci is contributing to that as well. Antonacci is very, very likable, very enjoyable style of play, and also just like energy and everything that he brings. This is Mike Vassell talking about why people love Sam Antonacci.
Sam Antonacci, when people like to watch him as a player, he seems quiet in the clubhouse, but I genuinely think he's crazy in the best way possible, Not like I'm energetic, upbeat, whatever. He's like a silent assassin, and then he gets between the white lines and all bets are off. He just turns full psycho. Ooh. Yeah. Okay.
But he's so polite. He always says, yes, ma'am.
Oh, he's
no,
a gentleman. He's a gentleman. Don't
So
get me
polite.
wrong. Very polite. Mr. and Mrs. Antonacci, I don't know who, I haven't met you yet, but you've done an amazing job raising an amazing human being. But he's a gamer, he's a competitor. I think that's why everybody really loves him, is because he competes every single day.
He's a lovable baseball weirdo, is Antonacci.
In the best way possible.
Yes.
His answer about the White Sox giving up 2 runs in the 9th and then them walking off and him being like, if you can't handle that, like you should be playing tennis.
Right.
That was great because I was the fan that was like, damn it, they gave up 2 runs.
Yeah.
And then when he said that, I was like, well, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're
Take
right.
your ass to go play, tennis or play an individual sport.
Yeah.
Love that.
Because, I mean, you got to pick each other up.
And it's so
That's
true.
him shouting after a walk that same night. It was just
Is that
like,
after you got hit?
No.
It's a regular walk.
That's just him super psyched for drawing a walk because he loves to get on base.
It's great.
He's driven. He's outstandingly fun. The White Sox with an off day, and then they start again tomorrow at home with Kansas City, right?
Yep.
Tomorrow, the Cubs are going to be in Milwaukee. So they make the flight from New York right to Milwaukee. And somehow, Craig Counsell nor John Steinmiller, Cubs PR guy, have ever been to the Brat Stop. I just don't get it. We'll be at the Brat Stop tomorrow. We will have Steve Rosenblum on. We will have Jimbo Covert on. We will play a live categories with the listeners. Listeners, if you're there, you can come up on the stage of the Brat Stop and play categories with us. Should be a great time for Spiegel and Holmes and you. Who was more thrilled to meet who when royalty met papal royalty today? Let's discuss next on The Score.
I'm thinking, I'm the wizard. What's going on here?
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs.
Training camp should be crisper, it should be smoother. I thought the offense was certainly more effective in this mini camp than it was a year ago.
Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday. Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox. And Casey Johnson brings the inside story on the Bulls.
Thiago, Bryson, they just seem like they're very grounded, comfortable in their own skin, confident.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment
in the relative athletic score, defensive tackle to have a perfect 10 relative athletic score.
Who was the other one?
I didn't even know who the other guy was. But this is like, you look at his numbers, this guy weighed 310. He jumped 36 inches, had a 10.5 broad jump, 4.9 40. Like, I looked at this at 35 reps.
Can he beat a double team?
I don't care. I don't care.
He's a rugby player.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
South African, but he's physical. When I watch the tape, he's raw. Sometimes he's out there brawling, wrestling, just trying to beat the man in front of him. When he learns like the full grasp of this football thing, how to beat blocks, how to get in his gap, how to, when it's a pass rush, to go from your run fit to get into a pass rush, to transition to that. I think the Bears have a find here. And I think it's also interesting how you're starting to hear that this was a coaching staff pick.
Mm-hmm.
The coaching staff really loved this guy, and they were really pounding the table. Hey, why don't we have a grade on this guy? Why don't we have a grade on this guy? So I think that's something really interesting. The coaching staff really likes him, saw something in him. And I think with his athletic profile, his physicality, he's not scared to hit. He's going to work. I think it might be a little bit of a project, but I think this guy could play, not starting next year.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you've got the story as always.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You got Joe Madden booked later today?
No, Joe is not coming on.
Why?
He wants to replace the manager.
You got to because you got to get with Joe, because they're going to need the petting zoo, and then they're going to need the magician.
Wow.
9 in a row, it couldn't hurt, Brad. You know that. You're asking about the Cubs to further inflict any kind of pain or distress on people who are hoping that they win, and it's not appreciated.
Well, the pitching was built on guys with pretty significant injury histories, and now they got, every time Tyon and Shota pitches, it's baseball giveaway day in the bleachers. So it's because they're actually healthy, but you guys better get Dustin on the horn with Madden, because they got some serious problems there at the Federal Landmark.
Yes, they do. Thank you for acknowledging.
Well, just wondering if there's any chance of the Bears kind of being able to just keep bringing in star after star like the Chicago White Sox seem to be doing, buddy.
about that last night.
That was great.
I mean, the brutal execution of these bunts.
Oh.
And Venable's got to answer for the strategy there. But however you feel about the calls, the execution was worse. Oh, Montgomery saved his ass last night.
But I know you love the broadcast, Brad, right? You loved Costas and Stoney in the booth.
That was top notch. And Dave, I'm looking forward to you, kind of ramping up the platform of Steve Stone to win a Ford Frick Award, because he's the best out there. He's the standard bearer, and Costas was great. Maybe they could go to that for a full season, Costas and Stoney.
I'll get right on that.
It was phenomenal. It was great stuff. Brad, did Cairo Santos tell you if he's going back to Brazil? He's probably one of the few humans that could afford World Cup tickets and follow Brazil if he wanted to.
Oh, is that started?
It started yesterday night. Brazil hasn't.
I know you were busy
yet.
watching the Cubs.
Yeah.
Hey, Council, he solved the riddle. If he goes out there and complains, it was awesome. It was like the umpires wanted him to really have to beg to get ejected, right? So it just kept going on and on. And the base umpire is headed back to first, and he's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just really beg the home plate umpire to run me here. So he gets run, and they win the ball game.
See, there you go.
That's all it takes.
Have you checked out, Dave, you get your baseball show tomorrow?
Yeah, 9 to 11.
Take a look at that Iowa pitching staff's ERA.
Okay.
It's at about 6.5. It's the worst in the International League, and there's like 2 teams that are worse in the Pacific Coast League where they're playing at like a mile up, like Albuquerque. Like nobody, you could send Cy Young and Walter Johnson there, and they'd both have an ERA over 4.5 because the ballpark's a joke. That's how wretched the Cubs pitching is. It's not just the big league, brother.
I'll get on that. That'll be the 9:45 segment.
It's not just the big league. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Brad.
Appreciate it.
All the advice.
Have a great weekend, guys.
All right, brother.
Felt like Germany was getting slighted here. They're going to what? They're going to the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico and London and Seoul, South Korea. We didn't say Germany.
But the Pope knows who I am, because I was catching in that video, and Pope, he had to have a favorite player. He had a jersey on. I'm assuming.
You think this was the jersey?
I think that's what was under his jacket.
I almost feel like this is blasphemous to Photoshop a jersey onto the Pope. Is that all right?
Guys, did you know the Pope was a White Sox fan? So Chicago and
No way.
Pope Leo, Father Bob, when he went to the World Series opener 21 years ago, got a chance to meet A.J. Przinsky today. And I bet that was a big day for Father Bob. Imagine being a lifelong White Sox fan and meeting the guy who was, in many ways, the very annoying heart and soul of that World Series team. It must have been very special for the Pope, and also special for AJ.
Sure, yeah, AJ's in there somewhere.
Well. I mean, AJ,
something like that. Yeah.
Actually, AJ tweeted, 7-year-old me at my first communion would have never thought I would get to meet the Holy Father, Pope Leo XIV.
At White Sox Park.
Yeah, I wonder what, because at this point, Pope Leo has met so many people, gotten so many gifts, but AJ gives him the ball of the final out of game 1 that he was at the World Series. That's what AJ gave him.
I was honored to give him the last out ball from game 1 of the 2005 World Series, the game he attended. That's an unbelievable gift.
Are you kidding me?
That goes right to the front of the Pope's Hall of Fame room in a basement there in the Vatican with the stone doors and the stone walls.
I've got a program from that game. I have my ticket stub framed from that game. I see it. It's in my office every day. I see it.
Okay.
It's just going to look like common trash now. I think that someone else has the actual ball from the
Pope
game.
has the ball. all. And when he settles into that Hall of Fame room to watch the White Sox and the Royals tomorrow night,
He's going to be throwing it in the air and catching it.
in the big papal recliner with the papal popcorn, you know?
A glass of some wine from Jesus, some Jesus juice.
Is that what they call it there?
That's what I'm calling it.
I mean, my God.
Yeah, what a moment.
That's top. Now, he's gotten some crap. He has been handed some terrible sports gifts that we have witnessed. This is not one of them.
We saw Mayor Johnson go there with some Cubs gear, and that was weird.
Yeah. But you know, we've seen that. We've seen a lot. I found a website that has been tracking all the sports gifts.
Oh, wow.
That the Pope has gotten. Tanny, it was last updated in March, unfortunately, but there is a picture of Chuck Swirsky presenting him the Pope Leo Bulls jersey. There is a picture of...
well, just recently Spike Lee went there and presented him with a Knicks Pope Leo jersey, which apparently was good luck for them. And it goes kind of hard, actually.
There you go. Here's Mike Sweeney of the Royals giving him a jersey.
Mike Sweeney?
With Pope Leo the 14th on the back. Here's a Dodgers jersey being handed to the Pope. He's smiling with every single one of these things.
Except for the Cub hat.
Here's the guy who gave him the Nellie Fox bat, the family heirloom on the flight that we watched from CBS News. Here's a Buffalo Bills jersey that somebody's giving him.
Like, so the Pope, he's got to have a separate room for his non-White Sox stuff. Yeah, I'm guessing.
Yes, you're right. Here's Spike Lee with the Pope Leo jersey.
It's like the Pope Cave has a side door that has the extra. You know, you go into it like, wow,
Yeah.
White Sox, everything. Wait, where's that Knicks door? He's like, yeah, you said a little door in the corner over there. Yeah, just go in there. You can see all the other stuff.
Unbelievable. Here he is with the Villanova hat in this picture.
Villanova.
A Gaelic football GAA jersey was tossed to him on the Pope Mobile. They threw him a jersey.
Ooh, I didn't know you could do that. That's a misstep by me. I didn't know you could throw the Pope stuff because we were definitely in throwing distance when we saw the Pope and his general audience salutes. Man, I could have threw something at him.
There's a Tennessee Volunteers number 14 jersey being handed to the Pope. Where is all this stuff?
The only thing I'm disappointed with, I couldn't bring you Aurelio's pizza. And he laughed because he's a big fan of Aurelio's pizza.
Yeah, he only gets that twice a month to watch the game in the Hall of Fame.
A day. Twice a day. If somebody hits him up.
Guys, we got another order from the Vatican.
You think he's tired of it? Like tired of, because, think about your dad. Like on Father's Day, you're tired of getting maybe, Bulls, Cubs shirts and Cubs hats. And you're like, dude, I got enough of these.
I'm sure there's been a moment when the Tennessee Volunteers jersey is being handed to him.
He's like, who's 14?
Yeah, it's like...
Oh, me. Right. Got it.
Oh, damn. My bad.
Thought this was a T. Martin jersey. Here. Wasn't sure what this is.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, just.
To your point, Gabe, I think I've gotten my father a White Sox golf polo every year for his birthday for the past 20 years.
As a new dad, over the last couple of years, I've told my wife, I said, look, hey, let's make this clear. I want no sports stuff for Father's Day, for the rest, and my birthday, Christmas. Don't give me any sports stuff.
What'd you get this year?
Nothing. My wife doesn't give me anything.
What? Well, you're not her father. That's what my wife said to me the other day. Look, you're not my father. I was like, all right.
That's
some heavy stuff.
It's a wild statement.
Told you I like him fiery. I like the truth. I like the truth tellers. She's been great for me. Tell me the truth.
She's an amazing woman.
She actually, she got me a couple things. And the daughters got me these shoes. Mephistos. You like Mephistos?
Oh, dude, I never heard of them, but damn.
Delightful. Butter soft leather.
I got nothing for Father's Day.
Nothing at all?
I have 3 kids. I have 3 kids and a wife.
You didn't even get like a card? Did they not make you a card, the kids?
Okay, the kids drew a card when I got home. Like they drew something up. And they were like, here, Poppy, I made this for you. And I'm like, oh, thanks.
It's kind of nice. No?
Kind of, exactly.
Kind of. Ruben called Hit and Run on Sunday morning.
Okay.
He was not in town, and he called Hit and Run.
That's a good one.
It was not bad. Yeah, it was very nice. Had a phone call.
My wife had to remind my daughter that it was Father's Day, and that's when I got my Happy Father's Day. Oh, Poppy, Happy Father's Day.
Now, that is her job. You are not her father, but it is her job to make sure the kids get you something.
Fair enough. She was in Disney World during Mother's Day, and I didn't go with them. I went on Monday, right, because I wanted to be with my mom. And so my wife's response to me...
she's not your mother.
Exactly. My wife's response to me was, well, you weren't with me on Mother's Day. You were with your. Anyways, I don't know.
I understand.
We love a confident daddy.
Hey.
Hey. Oh, hey. Ruben's first ever gift to me on Father's Day is the best. He's never going to top it. It's a coffee mug that says "Farter of the Year." I mean, father. That's what it says.
And it says, "I mean, father."
Yes,
that's great.
Congratulations. Yes, thank you very much. The Cubs play soon. We're out of here at 5:28 for Cubs pregame. There is a lot of stuff percolating that we need to discuss, including some updates that Craig Counsell gave us earlier in the show on both an injury with Ben Brown, a brutal one, and the new pitcher on the Cubs, David Peterson. This is exclusive stuff that we want to make sure you get. And we will also talk about Dansby's explosion and Salty Keith Hernandez. All that coming up next on The Score.
Cubs fans, Gold Glove second baseman Nico Horner gives you an insider's perspective on the Cubs every Tuesday afternoon at 2:30 with Spiegel and Holmes.
Sensational play by Nico Horner.
Nico Horner on The Score is brought to you by Toyota. Visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
It's Chris Mack with a Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM.
To let people know when I read that book.
That's my bit, okay?
Many years ago. and yeah, I'm not trying to steal
Don't
anybody's...
steal my
no,
bit.
No.
If this isn't Steve Allen, he's stealing my bit. How's the Krusty sound in that?
It's really good.
Yeah.
It really is.
That's my best. I'm most confident with that.
I have not heard somebody, honestly, in my life do a better Krusty. So, yeah, that's pretty good.
I thought the Generals were due.
Why don't you run past Grote, your latest creation?
So, Grote, I've been working on it, and I was like, we are going to change the mix of players. Just change it up. And the second round picks, now they are currency. We have to admit that I don't want to be in the middle. I don't want to be in the middle. So I'm working on it.
Arturas Kardashevis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You didn't even have to tell me who it was, so that's good.
That's a good
so
sign.
you've hit the impersonation baseline. I knew what you were trying to do.
Okay, you can be honest with me, though. Tell me.
And it
not
needs
bad. Not bad, right?
I don't know. I think that the more you do it, it'll get even better. It's not even something you have to sit and work at.
Well, here's the real question. As long as we're talking, it's just us talking, right?
Yeah.
When I do these impressions, I leak confidence almost immediately. Okay? And it starts to get worse.
It's true.
And when I look over and I see Chris Tannehill laughing, it gets even worse. So Lawrence gave me the fine partner advice yesterday to just do it and not look for the approval.
We're about volume here. We need the attempts. We got if we can't get him doing the impersonations, then we're not going to be able to run play action. So it doesn't matter if he's only getting a yard. It's the attempts that count.
You're right. The linebackers come up.
That's right. At some point, we're going to take a shot down the field, and it'll be because we have allowed this to continue and grow.
But so, Grote, any advice on how to not leak confidence? It would be most welcome.
Well, maybe it's on your... Maybe it's on your partners at this point to give a little bit of more encouragement to maybe just a fake laugh, maybe.
We have been very encouraging.
You have been? Okay.
Tanny tried to keep a stone face yesterday a couple of times. He's like, I know he's looking at me. I'm gonna keep it level. I'm just gonna keep it nice and level.
I think you got to mix in a little staccato with the legato there.
Oh. Ooh. You got it, Arturas?
Yeah.
You want to throw it out, Layla?
No.
Oh,
okay.
It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous enough. I impersonate John Fox.
You do a ludicrous? Is that what you just said?
That I impersonate John Fox.
That's about time you did.
If I move, you move.
Just like that.
What's your John Fox?
It's all a problem.
It's really good.
That's the point. If we're gonna just throw this stuff out there willy nilly.
Yeah. You do willy-nilly as well? That guy? I love that guy.
I thought they lip-synced.
Blame it on the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
His now opportunity to compete for a starting job in Dallas, they let Eric Kendricks go, and now there's an opening, so he will either kind of play a similar role he did here, and good for Jack Sanborn. He's an easy guy to like. He was an easy bear to root for. I'm a little surprised they didn't want to keep him in that defensive meeting room just for the special teams value and his
the inherent value of having try-hard guys in your locker room.
Yeah.
Holdovers,
Hey,
if
they
you
brought
will.
back Josh Blackwell, so.
But he might have reminded too many people of Matt Eberflus, a young Matt Eberflus who made every tackle at Toledo. He was a tackle machine, just like the Sandman was for the Bears when he started.
You know what this is, right?
Yes, I do know what this
Metallica,
is. Okay,
Sandman.
I do know. I'm not entirely in the dark about these things, Mark Grote.
I just thought you would acknowledge it.
Do you think I'm
Pryor's
that
over
uncool?
there.
Am I that uncool?
No, you're not. I
that
just
you think I don't know what this is.
I just wanted to make sure it was acknowledged. I
We're off
wasn't
to Never
sure.
Neverland.
Yeah.
Next question.
Do you have a baseball question?
Off to Never Neverland. Yeah.
That's coming back.
Say your prayers.
Till the Sandman has come.
Till the Sandman has come.
How would you describe Colson Montgomery's reaction to being sent to AAA camp?
Once I woke up this morning, I was just like, all right, gotta go to work, gotta do the same thing, and just be a pro.
Be a pro. What's the earliest now you can envision Montgomery wearing the White Sox uniform here in Chicago?
Is this show back on the rails now?
Sleep with one eye open.
Grip in your pillow
tight.
Okay.
Enter light.
I wanted you to get that out of your system because I sensed that you wanted to get that out of your system.
You ain't my bitch.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I didn't say it.
My algorithm has started to catch on to what I like to see, which is cat videos.
On Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour on The Score is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on The Score.
Dansby Swanson has turned into the greatest hitter in the history of Major League Baseball. The soccer fans of Norway who were at the game today,
I enjoyed that.
they believe that Dansby Swanson is the greatest player in baseball.
Yeah.
Norwegians clearly haven't got the memo. They just stopped cheering when the trainer's on the field.
Yeah, no question.
I wonder if they're going to be at the second game.
Yeah, that is not noise in the background that you hear from the stadium operators. That's actually the Norway soccer fans.
I don't know a dang thing about soccer, but it can't be all bad if they're having that much fun.
I would agree with that 100%. It's a little different than Go Cubs Go.
Yeah, but they got their own thing. It's just good, no? They're into the game. I think the concessions are doing good around them, too.
Yeah, no kidding. Here's the 2-2.
The concessions have been doing well at every city and every venue that the travelers from around the world, all of the fans that have come in have done a great job of drinking us out of all of the liquor that we have in the United States.
Open wide for some soccer!
Coom is ready, and Coom is right. Soccer, I don't know a dang thing, but it can't be all bad if that's part of it.
This is my time when I was watching World Cup soccer, my man. I saw World Cup, baby. No. Few soccer fans, the rest of you are going, oh, that's like football without pads, right? For the rest of the world, it's football. For us, it's like a strange sport played by damaged people. But we made it in the World Cup. Everybody plays it. Not like the World Series, because the French don't have a baseball team. If they did, they would only have left field, and no one would be safe. You know what I'm saying? What can you do, huh?
The official adventures of
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Spiegs and Gabe Ramirez here with you. We've had some fun today. Gabe has been on 2 radio stations all afternoon in a remarkable feat of human engineering and radio engineering both.
I love Pete Crow Swift, and I'm trying to marry it.
Trying to marry your B96 life. Taylor Crow Armstrong.
Taylor Crow Armstrong was great.
Yeah.
Usher Vassell we had on earlier today. We're playing clips from him and his wand. It was amazing. It was
incredible.
Great.
And you're going to walk up the closing music at 5:28 because we're out of here a little bit early so the Cubs can get going against the Mets.
Where's Lawrence?
Yeah, he's not here. He's not here. He's just hanging out. Is he in town? I think so. I think he's here, just hanging out, having himself an off day. Good for that man. We're back tomorrow together at the Brat Stop up there in Kenosha, and we'll do live categories. Kinds of sausage. Go ahead. Let's see how we do.
Italian.
Yeah, that's correct. That is also correct. Nah, we're not gonna do
Polish.
that. Yeah. I've done kinds of cheese when we during a Packers week before.
That's a good one.
So it's natural that would go to that kind of place.
Super short list. Like we like to keep the list short on categories.
Yeah, cheese, like the most popular cheese exports from the state of Wisconsin. I did one time.
Okay.
Gouda.
That's the number one?
No, I forget what number one was. Cheddar probably, or maybe Munster. I don't know. Big fan of Munster cheese. What's your favorite cheese? Light them up.
Swiss.
Really?
I'm glad we saved this for 5.
So dead. Let me stop talking.
Oh, man. No, Cubs Mets.
Swiss cheese on a chicken sandwich is amazing.
Okay, good. Okay. Thanks for your call. Gotcha. Craig Counsell was on the show a couple hours ago. And before we talk about other Cubs stuff, we should update you on some important items that Craig talked about. One is absolutely awful, and that is the situation with Ben Brown, their best pitcher on the season, who had a neck strain and was sent back to Chicago for tests. And we asked Craig if there was any update on that situation.
Yeah, Ben was diagnosed with a stress reaction in his neck. So it's a very similar injury to 24. And so we're not. He's going to get some other opinions on it. But we're looking at basically limited activity for about a month here, and then go from there.
Boy, that's hard. That's hard to hear. What a good young man. What a great breakout he's having, and I know how much he struggled with that diagnosis in 24 and the uncertainty and all of that. So it's a tough moment for him, bigger than the fans' thoughts and bigger than even your team's situation. I feel for Ben right now.
Yeah, I mean he had made such a big jump in it, and it's fun to watch. It's so fun to watch a young player kind of taking himself to the next place. And there's no question he was doing that and had done that. This is a setback for sure, and it is frustrating that it's a very similar injury, and really similar timing to kind of how it happened in 24. So we're just going to make sure we got everything right with the diagnosis, and then hopefully a little bit of downtime can get this thing healed, and then we can get back to throwing.
It's Craig Counsell on Ben Brown, and that's brutal news for him as a person, as I mentioned there, but for the Cubs as a team, man. This is an unbelievable string of injuries, some expected, some not, and I haven't seen anything like it.
The phrase, it can't get worse, just doesn't apply to the Chicago Cubs this year when you're talking about their pitching. I mean, from the very beginning with Justin Steele not coming back in time, then all of a sudden the Cade Horton injury, and they just continued to pile up, or whether it was Palencia, Cabrera. I mean, geez, the list goes on and on. And again, you just say to yourself, it can't get worse, and then it just keeps getting worse. It's wild. It's the reason why no Cubs are in the top 10 in All-Star voting is because they are trying to create distance from themselves because they don't want to get hurt anymore.
It's crazy. Nobody in the top 10 in All-Star voting, and now that Ben Brown is out, who's their All-Star representative? I mean, it's going to be Pete. It'll be Pete Crow Armstrong, as it should, but nobody from that pitching staff, and it's probably just him, unless, of course, Dansby Swanson just keeps going. Unless he has 15 RBIs in every 3-game span moving forward. But, yeah, it's absolutely brutal. And so when that is the case, you got to go out and get guys, whether it's Jaden Murray from the Astros last weekend, Bryce Wilson from the Phillies 2 days ago, and Craig said that Bryce Wilson will be active and on the roster and in Milwaukee. And then David Peterson, the left-handed pitcher from the Mets, whose numbers are terrible this year. Peterson actually was really good last year up until, I want to say it was July, when he had an ERA in the 2s, maybe even early August. And then it just completely fell apart and has been brutal this year. And the Cubs made a trade with the Mets to get David Peterson. And we had an opportunity to ask Craig Counsell what he likes about David Peterson.
Yeah, I mean, I think David's essentially, we think kind of putting a really good infield defense behind David is something that will help him a lot. He is a heavy ground ball pitcher, and I think we're putting as good an infield defense behind him as there is in baseball, and that alone can make a big difference. And then I just think, look, David's been with the Mets since he signed out of college, a long time. And you know, when you go to a second organization, excuse me, it's a fresh start, and it's a real new lease on life, I think, and it's a good opportunity to kind of renew maybe some things that you really love to do. And I think David's got an opportunity to do that, and I think we provide a pretty good place for that. So it's a fresh start. I think he's at the point where he needs a fresh start. And I think we can benefit from that.
So it's interesting from Craig on both the personal front there, like, you know, just a fresh start for a dude who's only ever been with the Mets and things have fallen apart, and also a ground ball guy. 33 ground balls that Peterson has allowed this year have turned into hits. 33.
Well, that won't be the case with the defense that the Chicago Cubs have. Right, when you're thinking about Dansby, Nico up the middle, I mean that ground ball pitching. I'm sure that was part of a statistically significant variable that they felt would work and play with the Chicago Cubs. You know, we talked to Craig also about, you know, his managing style, and I asked him. I said, "Hey, man, do you look at things from, you know, a baseball player's perspective because you're a former player, or a coach's?" And I think when you're talking about Peterson, it's kind of the same thing, where he's looking at him and he's like, "Well, you know what? He can do it again. I just gotta, you know, work the magic, or just like, you know, get him to the right position," which he mentioned is also his job.
Did you guys hear, Tanny and Alex, you guys hear that Craig said in response to that question that Gabe just paraphrased there? You hear what Craig said?
Yeah, he said, "That's a good question."
He really did. I heard that loud and clear. Has he said that about me at any point this year?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I didn't know this was going to go that way.
Yeah, I did remember that because I remember saying right after, like, I could hear Dustin's voice in my head. That's the voice of Craig Counsell on the afternoon show during the Pick Six tomorrow.
Yeah, right, exactly. Now, it was a good question, Gabe.
Sorry.
Good for
See,
you.
Gabe, you better watch it, man.
I feel like I got to apologize.
You do, and you should.
You do.
You figured out the Rubik's Cube that is Craig Counsell. He's such a riddle that nobody can figure. No, I'm kidding.
I love that tone from you, Alex. I thought he was great today. I thought it was like really engaging, and he was honest as a baseball guy.
Is he not typically like that with you?
No, he is. He is. People talk about the Craig interviews like they're bad, and I think they're wrong. And the way that they talk about it only like carries that even further. And now probably the way I'm talking about it is going to make those people push back.
Talking about Craig Counsell interviews with us. They're good. They're fine. There's nothing wrong with them.
The first rule of the Craig Counsell interviews is you don't talk about Craig Counsell interviews.
That's great.
Yeah.
He's just a baseball guy.
That's
who's
all
really
he is.
smart, and he's funny too.
It's okay. Everybody just relax. But yeah, so he is thinking about it. I agree with you from a player's perspective as well as a manager's perspective in both those ways right there. The Mets are not good on defense. They made an error, and then they made a second error, then they made 3, and then they made 4, and then they made 5. And this is the sound of their 6th error in the nightcap of the doubleheader last night.
0-2 coming to Kelly. And he hits it sharply at Vientos, and he boots it for yet another error. Unbelievable. The 6th infield error for the Mets tonight.
Man.
Second for Vientos. And that puts runners at first and third.
Kelly with a ground ball. Gets to Vientos' right. It looked like he wasn't sure whether to backhand it or play it straight up. I think that ball hit him in the knee.
I mean, what do you say at this point? I mean, this team is in the depths of despair. Can't get starting pitching to hold the other team at bay. Struggling with their offense. And now the defense falls apart. 6 infield errors. Unprecedented.
I don't know what it's like to get ripped off in a Ponzi scheme, but I'd imagine it'd be like buying Mets season's tickets.
Oh, my God. It was funny because, I mean, the way it started was right. Francisco Lindor hadn't played since mid-April, comes back, ball hit right to him.
It's his first chance.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he got injected into what is Metsdom.
Yeah, that is an ugly mess of a thing. The depths of despair.
You can always hear in whoever's calling the games where the team is at.
Gary Cohen. Well, and Gary Cohen is as made a guy as there is in that job in MLB. He can say it exactly like he thinks it. Earlier in the day, during the first game, his partner Keith Hernandez found himself disgusted as Pete Crow Armstrong was sprinting beautifully around the bases.
Line drive the other way. Fair ball slicing down the line. PCA on the move. Quickberry's going to send him. Crow Armstrong to the plate, and he's in. It's an RBI double as Michael Conforto knocks in Pete Crow Armstrong 3-1.
Couple former Mets conspiring to plate the first run of the game here for the Cubs. The farmhand Crow Armstrong and the former Met Michael Conforto after 2 outs. Couple of punch outs.
Michael Conforto with an RBI double to get the Cubs on the board. So the 2 former #1 draft picks by the Mets conspire for the first Cubs run of the game, and it's 3-1.
Good hitting by Michael. I always felt when Michael came up, he used the entire field, and they got him to pull. And look at this man run. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Well, not only fast, but cuts the bases perfectly.
I think one of the worst trades in a long while by the Mets.
Well, they got 6 good weeks out of Javi Baez, and now they've got to watch this guy be a star for years to come. Michael Busch has been on base twice with a walk and a hit by pitch. Now that's drilled to deep right field, and that's going to tie the
That's
game.
great.
It's a bigger letdown than being a Mets fan.
Opening day, and here's the first pitch, and the season's over.
I remember that.
Oh man,
It's weird because I'm used to hearing that level of frustration from from the announcers for my teams, and to hear it for the Mets and the disgust.
Don't you think though? It's like we're also used to hear. Like, if you told me that was WFAN, right, and it's a host or a caller or something, okay. But when you hear the broadcast crew go in. And that Mets broadcast crew, man, like they can just say whatever they want and give it up. Good for Steve Cohen. I wonder if we'll crack down at some point on that. It'd be a bad look if he did.
I mean, the Mets in itself, right? It's not just that they're bad. This is a team that guys were throwing money at to make them a World Series contender, trying to duplicate what was happening for the Dodgers, for the Blue Jays, and then they fail miserably. Not every, and this happens all the time, right? Teams that spend the most money don't necessarily always end up in the championship or anything like that. And in this situation, it's more frustrating because it's New York,
and it's very loud.
It's very loud.
It's very loud and very obvious. And it's they were supposed to be the Dodgers East, just like the Dodgers went and got Andrew Friedman from small market Tampa Bay, gave him unlimited money, and said, "What can you do?" David Stearns from Milwaukee with unlimited money was supposed to turn things around for the Mets, and he has not. And every year they're bad, he's going to probably have to pivot. So look at their roster, trade for stuff. Cubs traded for David Peterson yesterday. Freddie Peralta tonight? Go ahead. Go get Freddie Peralta right now. I bet they tried. But they tried to get it done.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure every player on their roster has been called about. We want this guy. I don't know. What do you want to give up? I don't know. We don't want him anymore. We're pissed.
And some of them making too much and being bad enough that it doesn't work. Pete Crow Armstrong with a cool moment last night. First and third, and he's set up to bunt. So that means the third baseman is charging. First baseman charging as well. And Pete bunted in an interesting way.
The pitch. PCA bunts. It's popped up over the head of Bichette into left field. Ramirez scores. Swanson stops at second. Cubs take the lead. 4-3 over the Mets here in the fourth. What a play by PCA.
Well, I don't necessarily know if he's trying to do that, but it worked out great for the Cubs as he goes to bunt this ball and then bunts it so hard he bunts it over the third baseman's head.
Man, that was my first question. Is he trying to do that?
Luck.
You think so? That's what Craig Counsell said, and we asked Craig Counsell about it a couple hours ago. That is a remarkable level of bunting bat control for a guy who used to struggle. Luck? Really?
Luck. Yeah, just don't give Pete credit for that. He might take it. Don't give him credit for it.
Next.
He might take it. Don't give him credit for that.
Could you imagine your PCA riding through the city? You're like going to grab some lunch, or you're going to Milwaukee, or you're probably flying. Anyways, you're listening to Score on the Odyssey app, and you hear your manager tell you that you were just lucky. I'm like, yo, coach.
Way to land that plane,
Send him a
man.
text.
That
Oh
was
my
awesome.
God. Oh my God.
No, you nailed it. Yeah, no, it's look, but I mean, he's got a big ego, Pete, and he feels very good about himself. And they're trying to knock him down to size a little bit every once in a while, just get him a little bit right sized. You know, there's a moment in the clubhouse after the game where Nico was saying, "Yeah, I think Pete was working on it all day," and PCA's in the locker next to him, and you just hear, "Whatever, dude, whatever."
I'm a good baseball player.
I'm good at stuff. Dansby Swanson was asked after the game last night because he was the star whether Pete was trying to do that on purpose or not.
Some interesting at-bats, too. I liked Pete's bunt over Bichette's head. What was your read on that?
I mean, to be honest, we've actually talked about that before. And so he does work on it. I'm not going to say that was just like an accidental thing. I've seen him work on it and do it before. So it's pretty impressive. It's like, I call it the Juan Pierre bunt because Juan Pierre used to do that all the time. So, yeah, I mean, that's definitely in Pete's bag for sure.
Yeah, it was amazing. All right, the Juan Pierre bunt.
Alex slack Juan Pierre immediately. I mean, or David Dykstra slack him for hit and run. That'd be a hell of a book right there.
White Sox legend? Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
all for it.
hey.
That's hilarious.
Both sides, baby.
Big bat when he got to the south side.
Yeah, did he ever get a bobblehead on the north side? Probably not.
Probably not. Better years on the north side, but he got a bobblehead on the south side?
I have it. And I think it was his lone home run. I don't know if he had one home run with the Sox, but I was there for it.
Is this an episode of I Think I Was There?
No, I was definitely there.
You were definitely there. That is tremendous. Juan Pierre getting a mention. When I was younger, Mariano Duncan of the Dodgers and then the Reds, or maybe the Reds and then the Dodgers, had several bunt doubles and one bunt triple during his career. Couple times they were just like perfectly placed bunts down the left field line, and the third baseman would wait for it to roll, and Duncan would just
already on second.
Already on second. But I do remember one where he set up to bunt and popped it over the head of a charging first baseman, and made it all the way to second on a double.
That's a hell of a skill. I mean, it's hard enough to lay down a bunt on a 95-mile-per-hour fastball or a breaking ball that's moving somewhere. But then to make, and obviously, for baseball players out there, you're trying to get on top of that ball so that it can go down in the direction of, either first or third base. So you practice that, right, at batting practice. And then so to make clear contact with it, to have it go up, you have to get a little underneath it. So to be able to do that, that's a unique skill when the ball's coming at you 95 miles per hour.
Yeah, I mean, if that really is a skill, Council's not buying it. Didn't sound like Nico was buying it, but it sounded like Dansby was buying it.
I know if you ask PCA, he's tell you.
Oh, hell yeah.
Line that thing up, baby.
It's like, oh, yeah, I'll do it again. I'll do it again. That's how good I am.
So good.
I mean, it's like, remember how bad he was at bunting just a couple of years ago? At any kind of bunting? Because it was like, oh, he should do that more. Oh, he's bad at it. So
is he going to be bunting this weekend? What's your expectations for the series against Milwaukee?
Man, I'm afraid that hell is coming to breakfast. Are the pitchers lined up? We have an official lineup of pitchers for the Brewers. Do we have matchups? Because the Cubs pitchers are going to include the likes of David Peterson and Bryce Wilson. I mean,
Mizorowski going for sure, right?
Yeah. Is it Mizorowski and Woodruff and Sproat? Is it those three guys, or maybe it's Kyle Harrison? I'm not. But they got
Kyle who?
Yeah, Harrison.
Thank you,
Kyle Harrison.
Top 10 in Cy Young right now.
Yeah, I mean,
they have three in the top 10.
Sproat has not been great, but his last start was great. His best start as a Brewer, 10 strikeouts. They got three. In the top 10?
Three in the top 10.
Mizorowski, Harrison.
And I got to look at my odds. I just looked it up the other day.
Wow.
Mizorowski, Harrison, Woodruff, the three this weekend.
Oh, my goodness.
Have fun, guys.
I mean, that is their best. And since Woodruff has come back, he's been lights out. Wow. Yeah.
Tough weekend.
Don't get swept.
Please don't get swept.
Right?
Please don't get swept, because then you guys are going to be miserable talking about the sky is falling after feeling good about what happened, against the Mets.
You're feeling good though. You're feeling good about your White Sox.
I'm feeling good about the Cubs.
Yeah.
Like don't even push me that way. I'm feeling good about the Cubs.
You know what you're feeling best about though?
USA Soccer?
No.
Oh damn.
Germany holding on for that win.
Stop, dude.
Didn't they?
No. They lost 2-1.
Wait a second.